Wasteland Fortress of Civilization loading complete. Game eligibility activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the identity of Survivor player. Survivor Yuan, your initial zone has been drawn. The result of the draw is Riot District. Please carefully remember the following warm reminders. In the Wasteland world, survival is your sole objective. Do everything in your power to construct and conceal your hideout. This is your only reliance and the sole guarantee that you may continue to live. You only have one life. If you die in the game, every trace of your existence will be erased. To break this dead end, refer to the first reminder. Special disaster events will be triggered irregularly. They may be natural cataclysms or extreme man-made incidents. Be wary at all times. They may become the greatest threat to your survival in the wasteland. To break these crises, refer to the first reminder. Yuan stared at the virtual light screen before him, his brows tightly furrowed. After a few seconds of silence, he muttered a low curse under his breath. Damn you, Nikita, there's even a virus link inside the game. A few minutes earlier he had still been in a hardcore looter shooter game, scheming and fighting wits with Sango and Lao Dang. Then he had turned a corner and picked up a bloodstained letter in a bathhouse. As a diehard veteran, he knew every in-game item like the back of his hand. Yet he had no impression whatsoever of this letter. Driven by curiosity, he clicked it open. Inside was a nonsensical invitation to a wasteland game with only two simple options, yes and no. Yuan did not think much of it and directly chose to confirm. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in this unfamiliar place, and then those lines of text had appeared before him. Complaints were one thing, but staring at the strange surroundings, Yuan understood that brooding was useless. As an enthusiast of doomsday survival, he knew that some unknown existence had selected him and thrown him into a true wasteland world. The most important task now was to assess his own situation. He appeared to be inside a neighborhood dental clinic, but it had clearly been looted. Messy footprints and shattered glass littered the floor. Only a dentist's headlamp stained with grime lay discarded in a corner. This place should be the zone he had drawn, Riot District. He listened quietly for a few seconds and heard nothing unusual. It was probably safe for the moment. His gaze shifted to the virtual light screen, which resembled a game interface. The panel displayed 5 options: combat, survival, social, leaderboard, and special. At this moment, red dots were flashing on both the survival and social pages. He tapped to check, and the survival tab popped up a line of notification. Please determine the location of your hideout as soon as possible to activate the hideout management function. Opening the social page revealed a chat channel where messages were rapidly scrolling by, most of them cries for help or trade offers. He also discovered that one could not speak freely in the chat. Each message of no more than 50 characters required the expenditure of 10 survival points. At the moment, Yuan possessed exactly 0 survival points. So this is meant to raise the cost of communication between players. He mused. After browsing through the other tabs one by one, his gaze finally rested on the leaderboard page, the hideout leaderboard. Row upon row of hideout names appeared arranged in order. The names were wildly varied, but there was only one ranking criterion: civilization value. It was a comprehensive metric that factored in hideout facilities, material reserves, regional influence, potential risks, development prospects, achievements unlocked, and many other aspects. It was quite thorough. Because Yuan had yet to construct a hideout, his name did not appear in the rankings, but seeing the list end at rank 9999, he guessed he was probably number 10000. Looking at the various functional tabs on the virtual light screen and the uniquely named hideouts on the leaderboard, Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. As a seasoned survival fanatic, a faint, long-forgotten thrill stirred within his heart. He also noticed that someone in the chat channel seemed to be talking about him. Hive hideout, the newly added rookie should have entered the game by now, right? Why hasn't he built his hideout yet? No idea which zone he spawned in. Newbies have been dying a bit too fast lately. Babel Tower hideout, hope he didn't draw one of those death maps like the city districts or the polar regions. Let's make this clear first, no one is allowed to snatch this rookie from me. I'm aiming for rank evaluation and civilization shards. Stag hideout, don't even mention it. A few days ago I almost got torn apart by street raiders. An armored car with full modifications, completely insane. Hive hideout, same here. I ran into a raider night patrol earlier, nearly scared me to death. Whoever gets the rookie first gets to invade him. Too bad there's still a newbie protection period, we have to wait a month. Starlord hideout, the rookie surviving today is already questionable. You're all overthinking it. In the Wasteland world there is no safe place. Raiders, death maps. Civilization shards, newbie protection period, plundering rookies. A bad premonition flashed through Yuan's mind. No way, he whispered. Tat-a-tat. Bang bang bang. Whatever he feared came straight for him. A burst of gunfire rang out outside the dental clinic. Judging from the sound, another street over had erupted into a firefight. The roar of car engines echoed as vehicles rapidly drew near. There was no time to think. Yuan hid behind a wall concealing his figure and cautiously peered outside through the window. Barely had he settled into position when several heavily modified off-road war trucks roared past the street, exchanging gunfire as they sped by. Boom! A grenade detonated in the street. Shrapnel and debris from the blast clattered against the clinic's walls and windows, sending up a harsh rattling cacophony. Yuan, who had just stuck his head out to observe, felt a shard of stone graze across his face, leaving a shallow cut. He hastily jerked his head back. Only when the roar of engines finally faded did he realize he could no longer afford to wait. He had to find a hideout immediately. If he wanted both defensibility and concealment, underground structures were surely the best choice. Subway stations, underground parking garages, and civil air defense shelters were all ideal on paper, but he quickly ruled them out. Anything he could think of, others could as well. They were very likely already occupied as raider strongholds. Given the current situation, the concealment of his hideout mattered even more than its fortifications. Half an hour later, when Yuan climbed down through a sewer access ladder and stood in a circular sewer tunnel 3 meters in diameter, he knew he had found the right place. A channel of wastewater ran through the center with walkways on both sides for people to pass. Perhaps because the Wasteland city lay abandoned, the air in the sewer, though slightly acrid, was far more breathable than he had expected. Putting on the dentist's headlamp, Yuan threaded his way through the city's underground sewer network, searching for the most suitable spot to build his hideout. He made an unexpected discovery. Between the sewer and the surface there was yet another hidden underground level connected to the sewer by a ladder. Climbing up, he emerged into what looked like an early-era air raid shelter long since abandoned. Cobwebs draped every corner, brick-arched ceilings stretched overhead in a maze of passages, the structure solid and complex with at least several decades of history. This was a defensive refuge layer of brick and stone. Perhaps when the city was first constructed, someone had already considered the need for wartime shelter, thus creating this layered dry-wet separated refuge system. Over time it had simply been forgotten. Now, however, it had become the perfect site for Yuan's hideout, combining the sewer's concealment and accessibility while avoiding the risk of sewage flooding. After carefully scouting the area, he found an open space hidden behind a half-height arched doorway which seemed to have been a refuge point. This will do, he decided softly. He opened the virtual light screen and tapped on the Build Hideout option. Do you wish to designate this location as your hideout? Reminder: the choice of hideout is of critical importance. Please decide with care. Yuan did not hesitate and selected Confirm. Hideout construction in progress. 1. 25. 68. 99. The archway and the open space beyond were shrouded in cascading green data. The emerald glow grew ever more intense and a wall of green code materialized before Yuan's eyes. When the green light finally faded, a wooden door embedded in the wall appeared before Yuan. Congratulations! Your hideout has been successfully constructed. Facility management log unlocked. Resource management log unlocked. Hideout event memorandum unlocked. Please determine the name of your hideout as soon as possible to activate the hideout leaderboard. For this, he simply chose the gaming nickname he had always used, Yuan. Congratulations, the Yuan hideout has entered the rankings. Current rank 10000. Reward 100 survival points. Yuan was just about to study the situation of his hideout in detail. A mechanical chime suddenly rang in his ears. Hideout construction detected as complete. Player Yuan has drawn the attention of Fate and obtained a Fate card. What on earth is this? Fate card. On the virtual light screen within the survival page, there had originally been only one option: hideout management. Now, however, a new option had appeared: Fate cards. He tapped it open. The virtual light screen was suffused with a mysterious deep violet glow, and a simple wooden long box materialized at the center of the screen. Beneath the wooden long box, a line of subtitles slowly appeared: adage, every gift from Fate has already had its price written in secret. 3 seconds later, this line of text began to dissipate, transforming into 3 options. From the 3 gifts of Fate below, choose one as the present Fate grants you. Shabby dining table. Function: receive a free breakfast every day, including 1 glass of milk and 1 piece of bread, with a chance for additional food that must be purchased with survival points. Shabby newspaper rack. Function: receive a free newspaper every day which may record various pieces of intelligence with a chance for additional items that must be purchased with survival points. Shabby wooden table. Function: receive one free item every day: medicine, energy, construction materials, electronics, tools, and so on, with a chance for additional items that must be purchased with survival points. Kind reminder: after choosing a gift as the price, one fate card will be drawn. Please choose with caution. Hiss. Staring at the three options on the light screen, Yuan's heart began to pound violently. Every single choice held his gaze. He wanted them all. But that was clearly impossible. The safest choice, of course, was food. No matter when choosing food would never be wrong. Yet the other two options, intelligence and items, were also excellent. Intelligence could provide crucial information, while items would undoubtedly help with the construction of his hideout. After pondering for several seconds, his gaze locked onto shabby newspaper rack. He made his final decision. Food and items could certainly offer some security, but in comparison, intelligence held infinite possibilities. Shabby newspaper rack has been placed in the hideout. Please check it yourself. As Yuan made his choice, the wooden long box began to tremble. 3 seconds later, the box stopped shaking and a long earth yellow card covered in mysterious patterns appeared before Yuan. This fate card: Slaughter. Rock grade slaughter card. Slaughter card quality: rock grade. The player must kill one human within 2 days, otherwise the player will die. Kind reminder: as for humans, they don't necessarily have to be your enemies, right? Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He instantly understood what was meant by fate's gift and the price marked in secret. As long as I choose a gift from fate, I am compelled to fulfill the requirement written on the fate card. He drew a deep breath and his previously uneasy mood suddenly relaxed somewhat. He pushed open the wooden door of his hideout. Inside was a space of roughly a little over 60 square meters, utterly bare, the entire room furnished only with an old-style newspaper rack divided into 3 tiers. He opened the virtual light screen and pulled up the hideout information on the hideout management page. Yuan hideout: rank 10000, owner Yuan, area 60 square meters, safety level 0, comfort level 0, energy level 0, defense level 0, sanitation level 0. In the facility management log, several facility construction options had appeared: security, rest area, water collector, ventilation, more than 20 construction projects in total. But all of them were in an unbuildable state, so Yuan inspected them one by one. Rest area: LV. 1 floor bedding, construction materials, lighter 1 yoga mat, 1 old cloth, 3. Security: LV. 1 shabby main door, construction materials, wood 10 units, screwdriver 1, screws 15, hinges 2. Toilet: LV. 1. By the time he finished reading through everything, the sense of urgency in his heart had grown even stronger. Supplies, supplies, and still more supplies. To build up the hideout, he would need a massive amount of materials, and food and water would also have to be secured somehow today. Otherwise, once his physical condition deteriorated, tomorrow searching for supplies would become even more difficult. Based on the information he had obtained from the chat channel and the intensity of the gunfights between the thugs, Yuan knew that if he wanted to acquire supplies, he could only pin his hopes on the night. In broad daylight, there was simply no point in trying. Any random sniper or even a thug might easily kill him. And this highlighted the advantage of building his hideout in the sewers. The sewer network ran beneath every street and building in the city, and down here he did not have to fear sniper fire. The virtual panel came with a time display. It was already 4:32 in the afternoon, only 2 or 3 hours until night. Time was running short. He had to move. His gaze fell upon the only object in the room, the shabby newspaper rack, where a neatly folded newspaper was already lying. All his hopes rested on this. He unfolded the newspaper. Most of the content was blurred, as though stained with ink, and only 2 sections had legible characters. Delighted, Yuan immediately began to read. Green Forest City, daily date, Wasteland calendar, day 1. Weather: clear turning to cloudy. At 2350, a small amount of acid rain is expected, forecast to last for half an hour. Temperature 19°C, 26°C. Publisher: Wasteland Fate Press. District News Section: quality rock grade. Danger level low. At 1445 today, a gunfight broke out at Wutong Apartments No. 48 Feewood Street, East City, District 13, followed by a chase through the urban area resulting in 8 deaths and 7 injuries. Investigation revealed that Wutong Apartments had been a monitoring outpost set up by the thug prison in East City, District 13, which was raided and destroyed by the Black Shield Police Department. All supplies stored there were seized, and tripwire mines were placed at the doors of rooms 401 and 402. However, a small amount of supplies was left behind in rooms 408, 503 and 506. The apartment has been marked by nearby vagrants who plan to enter and scavenge it after deep night falls. Taking in the information on the newspaper, Yuan drew a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement in his heart. Thug Prison, Black Shield Police Department, these should be the two factions that had been trading gunfire and giving chase 2 hours ago. The timing of the conflict matched perfectly. This was what had happened today. His gaze moved down the page and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. A small amount of supplies was left behind in rooms 408, 503 and 506 and has been marked by city vagrants. With precise information on supplies and the possible dangers he might encounter, Yuan felt a heartfelt sense of relief and gratitude for having chosen the shabby newspaper rack. Danger level low. City vagrants. His eyes shifted to the earth yellow fate card on the light screen, his gaze gradually turning razor sharp. At 7:35 p.m. the sky had just begun to darken. Near the dental clinic, Yuan cautiously lifted the manhole cover to observe the situation outside, recalling the direction from which the gunfire had originated. I remember the gunfire came from the 2 o'clock direction of the dental clinic, so I should search in that direction. It shouldn't be too far. After patiently waiting for a few more minutes, the sun had completely set and darkness enveloped the city. Yuan quickly crawled out of the sewer and carefully placed the manhole cover back. Taking advantage of the dim night, he headed towards the direction where he remembered the gunfire had sounded. He checked street signs and confirmed his direction, walking at a steady pace. After more than half an hour, Yuan crouched in a green belt by the roadside, using the half-hide bushes to conceal his figure, watching the destroyed modified vehicle a few meters away, realizing that this was the Wutong apartment. The ground was littered with traces of explosions and battle, and the smell of lingering gunpowder still hung in the air. Dark clouds drifted in the sky and a crescent moon emerged, casting a faint light on the street. Yuan did not rush out. Instead, he kept his body low and remained still. He was unsure when the refugees would arrive, how many there would be, or if someone was already observing him in the shadows. He dared not take chances and decided to prepare for the worst, quickly observing and memorizing the surrounding situation while the light was still visible. A few minutes later, the crescent moon was covered again by dark clouds. The street was once again shrouded in darkness, visibility significantly reduced. Now is the time. In the instant darkness fell, Yuan silently rose, crouching low as he hurried towards the Wutong apartment. It was only when he squeezed through the apartment's front door and pressed against the wall that he realized his heart was racing wildly, as if it might explode. He quickly took deep breaths, trying to suppress his anxiety and continuously giving himself mental reassurances. As his emotions gradually settled, Yuan dared not linger here. Every second before the refugees arrived was precious. He felt his way through the dark on the first floor, searching for the stairs leading up far from the apartment's perimeter. However, as soon as Yuan reached the stairway corner from the first to the second floor, something tripped him, nearly causing him to fall. At this moment, he could hardly think of anything else and immediately turned on his headlamp to check the situation. When he saw what lay at his feet, Yuan gasped, instinctively retreating. What the hell? He saw 2 corpses lying on the ground, riddled with bullet holes, blood pooling around them. Did it have to be this intense on his first day in the game? But in the next moment, Yuan's gaze froze, his pupils constricting as his attention was drawn to the connection between the corpses and the ground. What was that thing under the bodies? He quickly stepped forward, pushing the corpses aside to reveal what was hidden beneath: a short knife. Although the blade was stained with blood, Yuan did not mind. He simply wiped the blood off on the corpse before taking it in hand. Is this a dog-leg knife? Yuan's face lit up with delight. He swung it a couple of times, finding it quite handy. The back of the blade had added weights, enhancing its striking power. Finally, a self-defense weapon. Am I now considered a scavenger looting corpses? It's strange how a person's thoughts can change in an instant. Yuan was indeed filled with fear at the sight of the dead, but when it came to looting, he was all too familiar. Looking at the 2 corpses, any trace of fear was replaced by a strong desire for their supplies. Without further hesitation, he confirmed that the headlamp's light would not be noticed from outside the apartment. He disregarded the bloodstains and began searching the bodies for supplies. 2 minutes later, Yuan looked at the supplies at his feet and smiled. Lighter 1. Crushed instant noodles 1. 7 Marlboro cigarettes. Snickers 1. He found no firearms or ammunition. They were likely taken away by the Black Shield Police Department. Even so, Yuan was quite pleased with these gains. At least he had food now. After resetting the corpses to their previous state and cleaning the blood from his shoes, he headed upstairs. According to the newspaper, a total of 8 people died in this conflict. He had not seen any corpses at the apartment entrance, so the remaining bodies were likely inside the building. Yuan did not feel particularly obsessed with this. His destination was only those 3 supply rooms. As for the corpses, he would let fate decide. He had to move quickly. Safely bringing back supplies was more important than anything. When he reached the 3rd floor, Yuan took out a piece of blood-stained white cloth he had torn from a corpse and wrapped it around the headlamp, dimming the light. The light became dispersed and weak, illuminating only within a meter, significantly reducing the chances of being spotted. As he ascended to the 4th floor, it was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here. The walls were covered in bullet holes and signs of explosions. He could still see several defensive walls built with sandbags. The corridor was pitch black, and after silently listening for 2 minutes without hearing any sounds, Yuan cautiously stepped onto the 4th floor. In the corridor, 3 bodies of thugs lay scattered, their forms unrecognizable from the violence, making looting impossible. 2 long guns were thrown on the ground resembling AK-74U, but their bodies were deformed from being shot and the magazines were all empty. Yuan checked and found that only 1 spring was still worth recovering, which he casually pocketed. His gaze swept over the area, seeing bloodstains, bullet holes, shattered glass shards, and crushed cans. It was evident how intense the battle had been. He pushed the cans and glass shards near the stairwell, creating a simple alert trap. Anyone passing would trigger noise if they stepped on the glass or kicked the cans. He then searched for room 408, paying special attention to the tripwire location as he passed rooms 401 and 402. At the door, he indeed saw 2 shimmering threads connected to a grenade placed behind the door. If stepped on carelessly, there would be no chance to react and he would be blown to pieces. He thought about disarming the 2 grenades but ultimately decided against it. It was too dangerous. Forget it, let's head to the supply room first. Safety comes first. He quickly found room 408, but Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. The room was in disarray, the security door riddled with bullet holes and marked by a bloodstained footprint, clearly having endured a fierce battle. It did not at all appear to be a supply room. The intel shouldn't be wrong. The supplies must be hidden somewhere in this room. With this thought, Yuan quickly began searching the room. There was nothing in the wardrobe, nothing under the bed, nothing in the bathroom. The room was not large, and after searching all the possible hiding places, Yuan felt a bit anxious. How could there be nothing? He stubbornly continued to scan the room, until his gaze inadvertently landed on a certain spot. At first he was stunned, and then his eyes sparkled. Sure enough, it's here. Inside room 408 of the Wutong apartment. The aluminum ceiling panel in the bathroom was lifted by Yuan and a double-shoulder backpack fell down. Upon opening it for inspection, Yuan could feel his heart racing. Inside there was an alloy folding crossbow and a dedicated storage bag for crossbow bolts containing 10 intact alloy crossbow bolts. Beef cans 5. Mineral water 3. Golden fleece cigarettes 2. Chocolate 4. Multifunctional pliers 1. Now I have a ranged weapon. Although he was eager to load the crossbow bolts right away, Yuan had never used a crossbow before, so he ultimately returned the others to the backpack. When unfamiliar with a weapon, it is best to avoid using it when possible. Yuan understood this very well. Having found supplies, room 408 no longer held any value. He stuffed the supplies he found into the backpack along with some food and water, revealing a satisfied expression. Since entering the Wasteland game, he hadn't had a drop of water and was already starving. He had just been holding on due to the lack of supplies. Now, filling his stomach, he would have the strength to cope with any unexpected events. Glancing at the time, it was already 9:10 p.m., and the longer he stayed, the greater the chance of encountering the refugees. No longer hesitating, he slung the backpack over his shoulder, gripped his dogleg knife tightly in one hand, and held a headlamp to illuminate the ground as he left the room. With his gains, Yuan became increasingly cautious and careful, treading lightly as he made his way to the 5th floor. Apart from a corpse at the staircase, there were not many signs of battle here. Originally, Yuan had little hope for this corpse. However, the results exceeded his expectations. In the pockets on either side of the thighs, he found a screwdriver and a resealable bag. The resealable bag contained over 20 nails of different sizes, both screws and long nails, making Yuan overjoyed. The materials needed for constructing his hideout's bathroom happened to require a screwdriver and screws. Now he had everything. He packed everything into the backpack, looking forward to the next 2 supply rooms even more. Just like on the 4th floor, he placed glass shards, aluminum cans, and other noisy items at the stairs of the 5th floor. Following the doorplate number, he arrived at room 503. To Yuan's surprise, the room was locked. Twisting the doorknob proved fruitless. Could I possibly break down the door? This thought crossed Yuan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What a joke! The apartment had security doors and it would be impossible for him to break in. Moreover, with refugees soon to arrive, the noise from breaking down the door would be tantamount to seeking death. With no choice but to abandon 503, he went to room 506, which was not locked. However, similar to 408, the room was messy and supplies had long been looted. However, in the corner of the bathroom, Yuan spotted a bottle of toilet cleaner and necessary material for constructing the bathroom of his hideout, which he naturally put into his backpack. With the experience from room 408, Yuan found the hidden supplies very smoothly this time. In the toilet tank, he found a package tightly wrapped in black tape about the size of a cup, making it impossible to see what was inside. Yuan directly stuffed it into his backpack, preparing to check it upon returning to the hideout. He then realized that the backpack was completely full after adding this package. The problem was that he discovered 4 packs of Camel cigarettes, a dozen bags of instant noodles, 5 or 6 cans, 3 bottles of water, 2 large bags of chocolate, net weight 1.47 kg, and a tactical axe on the ceiling. There was a lot of dust up there, indicating that these supplies had been hidden for quite some time. But now the problem was that he simply couldn't carry this much. The backpack and pockets were already full, and there wasn't even a sheet in the surrounding rooms. It was impossible to take anything away. Yuan planned to leave immediately, go back to free up some space in his backpack, and return to take the remaining supplies. He couldn't afford to give up so many resources. In the end, he could only attach the tactical axe to the outside of the backpack, shove 4 packs of cigarettes into his pants, 2 front 2 back, and carry a large bag of chocolate in his hand. Only then did he quickly reattach the aluminum panel, wipe away any fingerprints, leaving no trace of his rummaging before retracing his steps. On the way back, he remained cautious, but until he returned to the vicinity of the dentist's office, he found no abnormalities. He swiftly crawled into the sewer, turning the headlamp to its maximum, and within 20 minutes he returned to his hideout. Yuan did not rush to enter, but carefully observed the surroundings of the hideout, checking the alert traps he had set before leaving. After inspecting all the traps, the tense expression he had maintained since departure finally revealed a smile. Finally, I'm back. This operation, although supported by detailed information, left Yuan feeling uncertain before departure. He was unsure if he could accurately locate the Wutong apartment, if he could avoid the dangers he might encounter along the way, if he could find supplies before the refugees arrived, and if he could safely return to the hideout with the supplies. Venturing out not only posed the risk of danger but also the possibility of returning empty-handed. The pressure on him during the journey was unprecedentedly immense. Yet Yuan understood that tonight he had to find the Wutong apartment and must bring back supplies, even if it meant risking everything. If he couldn't bring back supplies today, his chances of survival in the Wasteland world would decrease significantly. He had no choice. Fortunately, although the process had its setbacks, the outcome was fulfilling. He returned with a fully packed backpack of supplies. This was just the beginning. There was still a batch of supplies at the Wutong apartment waiting for him to bring back to the hideout, and it had to be tonight. However, just as he joyfully pushed open the wooden door of the hideout and walked in with his backpack, ding! A mechanical prompt sounded explosively in Yuan's ear, shaking his very soul. Hidden conditions triggered. Return with supplies worth 10000 survival points on the first day of the Wasteland. Weapons 2 injuries, minor injuries. The hideout is located in an underground building meeting the conditions. Activating the City Shadow title route. Reward survival points 1000. Obtained title block mouse excellent. Achievement unlocked path to rise. Rare. Achievement points gained 100 points. Information about Yuan's hideout ranking has changed. Starting comprehensive evaluation. Initial supplies, hideout facilities, quantity, area, influence, risk, resistance, coefficient, development potential, achievement bonus, title scarcity. Current hideout ranking has been updated 9859th. Hidden conditions triggered. Yuan's eyes brightened as he opened the virtual light curtain and saw his ranking on the leaderboard soar like a rocket from last place to the current 9859th position. He felt as if an electric current coursed through his entire body, raising goosebumps all over. 2VE risen. My ranking has increased by 141 places. Yuan suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the Wasteland game was too one-sided. Perhaps the leaderboard of hiding places was not as simple as he had imagined. The title path, does it mean there are many routes? I just opened the title path and gained 100 achievement points, yet my ranking improved by 141 places. What kind of titles have those ranked ahead of me obtained? These were unknown to Yuan. He could not view other players' information, a fact he had already tried to verify when he first entered the Wasteland. It was apparent from previous conversations in the chat channel that there was competition, even hostility among players. Once the beginner protection period ended, the ones most eager to kill him would be those unscrupulous survivor players. This was not a Wasteland world, it was merely a breeding ground for schemes. Just as Yuan was lost in thought about the title path he had opened, the chat channel stirred up a wave of excitement. At the tail end of the leaderboard, rank 900, 010000, the weakest group of players faced the highest elimination and death rates, as they were seen as the most delectable prey by the veteran players. Every newcomer who left the protection period attracted the attention of several dozens or even hundreds of veteran players. Thus, shortly after Yuan's ranking changed, the veteran players who were always at the bottom scanning for targets suddenly noticed that the newcomer who had just entered the game today had vanished from the last place. Not possible. Where did he go? Not in the bottom 50. Not in the bottom 100. Until they saw that familiar name at rank 9859, the veteran players were dumbfounded. Burning Chariot hiding place, what the hell, did I see it wrong? Isn't Yuan the newcomer who entered the Wasteland just a few hours ago? How could he suddenly jump up 141 ranks? Ocean Cube hiding place, are you sure this is a newcomer? Could it be a big shot? Just a few hours and he's up to rank 9859. I'm only at rank 9914. Hive hiding place, interesting. Yuan, did you develop some rare route? Please share with us. Moss Cottage hiding place, yes. Yuan, big shot, share some experience. If you find any rare blueprints, equipment or items, I'm sincerely looking to buy. Lava hiding place, Yuan, I'm also looking, I can barely hold on in this cursed place. If you have weapons or suitable digging tools, I'm sincerely looking to buy. Bear hiding place, Yuan, I need food and water. I'm about to die, please help me, save me. Angry whale hiding place, Yuan, don't trust Moss Cottage, he's a scammer who specializes in deceiving newcomers. Moss Cottage hiding place, angry whale, you dog, damn it. In the chat channel, even though each message sent consumed 10 survival points, it could not stop the veteran players' curiosity and investigation regarding Yuan's significant rise in ranking. They were like sharks sensing blood. They didn't care about survival points, they only cared about whether they could extract valuable information from this newcomer. Especially those players ranked lower, they understood the difficulty of ranking up. For Yuan to rise so drastically, he must have found a wealth of survival resources capable of altering his survival predicament. Or he might have triggered special conditions, developing rare routes that greatly increased the potential for his hiding place. Mastering special resources, establishing relationships with key forces, and acquiring special abilities were all possibilities. They were eager to know if they could replicate his success. Although they knew the hope was slim, the players still held on to their expectations. What if? What if this newcomer was a fool who couldn't withstand the pressure and ended up spilling the beans? Yuan was pulled back to reality by the continuous notification sounds, looking at the barrage of messages in the chat channel, feeling the players' madness and urgency as well as the calculations and greed hidden beneath those words. He maintained a calm demeanor, occasionally showing signs of contemplation. Minutes later, the light curtain closed. The previous emotional turbulence caused by the ranking increase had completely settled. Although the significant ranking boost made Yuan realize that he had embarked on a correct and unique fast track, the dangers lurking behind it also began to emerge. Those veteran players who planned to make him their hunting target in a month would undoubtedly develop an even stronger interest and desire due to this change. Understanding why Yuan's hiding place had surged so dramatically in rank was their primary objective. Subsequently, they aimed to seize all the opportunities and resources from Yuan and then kill him. This was an inevitable result. Yuan glanced at the dogleg knife strapped to his thigh, a fierce and resolute look flashing in his eyes. It was 10:53 p.m. Dark clouds completely enveloped the sky with a noticeable humidity in the air. Rain was imminent. The entire city fell into darkness except for the occasional sound of gunfire echoing from a distance. If the daytime was the world of thugs, then nighttime was the active period for the mice. Those who had curled up all day, the vagrants, scavengers and survivors, quietly left their shelters, silently weaving through the city, searching and hiding. They sought out food and resources necessary for survival. Every piece of material here was precious, and fighting and competing filled every corner of the night. Well-fed and hydrated, Yuan moved silently. His gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning for potential dangers, and his ears did not miss any suspicious sounds. The pitch-black streets were so dark that one could not see their fingers in front of them. Yet in Yuan's eyes he could still vaguely discern some outlines of objects. Although it did not achieve perfect night vision, it exceeded human capabilities. His hearing was similarly enhanced. Sounds that were previously imperceptible now became somewhat clearer to Yuan. All of this was thanks to the title he had obtained earlier, Street Mouse. Title: Street Mouse. Quality: excellent. Path affiliation: City Shadows. Effect hearing 15 smell 10 gain dim vision in dark environments can slightly perceive airflow within a 3-meter range through skin hair. Yuan did not expect the effects of this title to manifest so intuitively before him. Under the enhancement of the title his steps became increasingly steady, enabling him to cleverly evade obstacles just before colliding with them. In complete darkness he did not need to worry about being seen from a distance, soon arriving near the Wutong apartment. This time he only brought a backpack, the dogleg knife, an alloy folding crossbow, and a dentist's headlamp. It is worth mentioning that after using the dentist's headlamp for an entire afternoon and into the night its battery was running low. Although it still emitted light, it had dimmed considerably. I hope to find a replacement light source soon. Even batteries would do, he sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to approach the entrance of the Wutong apartment, a faint yawn made his heart skip a beat. A thought flashed through his mind: someone is hiding inside the apartment building's main entrance. Yuan recalled whether he had made any sound earlier. Yet he had moved with utmost caution, his footsteps silent, and the stranger's breathing remained steady, clearly unaware of his presence. He exhaled softly, then furrowed his brow slightly. It had been less than an hour since he'd left. When had this person arrived? Were there others with him? All remained unknown. Yet the intruder concealed himself near the main entrance, not searching for supplies. Either he awaited companions, or lay in ambush for enemies. Yuan slipped deeper into the darkest corner beside the apartment's main gate and resolved to observe silently. Within minutes he indeed heard 2 faint, almost imperceptible footsteps approaching from afar. The steps quickened. The key. A voice whispered, deliberately hushed. Brother Biao, I'm here. The steady breath answered in kind equally subdued. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt profound relief at having withheld action, pressing himself deeper into shadow and slowing his breath to near stillness. Any activity here? Bah! Not even a ghost, pitch black and utterly deserted. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Damn it! I told Monkey to watch this place, but he fell asleep. Nearly lost him entirely, Brother Biao snapped, clearly furious. Brother Biao, it's pitch dark, how could anyone see anything? Besides, after today's carnage, who dare come here but us? I'll spare your excuses. Tell me, did you see anyone enter? Well, Monkey hesitated, then declared firmly, after dusk visibility vanished, but before nightfall I watched this spot without blinking. Not a soul passed through, not even a cat. Hearing this, Brother Biao's tone softened ever so slightly. All right. Stay sharp. This afternoon's chaos was fierce, surely the police bureau missed some supplies. If we find abandoned firearms or ammunition, we're rich. Same as always, key searches locked rooms, Monkey, and I sweep the rest, floor by floor, bottom to top. Move fast. If anyone else shows up, don't hesitate. Kill them outright. And when we return that woman we just captured, you'll have your fill of her. She's intoxicating, especially that teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Impossible to resist. I wish we'd seized that woman we saw 2 days ago, her figure was absolutely extraordinary. Right, we'll hunt down her hideout, haha. Amid lewd chuckles the three entered the apartment building, their footsteps fading into distance. Only then did Yuan release a long quiet breath, profoundly grateful. So someone had been watching this place. Luckily I stayed cautious. Encountering refugees was no surprise, he would never retreat before them. This is also an opportunity. They don't know where supplies lie, they'll have to search every floor. I must reach room 506 before they do and claim its contents. He waited another 15 seconds, confirming they'd begun their sweep, then slipped into Wutong apartment. With enhanced hearing, even their careful steps rang clear in his ears. He ascended the stairwell toward the 5th floor. Arriving smoothly at room 506, he slipped once more into the bathroom and stuffed the previously cached supplies into his backpack. He prepared to leave, yet as he stepped behind the stairwell, footsteps echoed up from below, finally halting on the 3rd floor. So soon? Yuan froze. Hadn't they planned to start from the ground floor? How had they reached the 3rd floor so quickly? He grasped it instantly. This was Key, the one assigned to locate locked rooms, a locksmith. Wait. Locked rooms. A locksmith. Yuan turned his gaze toward room 503, a cascade of thoughts surged through his mind, crystallizing into resolve. Perhaps there was a chance. Without hesitation he reversed course, entered room 504, stowed his backpack, gripped his machete and crouched motionless behind the door, eyes closed, waiting. The room lay shrouded in absolute darkness, storm clouds gathering air thick with suffocating tension. Soon footsteps echoed on the 5th floor landing. Yuan's eyes snapped open. Here he comes. The footsteps paused and resumed, erratically punctuated by the soft click of a flashlight switch, clearly searching for locked doors. A dim beam swept across room 504's open doorway, then halted upon room 503's reinforced locked door. Keys jingled in the corridor. Another one here. Key clenched the flashlight between his teeth, withdrew lockpicking tools, knelt before room 503's door, and began twisting. His pick danced within the keyhole, up-down probing springs with closed eyes, wholly absorbed. Meanwhile, Yuan had already glided soundlessly behind him, utterly still like a statue carved from shadow. Seconds later, a crisp click. The reinforced door sprang open. A flash of triumph lit Key's eyes. At that very instant, Yuan struck, reaching from behind, clamping Key's mouth shut. The flashlight vanished into his mouth, leaving no room for resistance. An icy blade slit his throat, blood gushed forth gurgling wetly. Key thrashed wildly, yet Yuan held him fast, gaze unblinking, burning with intensity. Soon the thrashing ceased. Key was dead. At the moment his breath stopped, a yellowish fate card materialized before Yuan's eyes, accompanied by an exotic haunting BGM resonating deep within his mind. The fate card trembled, first faintly then violently. Its accompanying drumbeat grew faster, sharper, swelling to a fevered crescendo. Yuan's heartbeat synced with the rhythm, accelerating, pounding like thunder. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, 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 thump. At the peak of the music's climax, a voice, crystalline, soul-rending, exploded within his consciousness. Crack! The violently trembling fate card split cleanly down its center, crimson droplets welling from the fracture, the scent of iron flooding his nostrils. Rock Tier Slaughter card eliminated. The music ceased. The card dissolved, only the metallic tang of blood lingered in the air. A mechanical voice chimed in his ear. Success, Rock Tier Fate card eliminated. 1 fate point. Target detected with valuable attributes. Acquire. Cost 1 fate point. Acquire. Yuan gazed down at the corpse. 3 crimson options shimmered into view before him. 1. Skill Theft Exceptional. 2. Skill Rock Climbing Standard. 3. Skill Lockpicking Standard. At the sight of the third option, he selected instantly. Acquire option 3. Fate point 1. Acquired Skill Lockpicking Standard. On the holographic interface, the previously blank combat tab now displayed a newly acquired skill, Lockpicking Standard tier. So slaughter cards yield such effects. A flicker of delight tugged at Yuan's lips, yet seeing the corpse and the open doorway, he swiftly suppressed the emotion, returning to vigilant composure. Now was no time for celebration. He retrieved his backpack from room 504, dragged the body into room 503, scanned the corridor warily in both directions, and sealed the door behind him. Room 503 of Wutong apartment was unremarkable, just a modest 30 square meter studio with a private bathroom and balcony. Yuan shut the door behind him, suppressing his nausea as he retrieved a flashlight from the dead man's mouth. After hastily wiping off the blood, he methodically searched every corner of the room, beneath the bed, inside the wardrobe, and behind the door. He then drew all the curtains to seal out external light. Only after confirming the room was secure did he approach the corpse to perform the time-honored survivor's ritual, looting the body. The corpse carried only a cloth crossbody bag containing an assortment of odds and ends, electrical wire, a Nutrilink pen, 2 batteries, a dagger, 2 compressed biscuits, and a small fabric pouch. Inside the pouch lay several distinct lockpicking tools, exactly what Yuan had hoped for. He pocketed them all, including the lockpick still clutched in the dead man's hand. He folded the crossbody bag neatly and stowed it away, though stained with blood he paid it no mind. In the Wasteland, containers like backpacks were exceedingly scarce, each one was invaluable. Even if he had no immediate use for it, he could always trade it later. Once looting concluded, his attention turned back to the room itself. Compared to others, it was relatively clean and orderly, yet traces of hasty flight remained, suggesting its former occupant had been a single man. The bathroom held only a handful of toiletries, shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, men's face masks, toothpaste, and a toothbrush scattered across the sink counter. Yuan gathered every item into his backpack, each was a rare commodity. Even the shower curtain and towel were carefully folded and packed away. His backpack was now bursting at the seams, the shower curtain alone consumed half its capacity. Fortunately, he'd anticipated this possibility earlier and now prepared to test a solution. He activated the virtual interface and navigated to the special tab, then selected Wasteland Taodao Cave, a flea market-style trading platform he'd discovered earlier that afternoon while exploring the interface. Would you like to spend 1000 survival points to join Wasteland Taodao Cave? Yuan furrowed his brow. This was precisely why he'd hesitated before. Had he not accidentally unlocked the Urban Shadow title path, he wouldn't even qualify to trade with others. And even now his total survival points amounted to a mere 1100. It felt like emptying his entire fortune. Though reluctant, he confirmed the transaction. Better to open access early and reap the benefits sooner. Congratulations! Yuan's hideout has joined Wasteland Taodao Cave. You may now trade with other players. He listed the shower curtain immediately, not knowing its market value and lacking time to research. He set the price at 2000 survival points. To him it was an exorbitant sum. If anyone actually paid 2000 points for it, he'd gladly close the deal. If no one bought it, it mattered little. The priority was freeing up space in his pack. Listing successful. Maximum listing duration 12 hours. Please note the trading window. For every hour beyond the deadline, a storage fee of 5 of the listed price will apply, even if less than 1 hour remains. Reading the notice, Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It actually worked. Though joining Taodao Cave demanded an absurdly high threshold, its utility justified the cost. He glanced again at his backpack. The remaining items were either too small to bother listing, or else high-value barter goods like cigarettes and chocolate, which he refused to part with lightly regardless of how inflated the price might be. In the end, he listed the larger toiletry bottles at 500 survival points each. Simple pragmatism. Selling meant profit. Unsold, he'd simply use them himself. He double-checked the bathroom ceiling and water tank. No hidden caches. Room 503 was starkly simple: a bed, a nightstand, a wardrobe, and a writing desk. The only noteworthy feature was a metal cabinet tucked into the corner, its 3 drawers secured by locks. Yuan first packed up the bedding and mattress for listing on Taodao Cave. He'd intended to list the bed itself until the interface blocked the action. His plan to strip the room bare failed. With a wry twist of his lips, he abandoned the idea. The wardrobe held only a t-shirt and a long coat, hardly luxurious but urgently needed given his current state. His own clothes were now caked with grime and bloodstains. He stuffed them into his backpack and moved to the writing desk, a piece with 3 drawers and a single-door cabinet. Opening the cabinet revealed an unexpected treasure: nearly a full bag of Wei soy milk powder, over 20 individual sachets. To Yuan it was nothing short of divine providence. Soy milk powder delivered dense calories, rich protein, and substantial fat, making it an ideal nutrient source in the wasteland. Its flavor in this desolate world was pure luxury. He hoarded every sachet, no chance of listing such a prize. Inside the desk drawers he found books and notebooks. After skimming them briefly, he added them to his listings. They might contain useful information worth reading later. But just as he listed the desk lamp, Taodao Cave flashed an alert. Maximum active listings reached. What? Yuan checked immediately. He'd overlooked the fact that as a level 1 member he could list only 15 items simultaneously. Raising his listing limit required upgrading permissions, and advancing to level 2 demanded exactly 2000 survival points. Damn it, next they'll want me to subscribe to SVIP. Yuan sighed, inwardly exhausted. At least the room's major items were already listed. Only the locked metal cabinet remained unexamined. He withdrew his lockpicks and inserted the tension wrench into the first lock. Instinctively he sensed the internal mechanism, every pin, every shear line, as if the tool extended his own perception. Within a minute, all 3 drawers sprang open. The first 2 delivered staggering rewards. Drawer 1 contained 1 hand crank emergency radio light, 2 windproof candles, 2 batteries, and 1 adjustable wrench. Drawer 2 held 1 automotive first aid kit. The radio light was a disaster preparedness model, brick-sized, integrating hand crank power generation, solar charging, LED flashlight, and lamp functions, and AM/FM radio reception. The automotive first aid kit included a tourniquet with rotary pressure trauma dressings, elastic bandages, antiseptic wipes, and an emergency thermal blanket, among over a dozen critical medical supplies. Together they equipped him to handle most common emergencies: hemorrhage control, wound dressing, fracture immobilization, disinfection, and hypothermia prevention. As a lifelong survivalist, he knew these tools intimately. His own home stockpiled multiple sets of emergency gear. Possessing both items dramatically increased his odds of surviving the wasteland, especially the first aid kit, which granted him tangible resilience against sudden threats. Neither item was compact. He strapped the crossbody bag across his chest, filling it with soy milk powder, windproof candles, batteries, and the pen. The hand crank Radiolite automotive first aid kit and adjustable wrench went into his backpack, now fully packed to capacity. He hurriedly opened the 3rd drawer. The 2 other scavengers could arrive at any moment. Time was slipping away. But the instant his fingers brushed its contents, a chime pierced his awareness. Ding. High-value item detected. Ding. High-value resources detected. A newly optimized pathway to the shelter facility has been identified. Would you like to add this optimization to the ventilation duct construction list? HM. NYU Yuan withdrew an object from the drawer, his expression stunned. And what could possibly warrant a special system alert and a newly optimized pathway? His gaze fell upon the item in his palm and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. And this is a blueprint, but there was no time to examine it. First he stuffed it hastily into his backpack. Thus every usable item in room 503 had been secured by Yuan. After one final sweep for omissions, his eyes drifted toward the curtains. Such a large piece of fabric, ideal for concealment or tailoring. Yet just as he prepared to act, and clatter, clatter, knock and rolled down the hallway. Yuan's eyes sharpened with sudden intensity. And someone was coming. So soon. And he crept silently to the door and pressed his ear against it. "And Key. Key. Are you here?" A deliberately hushed voice echoed from the stairwell, the monkey's voice. "Key. Key." And the monkey was about to repeat himself when Biaogu cut him off. "And enough. He's probably upstairs, we'll go check." And got it, and their voices faded. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze locked onto the door as if trying to pierce through its surface. One thought after another flashed through his mind. They've gone upstairs. And then now is the perfect moment to slip away. And if they fail to find the key, they'll inevitably return, and the bloodstain by the door would instantly betray everything. He deliberated for only seconds before deciding. And he slung the backpack securely across his back, adjusted the crossbody bag to rest snugly across his chest, and shortened its strap, ensuring full mobility and unimpeded movement. From his waist he drew a collapsible crossbow and bolts, cocked the weapon, and fastened a cookery knife to the outer side of his thigh, within instant reach. With preparations complete, he eased the door open with painstaking care. Crossbow raised, he advanced toward the stairwell, steady, swift, deliberate. And to depart now meant clean escape, fully laden without injury, the optimal outcome. Once outside Wutong apartment beneath a moonless windswept sky, he'd vanish like a bird set free. In a city this vast, finding him would be nothing short of miraculous. No matter how he waited, leaving now was the best choice. Hesitation would spell defeat. Once they regained their wits, only brutal close-quarters combat would remain. What did Biaogu and the monkey even have? Just a handful of supplies. Why risk his life against them? And when risk vastly outweighs reward, strategic withdrawal is the only path to victory. This engagement favored a 4-6 advantage in his favor. At the stairwell entrance, the passage plunged into absolute darkness. And thanks to his acquired title's faint light vision, Yuan could discern the rough contours of the stairs even in pitch blackness. He paused, listening for several seconds, but the stairwell remained unnervingly silent. A faint frown creased his brow. And that's impossible. If they'd gone upstairs searching, some sound should have carried down. An ominous premonition flared in his mind. Leaving now was paramount. And without further hesitation he lowered his footsteps to near silence and edged down the corridor, crossbow aimed steadily toward the 6th-floor landing, ready should they appear. Though he'd practiced with the crossbow only a few times inside the shelter, firing it was simple, and Yuan was confident he could strike any target within 5 meters. Snap! A flashlight beam blazed to life at the landing between the 4th and 5th floors, flooding the stairwell with blinding white light. The monkey stared at Yuan, lips twisting into a vicious predatory grin. And Biaogu, this dog's come out after all. Take him down. That flash of light, Yuan realized, too late, that he'd forgotten the threat lurking downstairs. Unfortunately, he'd already rehearsed contingency plans for precisely such a worst-case scenario. So the moment the monkey cried out, Yuan instantly pivoted the crossbow, from aiming upward to locking onto the stairs below. At the sight of the crossbow, the monkey's savage, twisted glare dissolved into stark clarity. Raw terror hadn't even begun to surface in his eyes, nor had his mouth formed more than a single syllable: shit. And boom, shush, thud. And no time to react, the bolt pierced the monkey's throat, spraying crimson. The monkey collapsed, clutching his neck, disbelief frozen on his face. And even as the bolt left the crossbow, Yuan transferred it to his left hand, his right already gripping the cookery blade, drawn eyes scanning the 6th-floor stairwell. But the instant Yuan saw the weapon in Biaogu's hands, his pupils contracted violently, and a cold wave of dread surged up his spine. And no time to think. As if fleeing a specter, he whirled and leapt downward, without pause, without hesitation. Bang! And still Madeira crushing force slammed into his back, throwing him off balance as he descended, nearly toppling head. He dared not stop, not for a breath. Hands and feet scrambled, tumbling down the stairs. And bang, 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 and gunfire erupted, echoing sharply through the stairwell. And damn your ancestors. He's got a gun, no honor, no rules. NYU Yuan felt death graze past him. Adrenaline flooded his cortex, every nerve shrieked with electric numbness. Fortunately Yuan had reacted swiftly and struck decisively. That split-second advantage had bought him a sliver of survival. Knee's back seemed to have taken a round, but no pain registered. Likely it had glanced off or missed entirely. His mind raced Biaogo having a firearm that was unforeseen. And behind him Biao Ji's enraged roars and pounding footsteps closed in no more than 10 meters away. His original plan was void. To flee outright would expose his back, a perfect motionless target at this range. No, can't turn my back on Biaogo. Risk too high. What do I do? What do I do when though only a second had passed? It stretched like an eternity. Under the razor edge of mortality his mind grew eerily calm, hyperacute, utterly rational. And boom. His body landed on the 4th floor landing. And in that suspended breath a bold idea ignited. Footsteps, Biaogo was leaping down behind him. No time to hesitate. Yuan veered sharply and sprinted into the 4th floor corridor. And bang bang. And 2 bullets whistled past his body striking the wall, sparks and grit stinging his skin. And damn you. Where do you think you're running? And furious shouts echoed from behind. The lost key and the monkey's death had shattered Biao Ji's composure. Losing 2 allies in this wasteland was a waking nightmare. Yet what consumed Biaogo most was the brief glimpse he caught, the bulging backpack slung across the man's back unmistakably brimming with supplies. Whatever those supplies were, Biaogo had only one thought: seize them. NAS for the man who carried them, kill him without remorse. The gun is quick at 7 steps and even quicker and more precise within 7 steps. Counter kill. Impossible. In Biaogo's eyes that person was already a lamb to be slaughtered and the outcome would be entirely predictable. This was the confidence granted to him by the lives of over 10 people taken under his gun. It was this confidence that drove Biaogo to relentlessly pursue Yuan, especially after witnessing the other party's panic retreat into the 4th floor, which only solidified his belief. Escape. I wonder where you think you can run. Just thinking of that backpack full of supplies made Biaogo a bit impatient. He immediately chased after and the person actually hid in a room. Without hesitation he rushed in only to see that the person lunged directly toward the balcony, squeezing behind the wall, covering his head and ears. Just as he sensed something was off, a barely perceptible sound reached his ears. Zhang, this was the sound of a spring being released. When he followed the direction of the sound and caught sight of the fist-sized object in the corner, his pupils dilated in shock. No. But before he could react, boom! A fiery explosion erupted within the room, the shockwave from the blast obliterating everything inside, leaving Biaogo's charred body sprawled on the ground, his legs blown off, dead beyond revival. Thick smoke and flames engulfed the entire room, shining brilliantly in the darkened street. The attention of the scavengers, drifters and survivors in the surrounding area was drawn to this sudden explosion. Watching the blazing flames and the billowing smoke, some observed, some withdrew, some contemplated, and some were greedy yet fearful. Slipping into the darkness. Cough cough. Yuan shook off the dust from his body, shaking his head. His ears were ringing. Fortunately the balcony was open air, so the situation wasn't too dire. Looking at the chaotic scene in the room, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. Thankfully there was a low wall separating the apartment room and the balcony, otherwise he would have been finished. Gazing at the flames in the room, Yuan knew he couldn't stay here long and had to leave immediately. The ruckus had been too loud, both the gunshots and the explosion, which would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. He picked up the crossbow from the ground, loaded the bolt and held the dog-leg knife in his hand. Crossing over the burning wooden curtains he saw Biaogo's charred corpse. The handgun had fallen to the side. With no time to examine it closely, he first tucked the gun into his waistband and quickly searched Biaogo for a few things without caring what they were. Whatever he could find he stuffed into his pockets as the smoke grew thicker. Finally he came across the backpack behind Biaogo, which was only half full and made a clattering sound, likely containing nothing of value, but Yuan didn't mind. No longer hesitating, he pulled out the crossbow bolt, secured his items and ran downstairs. The dog-leg knife was secured at the outer thigh, with his left hand holding the backpack and his right hand gripping the loaded crossbow bolt as he reached the first floor of the apartment. Just as he was about to leave the staircase, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end, sensing the air movement quickening in front of him. Without a moment's thought he pushed off with his heel, abruptly halting his body and leaning backward, tucking his chin. At that moment a cold glimmer rushed past him. The cold light narrowly grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. But the opponent reacted swiftly as well. Realizing the first strike had missed, he clearly did not wish to let the opportunity slip away. With a twist of his wrist, the blade slashed toward Yuan's neck, the attack as swift as lightning. If hit, it would either mean death or injury. However, Yuan had already reacted. The backpack in his hand swung heavily toward the attacker's face, successfully blocking the opponent's advance. Meanwhile, the crossbow in his right hand was already raised, ready to fire. Yet the opponent was incredibly cautious. After the first strike missed, without any hesitation he retreated, blending back into the darkness. He did not give Yuan the chance to counterattack. This is troublesome. A thin layer of cold sweat beaded on Yuan's forehead. He was trapped in the first-floor corridor. This cautious enemy was more difficult to deal with than Biaogu. They wouldn't easily allow themselves to fall into a dangerous situation. Relying solely on the crossbow bolt in his hand, it would be hard to ensure a fatal strike. The most critical thing now was the fear that more and more people would gather here, hoping to snatch a piece of the leftovers. This is a wasteland. There are many who would risk their lives for supplies. If he stayed trapped here as time passed, the situation he faced would become increasingly perilous. Fortunately, the opponent was likely alone, otherwise he wouldn't be so cautious. What I need to do now is not to fight, but to leave here as quickly as possible. Yuan understood very well what he needed to do now. Slap. The lights illuminated the corridor, revealing half a face behind the wall. Yuan took a deep breath. The opponent was indeed cautious. The backpack he had thrown out was caught in the other person's hand, blocking the view of everything below his eyes. His body was entirely hidden behind the wall. How cautious. And what kind of gaze was that? Although only one eye was visible, the look reminded Yuan of a wolf pack. Calm, wild, cautious, and possessing absolute confidence and aggressiveness. The opponent's gaze first locked onto the crossbow, then roamed over Yuan's body, focusing on his waist and outer thigh. Noticing the opponent's gaze, what is he looking for? Could it be the handgun? No wonder he's so cautious. This thought flashed in Yuan's mind, and he suddenly understood. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He spoke in a serious tone. Friend, neither of us will benefit from this standoff. I can't take these supplies either. You can take what's in that backpack as a parting gift. How about it? Of course, Yuan did not expect a single sentence to convince the other to leave. Negotiation. He needed to offer the other party a benefit while also demonstrating his own force right. The truth lies within the range of cannons, and this saying holds equally true in the current situation. He shook the crossbow bolt in his hand. Of course, if you want to fight, I am more than willing. At this distance, while the crossbow bolt is unlikely to kill you, the tip is contaminated with feces. If hit, even if you find antibiotics, it will be far from pleasant, and without them you can just wait to die. Indeed, upon hearing this, the opponent's eyes suddenly narrowed, although they quickly returned to normal. Yuan could tell. Even though he was already quite anxious, his gaze remained calm as he looked at the opponent, revealing a determination to face death. This was a psychological game. So what do you think? Will you take the pack of supplies and leave, or risk infection by fighting me only to let others benefit in the end? As soon as he finished speaking, the corridor fell silent. Yuan shifted his weight downward, preparing for a desperate struggle. Although the opponent would most likely choose to leave with the supplies, one must always be prepared for the worst. Preparing for the worst-case scenario won't go amiss. Fortunately, things did not develop in the worst direction. All right. The man's voice rang out. Agreed. A man's voice rang out. Before Yuan could even feel relief, a hand shot forth from the shadows, pointing directly at his feet. Ha! Yuan blinked in mild surprise, stepping back half a pace. His gaze dipped subtly, only then did he notice the small tear in the fabric of his crossbody bag slung across his chest. 2 packets of Weiwei soy milk powder lay scattered on the ground. It must have been slashed open by that vertical strike just now, Yuan realized instantly. Yet the man's demand struck him as strange, though nutritious and reputable. Why would anyone specifically demand soy milk powder? His eyes lingered, then halted, fixed upon the man's wrist. A pink hair tie. Yuan's expression shifted as if a quiet understanding had just clicked into place. Fine. You may have it, but no more than 10 packets. I need them too. After 2 seconds of silence, the man gave a slight deliberate nod. Done. The deal was sealed. Yuan carefully placed 10 packets on the floor. Step aside, and once I'm clear, every one of these is yours. The man nodded faintly and retreated backward, keeping his body concealed within the gloom. Yuan angled his crossbow downward, not lowering his guard yet deliberately avoiding any gesture that might provoke alarm. They moved in tandem, one leading the other following, until within seconds Yuan had cleared the stairwell. Ahead loomed the apartment's main entrance. Behind him the man melted into the shelter of a nearby wall. Pity. Too cautious, I missed my chance to eliminate him. He sighed inwardly. Meaning the man's wary gaze, Yuan offered a brief nod, then switched off his flashlight. Darkness swallowed the building once more. The instant darkness fell, Yuan erupted forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, bursting out of Wutong apartment and vanishing into the street's deep enveloping shadows. Though weighed down by 2 heavy backpacks and navigating streets drowned in ink-black night, his low-light vision functioned flawlessly, guiding him like an autonomous navigation system, allowing him to swerve clear of obstacles milliseconds before impact. Yet after sprinting barely 50 meters, Yuan froze abruptly, crouching motionless behind a trash bin, utterly still. His ears became radar-sensitive, capturing every whisper of sound. His crossbow remained cocked and ready. From behind came several sharp, agonized cries, echoing for over a minute before fading into eerie silence. He dared not linger. Immediately he crept toward the dentist's clinic, occasionally catching distant gunshots, fleeting sharp, vanishing into the wind. The return route proved comparatively smooth. Just as he pried open the sewer, great thunder cracked overhead, and a single raindrop struck his forearm, making him wince faintly. Without hesitation he slipped into the sewer and sealed the grate behind him. Hiding 5 meters away in shadow, he waited 5 full minutes, ensuring no pursuit, before holstering his crossbow and heading toward his hideout. Where rain had touched his skin, a faint stinging sensation rose. He switched on his flashlight. His forearm bore a subtle reddish flush. Acid rain, this environment is truly hostile. He frowned slightly. Fortunately, exposure had been minimal, only a few drops, so the risk remained low. Still, thorough decontamination upon return was non-negotiable. He scanned the perimeter traps he'd set around the hideout. None had been triggered. Yuan pushed open the wooden door of his hideout. As he shrugged off his backpacks and lit a windproof candle, warm light spilled across the cramped space. Only then, collapsing onto the floor, did he register the deep aching soreness pulsing through his muscles. That intense bout of psychological sparring, close quarters combat and hyper-vigilant evacuation, carrying full loads through the wasteland, had taxed even a modern human's endurance to its limits. His mind was utterly spent. Yet gazing at the haul strewn across the floor, 2 bulging backpacks brimming with supplies, he knew it had all been worth it. He activated his holographic interface. The moment he'd escaped Wutong apartment, a notification had chimed in his ear, but he'd had no time to glance at it. Curiosity flared. Had his ranking risen again? He wondered, heart quickening, until the interface illuminated and his eyes flared with sudden brilliant light. Detected successful negotiation. Player resolved crisis via dialogue and executed safe extraction. And unlocked elite tier skill, persuasion. Awarded 200 survival points. And so that's possible. Yuan stared incredulous. Sure enough, beneath the combat tab, alongside his basic lockpicking skill, a new entry gleamed. Persuasion elite, in effect passive during dialogue, negotiation or interpersonal exchange. Heightened awareness of psychological shifts and verbal inconsistencies in others, increases likelihood of others accepting your stance by 30. Yuan sat bolt upright. Now I understand. In this Wasteland game, world combat was never confined to brute force alone. It encompassed psychological warfare, linguistic deception, information asymmetry, and tactical misdirection. Every conceivable stratagem was viable. The possibilities were staggering, yet so too was the corresponding survival difficulty. As always, one truth remained immutable: the human heart was the most unpredictable variable of all. Every step forward must be taken with even greater caution. Mastering a new passive skill and earning 200 survival points lifted his spirits markedly. He removed all items listed on Taodao Cave. The mattress went straight onto the floor. Bedding was tossed haphazardly, enough to create a crude resting place. Yet he was drenched in blood and grime, his gear filthy. Just hours into the Wasteland game, he already resembled a hardened vagabond. Summoning what remained of his energy, he began sorting today's spoils. He noticed the bullet hole piercing his backpack, and nestled inside the adjustable wrench bearing a deep impact crater and a blossomed fragmented round. A chill ran through him. Truly perilous. That wrench had quite literally saved his life. Though it had lain atop a hand-crank flashlight radio and a car emergency kit, neither could realistically stop a bullet, only absorb some kinetic force perhaps. Among all the loot, only 4 items held genuine value: the hand-crank flashlight radio, the car emergency kit, cigarettes, and Brother Biao's handgun, the last being by far the most intriguing. His holographic interface displayed the pistol specs: Colt M1911A1 N-type pistol, firing mode, semi-automatic, effective range 50 meters in caliber, 45 ACP. Magazine capacity 7 rounds in, and the Colt M1911A1 was a legendary firearm featured prominently across countless films and games. As a veteran scavenger combat evacuator, Yuan knew it intimately. He inspected the magazine in chamber. Only one round remained, already chambered. After safely unloading it, he retrieved the small cash he'd taken from Brother Biao's person, including a modest pouch of 45 ACP ammunition. 5 rounds, plus the one he'd just ejected, were loaded meticulously into the magazine. Cradling the weapon, Yuan's eyes shone with pure unguarded delight. Firearms embodied masculine romance, especially here in the Wasteland where a gun meant safety, sovereignty, survival. Yet the acrid scent of burnt propellant wafted from the barrel and grime clung stubbornly in its crevices. He frowned faintly. At the first opportunity he'd seek dedicated gun oil and cleaning solvents, for maintenance was non-negotiable. Otherwise a critical jam during battle would be less dramatic and far more humiliating. Setting the pistol aside, he turned his attention to the remaining supplies. First is the high-value material found from the metal cabinet. Upon retrieving the blueprint from the backpack, a virtual screen unexpectedly displayed information regarding this item. The application of passive geothermal ventilation ducts in underground buildings and energy-efficient structures. Quality rare. Description: it can optimize the ventilation duct structure of the hideout, automatically regulate indoor temperature, and consume nearly zero energy. With additional equipment, it can provide dust prevention, odor control, backflow prevention, humidity control, and extreme weather response. Function: the indoor temperature of the underground hideout remains constant between 10 to 25 degrees Celsius. With auxiliary equipment installed, indoor temperature adjustment is possible. This blueprint looks impressive. Joy surfaced in Yuan's eyes. Automatically regulating indoor temperature, consuming nearly zero energy. Isn't this akin to a natural air conditioner? Combined with the subsequent effects, it is simply the perfect ventilation system for an underground hideout. Upon closer inspection of the blueprints, the geothermal ventilation ducts are clearly illustrated with distinct lines. Several deeply buried pipes connect the underground structure with the surface, where various technical terms and symbols are marked at different positions and detailed descriptions are provided. In simple terms, geothermal ventilation ducts utilize the constant temperature characteristics of underground soil to regulate air temperature through natural ventilation. At a depth of 1.5 to 3 meters, the temperature remains stable between 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. Therefore, when external air passes through the buried ducts, it is heated or cooled by the soil, achieving temperature regulation. This system utilizes natural air pressure differences and does not require any electrical devices, thus there is no so-called energy consumption. The blueprints also enumerate the pros and cons of different pipeline materials, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of layout, mainly concerning the length of the ducts, burial depth choices, and the difference between serpentine or linear arrangements. Of course, there are also detailed markings for the air intake, air outlet, and duct slope. Especially the duct slope only needs a slight incline of 1 to 2 to drain the condensation produced during cooling into the drainage pit, preventing backflow. It can be said to be quite comprehensive in detail. Once the above optimizations are completed, the goal of achieving zero energy consumption and naturally regulating the temperature of the underground structure can be realized. However, if auxiliary equipment is appropriately added, even more comprehensive functions can be achieved. For instance, a low-speed fan can adjust the ventilation speed, and adding air filters or humidity control devices can achieve dust prevention, odor control, and dehumidification. It can even enhance temperature regulation effects. The virtual screen once again displayed a prompt regarding whether to add the blueprint to the optimization path. Optimize it must be optimized. Yuan did not want to wait even a moment and immediately chose to add the optimization path. The blueprint in hand flickered slightly and vanished. The optimization path for the hideout's ventilation ducts has been added. Please check it yourself. Open Survival Hideout Facility Management Log Ventilation Duct Construction List. Sure enough, the geothermal ventilation duct has appeared in the construction list, but what made Yuan somewhat awkward was that to construct the geothermal ventilation duct, he must complete level 3 ventilation construction before continuing with optimization and upgrading. Yet he hasn't even constructed the most basic single duct ventilation outlet. What a situation. The technology he acquired is overly advanced and he cannot utilize it for the time being. Who can he complain to? Yuan found it somewhat amusing. However, this also motivated him to treat the geothermal ventilation duct as a short-term goal. After categorizing and organizing everything, only 3 items remained in front of Yuan that he was uncertain about: a wallet, a hotel keycard, and a 10-centimeter long key. All 3 items came from Biaogu. Examining the keycard, the surface was worn to the point where the name was no longer visible, but he could vaguely see the words XX Grand Hotel along with a logo resembling a hibiscus. The back still clearly displayed the room number, room 0813. The key was evidently not a standard door key. After some thought, Yuan put these two items away and picked up the wallet. This was a women's wallet which contained a family photo, but the man in the picture was not the ugly Biaogu. Instead, it was a fairly handsome man in his 30s. Wow, I wonder whose unfortunate wallet this was stolen from. Raising an eyebrow, he took a curious look at the wallet, which was quite clean and contained a neatly folded water bill and several banknotes that Yuan had never seen before. And a few condoms. Yuan blinked, somewhat taken aback. What is this operation? After inspecting all the spoils, the hotel keycard and the key made Yuan catch a whiff of valuable resources. Anything that Biaogu carried with him must be of high value. He would need to search for that hotel carefully. Next is the upgrade of the hideout facilities, a reminder that Yuan has kept in mind. Striving to upgrade the hideout is his long-term goal. For upgrading the hideout door, he currently needs 3 units of wood and 2 hinges. A screwdriver and screws are already sufficient. Building a rest area also requires a yoga mat. A lighter and old cloth have already been gathered. As for the bathroom, he still needs a water bucket, but the towel has been found. After summarizing the construction materials needed, he opened the Tao Tao cave page to search, but soon he began to curse. Damn it, a water bucket costs 200 survival points and a yoga mat costs 500 survival points. Are they crazy? Right now I only have 300 survival points, just enough to buy 1 water bucket. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a price? However, he quickly discovered the pattern among these materials. The prices of industrial or daily necessities are generally high, whereas natural products like wood, stone and creek water have relatively normal prices. 1 unit of wood or stone costs 5 survival points, 1 liter of clear creek water costs 20 survival points, and lake water or river water is only 10 survival points per liter. Yet a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water skyrockets to 80 survival points per bottle. Yuan suddenly grasped the situation. The prices are determined based on the difficulty of obtaining the resources. Industrial and daily necessities can only be obtained from human settlements such as cities, villages and factories, but these places are often inhabited by thugs, nomads and scavengers, greatly increasing the danger while being scarce. Having had encounters with the nomads, Yuan is naturally aware of their danger, not to mention those thugs armed with heavy weapons. Once discovered, it would mean certain death. The higher the difficulty of obtaining resources, the more their value naturally rises. Understanding this, Yuan's eyes lit up. Looking at the vast amount of resources he had gained tonight, a smile crept upon his lips. Scarcity is good. The trading method in Tao Tao Cave is not limited to survival point transactions. Barter trading is also possible. He immediately began operating. Before long, the player chat channel in the social section was flooded with messages. Halifang Hideout, what on earth, who listed so many cigarettes? Shuejia Hideout, is that you? Why are they listed as material trades? Can I exchange survival points instead? Ranches Hanch Hideout, did the big cigar player put up cigarettes ahead of schedule? Weren't there 2 days left? My cravings kicking in, I'll take a look. Nujing Hideout, I checked. This batch are premium cigarettes, not the hand-rolled sticks from the cigar player. Didn't Tao Teodon just have someone selling a bucket? Why was it taken down, brother? I'll pay top price. Huaxiong Hideout, premium cigarettes are usually only found in cities, right? Could a city region big player be behind this? Terrifying. I happen to have an abandoned service station, I'll go salvage the hinges. For a time, the entire chat channel was set aflame by the sudden listing of cigarettes. In the Wasteland, cigarettes are the best balm for anxiety and unease, greatly improving emotional stability. Yet because they are so scarce, aside from Shuejia Hideout occasionally listing foul-tasting hand-rolled cigarettes, anyone else who finds cigarettes usually hoards them for personal use. They seldom circulate. In a mountainous region inside Shuejia Hideout, a cigarette the thickness of a little finger was lit and placed to a man's lips. Smoke drifted from his mouth, slowly veiling his face. He watched the deluge of messages in the chat channel with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Premium cigarettes. Ha, probably some lucky bastard who dug up a few sticks from a crevice and can't wait to trade them for supplies. He glanced beyond the hideout with a scornful smile. As long as this wild tobacco patch remains intact, the tobacco is mine alone. Cities. If surviving there were so simple, all those top-ranked players wouldn't swell with confidence and then disappear one by one. They're all fools. No matter how abundant city supplies are, you still need to be alive to spend them. Ultimately, survival in the wasteland comes down to resources, especially monopolizable renewable ones. Possess them and you will have a steady stream of supplies to choose from. As a former tobacco company executive, Yuan soon after entering the Wasteland discovered this wild tobacco and established his hideout here. His choice proved impeccable. He simply sun-dried, shredded and rolled the wild leaves. Leveraging Teotihuacan's anonymous trades and the scrutiny of high-ranked players, he secured his first pot of gold and set his development rolling like a snowball. Even when rumors suspected him of being the tobacco merchant, he survived wave after wave of player attacks and plunders, and his hideout rose to rank 1978. Thus he paid little heed to the players selling cigarettes. Others had sold premium sticks before, at most a dozen or two, which was of no consequence. Still, with a sliver of caution, he opened Teotihuacan and searched for cigarettes. The instant the results appeared, Yuan's pupils contracted, the cigarette between his lips fell to the ground, and a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. The holoscreen was filled with cigarette trade listings: 3 cigarettes for PVC pipes and some offers, 1 cigarette for metal hinges and others. 15 listings in total. Whenever one finished, a new offer would instantly appear. In a short time, some 50 or 60 sticks seemed to have been traded, and transactions kept coming far beyond his previous estimates. Yuan himself traded only about 200 hand-rolled cigarettes every half-month. That was already his limit. Although this wild tobacco differed greatly from what he knew and grew rapidly, harvesting too much at once would still harm its growth. On the trading page, transactions moved fast. Before long, more than half were completed. 70 or 80 sticks among tens of thousands. There were far more wolves than meat. By the end, only 5 or 6 trades remained unfinished. Yuan watched the interface, snorted coldly, and closed it, though his thoughts spun rapidly. He did not know who was selling the cigarettes, but anyone able to offer so many and to accept industrial and daily goods in exchange must be a player from a city region. Only city players would consume so many industrial and household items to erect a hideout. He reopened the chat channel, still trying to guess who the seller was. One chat message caught Yuan's attention. Contemplation and chill passed across his eyes. Taisien Xiaowu hideout. Do you think it's that newcomer from this afternoon? He jumped in rank so fast, he must have scavenged a lot of supplies. Taisien Xiaowu hideout. Yuan hideout, is that you? Yuan also saw the message. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. This fellow had a dog's nose. He could make that connection. Besides, someone had warned him not long ago that Taisien Xiaowu hideout specialized in duping newcomers. Added to that obvious provocation. They're setting their sights on me. He opened the hideout incident log, paused for several seconds, then began to record. 3. Day 1 in the Wasteland. Taisien Xiaowu hideout. Suspected of hostility, suspected of manipulating public opinion, entrapment, spying, and provocation. Continue observation. Before that entry, 2 notes had already been completed. 1. Day 1 in the Wasteland. During evacuation from Wotong building, we were ambushed. Through negotiation, we managed to leave. But we were forced to surrender part of our supplies. The target was extremely calm, cautious, and decisive, eyes full of aggression but not blind arrogance, like me. This person is exceedingly dangerous. Avoid enmity unless necessary. If given the chance, kill with a single decisive strike. Speculation, possibly accompanied by a woman or a child. 2. Day 1 in the Wasteland confirmed that Shuijia hideout is a high-ranked player controlling tobacco resources. After finishing the hideout notes, he checked the chat again. Finding nothing useful, he closed it. Spurred on by Taisien Xiaowu hideout, many people indeed tagged him asking if he was selling cigarettes. But he would not reply. He would not waste messages like that. He withdrew all completed traded goods from Teotihuacan. Opening his hideout's facility management log, he began constructing a hideout structure. Security, worn door. Construction materials: wood 10 units, screwdriver 1, screws 15, hinges 2. Build requirement: hideout. Construction time 10 minutes. Requirements met. Begin construction. Yes. With Yuan's confirmation, the stacks of wood, the screwdriver, screws and hinges vanished. The hideout door was once again shrouded in a green holofield. Space warped, and time seemed to accelerate 100-fold. 10 minutes later, as the holofield faded. Security level 1, dilapidated gate. Function: security level 1. Evaluation: finally there is a decent gate, but are you sure you don't need to add a lock? Yuan. Is this it? Opening the virtual light screen to check the so-called security level, he noticed that the hideout information contained many data indicators, with security level being one of them, along with defense level, comfort level, energy level, and sanitation level. And so on. The security level consists of multiple aspects, primarily influenced by the functionality of the hideout's infrastructure, such as security measures, walls, ventilation, and water collection systems. To build kitchen facilities, one must first complete level 1 ventilation and level 1 water collection, and the security level must reach level 5 to unlock. This is because a level 1 kitchen is essentially just a fire pit posing risks of fire and carbon monoxide poisoning, while ventilation and water collection systems are precisely designed to prevent such dangers. However, the maximum security level reaches as high as level 60. Looking at the current level 1 security, it is hardly different from having none at all. In fact, a gate without even a lock cannot be deemed secure. Fortunately, if the hideout's gate is upgraded to level 2, the security level can reach level 3. However, to upgrade to security level 2 basic anti-theft door, the required materials are anti-theft lock X1, steel X10, rivets X20, and a nail gun X1. The difficulty has increased significantly. These items are indeed sold in the trading area, but the prices are invariably exorbitant. No amount of resources can withstand such consumption. Since he had already tried the trading method, Yuan decided to search for materials himself first. Then Yuan completed the construction of the rest area level 1 sleeping area and sanitation level 1 washing area. The sleeping area provides a comfort level 1, recovering an additional 5 of stamina per hour with a body function recovery speed 5. It truly looks like a sleeping area, just a yoga mat laid on the ground. However, after trying it out, Yuan found that lying on the yoga mat did alleviate some muscle soreness, and even the scratches from the previous battle felt a tingling sensation. This was an effect he couldn't feel while lying on a mattress. Resting on the sleeping area was definitely his optimal choice. The sanitation level 1 washing area was even more rudimentary. The materials to build the washing area were simply a floor drain, PVC pipes, and cement. Thus, after construction, it resulted in a cement floor about 1 square meter with the center slightly depressed, which is precisely where the floor drain is located. In one corner of the washing area was the red bucket purchased from trading, making Yuan's eyes twitch. This is purely a washing area. There wasn't even a faucet to wash up, he had to fetch water himself. Fortunately, there was a drainage system provided so he wouldn't flood the hideout while washing up. However, using the toilet was out of the question for now, he could only solve it outside. The sanitation level must be improved as soon as possible, Yuan silently decided. After all, the drainage system would be a place he would rely on for long-term survival, and he didn't want to set any traps around. Nevertheless, the functionality of the sanitation level 1 washing area was quite good. Sanitation level 1 comfort level 1 10 reduction in illness probability 5 reduction in wound infection probability 5 reduction in risk of mental breakdown. This might be a buff boost for maintaining hygiene and keeping the body clean, indeed has a certain effect on stabilizing the mind. As the security, rest area, and sanitation all reached level 1, ventilation, water collection, and lighting were subsequently unlocked. Ventilation level 1 single pipe ventilation requires PVC pipe, sealing glue, and a vehicle air conditioning exhaust fan. Water collection level 1 faucet requires stainless steel pipes, of faucet, and sealing tape. Compared to the previous 2 facilities, the level 1 lighting was much simpler, causing Yuan to smile. Lighting level 1 candle requires 1 candle. Fortunately, Yuan had a windproof candle at hand. He directly chose to construct lighting level 1 candle. This time it only took 5 seconds to complete the construction, and the facility's functionality information showed comfort level 1 candle, consumption rate 40, light range 20, brightness 10. As for the construction of ventilation and water collection, he could only wait until the materials were gathered. However, completing the construction of 4 facilities on the first day in the Wasteland left Yuan quite satisfied. Checking the time, it was already 1:30 a.m. The acid rain had started at 1:50 p.m. and would last for half an hour. The rain had long since stopped. Originally, he planned to gather some resources during the night, but when Yuan arrived at the exit of the air raid shelter layer and the drainage system, he frowned slightly. He smelled a faint hint of rust and the stench of rotten eggs. The smell was very faint but unmistakable. This was the odor caused by the acid rain. The rotten egg smell might be produced when the acid rain evaporated, while the rust smell was generated when the acid rain corroded metals. Clearly, although the acid rain had stopped and the rainfall was minimal, its impact on the city had not ceased. In fact, it was continuing. I can't go out tonight. If he went out now, especially when climbing out of the drainage system, there was a high chance of becoming contaminated by standing water. If he got corroded and injured, it would be a loss. He could only wait until tomorrow to assess the situation, hoping everything would go smoothly. Returning to the hideout, he spent 10 survival points in the trading area to purchase a liter of lake water, quickly washed his body, and prepared to rest. He specifically checked the broken newspaper rack and found no new newspapers. Clearly, it was not yet time for refresh. As for the fate card, Yuan planned to draw it when he woke up tomorrow. After all, if the fate card had a time limit like the killing card, then the hours he rested would be wasted. Yuan placed louder items like cans behind the security gate. Anyone attempting to enter the hideout would trigger a sound. Lying on the yoga mat of the sleeping area with his pistol loaded resting on his chest and a dogleg knife within reach, he extinguished the candle and stared into the dark void. Thus the first day in the Wasteland came to an end, filled with experiences that were simply astonishing. He had a rough direction in mind for the exploration plan for tomorrow. Of course, the specifics would depend on the newspapers that would come out tomorrow for confirmation. What hotel room card did Biaoge have, and which hotel was it from? Also, whose wallet was that? Why was there a condom? A flurry of chaotic questions flashed through his mind, and after a long day Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Yuan's hideout resource management log. Date Day 2 in the Wasteland. Location East City District 13 Green Forest City. Food 8 cans of beef, 12 packs of instant noodles, 5 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 34 pieces of chocolate, 33 packs of Camel cigarettes, 7 Marlboro cigarettes, 1 Snickers bar. Materials: 3 condoms, 9 long nails, 1 mattress. No. You're looking for death. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his handgun and sat up. But what met his gaze was utter darkness. Who? Recovering from his sleep, Yuan realized he had just been having a nightmare where he saw a monkey grinning viciously as it lunged at him, a crossbow bolt sticking from its neck. He exhaled a long breath, his emotions settling considerably. What kind of situation is this? Clearly just yesterday morning he was at home enjoying the air conditioning, drinking cola and playing games. How did he end up in this wasteland world? Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts from his mind, he opened the virtual light screen and the time read 6:20 a.m. He had only rested for a total of 4 hours, but his physical condition had indeed recovered well. The muscle soreness had greatly diminished. Although there was still some lactic acid buildup, it wouldn't affect his mobility. He got up, lit a windproof candle to illuminate his hiding place. With the candlelight he lit a Marlboro cigarette, taking 3 puffs, the last one held for 3 seconds as he closed his eyes before slowly exhaling. The nicotine stimulation made his scalp tingle, followed by an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Who? The morning grogginess was completely dispelled, the cigarette dangling from his lips as he looked towards the security door, finding nothing amiss. However, when his gaze swept past the corner where the shabby newspaper rack stood, his eyes suddenly lit up and his heart rate quickened as he took 2 steps towards it. The newspaper had been updated. But that wasn't the reason Yuan was anxious. He noticed that besides the newspapers there was actually something else on the rack. He picked it up to find it was a map, and a wave of ecstasy surged within him. A map was definitely one of the items he needed most right now. However, upon closer inspection he realized it was grimy and barely legible. At that moment a message popped up on the virtual light screen. Would you like to spend 200 survival points to purchase this information item? Yuan suddenly remembered that the shabby newspaper rack offered newspapers for free, but any randomly refreshed supplies needed to be purchased with survival points. He immediately chose to purchase it. It was then that he noticed his survival points. After deducting 200 points, he still had 230 points remaining. This doesn't add up. Yesterday he had only earned a total of 1,300 survival points. After joining the Taodao cave he spent 1,000 points, bought lake water for 10 points and just deducted 200 points. He should only have 90 points left. How could there be an extra 140 survival points? But he quickly understood where the discrepancy came from. Because at 6 o'clock he received several system notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. Hiding place survival evaluation earned 140 survival points. Click for details. Hiding place ranking bonus evaluation 0. Today's settlement totals 140 survival points. Keep up the good work. Yuan clicked for details and learned that his hiding place received a basic survival point reward of 100 points daily. Additionally, for each level 1 facility built he would gain an extra 10 survival points. Yuan happened to have 4 level 1 facilities, thus he received a total of 140 survival points as a reward. He raised his eyebrows, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This is quite good, at least there is a stable source of survival points, and while the amount isn't large it is indeed humane. The quantity of survival points obtained is directly linked to the strength of the hiding place. At least it's fair. Looking again at the map in his hand, all the information had now been revealed. Map of the East District of Green Forest City. Quality rock introduction. This map details the buildings and streets of 15 districts in the East District of Green Forest City, drawn 5 years ago with an accuracy of 88. Looking at the map in his hand, Yuan felt no disdain. A map from 5 years ago was sufficient. Even if there have been changes in these 5 years, they would surely be minor and would not affect the street layout or iconic buildings. He took the freshly updated newspaper back to the resting area. Under the illumination of the windproof candle, Yuan flipped through the map back and forth. The East District has 15 blocks and the Wutong apartment he visited yesterday was in Block 13. Following the map, he quickly found Feewood Avenue in Block 13 and soon located the positions of the Wutong apartment and the dental clinic. With these two places as anchor points, Yuan had a rough idea of the location of his hiding place, undoubtedly making it much easier for him to search for supplies outside. Carefully folding the map, he looked at today's newspaper, which still only had clear writing for 2 locations. District News section: Quality Rock Level Danger Medium. The Thug Prison has learned through insiders in Block 13 that their stronghold has been destroyed by the Black Shield Police Department. In response to this provocation, they have decided to retaliate, letting them taste the power of the Thug Prison. According to reports from our undercover reporters, the Thug Prison's raiding team plans to ambush the patrol team returning from the Black Shield Police Department at the Land Hotel located at the intersection of Jingxianglan Avenue and Water's Edge Street in District 14 at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. In this operation, the Thug Prison is expected to deploy 5 homemade landmines, 20 Molotov cocktails, 20 grenades, 2 snipers, 2 machine gunners, 20 raiding team members, 5 suicide squads, 2 doomsday pickups and 1 scavenger vehicle. Entertainment News section: Quality Rock Level Danger Low. Due to last night's acid rain erosion, a screw in a fence at the John Keats Zoo in District 11 has corroded, leading to a portion of the animals occupied by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association escaping the zoo under the cover of darkness. Currently, a small number of animals have escaped to District 12, where 3 wolves and 2 hyenas are hiding near the north side of Newsom Avenue. In the ecological zone west of Hangan Park, 8 Cree mountain sheep are on the loose, while 2 forest pythons have entered the Northern Forest Experience Hall, appearing very frightened and unlikely to leave in the short term. At present, the Aurora Animal Assistance Association's on-duty personnel have reported the situation and are organizing armed personnel to search, although they seem to be looking in the wrong direction. Yuan looked at the information on the newspaper, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. After last night's experiences, he had already tasted what the so-called danger level of low was like, full of peril. And now there are landmines, Molotov cocktails, grenades, and even Suicide Squad's battle vehicles and pickups, yet this was only rated as medium danger. This is indeed somewhat absurd. He couldn't even imagine what the scenes rated as high danger would be like, heavy bombardment. But his heart was starting to stir. If he could pick up some trash on the edge of the battlefield, wouldn't that be? His mind was racing with various thoughts as he unfolded the map again, searching for the location of the Land Hotel in District 14. When he finally found it, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. On the map, District 13 is situated between District 12 and District 14, with District 12 to the north and District 14 to the south. To reach the Land Hotel on Jingxianglan Avenue in District 14, he only needed to head south along Feewood Avenue, where the Wutong apartment was located, and then head east on Jingxianglan Avenue to arrive at the hotel. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to give it a try. It seems there might be an opportunity. Yuan pondered for a moment before putting down the newspaper. The gang conflicts required careful consideration. Everyone knew that amidst the chaos, one could profit by fishing in troubled waters. Even if he only stumbled upon a corpse, it would surely yield substantial rewards. Weapons, equipment, ammunition, and supplies were all in urgent need for Yuan. However, the risks were significant, classified as medium danger, which was a matter that could not be overlooked. However, Yuan thought of the potential player invasions once the beginner protection period ended. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity to enhance his own strength. With 2 days left to prepare, that was ample time. He opened a can of beef. Due to not heating it, a layer of light yellow beef fat had solidified on the surface. Yuan frowned slightly at the sight, but he understood that in the wasteland, fat and protein were extremely scarce nutrients. Forcing himself through the greasiness, he took a piece of beef coated in fat, slowly chewing it, using the warmth of his mouth to melt the fat as the aroma began to spread. Only then did Yuan's brow relax. While savoring the food in his mouth, he opened the chat channel, ready to check if anything had happened last night. In the next moment, he paused slightly, showing a hint of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. After eating another piece of beef, he continued browsing. 2 pinned messages appeared in the chat channel. Elimination notice: the Windmill Hideout, rank 9978, was eliminated by the gang, time 0346. 12 hours later, new players will enter. Elimination notice: the Greenvine Hideout, rank 9983, was eliminated by the Stag Hideout, rank 6743, time 0428. 12 hours later, new players will enter. 2 people had died overnight, but the chat channel had long since grown accustomed to such news. There were even a few familiar with the Stag Hideout inquiring if they had managed to scavenge any high-value supplies. Stag Hideout: this guy is a miser, actually building his hideout on a mountaintop. I really can't believe it. I wasted so many survival points invading him, what a huge loss. That said, no one believed his nonsense. No one delved deeper into it, instead they shifted the conversation towards the gang. Hive hideout. Recently the gang has been extremely aggressive. This is already the third player they have taken down in half a month. What do they want? What about the gang in your area? Angry Whale hideout. The day before yesterday I saw two gang members clash from a distance. I swear I was a kilometer away on a mountain and didn't dare to show my face. I was scared to death by the rocket launcher. Babel Tower hideout. Don't mention it. In my area I hadn't encountered a gang for 10 to 15 days, but now they pass by every few days. Each time I'm on edge. Iron Tower hideout. Do you think something is about to happen? After all, our areas are not interconnected. Why are the gangs all showing changes? Yuan immediately focused on the last message, a storm raging in his heart. What does it mean that the areas are not interconnected? His intuition told him he had to figure this out. However, he was still in the beginner phase and could not add friends or unlock private messaging. He couldn't care less about conserving survival points and began to input information. Fish Yuan hideout. Iron Tower hideout. What does it mean that areas are not interconnected? Iron Tower hideout. Fish Yuan hideout. Aren't you that new big shot from yesterday? I'll charge you 50 survival points for this info. The Taodao cave search code is 21,563. It has comprehensive answers. Good heavens. When he entered the Taodao cave to search, he discovered that there were quite a few answers regarding beginner questions available, with prices mostly between 40 to 60 survival points. Roughly the same. Clearly this had become a mature industry chain. He decided to purchase code 21563, but what he received was just a note which had probably changed hands multiple times, its writing somewhat faded. After reading the information above, Yuan fell into deep thought. It turned out that while Wasteland players shared the same chat channel, they were isolated from each other and unable to interact. Each player's starting area could be viewed as their own independent world. These worlds have similar backgrounds yet differ in various aspects, including world processes, civilization differences, resource disparities, and so on. It can be said that exploring one's own independent world is something every player must do, and the future development of the world is closely related to the player's influence on the area. For example, the legendary item Civilization Fragment allows the player's world to merge with the fragment, unlocking rare evolutionary paths, but the exact rewards remain a mystery. To obtain civilization fragments there is only one way, which is to initiate player plunder wars, essentially invading other players' worlds. One can only hope to discover civilization fragments by achieving a sufficiently high evaluation score to receive war rewards, although the probability is extremely low. This is also the reason why high-ranking players like to invade beginner players, as player plunder wars are currently the only way to enter other players' areas. So that's how it is. Yuan suddenly understood some of his previous speculations had been validated. The urgency within him grew increasingly apparent. The threat posed by player invasions a month later was far more severe than he had imagined. Unbeknownst to him, he finished the can of beef and put away the metal can before opening the virtual light screen. To quickly enhance his strength, he hoped to rely on the gifts of fate. The last gift of fate had given him a perfect start on the first day in the Wasteland. Now it was time to acquire the second gift of fate. As the fate card page appeared, the familiar line of text showed up again. Proverb: all gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. The text slowly faded, revealing the three options for this round of gifts. Ancient milk barrel. Function: place animal liquid in it. After 3 hours you can harvest 5 times the animal liquid. Eternal flashlight. Function: a long-lasting, unextinguishable flashlight. Positioning watch. Function: can locate your current position and guide you to the hideout's coordinates. Yuan's gaze fixed directly on the positioning watch. The other two options were also quite good, but they seemed less useful to him. He still had food. While the eternal flashlight was tempting, his current lighting was sufficient, especially since he had a hand crank lamp. Continuing to upgrade lighting would unlock electric lights. Only the positioning watch seemed somewhat interesting. After confirming his choice, a matte black watch appeared in his hand. The fate card box began to shake, and after 3 seconds a yellowish card was drawn. This fate card: Indulgence. Rock level indulgence card. Indulgence card quality: rock level. The player must indulge in primal desires once within 2 days or the player will die. Kind reminder: indulgence targets should not be limited by gender or species. Unlock the deepest shackles of desire within, and anything is possible, but it must involve a living being. What the hell? Upon seeing the fate card information, Yuan's lips twitched, unable to believe his eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, he looked again and the information remained unchanged. A mouthful of old blood nearly spewed out. What a sin! In this wasteland world, where on earth am I supposed to find someone to indulge in desires with? Within the sewer passage, a figure moved swiftly. The flashlight's beam pierced through the darkness, occasionally revealing a few wet-haired rats scurrying back and forth, stopping momentarily to assess this unexpected guest with their raised front paws. Yuan's movements gradually ceased as he raised his left wrist, projecting a virtual map visible only to him into the air from his watch. A green dot on the map blinked incessantly. After careful comparison, Yuan nodded slightly. This must be the place. Looking at the positioning watch on his wrist, he couldn't suppress a smile. He never expected that this positioning watch would possess map scanning and virtual projection capabilities. It was simply a delightful surprise. He immediately scanned the Green Forest City East District map into the watch, resulting in the real-time positioning effect he had just experienced. However, the accuracy of the positioning still needed verification, and his current goal was to validate the precision of the positioning watch and the virtual map. This was crucial for his future actions. Climbing up through the sewer, when he spotted a rusted iron wire hanging down from the manhole cover above, he could no longer contain the smile at the corners of his mouth. The iron wire was already covered in rust, with a small stone entangled at the bottom. This was placed by him last night on Feewood Avenue, intended to mark this manhole. His idea was simple, using this manhole cover and the dental clinic as anchor points to locate corresponding sewers in other streets. As long as he could chart a detailed route, this neglected city sewer network would become the most convenient and quickest passage to other districts without any danger. Originally, this was a long-term task, but thanks to the positioning watch and district map, everything had been expedited. New ideas began to form in Yuan's mind. Since he had confirmed the map's positioning was accurate, Yuan decided his next destination would be the East District Water Authority. The East District Water Authority was located on Soren Avenue in Block 7, not too close to Block 13. Even racing through the sewer at full speed, it took him nearly an hour to reach Soren Avenue. Finally, he found a manhole cover leading to the surface on a street behind the East District Water Authority. Leaning over the manhole's opening and listening to the sounds outside for a moment, Yuan carefully secured the internal rotating bolts of the manhole cover and began to twist with all his strength. As the lock shrank, the cover slowly opened a gap. It was just past 9 a.m. and sunlight streamed through the opening onto Yuan's face as he cautiously observed the outside situation. The street was in disarray, filled with garbage, overturned cars, collapsed telephone poles, and bicycles corroded by acid rain. It was desolate beyond measure. Confirming it was safe, Yuan quickly pushed the manhole cover aside and climbed out of the sewer, leaving the cover slightly ajar with a wire pushed into the gap. He hurried to the back door of the water authority. The main door was slightly ajar, and peering inside, he saw it had long been ransacked. Everywhere were signs of vandalism, glass shattered, and Yuan slipped inside. With a combat knife in hand and an M1911A1 pistol at his waist, he was ready to fight at a moment's notice. He swiftly moved past the unimportant areas of the first floor and headed directly to the second floor, his target being the archives or the office of the Water Authority Director. Only in these two places could he possibly find the city's sewer pipe diagrams. The archives were not hard to locate, and no one would be interested in them. Thus, when he pushed open the door to the archives, although many file bags were scattered at the entrance, the interior had not been heavily damaged. Though the file racks had collapsed, the documents remained intact. Yuan easily found what he needed, even more than one complete sewer diagram. New blueprints were updated roughly every 5 years, and he scanned all these blueprints into his watch. It wasn't until he spotted a somewhat blurred blueprint in a file box at the far corner of the archives that a light flickered in front of him. Green Forest City Civil Defense and Shelter Sewer System Completion Master Plan, East District Edition, Quality Bronze Introduction. This is a strategic underground construction plan built 89 years ago by Green Forest City to respond to the potential nuclear war, integrating air defense, shelter, and sewer diversion. However, as time passed, its existence was long forgotten, and it remained unremembered until the Wasteland's arrival. Yuan could hear his heartbeat quickening. To think it was a bronze quality blueprint, this was his first time obtaining an item of bronze quality. Unfolding the blueprint, Yuan gazed at the incredibly precise and detailed fine lines. He knew he had struck gold. The previous sewer diagrams were mere tamed versions compared to this one. As he laid the blueprint out, sunlight from the window illuminated the ground, and the positioning watch projected a red line starting to scan from right to left. This scanning process felt exceptionally lengthy, moving slowly and meticulously. It wasn't until Yuan's arm began to feel sore that the scan finally concluded, and he packed all the blueprints into his backpack. Eagerly, he opened the virtual map on his watch. A perfect map combining the East District map, several updated sewer maps, and a bronze quality master plan appeared before Yuan. The East District Sewer Shelter System Master Plan. This was the current name of the map. Yuan stared in awe, continuously zooming in and out to examine the details of the virtual map. He soon realized that due to the presence of those updated sewer maps, the current sewer system structure diagram was clearer than ever before. He knew exactly how many sewer manholes each street had and which manhole connected to which underground parking lot. This included the location of stormwater discharge outlets in the city's rivers and parks. The steepness of each sewer and the curvature of each sewer were marked with detailed notes. The same applied to the air defense shelter layers. What once seemed like a maze of air defense and shelter passages now appeared to him as though he had activated X-ray vision, allowing him to know exactly which direction to head with just a gentle sweep. Even in the complete darkness of the sewer, as long as he followed the direction indicated by the map's cursor, he would not go astray. Yuan understood. From now on, the sewer would be his domain. As long as he entered the sewer, no one could find or capture him. Through the sewer, he could reach any location in the East District. He could also accurately identify the nearest sewer entrance during times of danger and escape from peril. Entering the sewer, he felt like a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky. It was his territory. At the moment he realized this. Ding! A crisp and exhilarating yet cold and clear mechanical prompt echoed in Yuan's ear. Major progress made in detecting the hiding place of Yuan's tidal path. Player title District Rat has been upgraded. Achievement unlocked. Significant progress has been made in the tidal path for hiding in the fish's lair. Achievement unlocked. The backside of the block. Rare achievement points 200. Development potential increased. Risk resistance coefficient increased. Area influence increased. Achievement bonus increased. The current ranking of the hiding place has been updated 9,499 360 spots. The mechanical prompt sounded in his ears, and Yuan, who was initially overjoyed, calmed down. Staring blankly at the ranking information displayed on the virtual screen, he exhaled a deep breath, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that this step was indeed correct. His mind, which was previously a vague concept, became clear after the recent realization and the system's confirmation. Indeed. The urban area is a treasure trove and everyone knows this, but why do players avoid it? The answer is simple: thugs. Various thug factions occupy the urban blocks, making it perilous and difficult to move. But everything has its pros and cons, and the city is no different. Just like everything has a shadow, what is the shadow of the city? It's not the subway tunnels, not the basements or parking lots, but rather the sewers that people tend to overlook and scorn. A city can do without subways, basements, or parking lots. But it absolutely cannot do without sewers. Everyone knows that sewers are foul, dirty, and dark. Yet this is the backside of a city, an undeniable fact. Now, with the location watch and the overall map of the eastern city sewer refuge system, the situation has changed. If the city above is the world ruled by thugs, then the backside of the city has opened its permissions to Yuan. Yuan's mindset is clearer than ever. What he needs to do next is to fully develop this virgin land of sewers. All the blueprints have been taken away and there is no further significance to stay in the archive room. However, the Water Services Center can still be explored. Leaving the archive room, he passed through the pipeline maintenance department, the sewage monitoring room, and the water quality testing room. They were all in disarray with trash and dried blood everywhere. He didn't mind searching room by room for valuable supplies. He directly took 2 sets of anti-theft locks for upgrading the security gate from the door and stuffed them into his backpack. He dismantled 10 energy-saving bulbs and stocked them in the Tejo Cave, all of which would be used for upgrading the Tejo Cave later. Notebooks, thermometers, cups, measuring tapes, blankets. He took whatever he could find. These items, worthless in the eyes of thugs, were treasures that Yuan could sell. Even without high-value supplies, being a scavenger is not bad. Aren't the old players always longing for urban supplies? Perfect, they have survival points and Yuan has supplies, everyone wins. He also took a somewhat damaged fabric crossbody bag with him. But it mostly contains some miscellaneous items. Until he arrived at the director's office, seeing the area filled with footprints and signs of smashing yet still locked, he was slightly taken aback and then felt joy. Taking out the lock-picking tool, he only needed a few seconds for the metal door to pop open. Gripping the dogleg knife, he carefully stepped into the room and gently closed the door. Surveying the room, it still maintained its appearance before the arrival of the Wasteland. A thick layer of dust covered the desk and unfinished work could still be seen on the office desk, as if the documents were waiting for approval. Yuan speculated to himself. Could it be that they encountered the Wasteland arrival right after work yesterday? However, he was not interested in uncovering the truth, only in the supplies. Passing by the storage cabinet in the break room, the contents inside caught his eye. Wow! It was filled with various coffee drinks and snack cookies. There were vacuum-packed coffee beans, canned instant coffee, black coffee powder, and various coffee companions for drinking such as sugar cubes, condensed milk, cocoa powder, milk powder, and more. Although the quantities of each type were not large and some were past their expiration date, Yuan didn't mind at all. Expired items would definitely be popular among other players. He immediately emptied his backpack, prioritizing putting these drinks inside. Coffee holds a strategic position in the Wasteland similar to cigarettes. Not only can it provide ample calories, but the caffeine in coffee can also invigorate the spirit, dispel fatigue, and has a stabilizing effect on the mind. It would be definitely worth it to bring all of it back. The water heater and grinder were also added to the Tejo cave. As long as he builds a generator, these items will be key to improving his quality of survival. On the flip side, breaking these items down would yield valuable materials. Yuan picked and chose inside the room, constantly updating and rotating the supplies in his backpack and the Tejo cave, ensuring that only the most valuable items were packed. Under the desk he found 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes and several bottles of high-end liquor. Yuan pondered for a moment and directly listed 3 packs of Marlboro cigarettes, each priced at 1,000 survival points. This price was not inflated, it was a reasonable estimation based on the transactions from last night. He opened one pack to sell individually, listing 2 cigarettes for 100 survival points. Sure enough, within a minute all the cigarettes sold out. He received 4,000 survival points and immediately spent 2,000 points to upgrade the Tejo cave to level 2, increasing the number of products that can be listed simultaneously from 15 to 25, and he listed all the large items that were difficult to carry. He closed the virtual screen. In the end, only one safe remained unopened. The safe was embedded in the office desk, and the complexity of the lock mechanism exceeded his lockpicking abilities. After several minutes of attempting to unlock it, he still couldn't succeed. Yuan initially considered listing the safe in the Tejo cave and unlocking it slowly later. However, it couldn't be listed at all, leaving him no choice but to give up. In the end, he could only force himself to maintain his spirits, eating some cookies he had just found, and continued his lockpicking endeavor. With the experience from the previous iron cabinet in room 506 of the Wutong apartment, he was particularly attentive to these locked cabinets. He had a premonition that there might be good things inside. The higher the difficulty of the lock, the more abundant the rewards might be. This constant self-brainwashing continued. 2 hours later, Yuan's eyes slightly drooped, his ears slightly tilted as he felt the strength of the spring inside the safe's lock while carefully listening to the subtle differences in the sounds of the springs. Click. Yuan's eyes suddenly opened wide, joy blossoming from deep within. It's open. The safe door swiftly popped open, revealing the contents inside. Ding. Successfully cracked an excellent grade lock, significantly increasing the proficiency of the lockpicking skill, and the skill level has been upgraded to excellent. Looking at the open safe and the system prompt ringing in his ears, an overwhelming sensation of comfort flooded Yuan's mind. It turns out that locks have levels of classification, thus a typical anti-theft door belongs to the ordinary level, while this safe is categorized as excellent, and there should be rare levels and even higher grade locks. It seems that the potential of the lockpicking skill is greater than I had imagined. As his thoughts flowed, his gaze fell upon the safe, where his eyes first landed on the gold bars. The safe is divided into 2 layers. The lower layer contains 3 gold bars, 2 bundles of cash, a Glock 17 with a holster, and a box of 20 rounds of 919mm FMJ ammunition. The upper layer holds 2 blueprints and a folder. Yuan eagerly took the Glock 17 in his hand, unable to suppress the delight in his eyes. As the most iconic model from Glock, he was naturally familiar with it. The magazine is a standard 17-round magazine already loaded with bullets. The gun is also in excellent condition, far from the severely worn M1911A1 he had in hand. After chambering around, he slid it into the holster and secured it at his waist. His gaze turned to the blueprints and documents, filled with anticipation. Indeed, as soon as he touched the blueprints and documents, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding. High-value resources detected. Would you like to add the optimized path to the construction list for the water collector? Ding. High-value resources detected. Would you like to add the optimized path to the construction lists for the bathroom security and walls? 2 rare blueprints, 4 optimization paths. Yuan's eyes widened as he hurriedly brought the blueprints closer to examine. Proposal for the renovation of urban residential sewage pollution and infiltration prevention measures. Quality excellent. Description optimizes the sewage treatment paths of the hideout, adding waterproofing, anti-seepage, and sewage recycling paths for the bathroom security and walls. Function: the hideout boasts excellent waterproofing and anti-seepage effects, reducing water consumption by 20. Proposal on the feasibility of desalination for household water optimization. Quality: excellent. Description: optimizes the water collector path of the hideout, adding seawater desalination routes. Function: seawater desalination rate can reach 45 and obtain special resources, sea salt and pure sea salt. Although there are only 2 excellent grade blueprints, Yuan is quite satisfied with the optimization effects. Especially the second blueprint, which surprisingly can yield sea salt resources from desalinated seawater. Although salt is not scarce for Yuan, as many people in Taodao Cave are already selling various salt resources such as well salt, lake salt, rock salt and so on. There are even those selling sea salt, but this is a new resource acquisition method and no one would complain about having more. As the 2 blueprints vanished, the optimized paths were successfully added. Yuan's gaze fell upon the last document, and when he read the text on it, his heart skipped a beat as the joy that had just risen became somewhat solemn. Investigation report on abnormal creatures in the sewer. Quality: bronze. Recently, maintenance workers in the sewers of Block 10 have repeatedly reported sightings of abnormal giant creatures. After investigation and tracking, there were indeed signs of large biological activity. Based on hair samples found at the site, this creature is suspected to be rodent-like, although no individuals of this creature have been captured. Subsequently, our sewage testing personnel detected traces of a hormonal catalyst in the sewage from the area of abnormal biological activity suspected to be related to the anomalies. After a joint investigation between our company and the East City District Police Department, it was confirmed that the hormonal catalyst is a certain unknown compound that was dumped into the sewage pipeline, causing mutations among the sewer rats. The capture of the giant rats is ongoing, and the East City District Police Department has traced the sewage dumping location based on the sewage test traces, conducting a forced entry and capture under the pretext of public safety. The room had long been abandoned and signs of some religious rituals were found within. The bathtub tested positive for strong hormonal catalyst components consistent with those detected in the sewage, confirming that this room was the original source of the agent. Deputy Director Hogg of the police department stated that he will continue to oversee the case to firmly prevent incidents that threaten public safety from occurring. Sewers, rats, mutations. Combining these words, why does it feel strangely familiar? Suddenly Yuan slapped his forehead and grinned. No way, there can't be 4 turtles too. He quickly reviewed the investigation report again, finally letting out a sigh of relief. But soon his brows furrowed. He didn't care about the rest. The question was whether that rat was caught in the end, and that was a problem. Before the Wasteland descended, being called a giant rat meant it must be no less than a meter long. Such a rat appearing right before him. Just thinking about it sends chills down his spine, especially when recalling the long whiskers, the yellow enamel of its 4 incisors, and that bare long tail swinging back and forth. He immediately felt every hair on his body stand on end, his scalp tingling, and shivers coursed down his spine. He would rather face the refugees than confront such a repulsive creature. At the bottom of the document was the location of the mutated rat in the sewer, along with the room where the religious rituals were held. His positioning watch immediately began scanning. On the virtual map, 5 red dots appeared immediately. 1 red dot was located in a residential building in Block 9, while the other 4 were all within the sewer range of Block 10. Only then did Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He was heading in the direction of Block 7, which was exactly opposite to Block 10. I hope I won't encounter that thing. Looking at the time, it was already close to 12:30. He had spent too much time unlocking the safe. Now he needed to return to the hideout as soon as possible. All important supplies were packed into his backpack, while the remaining unimportant supplies filled the safe, which he locked again. The metal door of the director's office was also locked once more, marking the end of Yuan's exploration of the waterworks. He must return to the hideout quickly. The construction materials for the hideout are still lacking. I must find more tonight. While still pondering his next actions, he had already left the waterworks, approaching the sewer manhole cover, but his steps paused slightly before he swiftly dodged to the side. He discovered that the line he had previously placed in the gap of the manhole cover was gone. Just then an arrow whizzed past his head as he ducked. Immediately after, 2 figures armed with makeshift hammers and spears sprang out from a nearby corner, rushing towards Yuan. During this, another arrow was shot, but Yuan had already ducked behind a trash can and evaded it. Seeing that the 2 behind him were less than 5 meters away, a fierce glint flashed in Yuan's eyes. He drew out the M1911A1 pistol and aimed behind him. Damn, there's a gun! The newcomer's eyes widened in fear, and before he could finish his sentence, gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 Blood blossomed across their bodies as the gunshots echoed. Both collapsed heavily onto the ground. Yuan spared them no further glance. He swiftly discarded his backpack and lunged toward the archer like a hunting leopard. The archer, however, had already spun away the instant the gunfire erupted. Yet earlier, intent on ambushing Yuan, he had lain flat amid dense shrubs and foliage, concealing himself completely. Now, with no cover nearby and barely 10 meters between them, the final round from Yuan's M1911A1 veered wide, but still struck the archer's leg. The archer crumpled to the ground, eyes widening in terror as Yuan advanced, his aura thick with lethal intent. "Don't! I was wrong." But Yuan granted him no chance to speak further. The karambit flashed downward and the plea died mid-breath. A cursory search yielded nothing of value. Only the recurve bow held merit. 3 arrows remained in the quiver, all of which he took. After removing the archer's fingerless gloves, he returned to the dumpster. Earlier, one of the two had fallen dead on impact. The other, bleeding profusely from his mouth, had dragged himself forward, leaving a gory trail across the pavement. Ignoring the man's desperate pleas, Yuan's jaw tightened, his eyes twitching at the corner. The karambit rose high and slashed cleanly across the throat. The second man dropped lifeless. At the third corpse, Yuan did not pause to verify whether the man still drew breath. He delivered the same decisive cut to the neck. There was no time to search the bodies. The roar of an approaching vehicle's engine grew rapidly louder. Pity! He dared not linger. Tossing both backpack and bow into the sewer, he hastily erased traces of his presence, then descended the ladder, sealed the manhole cover, and sprinted toward Sector 13. Within minutes, 2 vehicles, brutal post-apocalyptic machines, halted before the East District Water Authority Street. Faint vestiges of their former identity as police cruisers remained, yet they were now grotesque hybrids: welded armor plating, reinforced ramming spikes, mounted machine guns, and countless bullet scars, rust blooms, and jagged welds that screamed raw, unrefined menace. Black spray paint scrawled across their flanks. Black Shield Police Bureau. A law enforcer in crisp uniform stepped out, flicked the half-smoked cigarette from his lips onto the asphalt, and grounded viciously beneath his boot, spitting a thick globule of phlegm onto the ground. "Send someone in, see what happened." A swaggering thug clad in tactical webbing and body armor leapt from the vehicle and vanished down the street. He reappeared moments later beside the car. "Boss, 3 vagrants dead inside. Gunshot wounds on all, plus a single clean slash across each throat. Brutally efficient." "Not the work of vagrants," the enforcer murmured, arching a brow as he tilted his gaze sidelong at the thug and pulled a cigarette from his pack. "How so?" The thug grinned sheepishly, striking a match and lighting the cigarette for him. "Vagrants are hyenas. They hoard every scrap, even useless junk. They'd never leave gear behind, not ever. Yet here, 2 weapons abandoned. No looting. And those slashes, precise, swift, without hesitation. That's not vagrant behavior. Then could it be prisoners from the butcher's pen or another faction?" The thug hesitated, then shook his head faintly, lips pursed. "Doesn't look like it, though the wound pattern matches the cookery blades used in the butcher's pen." The enforcer chuckled softly, handed the half-smoked cigarette to the thug, and strode toward the street. The thug inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke under the admiring stares of the others, then smirked, turned, and hurried after his leader. "Boss, I'll lead the way." The enforcer glanced only briefly at the 3 corpses, then scanned the surroundings, his gaze locking onto the shrub patch where the archer had lain in ambush. Crouching low, he studied the impression left by the prone body, then fixed his eyes on the rear entrance of the East City Water Authority. "Go fetch 2 more men." When the 2 thugs arrived, the enforcer entered the Water Authority building. Instantly, the 3 thugs formed a tight triangular formation around him, weapons chambered, stances locked in combat readiness. "Left turn." The thug obeyed instantly. Commands came intermittently, each executed without delay, until all 4 halted inside the second-floor archives room. While the thug secured the perimeter, the enforcer's gaze fell upon a single footprint on the floor, and a subtle smile curved his lips. Then, observing the obvious signs of recent hasty rummaging, his expression shifted to faint astonishment. The archives. What in the Water Authority's archives could possibly warrant such urgency? He traced the intruder's path backward along the footprints until he stood before the director's office, a heavy metal door bolted shut. At last, genuine interest flickered in his eyes. "Break it open." Bang, the lock shattered under a single shot. Inside, he swept the room with a practiced eye, then paused, his attention riveted on the safe. "Boss, this safe will need cutting back at base. Should we haul it back?" The thug stepped forward eagerly. "Take it, absolutely. Take the safe, take everything else in this room, leave nothing behind." "Ha! Understood. Help me carry it." In moments the thugs staggered out, safe clutched between them, elated, triumphant, heading straight for the vehicles. The enforcer followed, yet paused briefly beside the sewer grate. Crouching, he examined it closely until his gaze caught a faint, nearly invisible blood-stained fingerprint. A glint of intrigue sparkled deep within his eyes. Humph, clever little rat. By the time Yuan reached his hideout, over an hour had passed. Guided by his virtual map, even burdened with gear, his return time had shortened considerably. He dumped the loot, wiped blood and grime from his body, then hauled the Water Authority Director's executive chair from his storage niche, collapsing into it with exhaustion. Gulping half a bottle of water, he began reviewing the day's operation. Daylight exploration is far too dangerous, chances of detection are unacceptably high. And anyone bold enough to drive openly through the city in broad daylight belonged unquestionably to a gang faction. Whichever faction it was, it dwarfed his current capacity to resist. Thankfully he'd fled just in time. Yet recalling the three attackers, Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Those three should satisfy the lust card's conditions, shouldn't they? But the thought evaporated as quickly as it surfaced. He shook his head, lightly dismissing it entirely. That idea is monstrous. I'm no Chuan Yi. No, absolutely not. There must be another way. There has to be. Yuan knew full well the three men bore festering pus-filled wounds and reeked of decay. Who knew what diseases clung to them? Yet the truth remained: to dispel the lust card he required a lust target. In this wasteland, where could he possibly find a woman? He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Less than 2 days remained. If forced, he might have to seize a vagrant at random. Disease might not kill him, but failing the fate card's mandate would. In that moment Yuan felt fate's cruel mockery with visceral clarity, death looming on one side, his moral and psychological boundaries holding firm on the other. Fate waited, waiting, to see what choice Yuan would make beneath the shadow of mortality. Would he surrender his principles and fully embrace the wasteland? Or would he cling to his integrity and be erased for it? Such was the price demanded for any gift bestowed by fate. The threat of the indulgence card made Yuan feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Yet reason told him that waiting until night to venture out was the safest choice. He casually opened the chat channel, wanting to see if the bait he had cast earlier had lured any ill-intentioned individuals. To his surprise, the channel was buzzing with discussions about newcomers. It turned out that 12 hours had already passed and 2 new players had entered the wasteland, even constructing their hideout. Players were discussing these 2 newcomers, frequently mentioning the name of Yuan's hideout. After all, it was only 1 day since entering the wasteland game, yet the ranking of his hideout had surged by 501 places, a leap that left all players in awe. Naturally, the discussion was quite heated. Yuan had anticipated this and quickly skimmed through the content, but suddenly his gaze turned cold and a chilling smile crept onto his lips. The Mossy House hideout was indeed drawing attention to itself again just shortly after he had stocked up on cigarettes. Mossy House hideout. Has anyone noticed that since yesterday, every time Yuan's hideout's ranking rises, cigarettes are restocked? Could this be a coincidence? Mossy House hideout. Yuan's hideout. If the boss has found rare resources, let's trade. Did you discover a resource warehouse? Otherwise, how could your ranking leap by 501 places in just 1 day? What does this guy want? Yuan had confirmed that the Mossy House hideout held malicious intent towards him, yet he couldn't fathom where this animosity stemmed from. Did they want to rob him after the novice period? Then there was no need to draw others' attention to themselves. Sending messages didn't cost money. This confusion, coupled with the feeling of being targeted, was like a parasite clinging to his bones, leaving Yuan feeling quite agitated. He opened the hideout's memo marking the Mossy House as a hostile relationship and then checked other chat contents. Under the deliberate guidance of the Mossy House hideout, Yuan's hideout was indeed mentioned frequently in the chat channel. Almost every time these few people mentioned Yuan's hideout, someone would inadvertently cigar hideout. In an instant, Yuan seemed to grasp something. These few people should be in cahoots with the Mossy House, conspiring to make enemies for him. Although no one knew who was restocking so many cigarettes, with the Mossy House's guiding analysis combined with those few pawns to hype up the atmosphere, it seemed as if they had already concluded that the one secretly selling cigarettes was Yuan's hideout. And they were even competing with the cigar hideout for the tobacco trade. They even had trolls backing them up. Yuan noted down the IDs of those hideouts one by one before closing the chat channel. The Mossy House hideout had significant issues, but during the novice protection period it couldn't affect Yuan. As long as he wasn't influenced by the other party's actions, the development of his hideout was the first priority. Currently, the most critical issue was the indulgence card, which was an urgent matter. He casually picked up the book he had brought back from room 506 and began to browse through it. However, upon seeing a certain title, he suddenly froze, quickly flipping back to that page. How did medieval pirates satisfy their physiological needs on the vast sea? The ways medieval pirates solved their physiological needs while sailing for extended periods were limited by the conditions of navigation technology and also reflected the societal culture and environment of that time. The solutions to physiological desires generally included 1. Same-sex relationships, which were tacitly accepted by certain pirate groups. Tisk TSK. 2. Violent acts during plundering. Pirate attacks on merchant ships or coastal towns often involved looting. But that requires encountering women. Where to find one in 2 days? 3. Temporary partners. When docked pirates would frequent brothels. Brother, this is the Wasteland. If it were a peaceful society, would I even need to tell you? I know better than you. 4. Raising animals. Sheep or goats not only provide food but at times became a substitute. This led to the saying that sheep could charm humans, which later contributed to the demonic image of the black goat. Isn't this just like the third brother? No. Wait. Yuan froze slightly at the fourth solution, falling into deep thought. The hope in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only struggle and choice. Memories of a news report he had seen that morning floated in his mind. In the ecological area on the west side of Hangan Park in Block 12-8, Kerry Mountain sheep were roaming. His psyche resisted, but reason told Yuan that this could be his last way to eliminate the indulgence card. He opened the fate card again, looking at the line of advice, and made a decision in his heart. To survive. As long as I can live. Hey, this woman. The death-defying emotions Yuan had just ignited instantly crumbled as he excitedly picked up the pink wallet that had been cast aside. Staring intently at the woman in the family photo. The tear mole at the corner of her eye. Memories flashed back to the conversation between the trio of Biaogu in front of the entrance of the Wutong apartment last night. Monkey, that woman is too seductive, especially that tear mole at the corner of her eye. She just can't stop. The tear mole means that the woman Biaogu was talking about is this person in the photo. Yuan's eyes slowly widened. Isn't this the woman? Seemingly recalling something, Yuan immediately fished out the water bill from the wallet and looked at the residential address filled in on it, finally revealing a relieved smile. With the address, I should be able to find this woman's home. Only a day has passed, she should still be alive. Although he was unsure if this woman was captured at home by Biaogu and his group, having hope was better than having none. He immediately opened the virtual map and started searching according to the address on the water bill. In just 2 minutes, Yuan found the residential location on the map. 68, Casino Street. This is located on the west side of Block 11, adjacent to Block 12. When Yuan pulled out the sewer cover and slipped behind a streetlight in the dark of night, the time had already reached 9 p.m. After a brief rest in the afternoon, his energy had fully recovered, and he had also familiarized himself with the Glock 17 pistol, ensuring he could fire at a moment's notice if danger approached. The dogleg knife, alloy folding crossbow, backpack and messenger bag had become standard gear. Casino Street was a typical residential area with independent houses lining both sides of the street, each equipped with its own long garage and basement. But now the street was left with only collapsed signboards, broken trees and overturned trash cans with plastic bags scattered everywhere. The lawns had also entered a mode of wild growth, and the half-meter-high wild grass made Yuan quite satisfied. Following the virtual map, he quickly found the location of 68, Casino Street. Darkness swallowed Casino Avenue as the city's power grid collapsed, leaving not a single glimmer of light. Yuan stood before the door of House No. 68, tightly shut, silent within. Yet in the wasteland, a locked door was itself a warning. After listening intently, twice thrice, he confirmed absolute silence inside. Then he drew out his lockpicking tools. In just 3 seconds, the unremarkable door yielded effortlessly. His elite-tier lockpicking skill had already begun to bear fruit. He closed the door with quiet precision, gripped his machete tightly and began searching the room for any lurking scavenger. The title Street Rat, now enhanced once, granted him fate-light vision. Even in utter darkness he could now discern vague outlines of objects, blurred yes, but far sharper than before. Yet after a thorough sweep, not a single scavenger remained hidden, nor was the woman with the tear-shaped mole to be found. Did I misjudge? Was she not captured here? A subtle furrow crossed Yuan's brow. If so, matters had grown complicated. Yet the chaos within, the furniture, overturned household items strewn across the floor, stirred an instinctive unease. Snap! A faint sound brushed his ear. So delicate it would have vanished unheard had his hearing not been augmented. He moved slowly toward its source. Snap, snap, snap. The rhythm grew clearer, sharper, drawing him deeper. When he forced open another locked door, he found himself standing in a garage, and the sound now emanated unmistakably from the basement beyond. Ha ha! Monkey and the others still haven't returned. Must have run into something tough. Now all this loot is mine alone. You filthy woman, I've craved you for ages. And now you and every last scrap of supplies belong solely to me. Snap. He pushed open the basement door. Light bled through the crack, and their back-turned, bare-chested a man swung along, whip-lost in cruel ecstasy. I was right, it is here. A flash of triumph ignited in Yuan's chest. He raised his collapsible crossbow, aimed at the man's exposed back, and loosed. A sharp thwip, the bolt buried itself halfway into flesh. Ag! The man twisted in disbelief, only to meet the cold gleam of Yuan's machete. Yuan swept the basement meticulously, confirming no further threats. Just as he turned his gaze toward the woman, his movement froze. Though he had long witnessed the depths of human depravity in the wasteland, his very hairs prickled. He raised the machete, and brought it down again hard upon the man's corpse. There was only one reason. In the pink wallet lay a family portrait, father, mother, child, now all present in that basement. But one detail differed. The handsome patriarch hung by a rope around his neck, dead, yet his body bore countless gashes and deep cleaves, mutilated beyond recognition. The child floated lifelessly inside a paint bucket, bloated and drowned. Of the three, only the woman with the tear-shaped mole remained alive. Yet even she dangled mid-air, wrists bound, her skin a tapestry of bites, claw marks and lash wounds, no inch unmarred, her form nearly unrecognizable beneath the ruin. Only the faintest rise and fall of her chest betrayed life. Even so, Yuan judged her moments from death's threshold. His machete severed the rope. She collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Her wounds gaped, some so deep their edges curled inward. He lowered the man's body too. That was all he could do. A man's wallet lay discarded nearby. Inside, identification revealed his name, Fedman. The woman's ID was found beside it, Mona. Good news, she had been located. Bad news, Yuan felt not the slightest urge to complete the lust card quest. If forced to choose, he would sooner hunt goats. He exhaled deeply. With threat neutralized, the residence was temporarily safe, his domain for now. And fortuitously he spotted many urgently needed supplies, time to gather them without delay. First, a full toolbox sat on a basement shelf: screwdrivers, wrenches, hex keys, needle nose pliers, vice grips, pipe wrenches, and astonishingly an entire electric drill set. All were packed and stowed. Next, stainless steel pipes and faucets for constructing a water collector, 2 PVC tubes, enough for level 1 ventilation, were also secured. Then came electrical wire, copper strands, butane canisters, portable stoves, metal polishers, cleaning agents, electricians' pliers, pipe sealing tape, and industrial-grade sealant, commonplace indoors, near impossible to find beyond the walls. To Yuan, these were treasures. Small or lightweight items went into his pack, heavier, bulkier gear was loaded onto his storage rig. Soon Taodao Cave's inventory reached its limit of 25 items, and his backpack brimmed with tools and components. He prepared for another trip. So far he'd taken only the basement's most urgent supplies. Garage and upper floor stores remained untouched. When he returned an hour later, the garage remained sealed behind its rolling shutter, no risk of light exposure. A few towels stuffed into the gap between shutter and floor allowed him to switch on his flashlight and search freely. Cars had been stripped to skeletons, parts and tools scattered everywhere. The vehicle-mounted exhaust fan required for ventilation construction was secured. Also stowed car batteries, speakers, AC compressors, spark plugs, onboard computers, engines, turbochargers, anything potentially useful. No space in his hideout. No matter, the air raid tunnel offered endless room. Best of all, he discovered 2 heavy-duty truck tarps in the garage. Sturdy, waterproof, and eminently practical, though unnecessary for his current shelter, they would fetch high value among wilderness survivors. Everything was stowed. The house held far more than he could carry, even with multiple trips. Tools and building materials alone filled warehouses. Especially telling, the homeowner appeared to have been preparing a construction project, several bags of fast-setting cement stacked in the basement. Yuan took only what was vital and immediate. The rest could wait, retrieved when necessity demanded. Returning to the basement, he noticed the woman with the tear-shaped mole had awakened. Awake, but indistinguishable from the dead. Her eyes were vacant, soulless, thoughtless, fixed blank upon the man's corpse. Nothing remained but hollow flesh. Yuan sighed a long, weary breath and placed the pink wallet before her. On the family portrait their smiles burned like shards of glass. Then, her eyes flickered. Dull, unfocused, they drifted to the photo. She stared unblinking until a single crimson tear traced her cheek. Her gaze lifted to Yuan. Lips parted, voice raw with despair. Kill me. He met her eyes and exhaled heavy as stone. He placed a scavenger's dagger and 2 rations before her. I killed the scavengers, for you. All 3 who left. That is all I can do. I have taken some of your supplies, consider it payment for their deaths. I do not advise you die. Only by living can you send those you deem worthy of hell straight into its flames. Without waiting for reply, he turned and walked away. Though he urged her to live, survival here was no gentle promise. Without antibiotics or medical care, her wounds would likely claim her before dawn. She was dying. What Yuan did not know as he departed, the woman with the tear-shaped mole etched his retreating silhouette, deep unforgetting, into her mind. By the time he re-entered his hideout past 2 a.m. 5 hours elapsed since he first left. The exhaustion weighed upon him like lead. Yet his night's work was not yet done. He had followed his conscience and in doing so cornered himself. He bore no regret, because to be human was to seek clarity of will. Still, the lust card had to be nullified. He refused to perish so senselessly, so obscurely. Something had to be done. In East City Block 12 on the west side of Hangan Park's ecological area, Yuan gazed at the nearby flock of sheep curled up in a circle, too afraid to make a sound. In reality, the flock of sheep was not hard to find. He had heard their bleating as soon as he entered the ecological area. However, this place was exceptionally remote, and with the park lacking supplies, few people came here. So much so that the flock could stay here for a day without anyone noticing. The real challenge for Yuan was how to catch the sheep. The ecological area had long been abandoned due to lack of maintenance, with all the plants withered. Even so, the sheep still considered them a delicacy. Otherwise they wouldn't have lingered here. At least the plants within the ecological area, due to the glass roof, although yellowed, had not been eroded by acid rain. Looking at the withered plants, Yuan quickly came up with an idea. On the Taodao cave, several new trade requests soon appeared. 1 cigarette for 3 kilograms of fresh grass, 10 transactions. Players who were still up late searching for supplies or had just woken up to go to the bathroom all received notifications about the items available on Taodao cave. What has been put up for trade? Firearms, cigarettes, or tools? Who is still putting items up so late? Is it the supplies I specifically set reminders for? Who is grinding away again? Did they find liver protection pills? However, when players saw the trading information, some immediately snapped awake. 3 kilograms of grass. A player in the grassland rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he joyfully picked up his sickle and ran outside, fearing he would be too slow. In the grassland, if there's one thing in abundance, it's grass. Trading 1 cigarette for 3 kilograms of grass is no different from getting it for free. It took only a minute. Soon some completed the transactions. Holding their newly acquired cigarettes, they all displayed joyous expressions. Some couldn't wait to light a cigarette and exhibited relief. Others carefully inhaled the tobacco scent emitted from the cigarette, savoring the moment. Of course, some didn't like smoking and directly listed that cigarette for trade, fetching 80 survival points. However, it was snatched up the moment it was listed. He regretted it immensely. Damn. I should have priced it higher. Yet Yuan paid no mind to that. Having acquired a total of 30 kilograms of grass, he tossed 6 to 7 kilograms toward the direction of the sheep. The flock was startled awake and was about to flee, but they caught a whiff of the grass scent in the air and couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The grass in the early morning was still moist with dew, fragrant and sweet. For the sheep who had nearly forgotten the taste of grass, it was an irresistible temptation. 1 sheep, then 2. Under Yuan's watchful gaze, 8 Kelly mountain sheep could not resist the temptation and approached the grass, munching away eagerly. The more they ate, the more delicious it became, and their speed increased. The crisp sound of their chewing echoed clearly in the quiet Hangan Park. 6 to 7 kilograms of grass couldn't withstand the appetite of 8 sheep and was quickly devoured. Yet the aroma of the grass lingered in the air, leading the flock to look toward Yuan. At the grass beneath their feet. One by one they stepped forward, continuing to eat voraciously, showing no fear of Yuan but rather becoming accustomed to his presence. Yuan was taken aback. He had forgotten. This flock of sheep had escaped from a zoo. How could they fear humans? Seizing the opportunity, he quickly turned on his flashlight and began selecting his targets. Then without giving the sheep any chance to react, he pulled out a rope, knocked down the selected Kelly Mountain sheep and bound its hooves, throwing it over his shoulder as he ran toward the sewer. Little ones, wait for me to build a fridge, then I'll come find you. Don't wander too far. Yuan had already locked eyes with the Kelly Mountain sheep for 10 minutes. Looking at this sheep, which somewhat resembled a giant panda, he ultimately backed down. Resigned, he threw the freshly traded grass at the feet of the Kelly Mountain sheep, then heavily slumped into his office chair, murmuring in resignation, I can't do this. I really can't. My mind is filled with skewers of lamb, grilled lamb chops, and lamb noodle soup. I want to eat so badly. Why can't desire be for food instead of lust? The time was nearing 6 in the morning. Although he was extremely fatigued, the threat of indulgence kept him wide awake. Lighting his cigarette to ease his fatigue, his anxious thoughts gradually calmed. There's still a day left, there's still a chance. If I work hard today, maybe I can find another woman. Right, I remember the monkey mentioned a woman. Should I go look for her? As the time approached 6 o'clock, he received a reward of 140 survival points again, and the old newsstand refreshed today's newspaper. Unfortunately, no additional informational items were refreshed. Extinguishing the cigarette, but he temporarily cleared those chaotic thoughts. Let's check today's information first. Opening the newspaper, he immediately spotted a bronze-colored news item in the center of the page, snapping Yuan's somewhat dazed mind back to attention. It was unexpectedly a piece of bronze-quality news. However, as soon as he saw the headline, the joy and excitement in his heart instantly turned to shock. The smile on his lips hadn't reached his eyes when a chill crept up his spine. Emergency typhoon warning, bold and highlighted, quality bronze, danger level high. The meteorological department issued an orange warning. Typhoon Buchoshing is approaching and Green Forest City has activated the meteorological alert. Latest update: according to the Green Forest City Fate Meteorological Station, this year's No. 1 Typhoon Buchoshing formed at 0418 today in the Sea of Broken Waves with a maximum wind speed of 11 levels 28. 532. 6 milliseconds. Typhoon scale small, diameter 300 kilometers, movement speed fast, expected to make landfall in Green Forest City at 3:48 a.m. tomorrow with an expected duration of 2 to 3 days. The strongest winds are expected to reach level 13 in Green Forest City. Will experience heavy rain around midnight with localized thunderstorms and strong winds. Residents in low-lying areas are advised to move to higher floors due to the risk of storm surges and seawater backflow. Please reduce outdoor activities. Local living news: quality rock, danger level medium. A craftsman named Maxa residing at 7 Canchino Street in Block 11 of East City has recently been troubled. Her research is at a critical stage, but her survival resources can only last less than a week. She urgently needs a batch of resources to sustain her research and survival. She is currently in a fully enclosed laboratory, busy with her final research breakthroughs. She will not leave the laboratory for 2 days to look for supplies. Please do not trespass, it is filled with traps and is extremely dangerous. Oh my God. If a kind-hearted person could sponsor my research, that would be perfect. Unfortunately, this world has turned into a wasteland. Why hasn't the demon brought me supplies yet? Maxer. Danger level high. Yuan swallowed hard, unable to calm down. An orange typhoon warning, 3:48 a.m. tomorrow with a maximum wind speed of level 13. Yuan had experienced a typhoon before when he was a child visiting his grandmother's house. It was also his first encounter with the terror of a typhoon. Can you imagine what it's like when after a typhoon an entire house is swept away by the winds, leaving only the foundation and some broken walls? Yuan had seen it. That typhoon left a profound impact on him. And now this level of typhoon was only countdown 21 hours 44 minutes 35 seconds. Who? Yuan dropped the newspaper vigorously, rubbing his somewhat numb cheeks. Calm down, calm down. The threat brought by the orange typhoon was certainly not to be taken lightly. The accompanying heavy rain was a catastrophic disaster for Yuan, who resided in the sewer. This was also a significant concern he had considered when choosing the sewer. Although the unexpected discovery of air raid shelter layers from decades ago temporarily resolved this issue, he did not have to worry about the safety of his hiding place before the rainwater filled the entire city's drainage system. But what if it fills up? He had to consider the waterproof measures after the sewer was filled. As for the suggestion in the warning to seek refuge in high-rise buildings, Yuan considered it but quickly dismissed it. His hiding place was his stronghold. He wasn't sure if abandoning it to escape to higher ground would lead to adverse consequences. Even with a 1 in 10,000 possibility, he could not take the risk. If something went wrong with his hiding place, he would be unable to make any progress in this wasteland. Even with a 1 in 10,000 possibility, he could not take the risk. If something went wrong with his hiding place, he would be unable to make any progress in this. One was the ladder exit he frequently used, while the other was not far from his hiding place, about 70 to 80 meters away. To prevent rainwater from flooding the air raid shelter layer, these two entrances had to be blocked. Other air raid shelter layers were not connected to this one, so they could be disregarded for now. To be on the safe side, Yuan still picked up his flashlight and left his hiding place to conduct a thorough inspection of the air raid shelter layer. It must be said that the air raid shelter layers from decades ago, although old-fashioned and made of brickwork, were truly of excellent quality. Apart from the two exits, all the walls were intact. As long as those two exits were blocked, rainwater from the sewer could be prevented from entering the air raid shelter layer. Both exits had a diameter of about 1.2 meters, and to achieve complete blockage, a sufficiently large cover was necessary to seal the openings, followed by waterproofing material. In addition, there needed to be a weight placed on top of the cover to resist the buoyant impact of the rainwater from the sewer. Yuan quickly noted the details in his hiding place's memo. He then returned to check the supplies he had in his hiding place. 2 pieces of truck tarpaulin would come in handy, as they already possessed waterproof functionality. The cover for blocking the exit. A bed board should suffice, and as for the weight, Yuan suddenly remembered that in the floors of the Wutong apartment there seemed to be sandbags used as defensive structures, and there were quite a few. Moreover, what was most abundant, there were bed boards. With all ideas connecting, Yuan could no longer sit still and immediately displayed extraordinary execution. He hastily prepared some food and drink, emptied all the items on the shelves in the Tao Tao cave, and then put up 25 packs of cigarettes, each priced at 1,000 survival points. With weapons in hand, he sprinted towards the Wutong apartment. He was racing against time, fighting every second. When he arrived at the Wutong apartment, it was already close to 7:30 in the morning. All 25 packs of cigarettes had sold out, bringing in 25,000 survival points. He opened the sewer manhole cover, confirmed it was safe, swiftly climbed out, set up warning traps, and quickly dove into the Wutong apartment. As soon as he stepped into the apartment, he saw 2 more corpses in the lobby on the first floor, accompanied by an extremely strong stench. Holding back his nausea, he quickly made his way to the 4th floor. Sure enough, he saw 2 rows of sandbag walls serving as defensive structures. He did not directly move them, but checked each room on the 4th floor for hidden enemies first, and after confirming there were none, he approached the sandbag wall to list them all. Each time he listed 50 sandbags. It took him 25 minutes to make a round trip. Yuan spent 2 hours clearing all the sandbags from the 4th and 5th floors, and unexpectedly found a set of outdoor gear on a balcony in a 6th floor room, which included a tent, an insulated blanket, and a large rain tarp, bringing him great joy. By 10:30 in the morning, the passage in the air raid shelter layer, which was originally not narrow, had already accumulated quite a bit of stuff. Especially at the 2 exit points, they were filled with explosive sandbags along with bedboards and truck tarpaulin. In the passage outside the security door of the hiding place, there were also dozens of sandbags placed, which would serve as the last line of defense for the hiding place. Yuan tossed the cigarette but under his foot, finally feeling a bit of spirit returning. I remember that in the basement of the Tier Mole woman's house there seemed to be a lot of quick-drying cement, and if the air raid shelter layer were to be blocked, the ventilation of the hiding place must also be constructed immediately. Right, didn't the security system optimize a waterproof and anti-permeation path? Yuan immediately opened the management panel of the hiding place to check. Indeed, in the Level 2 upgrade interface of the security system, an optimized path waterproof door appeared, which he had unlocked after obtaining the optimization blueprint from the East City Water Authority. He only needed to construct the security Level 2 simple anti-theft door and gather materials like silicone waterproof strips, automatic water-stopping strips, waterproof glue, etc. to optimize the security Level 2 simple anti-theft door into a security Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door. And all these items could be found at the Tier Mole woman's house, as her door had these things. He could just go disassemble them. However, before setting off, Yuan needed to upgrade ventilation, water collector, and security. He had already gathered the construction materials before going to the Tier Mole woman's house, but had been delayed due to the sheep capture and the typhoon. Ventilation Level 1 is single pipe ventilation, requires PVC pipes, 2 ceiling glue, 1 vehicle mounted air conditioning exhaust fan, 1 water collector. Level 1 faucet requires stainless steel pipes, 3 faucet, 1 pipe ceiling glue, 1 security. Level 2 simple anti-theft door requires anti-theft door lock, 1 steel materials, 10 rivets, 20 nail gun, 1. As the construction materials disappeared, a green light curtain enveloped the hiding place once more, and 1 minute later ventilation and water collector were completed. A ventilation hole had already appeared in the ceiling of the hiding place, with the vehicle mounted exhaust fan embedded in the wall, rotating slowly without wind. On the right-hand wall there was an additional faucet which looked no different from the kind found in a typical household washing machine. The effects of the facilities were also quite simple and straightforward. Ventilation Level 1 is single pipe ventilation. Safety Level 1 indoor and outdoor air circulation. Speed 15. Risk of air poisoning reduced by 20. Water Collector Level 1 faucet. Safety Level 1 can collect up to 24 L of urban domestic water daily. After all, it was only a Level 1 facility, so Yuan did not expect too much. At least it resolved his concerns regarding air and water sources. As for the Level 2 security, which required 30 minutes to upgrade, Yuan decided not to wait. Returning once again to 68 Cancino Street, the door remained closed. When he arrived at the basement, the bodies of the Tier Mole woman, the man and the child were already gone. The vagrants, however, had become a bloody mess. They had been stabbed by someone with a dagger. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's better this way. Quickly locating the quick-drying cement, he found 4 large bags. It seemed this family had intended to build something as well, so he listed them. He then went to the basement door, disassembling the waterproof strips, hinges and other components above, but the quantity was simply insufficient. In the end, he had no choice but to disregard the danger and head to the abandoned neighboring house to gather enough items needed to upgrade the waterproof door. Yuan did not linger and returned to his hiding place to begin a new round of construction. When the quick-drying cement sealed the last gap of the exit, Yuan revealed a look of relief. Finally, this exit is blocked. According to the usage instructions of the quick-drying cement, it will take no more than an hour to completely harden. By then, all that remained was to place the blast-proof sandbags on the cement, adding a tarpaulin from a truck under the exit as waterproofing, which should prevent any issues. Taking the tools back, the only passage outside the hideout had already been barricaded with a 1.2-meter high wall of sandbags. The waterproof cloth found by the Wutong apartment wrapped around the outer layer of the blast-proof sandbags, providing a waterproof effect. The corners and gaps between the walls on both sides were filled with quick-drying cement, which not only reinforced the sandbag wall but also completely eliminated the possibility of rainwater infiltration. However, unlike the previous exit, the quick-drying cement here had already hardened. Yuan kicked it twice, it was solid, and a smile appeared on his lips. After carefully checking the gaps between the sandbag wall and the wall with a flashlight and finding no issues, he then climbed over the high sandbag wall and entered the hideout. It was already 2 p.m. The high-intensity hustle and bustle from yesterday afternoon until now without any sleep left Yuan feeling incredibly fatigued, but it was all worth it. One of the 2 exits of the air raid shelter had been completely blocked by him. He just needed to wait for the quick-drying cement to harden and then place the blast-proof sandbags on top. The frequently used ladder exit had all the blocking materials in place. Once needed, it could be blocked within half an hour. This was merely the first waterproof project Yuan undertook to counter the typhoon's assault. The second waterproof project was naturally the high wall built with blast-proof sandbags in front of the passage. Even if rainwater seeped through both exits, this high wall could still prevent its spread. The third waterproof project was naturally this optimized stainless steel waterproof door in front of him. Security Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door. Quality excellent. Function Safety Level 4 equipped with anti-backflow, corrosion resistance, seepage prevention, soundproofing, impact resistance and locking features. This waterproof door not only had silicone waterproof strips on the frame and an automatic water blocking strip at the bottom, but the hinges and locks were completely transformed into stainless steel. A waterproof slope was also created at the entrance, and the seams between the door frame and the wall were treated with waterproof glue, ensuring that when the door was tightly closed, all door seams would automatically seal and absorb, preventing any leakage. Yuan nodded slightly. The excellent quality of the security facility was the first optimized structure he had built. He had done his best with these 3 waterproof projects. If there was any area lacking, it was that the walls of the hideout had not been waterproofed, but it wasn't a big issue. Returning to the hideout, lying on the bed, Yuan felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. Even slight stretches of his legs and feet resulted in audible cracking sounds from his joints. The facilities in the hideout could be completed in one go as long as the materials were provided. The sealing of the air raid shelter's exit and the construction of the second waterproof wall required him to do it himself, stacking 1 brick and 1 tile at a time. The transportation of hundreds of bags of blast-proof sandbags and the application of quick-drying cement had drained the last bit of strength from his body. He didn't even have time to eat. Feeling the drowsiness creeping in, he could only set the alarm on his positioning watch for 6 p.m. before falling into a deep sleep. Ding-a-ling. Yuan felt an unbearable headache, as if he were trapped in endless darkness, wanting nothing more than to sink deeper. So tired. Really so tired. I want to sleep. I need to sleep. But amidst the chaotic darkness, that ringing sound grew clearer, gradually awakening his consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes, Yuan looked at the soft candlelight in the hideout, still feeling a bit dazed until he gradually woke up 3 seconds later. This is the alarm I set. He turned off the alarm. Feeling that his strength had recovered by more than half, although his body still felt hollow, he was already much better. Struggling to get up, he patted his cheeks to wake himself up more. After lighting a cigarette, the sharp stimulation in his lungs finally brought him some spirit. It was already 6:05 p.m. After quickly replenishing some food and water, Yuan grabbed a hand-cranked flashlight, cranked it for a while, and then left the hideout to check on the situation of the previously blocked exit. Clang, clang, clang. The back of the dogleg knife struck the cement, producing a crisp sound. A smile appeared in Yuan's eyes. After nearly 4 hours of coagulation, the cement had completely hardened. He immediately placed the prepared sandbags evenly on the cement board, completing the sealing of this exit. Returning to the hideout, he checked the dogleg knife, Glock 17 handgun, 20 rounds of ammunition, ally folding crossbow, and backpack, getting ready for departure. There was about an hour until the ambush at the Black Shield police station by the thugs. His purpose for going this time was to take advantage of the chaos, looking for opportunities to gain the upper hand, going in light and keeping things simple. For this, he specifically emptied the supplies in the Tao Tao cave and prepared a handful of grass to feed the Kelly Mountain sheep. Rubbing the head of the Kelly Mountain sheep, Yuan murmured to himself, "This is the last chance. May I catch a woman in this operation, then you will be free." Before leaving the hideout, Yuan suddenly stopped, opened the Tao Tao cave, and completed 2 transactions. Spent 75 survival points to purchase 10 stones, 5 pieces of wood, and added 5 long nails and 1 steel from the hideout. He then began construction. 30 seconds later, a 1-meter square fire pit appeared on the floor of the hideout, surrounded by stones with wood in the center and a stainless steel tripod standing above the wood. As long as the wood is ignited, the tripod can be used to boil water, make soup, or barbecue. This is the newly unlocked facility kitchen level 1 fire pit. After completing the ventilation and water collector. Function energy level 1, comfort level 1, sanitation level 1. During burning, the room temperature in the hideout increases by 5°C and 15°C within a 2-meter radius. Unlocks food preparation. Friendly reminder: people cannot be away from the fire, and the fire cannot be away from people. Yuan's eyes showed joy at the 3-1 levels. Not easy. Finally, I can have a hot meal. With that thought, he blew out the candle and left the hideout. Jinshanglong Avenue in District 14 is a well-known commercial area in the East City where countless luxury cars used to come and go before the Wasteland. Especially at the intersection of Jinshanglong Avenue and Shuiyan Street, the Land Hotel was once one of the most luxurious hotels in Lushing City. Countless tycoons, politicians, magnates, movie stars, socialites, royal family members, and gangster bosses frequented this place. It was a symbol of status and identity, as well as a threshold of class. This was once the brightest scenery of Lushing City. Unfortunately, the Land Hotel now is merely a more iconic building in the Wasteland City district. At this moment, in a corner of the sewer by Jinshanglong Avenue, Yuan was crouched on a ladder, listening to the sounds from outside. Yuan gazed at the location of the Land Hotel on the virtual map. The sewer he was currently in had been carefully selected after much thought. It was precisely situated on the west side of the intersection of Jinshanglong Avenue and Shuiyan Street, directly opposite the Land Hotel, with Shuiyan Street right in front of him. He had already unlocked the sewer manhole cover, ready to open it at a moment's notice. Perhaps due to the impending typhoon, although it was not yet 7:30, the sky was already shrouded in darkness, giving off an ominous sense of an approaching storm. It's dark, how wonderful," Yuan murmured to himself as he peered through the manhole cover, observing the outside world. Soon the sounds of car engines and tires scraping against the ground reached his ears. Yuan made an immediate judgment. It's coming from the direction of Shuiyan Street. He resisted the urge to open the manhole cover for a better look and quietly awaited the onset of battle. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the car engines grew nearer, and perhaps due to the approaching intersection, the vehicles began to slow down. Yuan had already distanced himself from the manhole cover and returned to the sewer, covering his ears. Sure enough, just as he touched down, a series of explosions erupted above him. Then came the continuous sounds of gunfire and screams. Da-day-day. Boom. Da-day-day. The machine guns, accompanied by explosions, became the most terrifying harvester of the night. Yuan could even hear the sounds of cars exploding and tumbling. Da-day-day. Another machine gun began firing its sound very close to the sewer entrance, and Yuan guessed that the counterattack from the Heiduan police station had begun. Just as the machine gun had fired a few rounds, it fell silent after a deafening gunshot. A sniper. Sensing that a landmine had likely been triggered, Yuan climbed back up the ladder and quietly pushed open the sewer manhole cover. What met his eyes was a scene of flashing gunfire and raging flames. In the center of the street, several heavily modified scrap vehicles lay overturned, engulfed in fierce flames. From the windows of the second and third floors of the Land Hotel, 2 machine guns spat fire, suppressing the personnel from the Yuan police station below. Occasionally someone would throw a Molotov cocktail that shattered on the ground, igniting flames that splashed in a radius of 3 to 4 meters. Some rioters inadvertently splashed with the liquid from the Molotov cocktails, found the flames instantly consuming them. Heartrending screams echoed down the street, but before the rioters could remove their armor, bullets which came from an unknown source pierced through their bodies. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with gasoline permeated the air as bullets flew wildly. With the continuous explosions of grenades, Yuan felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. By UBU. A few stray bullets hit the wall near the manhole cover, prompting Yuan to quickly close it, but after just a few seconds he quietly opened it again, squinting to observe. This is only a danger level medium. How exaggerated. This place was essentially a small battlefield. Clearly the ambush from the rioters' prison was remarkably successful. The personnel from the Yuan police station were all hiding behind the thick armored plates of the vehicles, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Just 10 meters in front of Yuan, 7 or 8 heavily armored rioters from the Yuan police station were attacking the Land Hotel, but they were suppressed by the machine guns and dared not show their heads. Day. By UBU. As Yuan continuously scanned the battlefield for a target to strike, he suddenly heard the rioters ahead shout "Grenade." The next moment, the 7 or 8 rioters from the Yuan police station left their makeshift cover behind the vehicles, accelerating 2 steps before making a forward diving motion. Boom! A grenade exploded right where the rioters had previously taken cover. The 7 or 8 rioters were blown away on the spot, and then the raiders from the rioters' prison began to pick them off one by one. One of them was blown near the manhole cover where Yuan was, and before he even landed, dozens of bullets had already penetrated his body, causing him to roll on the ground a few times before lying still. Yuan felt a sharp pain on his forehead as a fragment of rock had grazed him, but he paid no mind, his gaze sharp as an eagle, quickly analyzing the situation. In that moment, Yuan resembled a hunter poised to strike, waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. At this point, less than a minute had passed since the battle began. The counterattack from the Yuan police station had commenced. Hiss. Boom. Yuan noticed a flash of fire as the machine gun nest in the Land Hotel was surprisingly taken out, erupting into flames. With the machine gun's firepower suppressed, the personnel from the Yuan police station quickly launched their counterattack, shifting towards Yuan Street. Meanwhile, a signal flare glowing red shot into the sky. The Yuan police station was calling for reinforcements. Bang! Flames erupted from the upper levels of the Land Hotel. It was the sniper. He had killed the rioter from the Yuan police station who released the signal flare. Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking, idiot. The signal flare has already been fired. Killing him serves no purpose and only exposes ourselves. He now suspected that the snipers from the rioters' prison were not professional. Sure enough, the sound Yuan had heard before echoed again. Hiss. This time Yuan saw it very clearly. He saw a rocket soaring from Yuan Street, spewing incandescent flames as it flew towards the Land Hotel, crashing into the room where the sniper was, causing a violent explosion that blew a hole in the hotel's outer wall. Simultaneously, 2 mangled bodies were thrown out like rags, landing on the ground, but no one paid them any mind. They even have RPGs. The firepower of the Yuan police station is astonishing. Yuan's eyelids twitched. The combat capabilities of both the rioters' prison and the Yuan police station were far beyond his expectations. The ambush from the rioters' prison was certainly vicious, but the counterattack from the Yuan police station was also decisively ruthless. Importantly, the equipment of the Yuan police station was clearly superior to that of the rioters' prison. Was this the kind of military equipment a street gang could possess? Yet, Yuan felt something was off. As old rivals, the rioters' prison could not possibly be unaware of the strength of the Yuan police station. Since the rioters' prison chose to ambush, how could they be so easily overwhelmed? Soon Yuan's confusion was explained. On Yuan Street, several figures appeared above the rioters wielding RPG launchers and leaped down. Some of these individuals fell to the ground dead on impact, while others landed among the vehicles of the Yuan police station. Just as Yuan was feeling perplexed, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses exploded violently, sending the vehicles of the Yuan police station flying, and several large craters appeared on the ground. Flames engulfed the street, and the Yuan police station, which had just organized a counterattack force, fell into crisis once more, with the attacks from the rioters' prison intensifying. Yuan gasped in shock, instantly recalling a name mentioned in the information about the rioters' prison. The slave self-destruct suicide squad. Good lord, human suicide bomber. The prison gang is nothing but a pack of madmen. Yuan swiftly analyzed the armaments and relative strengths of the two warring factions, preparing for potential combat ahead. But soon Yuan sensed something, and his heart raced. Even the machine gunner and sniper he feared most had fallen. It seemed, no one was watching Golden Orchid Avenue anymore. His gaze snapped instantly to the corpse just 2 meters away. His heart hammered violently. Wasn't this the opportunity I'd been waiting for? The sky had turned pitch black, only the flickering sickly yellow glow from burning vehicles pierced the darkness. Without hesitation, Yuan pried open the sewer grate, scrambled out, dashed forward in 3 quick strides, seized the corpse and hurled it down into the sewer. Boom! The battle on Yuan Street intensified. Prison gang vehicles surged forward, blocking the Black Shield police station's retreat and launching their final assault. They had to conclude the engagement and withdraw before reinforcements arrived. Yuan observed the battlefield while crouching low, crawling towards several other corpses of prison gang fighters, dragging each one unceremoniously into the sewer. Then came the scattered firearms and ammunition. Every single one vanished into the sewer. Just as Yuan prepared to descend back underground, something caught his eye: a backpack. A large backpack. Its capacity appeared no less than 60 liters, double that of Yuan's current 30-liter rucksack, lying beside a shattered car and several fallen bodies. This backpack must be taken. After 2 days surviving the Wasteland, Yuan understood intimately how vital high-capacity gear truly was. Securing that backpack became his soul-consuming thought. Yet it lay at least 20 meters away, nearly at the intersection itself. Just 30 or 40 meters down Yuan Street, the prison gang raiders and Black Shield police were locked in brutal combat. No one will notice what's happening behind them now. If I can reach the sewer before they spot me, even if the prison gang catches sight of me later, they'll ignore me entirely. The Black Shield police remain their true enemy. Yuan rapidly assessed the situation in his mind and decided it was worth attempting. With resolve set, he coiled his body briefly, then darted along the edge of the wall, vanishing into the deep shadows toward the backpack. At 5 meters from the backpack, the most perilous moment, the firelight from burning vehicles flared, illuminating his silhouette. He paid it no heed. In 3 swift steps he reached the pack. His left hand hadn't yet grasped it before his body had already pivoted. The instant his fingers closed around the strap, his feet exploded off the ground. Like a black panther, Yuan vanished into shadow again in under 2 seconds. Seconds later, the sewer grate clanged shut, its internal rotary bolt clicked into place. He was back beneath the city. His limbs felt numb, his heart thundered inside his chest as if poised to burst forth at any moment. Instinctively he swallowed hard and gasped ragged breaths. Gooseflesh prickled across his skin, a telltale surge of adrenaline. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. This audacious flame-dancing thrill was unlike anything he'd ever known. Outdoor Oxford cloth mountaineering pack and quality, excellent description: a highly durable and functionally versatile outdoor backpack engineered for multi-scenario use and optimized for extended load bearing. Capacity 60 ln, features waterproof, abrasion-resistant, lightweight, and impact on movement speed 4 and impact on turning speed 2. And the pack's contents proved even more astonishing: 7 or 8 packs of military rations stacked neatly within, followed by canned food and a full medical kit. All were hard currency in the Wasteland, especially the medical kit. Though Yuan already possessed a vehicle-mounted first aid kit, he lacked actual pharmaceuticals. With these medicines, his risk mitigation coefficient would rise significantly. Boom, another explosion echoed, this time a vehicle detonating. Yuan stopped inspecting the pack and began looting the corpses. He'd dropped 6 bodies in total, grabbing whatever he could, stuffing small items into his rucksack and slinging larger gear directly onto his Tau cave harness. Magazine pouches, bulletproof vests, tactical gloves, combat knives, face masks, he sorted them with lightning speed. Yet whether from haste or sheer tension, his hands betrayed him, shaking violently, trembling so fiercely it nearly blurred into afterimages like an advanced case of Parkinson's. Slap. His left hand crashed hard onto his right. Damn it. Stop shaking, you useless hand, I'll curse you into oblivion. A guttural suppressed roar tore from Yuan's throat, like a dragon's low wrathful growl. The effect was immediate. As pent-up tension and inner turmoil vented, Yuan's composure steadied rapidly. Within 3 minutes every usable item had been stripped from the corpses. His rucksack was half full, the Oxford pack overflowed. Gunfire from Yuan Street had tapered off after the vehicle explosion, now only sporadic finishing shots punctuated the silence. The Black Shield police were likely annihilated. Sure enough, engine revs flared once more, then faded quickly into the distance as the prison gang withdrew. Yuan strapped the Oxford pack to his back and wore the rucksack across his chest. It was time to return to his hideout. The hall had been rich enough, greed would only court disaster. Staying longer risked encountering Black Shield reinforcements, danger far outweighed reward. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was this: just 2 meters into his retreat, a flashlight beam suddenly sliced through the darkness of the Shuian street sewer. Yuan's eyes flashed with lethal coldness. He dropped both packs instantly and slipped to the sewer's corner. The light drew nearer, clear solitary footsteps echoed, only one person approached. Yuan made his decision in a heartbeat, pressing himself flat against the wall, cookery drawn and ready. Damn it, shit. A furious bellow erupted in the tunnel. That son of a bitch, Carmen, when I get back you'll pay dearly. You deliberately sent me to die, didn't you? Fine, fine. And the prison gang, you'll answer for this too. I'll remember this debt. The voice grew louder, then rounded the corner. The flashlight beam struck Yuan's face, startling the intruder, who instinctively raised his pistol. But Yuan had the advantage of preparation, and the man stood no chance. The moment the muzzle lifted, the kukri slashed across his wrist. Arg! A scream erupted, then choked off abruptly. The kukri now rested coldly across his throat, accompanied by Yuan's icy whisper. Scream again, and you die. The flashlight clattered onto the ground, flooding the sewer with stark, blinding light. Blood pooled across the damp concrete, and the acrid stench of urine hung thick in the air. Yuan's brow furrowed faintly, his gaze sharp and hostile. A kukri blade rested coldly against the intruder's throat. He was a bald enforcer in regulation uniform, only a few sparse hairs clung to his scalp. His face had drained of color, sweat drenched his brow as he clutched the stump where his right hand had been severed. Yet even under the shadow of death he strained to force a brittle, hollow smile. You. Before he could utter another word, Yuan drove a boot hard into his face. Blood-broken teeth and spittle erupted from his mouth. A flash of seething, venomous hatred ignited deep in his eyes. But it vanished just as swiftly, suppressed, concealed. He spat crimson onto the grimy floor. The bald enforcer knew, whoever this man was, the fact that he hadn't killed him outright meant there remained a sliver of chance to live. Yuan planted his foot squarely atop the severed arm. The kukri sliced shallowly into the skin of the man's throat as he spoke, voice low and unyielding. I ask. You answer. Understood. Without waiting for confirmation, he fired his first question. Where is the Black Shield Police Bureau's stronghold? The bald enforcer trembled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his lips twisting into a feeble, desperate grin. Ha, if I tell you, will you spare me? No. But I can make your death swift. Yuan answered without hesitation and slashed the kukri downward, severing the man's left hand. Ah. My hand. The enforcer's eyes bulged, blood vessels webbing across his sclera. The composure he'd clung to shattered, utterly raw terror now burned in his stare. Yuan held his gaze, deep, still, unnervingly calm, as he repeated each word, deliberate and heavy now. Tell me. Where is the Black Shield Police Bureau's stronghold? The kukri rose again, gleaming under the flashlight's glare. Speak, I'll speak, it's in. Ah, my foot. No. His scream tore through the tunnel once more. This time the blade bit deep into his left ankle, only a strip of flesh still tethered foot to calf. Blood sprayed across Yuan's face, painting him in savage, grotesque relief. Devil. You're a devil. You monster. Yuan's lips curved faintly. Stalling counts as refusal, one last chance. I ask. You answer. Where is the Black Shield Police Bureau's stronghold? This time the kukri hovered over the man's right ankle. Witnessing Yuan's merciless brutality, the bald enforcer abandoned all pretense, no trace of resentment dared surface in his expression. This man wasn't human. He was a demon. District 1, he gasped urgently. The East City Police Headquarters, it's our central command. Where is the convict prison's outpost? Yuan pressed on without pause. It's Soren Penitentiary, outside East Suburb City. Which factions in Lucen City pose the gravest threat? Before the bald enforcer could finish, the next question struck like a whip. He swayed lightheaded from blood loss, on the verge of collapse. Yes. But before the words fully left his lips, Yuan snapped his head up, ears pricked, listening intently. The distant growl of engines. Black Shield reinforcements had arrived. Yuan knew it was time to vanish. The kukri fell one final time. The enforcer convulsed, then lay still. In seconds Yuan stripped his gear, stuffed every usable item into his pack and fled toward his hidden refuge, swift, silent and relentless. Minutes later 5 or 6 post-apocalyptic armored vehicles flooded Shoreline Street with blinding white light. Black Shield enforcers were already sweeping the battlefield. Cayman, clad in an enforcer's uniform, stepped out of his vehicle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, standing amid smoke-choked ruins. He inhaled the damp, humid air and felt the wind rising fierce and unrelenting. A faint crease appeared between his brows. A storm's coming. A thug rushed over the moment he disembarked. Boss, the danger isn't fully cleared yet. What if the convict prison bastards laid in ambush? He never finished. Cayman cut him off with a dismissive wave. Cut the chatter, report. Yes, sir. The high ground's secured. Fry's unit was ambushed, wiped out. But we haven't located Fry's himself or his body. Cayman's expression hardened. Fry's. He paused, thoughtful, then shook his head. Fry's is cautious to a fault. If he sensed danger, he'd vanish or hide without hesitation. He wouldn't take risks. Boss. Fry's is Commander Laurie's younger brother. If something truly happened. The thug's voice tightened with worry, but was silenced by approaching footsteps. Cayman glanced over, then waved the thug away. Enough. That's not your concern. Mobilize everyone, alive or dead, we find him. Yes, sir. The thug departed at once. 2 enforcers in identical uniforms approached Cayman. Groth, his brow knotted, surveyed the carnage with quiet gravity. Cayman, is it Fry's? Cayman gave a curt nod. Yes. Still no sign. Let's hope he's unharmed. Beside him, enforcers sorta scowled. Then what are we waiting for? Fry's is Commander Laurie's brother, everyone searches. Now. Move. At his command, the thugs who'd arrived with Sorta and Groth scattered instantly, joining the frantic search. Sorta nodded, satisfied, then turned to Cayman. Cayman, you've got the sharpest nose among us. Get to work. Cayman didn't respond. Sorta's irritation flared. Cayman, don't push your luck. Of the 3 of us, you're closest to this site. Fail to find Fry's, and see how you explain yourself to Commander Laurie's. A cruel smirk twisted his lips, and he spat hard onto the blood-stained asphalt. Groth stepped in smoothly, chuckling. Enough, enough. Let's not waste breath, we're all in trouble if Fry stays missing. Search, now. Or we'll have no explanation worth giving. Soon a report came Fry's body had been found. All 3 rushed to the sewer, only to fall silent upon seeing the horror before them. Cayman examined Fry's wounds, especially the fatal gash across his throat, his gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. Groth's voice echoed from behind, this just got complicated. Cayman, you're our best tracker. Take point. Agreed. Cayman summoned the Finder, a member of Groth's unit, and questioned him. How did you locate this place? Enforcer Cayman, I noticed a manhole cover blown off by a suicide slave. It exposed the sewer entrance below, so I suspected Fry's might have fallen in. That's when I found his body, and you arrived shortly after. Anything else? 20 meters away we found 6 more bodies, all from Fry's unit. Their gear and supplies were gone. 'Cause of death, gunfire and blast trauma, not blades. Cayman inspected the 6 corpses, then climbed the ladder out of the sewer onto Golden Orchid Boulevard, where he studied ground traces with meticulous focus. Trails of dragged blood etched a grim narrative across the pavement. In moments the full outline of the event coalesced in his mind, and the first figure he recalled was the mysterious stranger who'd slain 3 vagrants at East City Water Authority the day before. That man. A flicker of astonishment and genuine intrigue lit Cayman's eyes. He has remarkable audacity. The underground mine is an incredibly mysterious and dangerous place. Before the Wasteland eruption, this area was crazily excavated with depths reaching thousands of meters underground, twisting and turning inside, filled with numerous forks. Once one enters, there is an 80 to 90% chance of getting lost. Not only are there hidden dangers left by predecessors, but after the Wasteland eruption many plant traps and camouflaged underground predators appeared. The underground hot springs and lava flows make it nearly impossible to navigate, and any small mistake could lead to utter annihilation. The mossy hideout is located here. Inside the hideout, glowing moss and luminescent mushrooms are meticulously arranged in the room, providing illumination. A figure kneels on the floor, focusing intently on the rough beast skin before him, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. In the center of the beast skin lies a box of golden wool cigarettes with the corpses of 4 unknown creatures placed at each corner. A fish without eyes, a big-eared rat, a long-legged spider, and a red-skinned bat. Each creature has a stream of blood converging towards the center of the leather, yet something seems to obstruct it. The blood twists and curves, ultimately forming 2 indistinct characters. Fish Abyss. At the very moment these 2 characters appeared, the figure kneeling on the floor's eyes burst with brilliance and the curve at the corner of his mouth reached his eyes. Indeed, it is Fish Abyss. I knew this guy was not simple. Xiao Wu licked his lips, revealing a hunter's grin of discovery. Is this the 3rd or 4th time? In just 3 days the total amount of cigarettes traded has reached over 40 boxes, and the resources he possesses are definitely not insignificant. A glimmer of greed flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes but was soon overshadowed by rationality, revealing a contemplative expression. No, this guy is a bit sinister. Having entered the Wasteland for only a day, the hideout's ranking has jumped 501 places. He might have opened a special path like I did, so I need to be cautious and for safety's sake let others scout the way. It's a pity that the guy with the cigar is so cautious he hasn't made a move yet. The fish without eyes was casually picked up by Xiao Wu, bringing it to his mouth to tear into it. The fish meat, comparable to that of a big-eye tuna, made Xiao Wu's eyes narrow in pleasure. Fortunately, there are a few of these guys probing. Once the novice protection period ends, I should be able to uncover the true nature of Fish Abyss hideout. I need to think of a way. At 8:34 p.m. after taking a wide detour, Yuan finally returned to the hideout, dropped his backpack and rushed to the air raid shelter ladder exit to begin sealing it. First he covered the exit with a truck tarp, then finally fitted the pre-cut bedboards in place, sealing the exit. Thus the exit was basically blocked off, and he then returned to the hideout, picked up a bucket to fetch water, quickly mixed dry cement according to the ratio and performed final sealing and filling of the exit gaps. The quick-drying cement sets rapidly, leaving Yuan with only 15 to 20 minutes to work. Fortunately, he had practiced this before, so the process was orderly. When he applied the last layer of cement and carefully checked all the gaps, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. This was all he could do, the rest was up to fate. The explosion-proof sandbags he brought back from the Wutong apartment, aside from the 20-some bags he set aside to press down the bedboards at the exit, he laid out the remaining dozens of bags at the security door. It's already past 9 p.m. and there are still 6 hours until the typhoon arrives. I hope I can hold out. Although he had made ample preparations, Yuan still felt a bit uneasy. Having witnessed the danger level of a medium-risk battlefield, he did not dare to underestimate the high danger level of the approaching typhoon. No, the facilities in the hideout need to be reinforced further. Yuan walked into the hideout and the Kelly Mountain sheep came over, bleating incessantly at him. Seeing the ground of the hideout cleanly stripped of grass and the small round pellets, Yuan felt overwhelmed. While he was still in a chaotic state, he had to cater to this ancestor. But he couldn't afford not to, as the exit was blocked and this creature was his only hope for survival. Initially he thought that if he could capture an injured female captive at the Land Hotel, it would help alleviate his lust card. However, not only did he not encounter any women, but he had only met one living person who was bald. He helplessly glanced at the fire pit he had constructed earlier. What a pity. In the end he opened the Tao hole and discovered that, perhaps due to his continuous trading of cigarettes for grass, someone had actually put grass on the shelves in the Tao hole, still at the rate of 3 kilograms for 1 cigarette, but some had set up trades using survival points, with 3 kilograms of grass equaling between 20-10 or 5 survival points. They were actually rolling it themselves. After all, the cost of grass is nearly non-existent, as one can harvest a large bundle in 2 minutes, making any sale profitable. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, he chose the cheapest trade and spent 100 survival points to acquire 45 kilograms before stopping. This grass would be enough for the Kelly Mountain sheep to eat for a while. After tidying up the hideout slightly, Yuan went to the fire pit, lit the firewood, and used the stainless steel pot he had collected earlier to fetch half a pot of water from the collection device, placing it on the tripod to heat. He pondered the next plan. The most important thing was to upgrade the hideout facilities before the typhoon arrived. He could upgrade as much as possible. Opening the virtual screen, he checked the construction requirements in the hideout facilities management log. Currently he has completed 7 facilities: security level 2 stainless steel waterproof door, rest area level 1 ground mat, bathroom level 1 washing area, ventilation level 1 single pipe ventilation, collection device level 1 faucet, lighting level 1 candle, kitchen level 1 fire pit. The hideout information is also much richer than at the start. Fish Abyss hideout ranking 94.99, owner Yuan, area 60, safety level 6, comfort level 4, energy level 1, defense level 0, hygiene level 2. Facilities that can be built in the hideout include warehouse, leisure area, have also been unlocked, but these facilities will not provide any substantial help against the impending typhoon disaster. Although he is very interested in the warehouse, he indeed needs a place to store resources. But now is not the best time to build a warehouse. With the fire pit and faucet, the issues of heating food and water sources have been resolved. With 3 waterproof measures, the impact of the typhoon rain on the city's sewage system should also be manageable. But why do I always feel like I am missing something? Yuan always felt restless. No, wait. He suddenly froze. Sewage system. Sewer. Yuan rushed to the bathroom, shining his flashlight on the floor drain. When he saw the dark straight-down pipe, he finally realized what he had overlooked. Despite all precautions, he had focused all his thoughts on how to fend off potential floods from outside the hiding place, neglecting the fact that there was a drain inside the bathroom. Once the heavy rain filled the city's sewer, the rainwater would likely backflow through this drain into the hiding place. Yuan felt cold sweat soaking his back, feeling both apprehensive and extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he discovered it in time, otherwise it would have been too late when the typhoon struck and the rain poured down. But soon his expression turned exceptionally grim. Because he realized that it might already be too late. The exit from the air defense shelter to the sewer had been blocked by him, and he could no longer go out to gather building materials. After replacing a candle in the hiding place, Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Before entering the Wasteland, he didn't like smoking and even had some aversion to it. But it must be said that when one's thoughts are complex, this is the best way to quickly clear the mind and stabilize emotions. Phew. Fortunately, the situation hasn't reached its worst point. Yuan temporarily thought of 2 ways to solve the problem. One simple and crude way was to fill the bathroom's drainage pipe with quick-drying cement, completely blocking it in a physical sense, but the consequences would also be severe. Yuan was unsure what changes would occur to the bathroom facilities after blocking the drainage pipe. Directly abandoning it shouldn't be the case. The most likely outcome would be the need to rebuild or clear the cement. In any case, this option was placed last by Yuan. The typhoon was set to hit at 3:48 a.m., and if he hadn't resolved the backflow issue in the bathroom by that time, he would have to take that route. The second choice was naturally to upgrade the bathroom facilities. Previously at the Dongcheng Water Authority, he had unlocked an optimization path that included the bathroom. After the bathroom reached level 2, facility optimization could be performed just like the stainless steel waterproof door. The materials required to construct the bathroom level 2 washroom are 1 ceramic sink, 2 corrugated hoses, 1 latex paint, 2 stainless steel pipes, and 1 faucet. The optimized level 2 bathroom facilities would then transform into a high-quality shower room. After constructing the bathroom level 2 washroom, one only needed to add 1 shower head, 1 PVC pipe, 2 check valves, 2 anti-overflow floor drains, and 1 waterproof coating to complete the optimization. Previously, Yuan had obtained plenty of home materials from the house of the woman with the tear mole at 68 Canchino Street, and he had considered the bathroom upgrade at that time, so he had latex paint, stainless steel pipes, PVC pipes, waterproof paint, and a faucet. The remaining materials could only be traded through Taodao Cave. After searching through, he was lucky to find 2 corrugated hoses and a showerhead, but there were simply no ceramic sinks, check valves, or anti-overflow floor drains listed. He could only make a purchase request. Unlike before, when he used cigarettes for trading, Yuan had released nearly 40 boxes over the past 3 days in the Wasteland world. Although the demand for cigarettes among players was still high, it was no longer as desperate as before. Previously, he had listed more than 20 boxes for upgrading Taodao Cave, and many people, after completing transactions, turned around and split those cigarettes for resale to make a profit. Moreover, he currently only had 2 left, and he needed to save some for personal use. This time he was listing the supplies obtained from the thugs, starting with close combat weapons. For Damascus daggers, 2 6H5 bayonets, a tactical axe, and military boots that were the wrong size were all listed aside from the supplies needed to upgrade the bathroom. He also added some construction materials for other facilities in the hiding place, such as bicycles, wires, and rectifiers for constructing a level 1 generator, and copper wires and switches for upgrading to level 2 lighting. These were all the facilities Yuan planned to build within these 3 days. Constructing a level 1 generator actually required an AC generator and a battery, as well as energy-saving lamps for upgrading the lighting. Yuan had all of these, so he just needed to gather the missing materials to build. The listing information released by Yuan was quickly noticed by other players, because after upgrading Taodao Cave to level 3 or above, although it remained anonymous, the items listed would be pinned and refreshed after each listing. When Yuan listed the supplies he searched from the thugs in the Taodao Cave, it caused quite a stir. After all, items like grenades, bulletproof vests, shotguns, rifles, and military boots were clearly unique to thugs, making it hard not to attract attention. Therefore, once Yuan's purchase request was released, those with ulterior motives immediately took notice. They thought this time was the same as before, using listings to transfer supplies, since it had become a common practice among players. But soon someone realized something was off. Although the newly listed items were all close combat weapons, the trading demand was pitifully low. In the past, a close combat weapon would cost between 300 to 800 survival points depending on the type. Weapons like daggers, which only had piercing functions, would typically cost around 3,000 survival points. While versatile weapons like tactical axes, which could be used for combat and chopping, would be priced above 6,000 survival points. Yet now these weapons could be exchanged for some materials, prompting those with ulterior motives to take immediate action. After all, areas like cities and towns were highly dangerous, but there were always some resource points located in remote areas that players could discover. Abandoned cars in the wild, deserted camping sites, roadside service stations, countryside villas, farm estates, abandoned houses, and so on. Although they were scarce, they generally posed little danger. Some who were already exploring near these houses immediately changed direction. Some who had originally planned to rest upon seeing the purchase request remembered that they had items among their collected supplies that met the exchange conditions and immediately got up to search. Others rushed out of their hiding places and started dismantling the abandoned RV by the roadside. Their only thought was to exchange the weapons first. Even if they couldn't use the weapons themselves, reselling them would yield a difference of hundreds to over 1,000 survival points, and no one would refuse such a good deal. This was also Yuan's intention. He was pressed for time and needed to quickly obtain materials to upgrade the bathroom, so he could only use profit to motivate others. With limited quantities, those who moved quickly would benefit while those who hesitated would miss out. It was that simple. Through the chat channel, Yuan saw that all players were already aware of the weapon trading and were discussing it fervently, so he no longer paid attention. As long as there was discussion, someone would always collect supplies for survival points. He just needed to wait. Yuan suppressed his impatience and looked eagerly at the pile of spoils in the corner. MP5 submachine guns, X2 Remington 870 shotgun, X1 FNFAL assault rifles, X2 Glock 17 handguns, X1 Glock 19 handguns, X2 tactical gloves, X5 tactical boots, X2 composite bulletproof helmets, X3 M67 grenades, X7 stun grenades, X2 chest rig with 6 pouches, level 3 police bulletproof vests, X6. There were also several dozen to hundreds of rounds of 7.62 by 51 mm and 1270 buckshot shells. Yuan looked at the organized spoils, a smile lingering in his eyes. With this batch of equipment, once the newbie period ends, I will have the strength to fight against the invading veteran players. This was the reason Yuan was willing to take risks and fight hard. For him, the invasion of veteran players in 27 days was the greatest threat. Relying solely on the folding crossbow and handgun in his hands to combat veteran players was simply a fantasy. However, with these pieces of equipment, the situation was different. His greatest gain was not even those above. Yuan glanced at the entirely black enforcer gear at his feet, a smirk appearing on his lips. He silently thanked the bald man again for bringing him a set of excellent quality gear. Enforcer bulletproof vest, level 4 enforcer tactical gloves, enforcer tactical boots, enforcer goggles. All 4 pieces of equipment were of excellent quality. Not only did they provide exceptional protective capabilities, but each also had special effects. The tactical gloves enhanced grip and stab resistance, while the tactical boots improved foot protection and also alleviated fatigue. The goggles offered protection against glare, dazzle, UV rays, and enhanced color contrast. Yuan speculated that the enforcer set should also include a tactical helmet, but he had no idea where that bald man tossed it. To be fair, the bald man's wealth was quite impressive. He equipped himself with a tactical sword for close combat. However, Yuan still preferred the dogleg knife. It was simply more comfortable to wield. Of course, his biggest gain was still the somewhat oversized handgun from the bald man. SW Model 500 Revolver. Quality excellent. Description: this gun is specifically designed for hunting large dangerous animals such as bears and bison, and for extreme shooting enthusiasts. Caliber 500 SW Magnum. Capacity 5. Effective range 100,200 meters. At first sight, this handgun left Yuan somewhat spellbound. He played with it in his hands. Unfortunately, while the gun was indeed powerful, its weight of at least 2 kilograms posed a significant challenge for him. As for recoil, it was undoubtedly exaggerated, especially considering that he only found 15 rounds of 500 ammunition, meaning this gun could only be used at specific times. At least in Yuan's understanding, he wouldn't use this weapon for shooting people. The rest were just some miscellaneous items such as various trinkets collected from the bodies of thugs. The only thing that caught Yuan's attention was a keychain with 3 keys found on the bald man. The bald man held a considerable position. Yuan did not believe someone of his status would have no private stash. Unfortunately, he did not know where the runes corresponding to those keys were, otherwise he could have found a way to steal one. As the spoils were organized, the Tao Teodon also signaled that the transaction was completed. Under the temptation of survival points, players' potential was indeed enormous. All listed items had begun to be traded one after another. As he took the supplies out of Tao Teodon, Yuan smiled. This group of people was truly hardworking. The ceramic sink looked like it had just been removed, with clear signs of dismantling still visible. The wires, check valves and anti-overflow drains still had debris from the violent dismantling. With the bathroom upgraded to level 2 and all the optimized materials in place, Yuan immediately opened the virtual light curtain to select upgrade and optimization for construction. As the bathroom was enveloped in a green light curtain, it would take 30 minutes to complete the construction this time. The most crucial drainage issue had been resolved. Yuan also put those supplies that were temporarily unusable up for trade, exchanging them for the materials needed to construct other facilities. The trades for gloves, chest rigs and similar gear were all completed, but he still kept the firearms and armor. He did not want the weapons he sold to be in the hands of players invading him after the newbie period ended. Half an hour later, as the materials for level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator were collected, they also joined the ranks of upgrades and construction. The bathroom, upgraded to level 2 shower room, changed drastically with the disappearance of the green light curtain. What was once a small wash area of 1 square meter expanded into a 2 square meter shower room, which was no longer empty. The sink and showerhead were installed on either side of the bathroom. Of course, Yuan was also focused on the anti-backflow function of the drainage system, which did not disappoint him. Both floor drains in the bathroom featured a floating ball barrier design, and the connection between the sink and drainage was also secured with a check valve. Bathroom level 2 shower room. Quality excellent. Function sanitary level 2. Comfort level 2 reduces illness probability by 15, reduces wound infection risk by 10, reduces mental breakdown risk by 15, possesses anti-moisture, anti-backflow, anti-odor and anti-insect effects, yielding 24 L of domestic water daily. Only then could Yuan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was unsure whether the anti-backflow effect of the level 2 bathroom could withstand the impact of heavy rain, he could only trust his hiding place now. Taking advantage of the fact that the typhoon had not yet arrived, Yuan immediately stripped off his clothes and stepped into the shower room, washing away the first bath he had taken since entering the wasteland. The shower water was icy and stimulating, but truly one does not know until they try. Seeing the ground covered in black water startled Yuan. Although he wanted to clean thoroughly, the 24 L water quota made him dare not be extravagant. He could only apply a little shampoo and body wash, hurriedly rubbing a few times before rinsing off. Even so, it made him feel reborn, refreshed all over. At that moment he understood the meaning of earning rewards through effort. As he left the shower room, the level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator were also completed. Ventilation level 2 dual pipe ventilation. Function safety level 2 indoor and outdoor air circulation, speed 25, reduced risk of air poisoning, slightly dust resistant. Generator level 1 pedal generator. Function energy 3, pedaling for 60 minutes generates 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity with a maximum storage capacity of 1.8 kilowatt-hours. Yuan approached the pedal generator. It was rather simple and crude, a transformed bicycle along with a battery and onboard generator cleverly combined by the system's black technology and strengthened. Yuan sat on the bicycle seat and pedaled vigorously. He could feel a noticeable resistance, but it was manageable. On the modified control panel at the handlebars, a red light lit up. Generating power. Currently in standard mode, approximately 60 minutes and 48 seconds remaining until fully charged. Ha! A spark of curiosity flickered in Yuan's eyes. Only then did he realize the generator's output level was adjustable, offering 3 modes: high power, standard, and leisure. Without hesitation, he twisted the dial. Click! The generator shifted into high power mode. Damn! Yuan's eyes bulged instantly, veins surged across his forearms as he gripped the handle. His buttocks lifted off the seat, he stood upright and began pedaling with all his might. Good heavens, the resistance felt like cycling up a 35-degree incline. Sitting while pedaling. Utterly impossible. Yet power generation surged dramatically, full charge time plummeted to 30 minutes, halved outright. Still, Yuan abandoned it after less than a minute. Without a gearshift mechanism, sustained high-power operation was impractical, perhaps reserved only for dire emergencies. The leisure mode, by contrast, demanded almost no effort, though charging time doubled accordingly. All in all, Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with his pedal-powered generator. With the level 1 generator now complete, other electricity-dependent facilities unlocked in sequence. Only the upgrade materials for level 2 lighting, energy-saving lamps, had been fully assembled. He immediately initiated the upgrade. As wire switches, sockets, and lamps vanished, a soft green light shimmered across the ceiling of his hideout. Meanwhile, Yuan continued peddling while scanning transaction logs on the Taodao Cave marketplace. All previously listed melee weapons had been exchanged. Only one pair of tactical gloves remained, and 2 pairs of combat boots. Likely a sizing issue, but Yuan paid it no mind. Among 10,000 players, boot sizes were limited, someone would inevitably need them. East City District 1, East City Police Station. Quick, clear the obstacles. The enforcement squad is returning. A burly, broad-shouldered rioter stared toward the approaching armored vehicles and barked orders to his men, clearing a path. Hiss. A dozen armored vehicles freshly returned from Shuian Street ground to a halt before the police station's gates. 3 enforcers disembarked first, their gazes locking onto the lone figure standing at the station's entrance. Behind them, 2 men carried a body bag draped in somber stillness. Commander Loris. Cayman, Grow, and Sorta snapped to attention and saluted the approaching man. Loris appeared to be in his mid-40s, slight of frame, unimposing in stature. Yet the moment they laid eyes on him, all 3 stiffened, breathing slowed, muscles coiled tight. Ignoring them entirely, Loris strode toward the body bag. "Rie up." The bag opened. Inside lay a face streaked with dried blood. Loris's gaze turned glacial, utterly devoid of warmth, as fathomless and chilling as a bottomless black well. Then his eyes swept back to the trio, foreheads glistened with cold sweat. Sorta's throat tightened, he swallowed hard, feeling as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, his very blood turning sluggish and thick. Cayman and Grow stood rigid, breath held, eyes straight ahead, not daring even to blink. At last Loris's stare settled on Sorta. "You're nervous." "And no." Sorta forced a stiff, brittle smile. "Then tell me, how did Fries die?" His voice slithered forth, cold, slick, poised to strike. Sorta bowed his head, spine slightly bent. "Commander Loris, based on field analysis, Enforcer Fries was ambushed during the riot prison assault, fell into the sewer system, and was subsequently attacked by enemies lying in wait, his right hand, left hand, and both ankles severed. The fatal wound being a deep incision to the carotid artery." Before he could finish, he met Loris's unnervingly placid gaze. "Do you truly believe? I cannot see this for myself. I asked how Fries died, not what wounds he bore." "I?" Sorta gulped again, the air itself seemed to congeal. Just as suffocation loomed, Loris's gaze shifted to Cayman. "You. Speak." Snap. Cayman snapped upright, chest thrust forward, reporting, "Commander Loris, Enforcer Fries was killed by assailants concealed beforehand in the sewer. Field evidence also revealed multiple slain enforcement personnel. We suspect the attackers were operatives planted by the riot prison within the sewer network." "Explain." Forensic analysis of Fries's wounds indicates the weapon used was a kukri, a short, heavy-bladed knife optimized for slashing. Both wrists and ankles bear clean, forceful cuts consistent with that blade. To my knowledge, kukris are exclusively forged and issued by the riot prison, specifically to their raider units. Furthermore, I suspect the Burning Bastion may have participated in this assault." "The Burning Bastion? What evidence supports that claim?" Loris's brow furrowed. "No direct evidence, sir, but word has it Black Lung Victor urgently requires healthy lungs. The riot prison controls Greenwood City's largest slave reservoir. Moreover, numerous blast residues from incendiary bottles were found at the scene, and fuel remains the Burning Bastion's most tightly controlled resource." Cayman trailed off, but everyone present understood his implication. Loris fell silent, thoughtful, then gently patted Cayman's shoulder before turning and walking away. "I hear you've captured a riot prison operative, send him to me." "Yes, sir." Only when Loris's figure vanished beyond sight did Cayman, Grow, and Sorta exhale deeply in unison. Sorta, drenched in sweat as if dragged from water, shot Cayman a furious glare, then shoved past him and stormed off. Grow merely offered a wry, resigned smile before departing. A rioter approached, lit a match, and ignited the cigarette dangling from Cayman's lips. "Boss, the prisoners already been dispatched to the commander. But these riot prison bastards, they're madmen. Can we even crack their mouths open?" "Humph." Cayman cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate. "Mind your own duties." Questioning Commander Loris. "You've grown tired of breathing, have you?" "Me? Never." The rioter glanced nervously left and right, lowering his voice. "Boss, was it really the riot prison who killed Enforcer Fries?" "Yesterday at the Water Authority." He didn't finish. Cayman's sharp glare cut him off. "Silence. Not a single word about yesterday. If you value your life, stay quiet, if not, I'll oblige you gladly." "Understood, boss," the rioter stammered. Fine. Old ghost, you hold things down here. I'll go inside and check. Cayman handed him the half-smoked cigarette and strode toward the police station. Halfway there a raindrop struck his cheek, wind swept it across his skin leaving a chill. He looked up. Pat pat pat. Rain intensified rapidly, gusts grew markedly stronger. This storm would be no mere drizzle. Amid the rioters' clamor behind him, Cayman quickened his pace, his lips curling faintly as a quiet thought crossed his mind. Never imagined that fellow would actually take out Fries. A most unexpected boon. Perhaps he can be leveraged later, say against that fool sorta. But is he truly from the riot prison? That cookery, undeniably theirs. With a click the lighting switch was turned off. Inside the hiding place 3 energy-saving lamps began to emit a cold white light illuminating the room. As Yuan blew out the candle it felt as if he had returned to the civilized world, momentarily casting aside the impending threat of the approaching typhoon. These 3 energy-saving lamps are all 10W capable of illuminating for about 33 hours with an hour of cycling, not bad at all. However, Yuan knew that once other electrical facilities were built this amount of stored energy would not meet daily needs, but for now he was quite satisfied. With the lighting reaching level 2 the time had come to 1 a.m. Looking at the Krishan sheep tied up in the corner glanцing at him from time to time, Yuan let out a heavy sigh. There were less than 5 hours left until 6 o'clock. He knew that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Taking out the small square package he had kept in his pocket with a determination to face death, he walked towards the corner of the hiding place. When the exotic yet mystically atmospheric background music echoed in Yuan's ears once more, the earth-colored card appeared before his eyes, trembling incessantly, and as the music's rhythm quickened and grew more urgent, reaching the brink of an eruption. Crack! The indulgence card broke apart, leaving Yuan's mind blank as if he heard the eerie laughter of a woman in his ears. Only after a few seconds did he gradually regain his awareness. The fate card had disappeared and the sound in his ears was a cold mechanical prompt. Fate card rock level indulgence card successfully erased. Fate points 1. Detected that the indulgence target has conversion value. Do you wish to convert? Requires 1 fate point. Yuan's eyes lit up. Convert. Fate points 1 obtained. Rare item. Nya. Wait, what is this rare item? As Yuan pondered, he felt a darkness envelop him and then his pupils trembled violently as if he saw something unbelievable. He even took 2 steps back to steady himself. The creature before him was no longer the previous Krishan sheep but a strange giant sheep. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, it sported exaggerated spiral horns akin to those of a ram, its body covered in dense soft wool that shimmered under the light. Nya. Quality rare. Owner Yuan. Weight capacity 500 kilograms. Speed 60 km/h. Equipment effect increases weight Nya. Quality rare. Owner Yuan. Weight capacity 500 kilograms. Speed 60 km/h. Equipment effect increases weight capacity by 100 kilograms, endurance by 80 and running speed by 40. Combat method: horn charge. Rare building: Nyamai's feeding trough. Function: can produce 20 kilograms of high quality wool outstanding every 7 days, can produce 300 milliliters of high energy sheep milk rare daily. Rare item: this is a rare item. 1 rare item with 3 different states. Equipment: regular rare building. Regular is like it is now, in the form of a sheep capable of being ridden, fought with and yielding resources. Equipment on the other hand is in the form of a tattoo on Yuan's body, granting him the attributes of the rare item Nya. The states of equipment and riding can be freely switched. Rare building, however, is a special facility built specifically for Nya. Once constructed, Nya cannot leave the rare building and naturally cannot be equipped or ridden. But correspondingly it also unlocks the function of the rare building Nyamai's feeding trough. Every 7 days a precious food item collected by Nya can be obtained from the trough. 3 states with 3 effects: this was something Yuan hadn't anticipated. He never thought that his desperate choice would lead to such a huge twist and surprise. Although he was unclear as to why the Yu had horns, it did not diminish Yuan's affection for it. He placed his right hand on its forehead, silently chanting equip. Yuan felt a flash before his eyes and Nya had vanished, but his body underwent significant changes. Originally standing at 1.78 meters, he now towered significantly taller, feeling the distance to the ceiling shrink. Hastily retrieving the measuring tape he had collected earlier, he measured against the wall 188 meters. He had grown a full 10 centimeters taller. His physique had also changed significantly, with pronounced muscle contours, strong yet not bulky like a bodybuilder but rather more proportional and elongated. Yuan speculated that this might be due to the enhancement of his attributes in endurance, speed and weight capacity. He could clearly feel his strength had increased considerably and his stamina was abundant, as if he had endless energy within. Removing his shirt, his chest was adorned with a jet black ram head tattoo with 2 protruding points on his chest resembling crimson eyes. The massive spiral horns extended from Yuan's shoulders to his arms, combined with the sharply defined muscle lines. A complete display of violent aesthetics. Yuan gazed at his nearly perfect physique. If he had to find a word to describe his current state, it could only be powerful. Only power was worthy of this body. When Mia exited the equipment state, Yuan felt his body weaken once again. The first thought that crossed his mind was surprisingly one of reluctance. He forcibly suppressed this idea with reason. The feeling of equipping Mia was indeed powerful, but Yuan clearly understood that the attributes brought by the rare item were merely an illusion of strength. If he truly normalized this equipment state one day when he could only rely on himself to fight, it would be his demise. Ultimately, his own body was the foundation of true strength. He fed Mia some grass and took out the sheep milk from today. High-energy sheep milk. Quality rare. Description: has certain healing effects, especially excellent for restoring specific injuries, possesses calming effects and provides the body with rich energy. Long-term consumption can strengthen the physique. Function 1. Can accelerate the healing of injuries, especially significant healing effects on fractures. 2. Has a calming effect, reduces the probability of mental breakdown and restores an additional 5 of stamina and bodily functions during rest. 3. After consumption can quickly replenish energy and restore stamina. Long-term consumption can slowly enhance bone and muscle strength. 4. After consuming continuously for 7 days, gain the buff abundant kidney chi stamina 15 slight cold resistance. A massive spiral-shaped dark cloud descended upon Lucian City from the shattered wave strait. It loomed like a giant grinding wheel pressing down from the sky, accompanied by the howling sea winds and torrential rain that poured like a floodgate opening. Abandoned billboards swayed and broke in the fierce wind while trees splintered and cars toppled. It felt as if the sea would engulf this place in the next moment. And indeed this was the case. The southern coastline of Lucian City had already been swallowed by a tsunami towering 7 to 8 meters high, and with the landfall of Typhoon Bukiexing, an even more intense storm surge was bearing down on Lucian City. Within the city's drainage system of Lucian City, as the torrential rain and storm surge approached, torrents of rainwater surged into the sewers, rapidly raising the water level inside. In the East City district, in a dark corner of the drainage system on 10th Street. As rainwater surged back, a slender figure swiftly emerged from a drainage pipe about a meter in diameter, shaking off its damp black fur, its fist-sized eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light as it sniffed the air and darted in a certain direction. Before long it arrived at a narrow passage where faint voices and the dim light of a flashlight could be heard. "Uncle, we must leave here, the rain is getting heavier. Staying here will only lead to drowning. In this situation neither the rioters nor the refugees will come out. We must escape to the building." "Oh no, what about our supplies?" "They've all been lost." "Uncle, we can find more supplies later. If we don't leave now we really won't make it." All right. I'll listen to you." "Ha! What is that?" "No." "Ah." The shadow lunged at the man, sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth. "No, a rat. Such a big rat. Help! Help!" The boy called out, but the blood had already roused the shadow's ferocity, its ghostly green eyes rapidly turning crimson as it turned and pounced towards the boy's location. Squeak! Squeak! Ding ding ding! Yuan was awakened by the alarm of his positioning watch, opening his eyes to find it was already 6:30 in the morning. A few hours earlier, after eliminating the death threat of the indulgence card and experiencing the joy of obtaining the rare item Mimi, the surging drowsiness could no longer be restrained. After setting the alarm to ring every 2 hours, he fell into a deep sleep. He understood that only by ensuring sufficient energy and stamina could he deal with the potential surprises that might occur later. Thus, adequate rest was more important than staying up late for vigilance. This was his second awakening. He had woken once at 4:30 when he checked every corner of the air raid shelter, which left him slightly reassured. Although he could clearly hear the sound of rushing water in the drainage system, the most feared seepage had not occurred. He picked up the flashlight again and entered the air raid shelter to assess the situation. However, as soon as he opened the waterproof door, Yuan's brow immediately furrowed. The smell and humidity in the air were off. His somewhat dazed mind instantly became alert. He dashed a few steps to the high wall of sandbags, pressing his left hand against the sandbags, jumping with both legs, using his left hand for support as his whole body soared over the sandbag wall, running towards 2 exit points. The first place he went was the earliest blocked exit. The exit was dry with no signs of water seeping through the cracks. After confirming it was fine, Yuan immediately ran towards the exit he frequently used. As soon as he stepped into the passage, he heard a splash sound underfoot, causing his heart to skip a beat. He immediately looked down and saw a thin layer of water already on the ground, slowly spreading outward. He hurried a few steps to the exit location, where he saw water gushing out from a corner of the sandbag wall. He quickly moved aside the 2 bags of sandbags, revealing an opening in front of Yuan. This opening was located at the corner of the exit wall, about the size of a brick. The flashlight illuminated it, and he could see rainwater flowing beneath, which had completely submerged the drainage system. The rainwater rushed and impacted this opening because a stone brick on the outer side of the air raid shelter had been washed away, causing the inner bricks to be washed away as well, which created the opening. While quick-drying cement could seal the gaps inside, it could not reach the outer bricks of the exit. Yuan's expression was quite grim. He understood that this was his oversight. It must have been due to his repeated entries and exits over the past few days that loosened the outer bricks, but he had only focused on checking the conditions inside the air raid shelter, never considering that the outer bricks could have problems. This led to the current situation. Regret was futile. He had to find a way to stop it. He immediately carried the 10 or so bags of sandbags from his hiding place to the exit, tearing open the outdoor tent he had collected before his waterproof cloth to block the opening. Now, with the water flow rapid, he had no way to repair it and could only use this method to stop the water from spreading. Fortunately, the effect was good, with the sandbags blocking the way the rainwater from the drainage system no longer flowed into the air raid shelter, temporarily averting the crisis. He was also grateful for his timely discovery, which had staved off the crisis in its budding stage. Now he could only hope that the opening would not expand further. Yuan returned to his hiding place and checked the last half bag of quick-drying cement, which was his hope for the future. As long as the heavy rain could stop for a while, giving him time to repair the opening, there was still a chance. There was no point in rushing now, he could only wait. Yuan also lost his drowsiness, igniting the fire pit, boiling a pot of water, and checking the virtual light screen, which already displayed several notification messages. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. Hiding place survival assessment earned 220 survival points. Click for details. Hiding place ranking bonus assessment 0 daily settlement total 220 survival points. Keep up the good work. 220 points. Not bad. As the water in the pot boiled, Yuan opened a can of beef and poured it in, then added a pack of instant noodles. Soon a rich aroma filled the hiding place. The Mimi lying beside him sniffed the air and looked over. Seeing this, Yuan waved his hand and Mimi immediately came over, clearly not lacking in intelligence. Petting its soft fur, Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Should I call you Mimi? Can I just refer to you like that from now on?" Mimi tilted its head at Yuan and then nodded. At this moment the noodles were ready and the steaming heat was drawn away by the ventilation duct. It also brought back a hint of cool air. After finishing breakfast, Yuan approached the dilapidated newsstand to check today's refreshed newspapers. When he saw a card appear beside the newspaper, a hint of surprise flashed across Yuan's face, but he quickly revealed a puzzled expression. Unexpectedly, additional intelligence supplies were refreshed, but this card is a rock quality inside card. Information card, rock grade inside card. Information card inside quality rock grade function. Using this card will grant you insider information related to a specified event. Rock quality. Yuan looked at the toned card in his hand, which closely resembled a fate card with the characters insider written on it, narrowing his eyes slightly. The appearance of the insider card brought him some surprise. It was an informational item regarding specified events which held immense significance for Yuan. There were far too many things he wanted to clarify. The division of the thug forces, the differences in their strengths, their antagonistic relationships, as well as the room locations corresponding to the 3 keys of the bald man, and the location of the hotel room card belonging to Brother Biao, among other matters. However, Yuan also understood that there was only one insider card for now, and he had to keep it for a crucial moment to maximize its effect. At this moment, the virtual light screen, the fate card page, which was located beneath the wooden box of the fate card, revealed a book that Yuan had initially thought was just a background decoration. A page from the book had 4 card slots, and the insider card disappeared from Yuan's hand, appearing tightly embedded in the first slot of that book page. Subsequently, the book closed, returning to its previous state, but Yuan felt reassured knowing he could open the book at any time and retrieve the insider card. On the book that originally had no name, a line of text slowly emerged: the Book of Fate. Clearly, the Insider card as a derivative of Fate's gift had a necessary connection with the Fate card. Yuan no longer dwelled on these matters as they were meaningless. He had to first overcome the current difficulties. The cost of acquiring the Insider card was not cheap, a full 500 survival points. Due to being trapped in his hiding place, Yuan did not check the new Fate gifts, planning to choose after the typhoon ended. After all, choosing a Fate gift meant one had to complete the Fate card task, which in the current situation was akin to seeking death. Picking up the freshly updated newspaper, he saw the same two stable rock-quality news items. Green Forest City daily date, 4th day of the Wasteland calendar. Weather: Typhoon Baiqiashing is imminent and the eyewall storm is currently making landfall. The maximum wind speed is expected to reach level 13 and around 1140 am. The eye of the typhoon will enter, lasting for 4 hours. Temperature 22-28. Publisher: Wasteland Fate News Agency. Neighborhood Life Section: Quality Rock Level: Danger Level Low. All law enforcement officers from the Black Shield Police Department are filled with fear towards Commander Rowley's, terrified of his interrogation methods and his cruelty towards enemies and traitors. Under this fear, law enforcer Soda secretly expressed his intention to side with Commander Rowley's while also using the death of Fliss to incite Rowley's against Carmen. But he did not know that Rowley's had long suspected that law enforcer Carmen intentionally failed to provide immediate support to Waterfront Street, which led to his brother being killed by enemies in the sewers. He wanted Carmen and the people from the thug prison to accompany his brother in death, and that guy who killed Fliss must also die. Yuan was slightly surprised he had only killed one person in the sewer, and that was the bald man. He did not expect that he actually had a commander brother behind him. No wonder he was so arrogant. This one named Rowley's is also a threat. If he finds out him in the sewers, he will definitely turn over all the sewers, adding another trouble. He recorded this information in his memo. Additionally, the first piece of typhoon information made Yuan pay immense attention. By noon, Green Forest City will enter the eye of the typhoon, lasting for 4 hours. This information was incredibly important for Yuan. He knew that regardless of how fierce the previous storms were, once entering the eye of the typhoon it would immediately calm down and it might even become sunny. At most 1 hour later, the rainwater in the sewers would drain and the water level would drop, then would be his chance to repair the breach. However, the actual situation was far more serious than Yuan had anticipated. 5 hours later, Yuan looked at the water level that had risen to his knees, feeling a sense of helplessness. The second waterproof high wall outside had completely collapsed. An hour ago he had just found some stones to temporarily block the breach, but that breach had expanded again. This time, even with sandbags, it was impossible to completely stop the water flow from pouring in. In just 1 hour it had already reached knee level. The rapid rise of the water level made Yuan feel a bit scared. He looked at the time: 1150. It should have already entered the eye of the typhoon by now. There's still time. Half an hour later, looking at the water level that had dropped to his calves, Yuan let out a long sigh. Finally, it's gone down. But he knew that now was truly the time to be busy. Arriving at the exit, he bent down to move the sandbags blocking the breach. As the breach expanded, the rainwater flooding into the air raid shelter quickly poured in through the gap. Yuan saw that the previous breach had now increased by more than 4 times. No wonder the sandbags could not completely stop the spread of the water flow. The water level in the sewer had also dropped to half. He let the remaining rainwater cascade while he hurriedly took out the stones he had previously found from the small cave. Returning to his hiding place, he filled a bucket with quick-drying cement and returned to the exit. In these few hours he had not been idle. He had taken the tactical sword from the bald man's body and exchanged it for 2 bags of quick-drying cement and some construction materials. Once the rainwater in the air raid shelter was completely emptied, there would be less than 3 hours remaining for the eye of the typhoon to stay in Green Forest City. Yuan did not dare to dawdle, quickly mixing the cement according to the ratio. This time Yuan had learned his lesson. He did not directly block the exit but instead lay on the ground, extending his arms through the breach. After applying a layer on the outer wall of the air raid shelter, which was the top of the sewer, he then picked up the stones to block the gap. Once that layer of quick-drying cement hardened, it would become a protective layer. Although it would not hold up for long under the impact of the rainwater, Yuan would be very satisfied even if it lasted for an hour or two. In less than 30 minutes the breach was completely sealed and Yuan let out a temporary sigh of relief. This should not have any problems anymore. Yuan's resource management log: date 6th day of the Wasteland location, District 13 East City, Green Forest City. Food: 8 cans of beef, 3 cans of fruit, 6 packs of military rations, 3 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 28 pieces of chocolate, 8 packs of Camel cigarettes, 9 packs of Marlboro cigarettes. Medical 1 car emergency first aid kit 1 medical backpack supplies 1 car engine 1 spark plug 1 car air conditioning compressor. Weapons 1 dog leg knife 2 Glock 17 pistols 919mm Luger FMJ 48 rounds SW model 500 revolver. Tools 1 multifunctional tool pliers 1 multifunctional toolbox. Containers 1 outdoor Oxford cloth backpack 60L 1 backpack 1 canvas crossbody bag damaged. PS brothers, please help with free love energy generation. Thank you. Day 6 in the Wasteland. Bang. Splash. As the quick-setting cement was shattered by Yuan, the sewer exit revealed itself and he let the enormous stone he had been holding fall to the ground. A mistake. I only thought about sealing the exit tight, why didn't I think to bring a hammer? This was a realization that only came to Yuan as he prepared to break the seal. His only melee weapon left was a dogleg knife, the rest were firearms, folding crossbows or bows and arrows. There was nothing capable of breaking quick-setting cement. He did have an adjustable wrench and a pipe wrench, but both were too small. After a few tries his hands went numb and the cement only suffered superficial damage. With no other choice, he finally swapped in 2 large stones and managed to make it work. He cleared the exit. Although the typhoon had passed, water still rushed through the sewer. It looked like in a few hours the accumulated water would drain and a person could descend. A smile touched Yuan's lips as he prepared to return to his hideout, but his expression froze as if he had seen something. Seconds later, a corpse swollen and pale from soaking in rain drifted past on the current. The body was mutilated, something had bitten away half the skull from the crown and the brain was gone, either dislodged or consumed, leaving an empty hollow void. The neck and shoulder blades had been gnawed halfway through, the arms and thighs were all unevenly torn. Yuan narrowed his eyes as the corpse slowly vanished from view, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. This body clearly had not fallen into the sewer from the surface, it must have been one of the scavengers or survivors hiding below. Yuan had suspected as much already. Judging by its condition, the man had been dead for perhaps 2 or 3 days, but what could have chewed him like that? The first thing that surfaced in Yuan's mind was the investigative report he had read at the Dongcheng Waterworks. With that thought, he hurried back to his hideout, pulled the report from the rack and read it once more. Niamia padded up to Yuan, glanced at him a few times, then went to the corner he had prepared a nest of dry straw and lay down. Minutes later, Yuan exhaled and his gaze flickered. The direction from which the corpse had floated, though full of branching channels, all lay close to the 15th district. The 15th district adjoined the 10th district, and the 10th was precisely the area where the giant rat had been discovered in the report. A rough layout of Dongcheng's 15 districts. Could that rat really still be alive, even having crossed from the 10th into the 15th, perhaps even into the 13th? If that were true, it would be trouble. Though Yuan hated to entertain the thought, reality stood before him and his character would not allow him to shirk it. Whether that creature was truly a giant rat or something else, it posed a grave threat to his safety. The sewer was his main route and battleground for reaching other districts. With such an unstable factor present, he was ill at ease. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. He glanced once more at Niamia on the floor, rose and opened a door to a small room of roughly 2 square meters where all his supplies were neatly stored. This was the level 1 storage he had built during the 2 days he sheltered from the typhoon, only 2 square meters, but an extra space that did not encroach on the original area of his hideout. Though small, it provided a place for all his supplies. He scanned a row of weapons in the corner, thought for a moment, and then took out the FNFAL assault rifle along with its magazines and ammunition. Caliber is the truth. That was Yuan's guiding principle and the reason he had not chosen the MP5. Although the MP5 had a high rate of fire, its 9x19mm pistol rounds left Yuan unsure whether they could penetrate the hides of the mutated creatures of the Wasteland. He did not know how large that rat truly was, but under the authority of a larger caliber, all beasts were equal. Under 7.62x51mm rounds, any carbon-based life could be brought down. This rifle, and indeed all the guns in his storage, had been carefully cleaned and maintained by Yuan over the past 2 days, costing only a bottle of gun oil priced at 1,000 survival points. He had not expected his freshly serviced weapons to be called into action so soon. He loaded the ammunition into 3 magazines, 20 rounds apiece, for a total of 60 rounds, which should suffice. If those 60 rounds could not stop the rat, Yuan figured he would be done for. He also prepared 3 M64 grenades just in case. He took out the M500 revolver as well. 500 caliber rounds would be his final guarantee. Another half day passed before the sewer bottom became visible, a layer of silt covering the floor with a rancid stench. Though still damp, the ground did not hinder Yuan when he went down to inspect. He readied himself to go out to survey the typhoon's aftermath and to scavenge materials to upgrade his hideout. Because of the typhoon, construction of his refuge had been delayed by 2 days, with 24 days remaining before novice protection ended. He had to make up that lost time. Back in his hideout, Yuan opened the virtual panel, the fate cards. Now that I can leave, it's time to choose fate's gift. His eyes gleamed with desire as he stared at the fate card page. He had been wondering these past 2 days what might appear among the rewards. At last the mystery would be revealed. As Yuan thought of drawing a fate card, the familiar line of text reappeared. Proverb: all gifts of fate have long had their prices secretly marked. The line of text quickly transformed into 3 options. Choose one of the following 3 fate gifts as a present from fate. Yuan inhaled deeply. Here we go. Fashionable standing coat rack. Function: each day a random article of clothing that fits your size appears with a chance to yield high-quality garments. Resource recycling bin. Function: each day converts the trash inside into random resources with a chance to produce double or special resources. A bounty basket of produce. Function: each day a random fresh fruit or vegetable appears with a chance of high-quality food. Yuan stared at the 3 fate gifts and for the first time suffered from decision paralysis. It was so hard to choose. He wanted them all. The clothes on his body were nearly worn through. Although he had scavenged some garments, the sizes or cuts were often wrong. He could hardly crawl through sewers in a fashionable overcoat, could he? Besides, the season was wrong. Resources, what he needed most, occupied his thoughts. He craved supplies desperately. Vegetables were what he lacked most. 6 days into the wasteland, he had not been short of food: cans of beef, military rations, biscuits, and a daily cup of high-energy goat milk. But he had no vegetables. He had not gone to the toilet for days and was constipated. A pained expression crossed Yuan's face as he scratched his head in frustration, wishing he could have them all. He drew a deep breath, pressed down the irritation within him, and forced himself to calm. His gaze flicked among the 3 options, clearing personal preferences from his mind and weighing the choices purely from the standpoint of current survival and future development. At last his gaze settled upon. Yuan's gaze finally locked onto the resource recycling bin. Although reluctant to admit it, this choice truly was the optimal solution at the moment. The clothes were worn but still wearable. At worst, they could be washed. After all, no one was watching and no one cared. Without vegetables, if he faced constipation, he could at least drink more water to soften his stool or purchase wild fruits or vegetables from other players through survival points to resolve the issue. Only resources were truly difficult to discuss. What concerned Yuan the most were actually the 4 words resource recycling. Since he already had a target in mind, Yuan no longer hesitated and chose resource recycling bin. A very ordinary white garbage bin appeared at Yuan's feet, bearing the resource recycling logo on both sides. As the fate's gift selection was completed, the fate card wooden box began to shake. 3 seconds later, a yellowish card with mysterious patterns appeared before Yuan. This fate card, luxury card, rock level luxury card. The luxury card quality rock level requires the player to perform a luxury action unrelated to survival within 2 days, consuming resources 5,000 survival points, otherwise the player will die. Friendly reminder: please remember luxury, not consumption. Or you could consume 15,000 survival points to expand the area of your hideout. Looking at the friendly reminder below, Yuan's heart sank. Although he was very willing to expand his hideout, he simply couldn't afford 15,000 survival points. Even if he sold all the resources he had, it would be impossible to meet the demand. If that's the case, he could only find a way to spend 5,000 survival points on matters unrelated to survival. 15,000 was too much, but he could think of ways to manage 5,000, and he had a rough idea in mind. However, Yuan's heart ached slightly. After all, it was 5,000 survival points. He wasn't even sure if all his resources excluding firearms amounted to 5,000 survival points. With just 2 days, it felt like a race against time. He returned to the newsstand and flipped through the newspapers from the past few days. There were 4 pieces of rock-level information in the newspapers from yesterday and today. Aside from one news piece about the typhoon leaving and the weather recovery, the other 3 were neighborhood news. Neighborhood news section. Quality rock. Danger level medium. After discussion, the Raider prison decided to conduct a resource trade with the Burning Fortress at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow in the Blackstone Canyon of the Northern Wilderness to counteract the retaliation from the Black Shield Police Department. They dispatched 2 Raider teams to transport 20 slaves in exchange for a truckload of fuel, some survival supplies, and explosives with the Burning Fortress. Neighborhood news section. Quality rock. Danger level low. Due to the impact of the typhoon and heavy rain, many areas in Green Forest City experienced flooding disasters, especially the subway tunnels in the Eastern District, which were submerged by sudden floodwaters. Among them, the homeless organization in Block 5, the Liberators, and the homeless gang in Block 9, the Ghost Head Gang, suffered heavy losses during this flooding disaster. Only the Wilderness Raiders, the Blood Hand Gang hiding in Block 10 led by their leader Mahata, promptly occupied the Green Forest Light Supermarket. Only 3 were missing and 4 were injured. They had no intention of leaving until their injuries healed. Neighborhood News Section. Quality Rock. Danger Level Medium. Commander Old Ku of the Black Shield Police Department successfully completed the armed suppression mission in the Central Zone and returned to the Eastern District this morning, bringing back news that the Raider prison would trade with the Burning Fortress at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Ordered the Cayman enforcers to be in charge, with Sorta enforcers assisting to ambush the Raider team returning from the trade in the Carlisle Underground Tunnel in Block 9 of the Eastern District tomorrow afternoon and seize all trading supplies. However, the Sorta enforcers received secret instructions from Commander Lawless to eliminate Cayman. Yuan took out a pen and paper to start writing and drawing. The first 2 news pieces were refreshed yesterday morning, and the news about the Black Shield Police Department ambushing the Raider prison appeared this morning. Originally, Yuan had no intention of getting involved, but now the situation left him no choice. To eliminate the luxury card required at least 5,000 survival points, which was impossible to obtain through normal channels within just 2 days. The only hope lay in the resources from the Raider prison trade. He opened the virtual map to check the location of the Carlisle Underground Tunnel in Block 9, which was in the northeast direction of Block 13, already the edge of Green Forest City. The fastest route from the eastern suburbs to the northern suburbs was to cross Block 9, and the Carlisle Underground Tunnel was part of this route. On the virtual map, he planned the sewer route from his hideout to the Carlisle Underground Tunnel in Block 9, and Yuan frowned slightly at the map. This distance is really not short. If he were to walk there himself, the one-way trip would likely take nearly 2 hours, and he would have to cross Block 11 to enter Block 9, thinking about the possibility of encountering that mysteriously elusive giant rat. Yuan felt a headache coming on. After making special notes on the relevant information he needed to pay attention to for tomorrow's actions in the hideout's memo, he finally turned his attention back to the garbage bin at his feet. It looked like a very ordinary 14L capacity garbage bin. It even had a flip lid. Just in the past few days, Yuan had accumulated quite a bit of trash which he had stacked in the passage outside his hideout. He originally planned to clean it out today. Now it could be considered a waste utilization. There was a lot of garbage, and even if he filled the bin, it would only consume half of it. However, Yuan was already very satisfied with this now. He just had to see what kind of surprise this garbage bin would bring him tomorrow. He then entered the hideout and began to put on the enforcer tactical outfit. He equipped the FNFAL assault rifle, spare magazines and grenades, and completed equipping the dogleg knife, Glock 17 and M500 revolver. Yuan distinctly felt the heaviness transmitted from his body. He was burdened. He looked at Niamia and silently muttered, "Equip." In the next moment, Niamia, lying on the ground, disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming force coursing through Yuan's body. The previously heavy equipment felt incredibly light in his hands. Entering the sewer, Yuan removed his gear from Niamia, then mounted it and began to run through the damp passages, feeling that Niamia's back was broader and more stable than he had imagined, hardly feeling any jolt. Canchino Street. This wasn't Yuan's first time here, but this time he wasn't going to the Tier Mole woman's home. His target was No. 7 Canchino Street. Due to the armor and gear he was wearing, it was somewhat difficult for Yuan to crawl out of the sewer, but it wasn't a big problem. Canchino Street, after being battered by the typhoon, was in disarray, with bent trees, destroyed houses, and leaves and weeds strewn everywhere. However, it also indirectly cleared away the hidden threats here. Since it was still daytime, Yuan did not plan to linger in the middle of the street. Instead, he quickly slipped into an abandoned house and made his way to the second floor. Directly across from him was the residence at No. 7 Canchino Street. Unlike the obviously abandoned houses, this residence, although unassuming and somewhat shabby in appearance, had no issues with its main structural integrity. If one observed closely, they would realize that the apparent damage was merely superficial, only affecting the edges of the walls and eaves. These damages would not affect the house at all. Instead, they provided a deceptive camouflage. Craftsman Maxer. Yuan looked at the residence across, recalling information in his mind. The newspaper appeared on the third day mentioning that he would leave the residence today to search for supplies. The typhoon just left today, so the best time for him to leave the house would be at night. After organizing his thoughts and running through the possible events in his mind, Yuan patiently waited. He would not make any moves until he saw Maxer. The sky after the typhoon still looked gray. It was only 7 in the evening and the sky was already darkening. As Yuan kept observing the opposite side, he suddenly pressed his head against the corner of the window. He saw the door of the residence at No. 7 Cancino Street swing open. A blurred shadow peeked outside, then left the house, moving away into the night. As the figure left the house, Yuan also exited the abandoned building he was in. As soon as the person stepped out of the residential wall's range, he softly called out, "Is that you, Maxer? I am a friend of Fedman." Just as his voice escaped, the figure rolled to the side as if startled, vanishing behind a utility pole in the blink of an eye. A dark gun barrel emerged from behind the utility pole, aiming at Yuan's position. Yuan had long anticipated the other's reaction, already hidden behind the wall and not revealing any part of himself. He gently called out again, "Maxer, don't shoot, I am a friend of Fedman." His words were cut short. Bang! A bullet struck the wall, but the gunfire was not sharp, it seemed to be a silenced weapon. Immediately a crisp yet cold voice emerged. "Who exactly are you?" "Fedman wouldn't have friends. How do you know me and my relationship with him?" Maxer turned out to be a woman. Yuan was slightly taken aback but quickly recalled the conversation the trio had at the Wutong apartment entrance. Besides the Tier Mole woman named Mona, they did mention another woman. Could it be her? Bang! The dull sound of a gunshot interrupted Yuan's recollection, causing him to frown slightly. This woman's temper was quite volatile. But this woman was related to his life and death, so he could only explain immediately, "Stop shooting, don't attract the enemies. Fedman is already dead and so is his child, only his wife survived and I saved her." "What?" Maxer exclaimed. "Explain clearly what's going on." Her tone was evidently urgent. Yuan immediately highlighted the key points regarding the incident at No. 68 Cancino Street. Upon hearing that Yuan had killed the refugees and saved the Tier Mole woman, although she still remained wary of him, at least her attitude improved significantly. Yuan also noticed that the virtual light screen showed the combat page with the persuasion skill glowing faintly. "How did you know about me?" "I saw a notebook in the room. That's how I learned about Fedman's relationship with you and that you are a craftsman responsible for delivering supplies." Saying this, Yuan felt quite nervous. He had lied. He hoped the persuasion skill would be effective. Maxer indeed did not question it but asked the next question instead. "What do you want with me?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Did she believe me? But there was no time to think. He replied immediately, "I think you have great potential and I want to invest in you." "While what?" Maxer seemed to have heard something unbelievable, her voice slightly rising. But soon she reacted hastily, asking in a lowered voice, "What did you just say?" "Invest in me." "Invest in what?" She didn't even realize that the gun she held had unconsciously lowered her wariness, transforming into a mix of shock, joy and surprise. "I am very interested in your craftsmanship. I can provide you with a batch of supplies, food materials and living resources are all available. In return, all I need is for you to share your findings with me after your research is completed." "Is that it?" "Yes. It's that simple." Yuan could sense the shock and joy in her words. Clearly his proposal was appealing to Maxer, but he still felt something was off. What was off? Yuan quickly realized it was too smooth. Maxer didn't seem like someone who should be living in a wasteland. However, Yuan paid no mind. His goal was never about her so-called research but about consuming resources. As long as she accepted his investment, it would suffice to meet the conditions for the luxury card elimination. Maxer seemed to truly accept Yuan's proposal. After a quick negotiation, they agreed that Yuan would deliver the supplies tomorrow night. After everything was agreed upon, Yuan left 3 bags of military rations from his backpack at the corner. "You can use these 3 bags of military rations for now, don't go out for the time being. The Black Shield police station and the thug prison just had a fight and there's a risk of widespread conflict at any moment. The neighborhood is unsafe, just wait for me to bring the supplies tomorrow night." After saying this, Yuan carefully retreated from Maxer. "All right, I understand." Maxer watched Yuan's disappearing shadow, her face instantly losing its joy, replaced by an unprecedented vigilance and gravity. She took out a phone and a fist-sized drone from her pocket. Under her remote control, the drone immediately took off and flew towards the position where Yuan had been. On Massier's phone screen, the street that had been pitch black suddenly resolved into crystalline clarity. The drone was fitted with a night vision camera guiding it. Massier swept the surroundings to ensure there were no ambushes and watched Yuan's retreating silhouette with her own eyes. Only then did Massier retract the drone and hurry to the corner. She picked up 3 packs of military rations and returned to Cancino No. 7. Before she could make a sound, the door opened and she slipped inside. Who was that? A frail voice called from within the room. Monsieur hurried to the screen mounted on the living room wall. After a few simple manipulations, she whispered, "I think I saw the person who saved you." "You mean the one from just now was him?" A wheelchair rolled forward and the voice trembled. Had Yuan been there, he would have recognized the occupant of the wheelchair as the vanished teardrop mole woman, Meng Na. Though her body remained frail, her wounds had clearly been tended and bandaged with care. The most striking change was a new glint of madness and chill in her eyes. A flicker of worry crossed Monsieur's face. "Sister Na, I don't know where he learned of me. He lied that he found my information in Fei Demeng's notes and I didn't expose him. He wants to invest in my research and will send supplies tomorrow. Can he really be trusted?" Meng Na regarded Monsieur with a softened gaze. "Monsieur, do not let me sway your decision. I cannot turn back. Once my wounds mend a little, in a day or two I will leave this place. Then you will be you and I will be myself. As for whether you should trust him, decide for yourself." "Sister Na, you are leaving?" Monsieur cried in alarm. "It is too dangerous outside. You were only just gravely wounded." Her words trailed off as Meng Na's eyes turned ice cold in an instant. She fell silent. That man was right, beasts. Someone has to send them to hell. Having spoken, the wheelchair retreated once more into the darkness. On the eastern outskirts of Lucin City stood a high-security prison that had once been heavily guarded and fully equipped. It boasted solid logistical support and even armed squads around its perimeter. Yet now the prison had become a true stronghold of brigands. Even the outer armed forces and the ammunition depots had been seized, the place armed to the teeth. Barbed wire and shards of glass crowned the prison walls, while snipers and machine gunners manned the watchtowers, bathing the compound in a grim, lethal atmosphere. Inside the public area, the lights burned bright. Looters had ringed the yard, shouting and cheering. It had been reshaped into an arena. 5 slaves in the arena clutched weapons, faces riven with fear yet driven into a frenzied charge toward the burly figure at the center. The hulking figure only showed a feral grin. He easily evaded a dagger, then with a fan-like palm seized a slave by the crown and lifted him as casually as one might lift a chick. The slave howled in agony and the surrounding pillagers erupted in excitement. Some climbed atop a doomsday vehicle and roared, "Iron Hammer Haber, invincible!" Haber, bloodthirsty smile spreading, held the slave by the head and flung him toward the other 4. They were hurled aside with a series of heavy impacts and tumbled along the ground. Haber then fixed his gaze on the captive and his hand clenched his fist and smashed it into the man's skull. With the crowd cheering, Haber tossed the corpse like refuse. The other 4 slaves had all apparently fainted. He accepted a towel from a subordinate, wiped himself down and tossed it away. Someone handed him a pre-cut cigar. Haber settled into a colossal lounge chair. "Those 4, send them to Wei Kutua tomorrow." He drew deeply on the cigar, savoring the hot, pungent sting as he closed his eyes. The man who had watched the fights in silence from the start merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Already arranged, Warden." No sooner had he spoken than the 4 unconscious slaves were dragged away, the arena cleared and fresh opponents brought in. Amid screams and cheers, the bloodletting resumed. Haber watched for a while, then glanced sideways at the man behind him, exhaled a plume of smoke and said in a low voice, "Baku, tomorrow's matter, no problems, right?" Baku's eyes curved into a crescent as he propped his index finger against his glasses to straighten them, a smile tugging at his lips. "Rest assured. Everything has been arranged. If Heiduan police station dares to come, well, give them a surprise." Haber laughed heartily and slapped Baku heavily on the shoulder. "I always knew you were the right man for Warden. Me being your muscle would have been perfect. So much thinking just tires me out," he said, casting himself as a put-upon thug forced into duty. In that moment, Haber's demeanor gave no hint of being the true leader. He appeared instead like someone driven reluctantly into a thankless role. Baku shook his head and looked at Haber with earnest gravity. "No, the Warden must be you. The outside world must see you as the head. As for everything else, with me here nothing will go astray." Fine. "I'm going to train," Haber said, having seemed to expect this result, and ambled away with a careless wave. The moment Haber departed, the once clamorous yard fell utterly silent. All eyes turned to that erect figure, and the excitement that had accompanied their attention to Haber was gone. When they looked at Baku, their gazes brimmed with reverence, obedience, and a kind of fanatic devotion. A man led on a leash was brought forward at the sight of Baku. He crawled crazily, tongue-lolling, rubbing his face against Baku's shoe in a display of delirious devotion. Baku surveyed the spectacle with satisfaction and placed his boot upon the man's head. "Did you leak the intelligence about tomorrow's deal?" "Master, I leaked it exactly as you instructed, word for word." Baku let out a soft smile, his eyes narrowing as a cold gleam passed over his face as he stared into the void. He already impatiently awaiting it. What now? Yuan stopped running only after the soft humming behind him died away and turned to look. A drone. Mashir is indeed more than she seems at first glance. Although the drone's noise was barely perceptible and might have been inaudible to an ordinary ear, the augmented effect of the street rat title sharpened Yuan's hearing until every whisper was clear. Of course, nobody who had endured the wastes this long was a fool who trusted others lightly. Yuan found himself quietly pleased by that fact. If anything stirred his curiosity, it was the reward that would follow completing this fate card task. Compared with the possible prize, spending 50,000 survival points worth of supplies no longer felt so painful. Consider it in exchange. Drawing his thoughts back, Yuan stopped worrying about Mashir and crossed toward a house ahead that appeared remarkably intact. The task for the extravagance card now had a lead. The hideout's construction could not be neglected. The delay caused by the typhoon had to be made up at once. Nini bleated. The next morning, Yuan was roused by that sound. He had returned to the hideout at 3 in the morning after rifling through no fewer than 10 houses. Many of those homes had already been picked over. Yuan had not been after ordinary supplies but large items like toilets and bathtubs. The previous night he had finally gathered the upgrade materials for the rest area, the bathroom and the kitchen, and had completed the upgrades. Rest area level 2, single bed. Effect comfort 3. Resting grants an additional 10 stamina recovery per hour, speeds bodily recovery by 10, and if rest lasts at least 4 hours increases emotional stability. Bathroom level 3, toilet room. Effect sanitation 3, comfort 3. Reduces illness probability by 15, wound infection risk by 10, and risk of mental breakdown by 15. Constipation chance 15, hemorrhoid trigger 10. Provides moisture protection, sewage backflow prevention, odor control, and insect proofing. Produces 48 liters of household water per day. Unlocks toiletries crafting. Kitchen level 2, camping wood stove. Effect energy 2, comfort 2, sanitation 2. While burning, indoor temperature rises by 5 degrees Celsius and within 2 meters by 15 degrees Celsius. Fuel duration 40, burning efficiency 30, adjustable. The food crafting list has been updated. This was Yuan's labor over the long night. Many components had been obtained through trades at Taodaodong, such as the grill and stainless fittings needed for the camping stove, but those details were of little consequence. Now he could use a toilet inside the hideout. He no longer had to go outside and set mines everywhere. At the thought, his stomach twinged. He hurried to the bathroom to take care of himself and afterward felt immeasurably lighter. After washing, he took a lighter pistol to ignite a stick of wood and tossed it into the stove to begin making breakfast. The camping stove's design was ingenious, a stainless combustion chamber at the center with a top surface suitable for boiling water or simmering soup. Beneath the stove, a rack held dishes or sundries, and the ashtray could be used to roast simple foods. The flue connected directly to a ventilation channel, eliminating any risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Yuan adored the camping stove. He downed a cup of high-energy sheep's milk, and by the time he had eaten his fill it was already 7 in the morning. Though he had slept less than 4 hours, Yuan felt remarkably invigorated. The single bed's restorative properties were excellent. He gathered all the household rubbish and went to the resource recycling bin. Lifting the lid, his eyes brightened and he hurriedly fished the contents out. Plastic X2, scissors X1. Yuan stared at the 2 sheets of plastic and at the brand new pair of scissors in his hand as if they were a novel toy. A thought stirred in his gaze. It seemed whatever the bin produced was related to what had been thrown into it. Yesterday he had tossed mostly plastic packaging in tin cans. Yuan resolved to try again, but this time he did not put his ordinary household refuse into the bin. Instead, he went to the corner where Miami's droppings were piled, bagged some of it, and deposited that into the resource recycling bin. He closed the lid with a little anticipation for what might appear tomorrow. If the recycling bin truly yielded materials related to its inputs, then its practical possibilities were vast. Everything would depend on tomorrow's verification. Back in the hideout, he checked the day's newspaper. Beside the freshly updated sheet there lay a mud-colored card. An extra intelligence item. Is this an intelligence card? Yuan hurriedly picked it up. Sichao card, Fear of Superiors. Quality rock grade. Effect: when used on a target, it awakens the target's fear of a specific person, sowing the seed for that fear to be overturned later. Yuan frowned as he examined the card. Awakening a fear of a particular individual and planting the seed for that fear's eventual dissolution. He understood the card's implication: when someone is driven to absolute terror, 2 outcomes usually follow. One is total collapse, flight from the source of fear. The other is the inverse, a desperate, defiant rebound. Terrified to the marrow, they develop a ferocious counterforce and seek to annihilate what they fear. The card's effect was to plant the seed of rebellion. On the virtual screen, the Book of Destiny unfolded as before, and the Sichao card slid into a slot. He closed the screen and turned to the daily paper, which contained only a single item. District News Board. Quality rock. Danger level medium. At 4:25 this morning, 30 flame knights from Ranshao Baolei bearing a large consignment of goods traded with Bao Tu prison slipped into Si Pu Luo Park in Dijiujiu. They successfully rendezvoused with a representative of Bao Tu prison. This was an experimental cooperation between Ranshao Baolei and Bao Tu prison. What? Yuan stared at the article in disbelief. Wasn't the Ranshao Baolei and Bao Tu prison trade supposed to take place this afternoon? And wasn't the location meant to be Haishi Shegu, the Black Market Canyon? How had it happened in Dijiujiu 3 hours earlier than the scheduled 1 o'clock? A cold prickling crawled across Yuan's scalp. Something major had occurred. If Ranshao Baolei's supplies were already in Dijiujiu, why had they not proceeded directly to Bao Tu prison? What of the Heidun police precinct's ambush on Bao Tu prison? And what exactly was the nature of the cooperation between Bao Tu prison and Ranshao Baolei? Were these events connected to today's operation? Questions crowded Yuan's thoughts. He had to find the answers. He hastily opened the virtual map and searched Dijiujiu for Si Pu Luo Park. He felt certain he had seen that park's name before. He soon located Si Pu Luo Park, and the sight of it made his pupils contract sharply. As Yuan zoomed in on the map, he seemed to understand the intentions behind the burning fortress and the thug prison when he saw the location of Sproul Park. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Without hesitation, Yuan immediately opened the virtual screen, the Book of Fate. He used the intelligence card, inside information, targeting the collaboration between the burning fortress and the thug prison. In the next moment, the intelligence card, inside information, vanished from the Book of Fate, and the text around the information about the burning fortress on the newspaper in Yuan's hand began to become clear. 2 seconds later, the newspaper had transformed dramatically, presenting a completely new news report before Yuan. However, upon seeing the sensational headline filled with tabloid-like vibes, the corners of Yuan's eyes twitched. A shocking revelation: the burning fortress and the thug prison are conspiring in broad daylight. Quality rock. Danger level moderate. According to our undercover reporter's life-risking investigation, it has been learned today that the burning fortress and the thug prison have reached a secret agreement to launch a frenzied ambush on the Black Shield Police Department this afternoon. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Stay tuned for our detailed report. According to the journalist's investigation, the burning fortress and the thug prison are about to conduct a material exchange, with the thug prison offering 20 slaves in exchange for supplies provided by the burning fortress, including a truckload of fuel, some survival supplies, and explosives. In reality, these 20 slaves are merely a facade. The true exchange involves a donor suitable for organ transplantation, whose purpose is to provide a new lung for the leader of the burning fortress, Black Lung Victor. To facilitate this, the burning fortress needs to deliver the supplies in advance to the Sproul Park's forest viewing area in Block 9, then assist the thug prison in executing the ambush on the Black Shield Police Department. This transaction also serves as the foundation for the subsequent collaboration between the burning fortress and the thug prison. The cooperation's goal is twofold. The burning fortress will assist the thug prison in eliminating the Black Shield Police Department's stronghold in the East City, completing its control over the East District. Meanwhile, the thug prison will help the burning fortress secure the No. 1 offshore oil field in the Green Forest Sea. To ensure the smooth progress of this cooperation, the thug prison has dispatched 1 prison guard, 40 raiders, and 10 suicide bombers from the slave self-detonation squad. This will mark the beginning of the siege on the Black Shield Police Department. The burning fortress has sent 30 flame knights to carry out the ambush on the Black Shield Police Department. According to the plan, aside from 5 flame knights guarding the exchanged supplies and the organ donor, the remaining 25 flame knights will directly participate in the battle. However, a flame priest has temporarily joined the reserve team, and his arrival seems to carry other intentions. This point is still under investigation by our newspaper. After Yuan finished reading all the content, he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was too dangerous. If he had followed his previous plan, foolishly waiting in the Carlisle tunnel to pick up the cheap scraps, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. This deal was essentially a trap set by the thug prison and the burning fortress against the Black Shield Police Department. He felt a wave of fear in his heart. However, excitement soon appeared on his face. The burning fortress has only left 5 flame knights and 1 flame priest to guard the supplies. Isn't that only 6 people? Yuan's mind began to race. If it's only 6 people with his current weaponry, perhaps he could take them down. As long as he eliminated all 6 of them before the other enemies returned, wouldn't he be able to take away those supplies? It was already 8 a.m. and Yuan could no longer sit still. He quickly donned all his equipment, making sure to bring his M64 grenades. Block 9 isn't too far away, and given this unexpected situation, he must get to Sproul Park to assess the situation and plan his escape route. This opportunity is rare and he must seize it. He quickly waved at Mia Mia. Mia Mia, come equip yourself. Seeing Yuan calling Mia Mia, immediately transformed into a stream of light and surged into Yuan's body. Yuan then left his hiding place, climbed down the ladder into the sewer and released Mia Mia's equipment. He directly climbed onto Mia Mia's back, adjusted his direction and pointed ahead, saying, "Let's go, Mia Mia." Mia Mia immediately began to move effortlessly, carrying Yuan forward. Block 9, Sproul Park. This is a forest viewing area densely packed with trees surrounding the entire area. If you don't get close, it's hard to notice what's inside. However, the forest that had long been abandoned is unusually crowded today. 30 modified Wasteland motorcycles are neatly lined up on one side, followed by 5 modified Wasteland Doomsday pickups. The vehicles of the burning fortress are significantly different from those of other factions. Whether it's the motorcycles or the Doomsday pickups, the exhaust pipes are raised high, resembling chimneys. At this moment, a man dressed in a fiery red robe stands in front of a pickup truck. The man has a shiny bald head covered in flame tattoos, and both of his earlobes are adorned with flame earrings carved from fiery red crystal. Hualuo looked at the man locked in a cage in the truck bed with satisfaction, nodding slightly. The strength of this donor is far better than what we required. It's perfect. Hearing this, a person behind Hualuo laughed and said, "Our leader places great importance on this cooperation. This donor was captured just yesterday. After confirming he meets Victor's donor requirements, we proceeded with the exchange." Hualuo nodded in satisfaction. "On behalf of our leader, I thank Chief Habel for his efforts. Rest assured, this ambush will ensure not a single person escapes from the Black Shield Police Department." "Thank you, Priest Hualuo." After sending off the thug prison personnel, the smile on Hualuo's face faded as he turned to a flame knight beside him. The other party immediately stepped forward. "Lord Hualuo, don't worry, we've searched the entire park and everything is secure." "But why did you come in person? Weren't you supposed to be dealing with that matter?" Hualuo nodded slightly. "Originally I didn't plan to come, but there was a problem with the previous operation. Someone actually took advantage of our inattention and stole something. I received news from Hans that they tracked the target based on tire prints and found it has already hidden in Green Forest City. My objective this time is them." "What?" the Flame Knight exclaimed, but quickly reacted, lowering his voice. "My lord, I'll send someone to search immediately." Hualuo waved his hand. "No, this collaboration with the thug prison is equally critical and cannot be compromised. Let's complete the current task first. This matter must not be revealed to the thug prison personnel, nor should they perceive anything unusual. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Hualuo." Hualuo looked at the Flame Knight in front of him with a smile and patted the other's shoulder. "Gaina, once you complete this task, you should be promoted to Flame Priest, right? I'll vote for you, then make sure to complete this task beautifully. Everything is thanks to Lord Hualuo. If it weren't for you, I would have died in disaster." All right. Once you are promoted to Flame Priest, you'll have the right to know many things. Your perspective on this world will change significantly then. P.S. Brothers, the update time will be fixed at 12 p.m. every day for your convenience. During the verification period, there will temporarily be 2 chapters, and after the debut, there will be 3 chapters daily. Please support by adding to your bookshelf and urging updates. Thank you. Creak. Yuan gently pushed the manhole cover aside and peered cautiously at the outside world. He surveyed the dense woods and silently calculated the time. He was beneath the music fountain at the center of Sipulo Park. The sewers here connected directly to the Carlisle Tunnel below, so the distance between them was not great. From this manhole, the thicket lay less than 200 meters to the north, offering a direct view of whatever lay within. Yuan had arrived in the area around 10 that morning. He had already scoured the park's underground passages and even looped over to the Carlisle Tunnel to check conditions there. He had also planned his escape route after securing the supplies. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Even if the thug prison were putting on some show, they ought to be back by now. He estimated the time in his head. In truth, it would not be long. 10 minutes later, distant noises began to build, thunderous bangs and a rapid staccato of shots. Intense gunfire sounded beyond the manhole, then the roar of dozens of motorcycles. He lifted a corner of the cover and peered toward the source. Whoosh! Over 20 bikes burst from the trees, spewing flames. With an astonishing momentum, they rode from the nearby road toward where the fighting had erupted. Yuan doubted his eyes for a moment, but he had not imagined it. Each motorcycle sported a pipe like an exhaust mounted in front, belching fierce tongues of fire and choking black smoke into the sky. Cheers and hoots of fanatic joy rose from the riders. The convoy vanished, leaving only the fading growl of engines. A familiar image flickered in Yuan's mind like a scene from a classic film. So this was the Flame Knights. No wonder they bore that name, all shaved heads and spectacle. He smirked inwardly and reminded himself to focus on the task at hand. He glanced once more in the direction the Flame Knights had gone, pushed the manhole fully open, hoisted himself up and left the cover propped as a decoy, laying a guard trap as he'd planned. Shouldering the loaded FNFAL assault rifle, he slipped toward the thicket. Wearing the Nyenya gear, despite the weight, he moved with surprising lightness and assured ease. On his back was a 60L Oxford canvas pack. Inside there were no supplies, only an empty knapsack and a coil of rope. He soon reached the woods and spotted the Doomsday pickups parked in a small clearing. They were less than 100 meters away, using the trees as cover. Yuan crept forward. He could see the scene clearly now, 5 bald Flame Knights standing in formation around a bald man in a crimson robe. Beside that middle-aged bald man stood someone who was plainly from another faction. Yuan guessed this was the representative sent by the thug prison. Among the 7 men present, he was the only one with hair. The extra person changed nothing for Yuan. All 7 were looking toward the direction of the fighting. The robed man, who seemed a flame priest, was speaking with the thug prison envoy. Yuan set down the FNFAL and withdrew an M64 grenade from the pouch. He pulled the safety pin, crouched low, and crept forward on silent feet. He watched his steps carefully. He did not want to snap a twig and make a foolish noise. In fact, things went more smoothly than he had dared hope. The distant gunfire masked his approach, and he reached a spot less than 20 meters behind them near the parked pickup. This is it, he thought. I cannot get any closer. He crouched behind the truck bed and moved to the side to prime his throw. But as he rose, he locked eyes with someone and both froze. Yuan's mind exploded. Damn, he had forgotten the intelligence mentioned in Organ Donor. Why did this man's eyes look so familiar? Then he remembered. Isn't this the fellow who swiped my soy milk powder that day? How did he end up in the hands of the thug prison? The man had recognized Yuan as well. His surprised gaze quickly hardened and fixed on the grenade in Yuan's hand. Yuan lowered himself and curled inside the protective shadow of the truck bed as best he could. Despite his care, some small sounds betrayed him. He saw one of the Flame Knights shift his shoulder. He understood he could wait no longer. He lobbed the grenade into the midst of the knights and immediately flattened himself behind a wheel, drawing another grenade from his pouch. A startled shout rang out, followed by the thud and roll of the grenade on the ground. 1 second later, an explosion. At the moment the blast detonated, Yuan had already pulled the pin on the second grenade. Without looking up, he estimated the angle and hurled it over the truck. 3 seconds later, another explosion boomed. This time Yuan was ready. 1 second after the second blast, he rolled out from behind the tire and hit the ground, the FNFAL peeking beneath the pickup's belly, trained on the figures sprawled before him. Bang, bang, bang. He began to fire into the bodies, but then something felt wrong. Only 5 corpses lay there. Yuan instinctively rolled aside. As he turned, gunfire cracked. 2 bullet holes appeared where he had just been lying. In that instant he caught sight of their positions and heard ragged screams of pain from ahead. He narrowed his eyes and understood at once. Though the 2 grenades had left 2 survivors, those men had been grievously wounded. If the enemy were injured, then strike while they are weak. Had they been unhurt, Yuan might have been more cautious. Now that he knew they were wounded, he felt no hesitation. He produced another grenade from his chest and threw it toward the sounds of movement. As it flew, rolling in moans rose from the trees. Yuan snorted coldly. Boom! The explosion followed. This time he gave them no chance. He charged out FNFAL, spitting fire in the direction where the sounds had come from. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets punched neat holes in the ground. Yuan counted rounds as he advanced rapidly. Sure enough, he spotted 2 figures sheltering behind a tree. One of them, apparently alerted by Yuan's approach, had raised an AK with the muzzle leveled. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan ceased firing only when the FNFAL's magazine was fully expended. He then swapped in his last magazine. Both targets now lay motionless in pools of blood. He had watched closely, each had been struck by multiple rounds. Approaching their bodies, he confirmed what he'd suspected: the one in crimson robes was the flame priest, the other a flame knight. What surprised him was that the flame priest still drew breath, and his scarlet robe bore not a single bullet hole. Had it not been for the gash at his throat steadily oozing crimson, subduing him might well have proven impossible. Yuan's gaze locked onto the robe, sharp, hungry, unnervingly bright. This garment was no ordinary thing. You. The flame priest raised a trembling finger toward Yuan, mouth struggling to form words, but Yuan merely narrowed his eyes. Bang! The world fell utterly silent. With enemies neutralized in time slipping away, Yuan dropped his backpack, unzipped his rucksack, and began stripping supplies from all 7 corpses, grabbing whatever he found without hesitation, stuffing it all inside. Such a fierce exchange would surely echo through the Carl tunnel. Flame Knights could return at any moment, he needed to move faster. A system notification chimed mid-search. Yuan knew something rare had surfaced, but there was no time to check. Once the 7 were thoroughly looted, he stripped the flame priest bare, every item taken, while from the others he collected only ammunition and selected the finest condition weapons. He then approached the row of post-apocalyptic pickup trucks, specially modified, their cargo bays cavernous. They looked less like pickups and more like armored freighters. First came an entire truckload of fuel, 20 steel drums each holding 100 liters stacked with military precision. Yuan wasted no time, every drum vanished into his Taodao cave inventory. Next he moved to the truck laden with survival supplies. Unzipping its heavy-duty tarp, he methodically inspected each item, searching for what he truly needed. 2 massive sacks of canned goods, dozens of varieties, over 100 cans in total. Another sack held assorted rations, cured sausages, hardtack biscuits, and field rations. A sack of dried seafood, fish and shrimp. Another contained strips of smoked meat from some unidentifiable creature. A fourth held miscellaneous mechanical components. Finally, a crate of crude explosives, some 24 bundled charges. Faced with such bounty, Yuan sprang into action. Hoisting armfuls of supplies, he sprinted toward the manhole cover. A few hundred meters meant nothing to him. Within minutes, every item had been dumped into the sewer. The explosives, however, went straight into his Taodao cave, too volatile to carry openly. He then emptied the cab before preparing to leave, only to pause upon spotting the figure bound inside the cage. The captive met his gaze calmly. No please, no struggle. Even as Yuan hauled supplies past, the captive hadn't stirred, not a whisper, not a twitch. Yuan's brow furrowed, his fingers settled on the trigger, muzzle rising. Yet those quiet, unwavering eyes, and the distant corpse of the flame priest, sparked a new thought. Bang, bang. The cage's chains shattered. Meeting the captive's stunned gaze, Yuan gave a slight sullen nod, then vanished into the shadows. The roar of motorcycle engines was already swelling in the distance. If he delayed any longer, escape would be impossible, and the distant clash of warring factions had fallen eerily, inexplicably silent. He slipped swiftly into the sewer, sealed the manhole behind him, and disengaged his equipment link with Mimi. The great horned sheep materialized before him. Already Yuan had looped rope around 6 backpacks, and now patted Mimi's massive skull. Good girl. Lift them with your horns. Mimi's enormous curved horns hooked the rope. Below, Yuan braced and pulled. Slowly the 6 packs rose, then settled across her broad back. He secured the load again with fresh lashings, only then did he exhale a long, quiet breath. Outside, the motorcycle's thunder was unmistakable. Time to go. He glanced up once more at the iron lid overhead, then smiled faintly, a flash of quiet triumph, and led Mimi toward their hidden refuge. Sprawl Park's dense woodland. Gina knelt gently, closing the flame priest's lifeless eyes, the fury within him boiling beyond restraint. No trace of the intruder yet. Boss, it's strange. Our fuel and supplies are all gone. Any attacker must have arrived by vehicle and in significant numbers. Yet we've found no tire tracks, no signs of mass movement, nothing that makes sense. Gina's brow darkened further. No tire marks. Impossible. But after circling the site himself, verifying the absence of any foreign impressions, he stood frozen, speechless, disbelieving. Then it struck him, fuel and gear were secondary. The missing donor, that was the true catastrophe. The chieftain had risked this vast haul solely to secure that donor. Now fuel supplies and donor alike had vanished without a trace. And only one faction knew of this location, the outlaw penitentiary. Wait. Gina's expression shifted, cold realization dawning. Stashing the supplies here had been the outlaw penitentiary's directive. Their demand to ambush Black Shield police station had left this site dangerously undermanned. Yet now supplies stolen, donor abducted, and the two Black Shield enforcers escaped right beneath the penitentiary's watchful gaze. A flash of merciless rage burned in Gina's eyes. He spoke slowly, each word carved from ice. Excellent. Truly excellent, the outlaw penitentiary has outdone itself. He glanced down at the outlaw penitentiary envoy, blasted apart by a grenade, snorted contemptuously, seized an AK-74 from a subordinate and emptied the magazine into the ruined corpse until nothing remained but pulp. Tossing the rifle aside, he knelt beside the flame priest's body, lifted it with reverent care, and carried it toward the apocalypse truck. All units, return to the fortress. Now. His voice held no inflection, only glacial resolve and the unyielding vow of vengeance. Carl Tunnel. Outlaw penitentiary forces scoured the battlefield, Black Shield criminals littered the ground, dead or dying. A prison warden surveyed the carnage, face grim. Still no sign of the two enforcers. His voice simmered with suppressed wrath. Warden Tuss, no trace of them yet. Bang! Before the sentence finished, Tuss kicked the speaker backward with brutal force. Incompetence. Babar himself laid this trap for Black Shield, yet the two most vital targets slipped through our fingers. Then, as if struck by revelation, Tuss whirled toward another raider. Where are the burning fortress troops? Why did they withdraw, and on what grounds? The raider flinched, voice cracking. Warden Tuss, our scouts haven't returned yet. Tuss opened his mouth to roar when a battle vehicle screeched into view at speed, arresting every eye on the field. Screech. The vehicle carved a long smoking skid mark before halting at Tuss's feet. A raider leapt out, breathless. It's bad, the burning fortress contingent at Sprawl Park has been slaughtered. All trade goods and the donor are gone. A flame priest lies dead. They suspect us. After killing 5 of our envoys who went to inquire, they withdrew. What? Ice flooded Tuss's veins. He knew catastrophe had just arrived. He bellowed, voice raw with dread, all personnel, back to the penitentiary. Immediately. A chime sounded. A congratulatory notice announced that he had comprehended the tactic Hoshue Donin excellent and been awarded 200 survival points. Ha! Yuan, moving through the sewer, paused, first stupefied, then as if a realization dawned, a delighted expression curved the corner of his mouth. So it worked. But what was a tactic? Not a skill. He opened the virtual display's combat page and found a new tactics field had appeared beneath the skills column. In the first slot there already sat a tactic named Hoshue Donin. Hoshue Donin. Quality excellent. Function when one encounters a conflict with another faction or individual that is likely to bring calamity through deliberate misdirection, design, and arrangement, there is a 60% chance to shift the misfortune onto a third party or force. Yuan read the description of Hoshue Donin and laughed so crookedly he slapped his thigh. He admired his earlier decision with almost incredulous delight. It had all occurred as he was about to leave. He had contemplated taking out the man who had grabbed the baby formula. After all, that fellow was too dangerous. But he suddenly realized that sparing him might be more effective than killing him outright. All that was needed was to divert the Ranchao Fortress hatred onto another faction. It had been a mere flash of inspiration and a gamble, yet it had worked. Yuan found it almost unbelievable. Moreover, it had unlocked a new feature in combat. Even now Yuan did not know what other functions the virtual display might yet conceal. It seemed that only when he triggered certain special conditions would corresponding functions be revealed. That had been how skills were unlocked before. Now tactics had opened in the same way. The virtual display remained an inscrutable enigma, liable to spring a new surprise at any time. He shook his head and closed the screen, the joy in his eyes faded, replaced once more by caution and vigilance. After Mia unequipped, Yuan felt weighed down. Every step grew heavy. He bore some 20 kilograms of gear on his body plus 2 backpacks of supplies, and by the time he shuffled back toward District 13 he lost track of time. Of course his destination was not District 13, but Kankino Street in District 11. With so much cargo he had to first complete the task to remove the Shemi card. Mia seemed indifferent to the mountain of supplies on its back, only puzzled by their slow pace and glancing at Yuan from time to time. Yuan kept a constant eye on the goods on Mia's back, not wanting them to fall, for that would mean readying them and wasting time. Man and sheep soon reached the sewer near the Kalayer Tunnel, a necessary passage on Yuan's route to District 11. Bang! He had barely approached when a sudden gunshot made him flinch. He immediately switched off his flashlight, raised his weapon, and peered toward the opposite direction of the sewer where shouting came from. The voices were not far, no more than 100 meters, perhaps just around the corner. Without hesitation, Yuan dropped his backpack and looked at Mia. Equip! Mia dissolved into a streak of light and merged with Yuan. Several large packs thudded to the ground, their sound swallowed by the shouting. Yuan moved lightly toward the corner of Kalair Street. Ha, men, run. Aren't you so good at running? A brazen voice replied from behind the corner. Suoda, you idiot, you killed him. Do you think Commander Lauko will let you off when we get back? A cold voice answered, accompanied by a cough and heavy panting. Lao Ku. Bah. In with Laoli Si now, of course Laoli Si will protect me. Lao Koha, would he really turn on Laoli Si for your sake? Yuan's footsteps grew lighter as he peered around the sewer corner. Some 30 meters away, a flashlight lay on the ground. Under its beam, two figures faced off, or rather one was executing the other. One man towered with a gun while the other lay on the ground bleeding profusely. Of all people, it's them. Yuan recognized them at once from their conversation. Enforcer Kamen and Suoda and Commander Lauko and Laoli Si, weren't they the men from the Haydun police precinct the newspapers had mentioned? A flicker of surprise passed through Yuan's eyes. He had not expected the two of them to have escaped alive from the ambushes of the Ma prison and the Ranchao fortress. Not simple at all. It seems these district thugs must not be underestimated. Yuan thought that if he had been set up by two factions like that, escape would be nearly impossible unless he had planned an exit in advance. But was that possible? His gaze swept them as fragments of information about them rehearsed in his mind. Suoda has secretly sided with Laoli Si. Could Kamen be one of Lauka's men? Laoli Si is the brother of that bald man from before, which is why he wants Kamen dead. Of course, the person Laoli Si most wants to eliminate is me. Commander. Yuan's eyes settled on the man called Kamen and a new idea took shape. It seemed Laoli Si's threat might be neutralized by other means. Bang, a gunshot rang out again. Ha. You act so arrogant, do you? Try being arrogant at me one more time. Suoda's arrogant laughter echoed through the sewer. Kamen, however, had taken another wound and could not help but snort. Suoda stamped on Kamen's wound and twisted. Watching Kamen's pain, he felt exquisite satisfaction. Only when Kamen slumped did his enthusiasm cool. Forget it, don't say I made you die in vain. Remember, it was Laoli Si who ordered your killing. What choice did I have? Who told you not to rush to aid when Fuli Si that fool was attacked and instead go after the mob prison, thus allowing Fuli Si to be cut down by that sewer rat? TSK. Dying in the sewer was Fuli Si's fate, and now it's yours too, Suoda said, feeling unusually elated. He looked at Kamen and shook his head slightly. Alright, you know what you needed to know. I'll send you on your way now. Ha. Suoda laughed triumphantly, his pistol already aimed at Kamen's head. But just as his muzzle rose and his laughter still rang, Kamen's previously glassy eyes sharpened and a claw blade appeared in his right hand before anyone noticed. In an instant, the claw sliced across Suoda's wrist where he gripped the gun, severing tendons and an artery. The pistol clattered free. At the same moment, a shot cracked from around the sewer corner. Bang, the bullet pierced Suoda's skull, spraying blood. Only when the shot sounded did Kamen realize someone had been hiding nearby. Horrified, he tried to dodge. But his injuries were too severe. His counterattack had exhausted his last reserves. He could only collapse heavily, reaching for Suoda's dropped pistol, and just before his fingers touched it, bang, a bullet struck the ground and a ricochet shaved his scalp, a warning not to move. Kamen's motion froze. He slowly withdrew his arm and offered a rueful smile. Carmen lay on the ground gasping in pain as the wounds throbbed fiercely. Are they from the thug prison? They are really fast. As he thought this, a somewhat familiar figure quickly approached him from around the corner of the sewer. A familiar figure. Carmen was slightly taken aback and struggled to turn his head to look. When the figure came closer and kicked the gun on the ground away, he finally saw clearly. It was not a familiar figure after all. He just recognized the equipment the person was wearing, for it was the same as his own, the enforcer's suit. Looking at the unfamiliar face that flickered between shadows and flashlight beams, Carmen seemed to understand who this person was. A thought flashed through his mind, so that rat from the sewer is this young. Hey, he's a bit good-looking. Dying at his hands wouldn't be too bad. Yet his right hand had already stealthily hidden beneath him. A sneer escaped his lips, followed by an extremely calm and indifferent voice. Carmen the enforcer, if I were you, I wouldn't make such dangerous and misleading moves such as the weapon in your right hand. Carmen froze slightly, letting out a bitter smile before completely relaxing his body. With a clatter, he threw the claw blade onto the ground, exposing both hands within sight, signaling to Yuan. He was injured too severely to have any capacity for resistance. Seeing this, Yuan nodded slightly, slinging his assault rifle behind him, drawing out a Glock 17. He kept one hand vigilant while swiftly searching Carmen's body, tossing all touched weapons 2 meters away. Only then did he stop and look at Carmen. Carmen was somewhat bewildered by Yuan's actions, watching as the latter checked him. You're not going to kill me. Yuan had already stood up, swiftly gathering the weapons on the ground. Kill you? Why would I kill you? Don't we have a common enemy? Besides, do you have any grievances between us? He said this while approaching Sorta, beginning to strip him of his supplies and equipment. Sorta's only weapons were the previously dropped handgun and tactical sword. His equipment was the same as Yuan's, and the only thing that satisfied Yuan was finally obtaining an enforcer helmet. He had said that the enforcer's suit couldn't possibly lack a helmet. Taking the helmet from Sorta's head, although it was stained with blood, Yuan didn't mind. However, he glanced at the helmet that had fallen to the ground beside Carmen. With a sense of satisfaction, he placed Sorta's helmet on Carmen's head amidst Carmen's astonished expression, then put on Carmen's helmet, adjusting the size before nodding in approval. After piling Sorta's enforcer suit to the side, he finally looked at Carmen. Laulis has already taken you as a thorn in his side. Sorta's attack is just the beginning, not the end. I think you should seriously consider how to deal with the threat brought by Laulis. Yuan lightly patted Carmen's shoulder, looking at his confused expression. He didn't offer any explanation because no one knew what happened when he had just patted Carmen. The Book of Fate had long been opened. Ideation card, Fear of Higher Beings, melted into Carmen's body like a ghostly glow. Ideation card activated successfully. Ideation target Carmen, fear target Laulis. Looking at the text that appeared on the virtual screen, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. With everything taken care of, Yuan had to leave quickly. The remaining matters would be left to time. If I were you, I wouldn't let anyone know of my existence, don't you think? Yuan threw down this statement and, without waiting for Carmen's response, tossed the signal flare he had found on Sorta. Of course, if you think that telling Laulis about my matters will make him spare you, you might as well try it. Yuan said casually as he lifted the equipment and turned to leave, but after taking just 2 steps he stopped again. He returned to Carmen's side and asked a question that surprised Carmen. By the way, do you know where that bald guy that is Freeze has his safe house? Safe house? Freeze. Carmen's brain momentarily stalled, but he quickly recalled something and weakly said, I don't know the safe house, but I know he has a girlfriend in Block 14, the leader of a homeless organization. Also, because of Freeze, we have been turning a blind eye to that homeless organization. She might know something. Homeless organization? What is it called? Do you know the location? That homeless organization is called Nightingale, and the location seems to be near the Opera House. I don't know anything else. No one wants to inquire about Freeze matters. Yuan noted down this information, still needing to verify its accuracy. What about Sorta? Does he have any flings or safe houses? None. Carmen shook his head. Sorta's only hobby is torturing prisoners. Apart from patrolling, he usually stays in the police station. Having obtained the information he wanted, Yuan also revealed a smile. He stood up again, picking up his gear. Alright, to be honest, you managed to escape from the traps of Thug Prison and Burning Fortress. That's indeed impressive. Here's some news for you. The target of Thug Prison is the entire East City, and the Black Shield police station has clearly become an obstacle to their dominance over East City, so prepare to face your war. Additionally, I've told you not to make any small moves, yet your feet are still not behaving. This time I'll let it pass, but I hope you won't do things that can easily lead to misunderstandings next time. Good luck, Enforcer Carmen. Respect. Watching the figure disappear around the corner of the sewer, cold sweat trickled down Carmen's forehead. He actually knows everything. He looked at his tactical boots. These shoes were specially modified, capable of ejecting a blade about 5 centimeters long. This was his last chance for a counterattack, but unfortunately the other party was too cautious and he couldn't find the opportunity. At that moment he felt a similar sense of oppression as when facing Laulis from that young man, but even more elusive. He firmly remembered the other party's words. Regardless, he had managed to survive. Now he needed to consider how to leave the sewer and return to the police station. By the way, there was also the message left by that person just now. Was Thug Prison preparing for all-out war? If so, Carmen painfully bandaged his wounds, then bit out a thin syringe from his collar and plunged it into his neck. As the hormones surged through his body, the pain soon eased and a surge of strength welled up within him. Struggling to rise, Carmen staggered toward the nearest sewer manhole cover. East suburb of Luzon City, brutal prison. So you've returned merely to inform me that not only did 2 enforcers escape right under your noses, but the cargo and the organ donor intended for the burning fortress were also stolen, and a flame priest was slain. He strode before Tuss, the officer in charge of the operation, and struck him across the skull with a single blow. The head collapsed into the chest cavity, instantly blood erupting in a violent spray. With a contemptuous kick, he sent the corpse flying over a dozen meters. Then he turned his gaze upon Baku, only to find Baku shaking his head faintly. Rising slowly, Baku lifted a finger to adjust his spectacles perched atop the bridge of his nose. Everything else is negotiable, but the donor poses the gravest complication. We must deliver an explanation to Victor. Send someone to retrieve the original donor immediately. Prepare for departure to the burning fortress. Haber's brow furrowed slightly. Baku, you cannot go. For one, the transaction has already been finalized, the slaves and donor were formally handed over to them, and even the cargo was guarded by their own personnel. It is no longer our responsibility. Moreover, we supplied both slaves and donors, and yet the cargo itself was stolen. By rights, we should be holding them accountable. Who knows, perhaps it was the burning fortress themselves staging a double-cross. After signaling his subordinates to carry out his orders, Baku spoke in a low, grave tone. We have indeed suffered a grievous loss, but now is not the time for recrimination. This was a completed transaction, a sealed alliance. Victor is no short-sighted fool, he would never risk a double-cross, especially not after losing a flame priest. It defies reason. The truth is, we are the ones truly imperiled now. Haber stared at Baku, disbelief etched across his face. What do you mean, Baku? Baku's eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the direction of the Black Shield police precinct. Haber, you must recall we requested the burning fortress's aid in ambushing the Black Shield police precinct. We proposed shifting the rendezvous point to Sprawl Park. And now every last crate of cargo, every donor has vanished from Sprawl Park. A flame priest lies dead and the Black Shield enforcers escaped despite our ambush. Haber, you must recall we requested the burning fortress's aid in ambushing the Black Shield police precinct. We proposed shifting the rendezvous point to Sprawl Park. And now every last crate of cargo, every donor has vanished. He grasped Baku's meaning instantly. You're suggesting the burning fortress suspects us? Impossible. What possible gain could we reap from such treachery? Yet from Victor's vantage we stand as the sole beneficiaries. Therefore I must go myself, to explain the matter directly to Victor. Fortunately we still possess one donor who meets his specifications. There remains room for redemption. Otherwise we may soon find ourselves crushed between the Black Shield police precinct and the burning fortress. Haber fell silent, his gaze locking onto Baku, now weighted with grim gravity. But who stole our cargo, and how did the enemy learn of Sprawl Park? At this, Baku let out a cold, disdainful snort. Is it not self-evident? Who stands to gain most from this catastrophe? Clearly, the Black Shield police precinct. His eyes swept outward, glacial and sharp, over the assembled raiders. I never imagined a rat still scurried within our own walls. Once I've placated Victor, I shall return and extend very special hospitality to this so-called heroic rodent. Sector 11, Kankino Avenue, No. 7. 800 p.m. When Marcel heard the intrusion alarm and checked the surveillance feed, what she saw outside her residence were several large bundles of supplies. Her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How is this possible? Had it not been for the familiar silhouette just beyond the opposite wall, she might have believed herself trapped in a dream. Instantly she donned her gear, seized her weapon and slipped out the door, taking cover behind the perimeter wall. The bundles stood barely 2 meters away, within arm's reach. All 4 were unsealed, revealing their contents plainly. Mechanical components. Electronic modules. Rations. Dried fish. Canned goods. Marcel's hands trembled faintly. Then came the man's voice from across the yard. Marcel, these supplies constitute my investment in you. Take them. Marcel still hesitated. They were strangers, utterly unknown to each other. Anyone capable of producing such a haul was no ordinary figure, yet what precisely did he seek in return? She refused to believe anyone would surrender such abundance for a research outcome whose value remained wholly speculative. This was the Wasteland, a place where scarcity ruled absolute. Yet the evidence lay undeniable before her. You're certain all of this is for me? No, I made this clear earlier, these are an investment, not a gift. Think of me as an angel investor. When your breakthrough arrives, that is when I reap my reward. Marcel heard his earnest, precise correction and felt no dissonance. Merely a shift in phrasing. Still, recognition of her work stirred quiet joy within her. Marcel, do you decline my investment? Yuan watched her silence, his brow knitting faintly. Why is delivering gifts so difficult? Is this woman utterly senseless? Just accept it already. His thoughts raged inward only for her to suddenly toss out wait a moment and vanish back inside the house. Yuan. And Nanny. And where on earth did you go? Will you even return? And wait, those 4 bundles just left lying there. Unattended. Yuan felt genuine panic rising. Would he truly fail to deliver these supplies? With less than 10 hours remaining until the deadline for the lavish card quest. If Marcel faltered here, where else could he find another chance to fulfill the lavish card condition? Would he really have to liquidate every firearm just to scrape together 15,000 survival points? Fortunately, Marcel kept him waiting, only briefly reappearing moments later. Yuan watched as she carefully placed a slender elongated object upon the ground outside the courtyard. This is a finished prototype I built earlier, my greeting gift to you. I accept your investment. Especially these mechanical parts and electronic modules, they'll prove invaluable. May I bring them all inside? Marcel still sounded hesitant. Yuan's gaze lingered on the slender object, speculating, while replying, go ahead. I'll join you once you've carried everything in. Oh, and inside the bundle containing the canned goods there's a marked pattern. Could you identify which hotel's insignia it is? A hotel. Marcel blinked, then glanced down at the bundle. There indeed lay a sheet bearing a stylized purple flower emblem. This is. She paused only a moment before recognition dawned. Turning to Yuan, she said, this is the crest of the Aura's Hotel, located not far from here. However, I strongly advise against going there. Yuan was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Is there danger? The area where the Eli's Hotel is located is controlled by an armed force. They occupy the John Keats Zoo, which is near the Eli's Hotel. If you go over there, you'll easily be spotted by those armed personnel. I understand. Maciel must be talking about the thugs from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. But I've finally learned the location of the hotel associated with Biao guest room card. If there's a chance, I still want to explore that area. Maciel took several minutes to bring back 4 large bags of supplies and finally looked in Yuan's direction. So how do I contact you if I make any progress? You don't need to contact me. I'll come over periodically. If you have research results, just draw a circle on the outer wall and I'll reach out to you when I see it. Got it. I understand. Maciel said as he closed the door. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Yuan quickly left the corner where he was hiding, taking 2 or 3 steps to reach that elongated object, grabbing it swiftly before vanishing into the darkness. In his ears, the exotic BGM and mechanical prompt sounds rang clearly. Fate card, rock level, luxurious card removal successful. Fate point 1 detected. Convertible item. Would you like to convert it? Requires 1 fate point. Of course, I will convert it immediately. Fate point 1 obtained. Rare item, starry sky mirror. Yuan could hear the sound of his own deep breaths. Another rare item. His heart was filled with exhilaration. If it weren't for the current timing, he would have already started examining it. He quickly returned to the slightly ajar manhole cover, crawled into the sewer and locked the latch. Only then did he turn on the flashlight and look at the elongated object in his hand, which resembled a tripod backpack. About 1 meter long, it contained a lot of items. When the backpack was laid on the ground and the zipper was opened, it surprisingly revealed a medieval-style wooden astronomical telescope complete with a dedicated tripod. Starry Sky Mirror quality rare owner Yuan rare building Starry Sky Observatory. Looking at the extremely simple introduction, Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Both being rare items, the Starry Sky Mirror was simply incomparable to Mimi. Suppressing his disappointment, Yuan clicked to view the detailed information about the rare building, and the shock on his face was overshadowed by joy. Rare building Starry Sky Observatory function. Every 7 days obtain a highly valuable astronomical phenomenon. When constructed, it can remove a luxurious card of no higher than bronze quality. Construction requirements: 5,000 survival points, 1 vacant room. It can actually remove a luxurious card. And it must be no higher than bronze quality. Yuan was genuinely surprised. Today he exerted a lot of effort to obtain supplies worth 5,000 survival points, and he only managed to remove a rock quality luxurious card. Now with the same 5,000 survival points, he had the opportunity to remove a bronze quality luxurious card. How could he not be happy? He had long suspected that there were higher level cards in the Fate card system. Therefore he was not surprised. It seems that the key to constructing this rare building is not the survival points but the vacant room. Yuan had already understood the challenge that lay ahead. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Currently he didn't have a luxurious card and he still had time to explore more rules behind the fate cards and search for the so-called vacant room. In any case, with the threat of the luxurious card gone, Yuan's mood lightened considerably. He removed his equipment from Mimi, allowing her to carry the remaining 2 bags, then climbed onto Mimi's back and began to sprint toward their hiding place. Despite carrying 2 bags and Yuan, Mimi still moved swiftly. The duo quickly left the sewer passage of Canchino Street, turning toward the passage leading to Block 15. Block 15 is located directly south of Block 11 and directly east of Block 13. To return to Block 13, this route is the fastest sewer. After entering Block 15, they only need to turn into the west side sewer at the next corner to directly enter Block 13. This was also a route Yuan had taken multiple times before. However, just after leaving Block 11 and entering Block 15, Yuan's brows furrowed. What is that smell? Due to the typhoon landing and the heavy rain from a few days ago, the sewer had carried a damp and stuffy odor for the past few days. But since it was just rainwater, the smell wasn't particularly foul. However, at this moment there was a faint nauseating odor in the air which made Yuan uneasy. When he passed through here yesterday, he didn't notice this foul smell. And today, as he headed to Block 9, he didn't pass through here, so this smell must have appeared only after he left last night. Yuan's heart sank. He could discern that this stench was strikingly similar to that of decaying corpses. Damn it! Could it be that I've really run into that thing? The only thing Yuan could think of was that giant rat. He raised his FNFAL assault rifle, cautiously observing the movements around him. He squeezed his legs against Mimi's abdomen and her pace quickened slightly. I must leave here quickly. I hope everything is just my imagination. Yuan thought to himself. Ahead was the corner of the sewer. He only needed to turn right to quickly enter Block 13. Mimi also sensed the tense atmosphere and quickened her pace, preparing for battle. As they moved quickly, the stench in the air grew stronger and Yuan's nerves tightened. His title block rat enhanced his hearing, allowing him to catch every abnormal sound. Gulp! Yuan couldn't help but swallow. He could feel his palms were sweaty, but his fingers dared not leave the trigger. Squeak! At that moment, a clear sound of a mouse squeaking suddenly came from the left front. Bang! The bullet shot toward the direction of the sound. However, after pulling the trigger, Yuan saw that the source of the sound was just a fist-sized black rat, which was clearly frightened by the gunshot and fell into the water channel, soaked all over, its black fur matted together, making it look quite unpleasant. So it was just a little mouse. Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had been too tense. It was no wonder he was nervous. He had a natural aversion to snakes and rats, and it was an intense aversion. He was even reluctant to touch pet mice like the fancy rat, which closely resembled regular rats. He quickly adjusted his breathing and returned to a state of vigilance. In the tense atmosphere, Mimi had already turned the corner and the virtual map displayed that they were nearing Block 13. The foul odor in the air was also becoming fainter. Yuan's spirits gradually relaxed as the smell weakened. He sighed softly. Perhaps it's just a dead animal drifting in from somewhere, he thought. But just then a chilling sensation suddenly shot through his body from the crown of his head, and Yuan felt a fleeting illusion of being watched by a predator. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, sending him a frantic warning, death alert. Danger was just above him. P.S. Brothers, the verification period is about to end, so hang in there. The premiere will be on September 1st with 4 consecutive chapters followed by 3 chapters every day. Please don't abandon the book. This is a matter of life and death. I ask for bookshelves, updates, urges, and positive reviews. Moi. Behind you. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted as he discerned the direction of the attack. In an instant he had already fallen forward. At the same time he had completed the equipment setup with Mia beneath him. A strong gust of wind brushed past Yuan's nape, carrying with it an overwhelmingly intense stench. Ripping sound. The sound of a sharp object scraping against the enforcer's helmet made Yuan's scalp tingle as if something were about to slice open his head. Fortunately, he responded decisively. As Mia disappeared, he executed a forward roll and knelt on one knee, directing the gun towards the position behind him. Bang bang bang. 6,251 mm bullets rained down like a tempest upon the shadow that suddenly appeared in the sewer. Yuan finally got a clear look at the assailant and a chill ran down his spine. What is that thing? Over 2 meters in length, its damp and sticky fur clung in tufts to its body, dark as thick tar, emanating an intensely pungent stench. The wedge-shaped triangular rodent head sported whiskers nearly 50 to 60 centimeters long, paired with sinister green eyes that exuded an air of cunning, bloodthirst, and venom. A pair of massive chisel-like incisors gleamed with an orange-yellow sheen under the flashlight's beam, though clearly worn, their sharpness remained chilling. Behind it was a meaty tail nearly twice its body length, cracking against the sewer walls with a loud slapping sound. Illuminated by the flashlight and gunfire, the rough and tough ring scales on the tail were visible, evoking a deep sense of Yuan gasped. Can anyone tell him this is a rat? A black giant rat that stood 2 meters tall when crouching. Puff puff puff. The bullets struck the giant rat but produced a sound akin to leather being whipped. Blood began to seep from its fur, yet the bullets did not fully penetrate, they lodged into its hide like rivets. This scene shattered Yuan's perception. 6,251 millimeters bullets. In fact, the mutated giant rat was not faring well either. Although the bullets could not fully penetrate its already mutated hide, the tremendous impact from the bullets inflicted significant trauma on its insides, eliciting a pained screech. Squeak squeak squeak. In just a few seconds, an entire magazine was quickly emptied. At the moment the magazine emptied with no opportunity for Yuan to react, the mutated giant rat, clearly enraged, pushed off with its hind legs and lunged at Yuan with its chisel-like incisors. A flash of madness crossed Yuan's eyes as he raised the FNFAL assault rifle above his head, pressing it firmly against the giant rat's incisors. The enforcer armor on his chest quickly showed signs of scratches under the giant rat's claws. Even so, under the impact of the giant rat, Yuan inevitably fell to the ground, the tremendous blow nearly making him spit out a mouthful of blood. He could only brace his feet against the rat's belly, using the assault rifle to fend off its biting incisors, desperately holding on. Fortunately, he was currently in the equipment state, with Mia greatly enhancing his physical strength, which allowed him to barely withstand the giant rat's onslaught. Squeak squeak squeak. A foul-smelling viscous fluid burst forth from the giant rat's mouth, enveloping Yuan, instantly inducing a feeling of suffocation and dizziness. Damn! It has biochemical attacks too. His eyes stung painfully and he felt nauseous. Realizing he could not continue like this, a glint of resolve flashed in Yuan's eyes. With bulging eyes he summoned the last of his strength, kicking the giant rat upward with all his might. As the rat momentarily lifted off the ground, the pressure on Yuan's hands suddenly lightened. Now's the time. Mia and Yuan disengaged their equipment state, appearing 3 meters above Yuan's head. Mia, ram it to death. Yuan shouted with all his strength, but the giant rat was already pressing down on him again. Without Mia's equipment attribute boost, Yuan's strength was utterly insufficient to withstand the giant rat's massive frame. As the giant rat opened its maw wide, its massive incisors were about to cleave Yuan's head. Mia, however, had already charged in with a great impact. Bang! The enormous horn collided with the giant rat's incisors, sending sparks flying. Under Mia's charge, the giant rat was flipped onto its back. In terms of size, Mia was not smaller than the giant rat. In fact, its stature far exceeded that of the rat and its strength surpassed it considerably. Previously, it was due to the giant rat's sneak attack that had nearly cost Yuan his life. Now, under Mia's full force charge, the difference became immediately apparent. Yuan finally seized the opportunity, rolling to the right and tumbling into the adjacent sewage ditch. He drew the M500 revolver from his waist and aimed it at the head of the giant rat, which was struggling to rise. Bang bang bang. 3 shots were fired in quick succession. 2 bullets struck the skull, tearing away a patch of fur, while the final bullet penetrated the giant rat's right eye, causing a foul liquid to spray out as the eye exploded. Squeak! The giant rat threw its head back and let out a piercing shriek that echoed through the sewer. Yuan felt dizzy, his mind spinning as if he could not distinguish north from south. Unable to help himself, he covered his ears, howling in pain as his consciousness grew hazy. When Yuan regained his senses, it felt as though his head had been hammered with a heavy mallet, leaving him extremely dazed. He lay on the ground. The giant rat and Mia both vanished. Mia, Yuan called softly as he drew the Glock 17 with his left hand. Day. Mia dashed quickly from around the corner of the sewer, its body still smeared with the giant rat's blood. Clearly Mia had been chasing the giant rat moments ago, but upon realizing Yuan's condition, it had driven the rat away before immediately returning. Mia approached Yuan, nudging its horns against his chest, seemingly inquiring about his condition. Yuan forced a smile at the corner of his mouth, reaching out to soothe Mia. But his right hand was burning with pain, a tearing sensation coursing through his wrist and palm. The M500 revolver had already fallen to the ground. This was the reason he had only fired 3 shots earlier. In the heat of the moment, firing 3 shots single-handedly had nearly wrecked his right hand. The recoil from the 500 caliber handgun was something he could not withstand. Looking at his trembling hand, Yuan gritted his teeth. With Niamai's help he rose and placed the bag of supplies on Niamai's back before picking up the FNFAL assault rifle which had been deformed by the giant rat's bite and climbed on. He lay flat on Niamai's back patting it softly saying hurry let's go home. Niamia no longer holding back its speed swiftly ran towards their hiding spot. The journey ahead was uneventful. Throughout the way Yuan felt as if his body was about to fall apart. His head was exceedingly heavy and he desperately wanted to pass out, relying solely on willpower to maintain his last moments of consciousness. Upon returning to the entrance of the air defense shelter, Yuan forced himself to muster the last of his spirit, completing the equipment setup with Niamia. After bringing the supplies into the shelter he had no strength left to drag them back to their hiding spot, leaving them right outside the corridor. Barely making it back to their hideout, he staggered onto the bed in the rest area, using his last vestiges of consciousness to disengage from the equipment state with Niamia. Just as Niamia appeared, a thought flashed through Yuan's mind and he completely lost consciousness. The alarm clanged insistently. Yuan felt as if his skull were splitting, his whole body disassembled and aching, yet the insistent ringing gradually dragged him back to wakefulness. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling of the hideout and the energy-saving lamp that cast a soft glow. His hazy consciousness slowly knit itself back together. Am I in the hideout? Memories of the recent ordeal surged through his mind in an instant. Mutated giant rats, the fighting, the desperate flight, all of it replaying like shards of a nightmare. He glanced at the locator watch on his wrist, still vibrating and ringing without relent. This was the alarm he had set its purpose. The exhaustion in Yuan's eyes vanished in a flash as he checked the time, 3:18 a.m. No, there are only 5 minutes left before the items I listed on Taodao Cave exceed 12 hours. Panic seized him. He forced himself to rise. Every item head posted on Taodao Cave had been priced at 1,000,000 survival points to deter buyers. If the listing expired, an automatic 5% storage fee would kick in, an astronomical charge. Fortunately, he had set the alarm. As he braced his right hand to stand, a piercing pain stabbed his wrist. He frowned and looked at his right wrist. It was already slightly swollen, the injury worse than he had first imagined. There was no time to dwell on it. Niamia had been at his side when he awoke. Yuan gripped the goat's horns with his left hand and with effort pulled himself to his feet. Enduring the deep ache throughout his body, he staggered to the air raid refuge corridor outside the hideout and hurriedly delisted everything he had put on Taodao Cave. With 30 seconds to spare, he managed to remove the last barrel of fuel. Yuan stared at the 20 barrels of fuel, the weapons, the gear, the explosives arranged before him, and exhaled in long relief. He retrieved the supplies he had left near the ladder exit, dragging them back into the hideout with Niamai's help. He stripped off his gear and took out the car first aid kit and his medical pack. He cleaned the wound on his wrist and smeared on some topical medicine for bruises, then prepared to rest. Seeing Niamia, he suddenly remembered that the goat's high-energy milk was reputed to aid recovery, especially for fractures. Though his wrist bore no full break, it likely had a hairline crack and severe contusion. He took out the day's portion of Niamai's high-energy goat milk, drank it, and surrendered to sleep as his body stopped protesting. Meanwhile, at Haydun police station, Kamen sat confined to a solitary room awaiting the final outcome. He kept a silent tally of the time. I've been locked up roughly 10 hours. The investigators should be back by now. Staring at the light over the room, a figure kept flashing through Kamen's mind. Creak. The door opened. A massively built silhouette filled the entrance and took a seat on a chair that looked almost too small for him. The man was dark-skinned, bald, his gaze sharp and commanding. He wore the heavy commander uniform as if it were nothing, moving with effortless authority. He looked straight at Kamen and got to the point without preamble. Kamen, the team you mentioned has returned. They found traces of the Ranshao fortress burning, and our men saw people from Batu prison heading for Ranshao fortress a few hours ago. You are released. Kamen was not surprised. He met the man's eyes calmly. Commander Lauka, the joint action between Ranshao fortress and Batu prison is no casual affair. I suspect this is only the opening move. Perhaps the ambush at the Ludi Hotel was bait to lure us into attacking their convoy. The informant who tipped us off may already have been exposed to Batu prison. I understand. Enough of this for now. The director wants to see you, come with me. Kamen stared in surprise. You mean Director Huagu? Hurrying, they rode the elevator to the 5th floor and entered an exceptionally luxurious room. Someone stood inside, back to the door, gazing at the night sky through the window while the tip of a cigar glowed between their fingers. Lauka led Kamen in and snapped a salute toward the figure. Director Kamen has been brought in. After 2 seconds, the figure turned, slowly glanced at Kamen with a measured appraisal and then turned away again. Leave. The voice inside the room was devoid of emotion. Yes. Lao Ku immediately escorted Kamen out. Only then did Kamen notice the sheen of sweat at the tip of Lao Ku's nose and dread tightened his chest. Lao Ku was the foremost of Heidun's three commanders, the number 2 figure beneath the director, and yet he appeared to fear the director to his core. Go back. The war between Baotou prison and Ranshao fortress will likely erupt soon, but... Lao Ku regarded Kamen with the hungry gaze of a hunter. Do not let others know of this, for now, understood? Kamen understood at once. I understand, Commander Lao Ku. Go. He moved to leave, but as he neared the stairwell another figure appeared in his path. Kamen halted and felt a chill run through him. A tremor of fear rose in his chest, yet he gathered himself and offered a salute. Commander Lao Li Si. Lao Li Si seemed mildly surprised to see Kamen here and paused in his step. He stared at Kamen for a long heartbeat, a barely perceptible curve twitching at the corner of his mouth, and then brushed past. As Lao Li Si's silhouette receded, Kamen's inexplicable dread slowly ebbed away. Feeling that change and recalling what Suade had said in the sewers, Kamen's eyes lingered on Lao Li Si a moment longer before he pursed his lips and headed downstairs. When Yuan woke again, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had slept for 12 hours and his condition had markedly improved. 12 hours of rest, the restorative benefit of a single bed, and the healing properties of Miami's milk had all contributed to his recovery. Except for a faint ache in his right wrist, the soreness elsewhere had subsided and the fog in his mind had cleared. He lit a cigarette to steady himself, sat on the edge of the bed against the wall, and opened the virtual panel. The chat channel was ablaze with players fervently discussing something. Messages scrolled by in a torrent. Curious, Yuan scanned them and only then realized that something significant had occurred while he slept. Yuan stared at the pinned notification appearing just minutes earlier that read elimination alert function rank 243 eliminated in Wasteland deathmatch by the Devastation Dragon Train. Time 1549, new players will enter in 12 hours. A tremor stirred within him. A top 300 player had been eliminated. This was unquestionably the highest ranked elimination Yuan had witnessed since entering the game. And yet... Yuan gazed at the notice, brows furrowed in confusion. What on earth is Wasteland Deathmatch? And what, or who, is the Devastation Dragon Train? Recalling his prior experience purchasing intelligence, Yuan immediately searched the keywords Wasteland Deathmatch and Devastation Dragon Train on Taodao Cave. No results appeared, not a single entry. Frowning, he turned to the chat channel hoping for answers. Hive Hideout, never imagined even Fengshen would fall. Looks like I made the right call staying out, it's terrifying. Stag Hideout, that can't be right. Top 1000 players usually survive effortlessly. Could the Devastation Dragon Train be a regional overlord? Babel Tower Hideout, don't be naive. It's far more complicated than that. Even among the top 100, many refuse to participate. Their hideouts have long been fortified into miniature fortresses. Why risk life and death combat with others? Pagoda Hideout, exactly. They're elites here, but if they ascend to the tier, they become mere fodder, the weakest link in a higher echelon. Give me the chance, I'd rather stay put. Comfortable sovereignty in one's own world beats precarious supremacy elsewhere. Dragon King Hideout, esteemed elders, what are you referring to? Why are certain terms blurred in this channel? Hive Hideout, humph, newcomers. Some information isn't publicly accessible. The system automatically censors keywords until you exit the newbie protection period. Pagoda Hideout, let's change the subject. Brother who listed fuel earlier, please surface. I'm desperate for fuel. Price is negotiable, even private messaging works. Watching the conversation dissolve, Yuan replayed the log, repeatedly distilling key insights and formulating hypotheses. First, Wasteland Deathmatch, the very term censored, must be an exceptionally perilous event avoided even by high-ranking players. Second, such information is actively restricted at this stage. Access requires fulfilling specific conditions, perhaps explaining why no related intelligence trades appear on Taodao Cave. Third, only upon the death of a high-rank player does the system issue a public announcement. This chat channel appears to be a tier-specific forum, such as a newbie group, blank slate guild, or low-tier network, with higher echelons existing above it. Hence, many elite players deliberately refrain from ascending, choosing instead to reign unchallenged in their familiar realm, preferring to be the head of a chicken flock over a tail feather in a phoenix's court. Yet, numerous questions remained unanswered. What truly was the Devastation Dragon Train? Its name bore striking resemblance to those of the hideouts. Could it be a player? And why did Hive Hideout claim such knowledge would naturally surface after the newbie protection period? From where? Through what means? By whose agency? These were mysteries beyond immediate resolution. Yuan logged each question meticulously in his hideout memo, preserving them for future inquiry. Private messaging. Pagoda Hideout's remark confirmed its existence under the social function. Yet Yuan possessed no such option. Was this too gated behind a permission threshold? He searched private messaging on Taodao Cave, and this time results appeared instantly: 50 survival points per piece of intel. As before, the information arrived on a yellowed aged slip of paper, its authenticity now irrefutably confirmed. Private messaging remains inaccessible during the newbie protection period. Only upon its conclusion and successful completion of the Wasteland trial quest will functions such as adding friends, initiating private chats, and creating group channels be unlocked. Yuan then searched Taodao Cave for Wasteland trial intelligence trades, but again no listings appeared. Clearly this too fell under strict information control. He appended the newly annotated slip to his inventory and listed it on Taodao Cave for 50 survival points, awaiting the next destined seeker. Yuan exhaled slowly. Another veil had lifted from the Wasteland's enigma, the pivotal juncture remaining steadfastly tied to the end of the newbie protection period. The newbie protection period, this was true sanctuary. Once lifted, crises would converge from every direction, human systemic inevitable. Players. World mechanics. Tisk TSK. He set these ruminations aside, for now. Future concerns belonged to the future. First he must attend to the present. He ate and drank sparingly, then laid out fresh grass for Mei Mei. Watching her devour it with hearty gusto, a faint smile curved his lips. Yesterday's survival hinged entirely on Mei Mei. Without her decisive charge he might never have endured the mutated giant rat's assault, let alone returned safely under her vigilant guard. Even his wounds healed with astonishing speed thanks to her nutrient-dense milk. To call Mei Mei his savior was no exaggeration. Gently patting her flank, Yuan turned to his most urgent task, assessing yesterday's losses. His gaze fell upon the FNFAL assault rifle, gnawed and grotesquely warped by the rat's jaws, and his eyelid twitched. Absurdly extreme. This was a firearm. His Enforcer tactical vest was likewise ruined, shredded into ragged strips by the rat's claws, exposing the bulletproof plates beneath each scored with deep, near-penetrating gashes. The sight sent chills down his spine. Without that armor his abdomen would surely have been eviscerated. The same fate befell his newly acquired Enforcer helmet. Staring at the distinct gouge across its occipital ridge, Yuan felt a pang of despair. He'd owned it less than a day, yet it was already scrap. Still, each piece had fulfilled its purpose. He stacked the 3 ruined items neatly in a corner of his hideout. Fortunately, he'd recently acquired a second Enforcer tactical vest from Sorta, ensuring he wouldn't face the world bare-chested as before. That had been tolerable previously, but after confronting the mutated giant rat, Yuan refused to test flesh against Fang again. I must secure a new helmet immediately. Otherwise safety remains an illusion. He couldn't gauge the rat's capacity for vengeance, but judging by its stealthy ambush, its intellect was formidable. Though he'd blasted out one of its eyes, the creature had evaded Mei Mei's pursuit, suggesting grievous yet non-fatal injury. Yuan's brow tightened in contemplation. This is undoubtedly its most vulnerable moment, the optimal window to eliminate it. I must act swiftly. To leave it alive is to invite perpetual peril. The mutated giant rat had fled toward District 15. Yuan resolved to scout that sector within the next day or two. Yesterday's haul was substantial. Those 20 barrels of 100 liters of fuel alone were worth a fortune, a precious resource even scarcer than cigarettes, rivaling firearms and ammunition, and no one possessed a stable acquisition channel. Of course, he did not rule out other players who might have access to related resources but hoarded them for personal use, choosing not to list them. Like him, he would not easily put those 20 barrels of fuel on the market. 2,000 liters of fuel can be considered a lot or just a little. The hideout would undoubtedly require a large amount of electricity, and even later when acquiring vehicles the consumption of fuel would not be a trivial amount. Selling it now is easy, but acquiring it again later would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Aside from fuel, the biggest gain was 25 bundles of homemade explosives, each equipped with a mechanical timer. Homemade timer bomb. Quality ordinary. Weight 2 kilograms. Condition highly stable. Timing 1 to 30 minutes. Destruction radius 0 to 3 meters. Severe damage radius 3 to 10 meters. Kill radius 10 to 30 meters. Yuan carefully placed these 25 bundles of timed explosives into a storage box, sealing it and placing it in a corner of the passage away from the barrels of fuel. The items were valuable, but their danger increased exponentially. A stream of unsettling thoughts flashed through Yuan's mind. Fortunately, the stability of the explosives allowed him to breathe a little easier. After dealing with the two types of materials that were the most valuable and the most dangerous, what remained were the firearms, ammunition and equipment he had seized from the burning fortress. These were also what Yuan needed most at the moment. Unlike the equipment from the Black Shield Police Department, the gear from the burning fortress consisted mainly of AK series weapons, 2 AK-74s, 1 AK-74U, 1 AKM and finally 1 AK-12. There were quite a few bullets as well, with several hundred rounds of both 7.6239mm and 5.4539mm calibers, enough for Yuan to use for some time. What remained were the throwing items that Yuan had specifically set aside: 8 F1 grenades, 5 stun grenades and 3 explosives equipped with detonators. This temporarily made up for Yuan's lack of throwing weapons. From the equipment of the Flame Knight of the Burning Fortress, Yuan only brought back a military telescope, as he simply could not carry more. His backpack was already overflowing, and bringing back these items had already required immense effort. Yet the most precious loot he brought back was the complete set of equipment and items from the Flame Priest. Yuan would not forget that when he defeated the Flame Priest he heard more than one mechanical notification. Items that trigger notifications are undoubtedly high-value materials. With an excited heart, Yuan dumped the contents of his Oxford backpack onto the ground, and at that moment a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. It sounded like the most wonderful music in the world. Ding! High-value materials detected. Detected special construction paths for the hideout facilities. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value materials detected. Detected special construction paths for the hideout facilities. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value materials detected. Detected optimization paths for the hideout facilities. Would you like to add this optimized path to the security and wall construction list? Ding! High-value materials detected. Detected rare-grade equipment, Flame Priest's robe damaged. The corners of Yuan's mouth almost reached his eyes. He had unexpectedly found 3 construction blueprints for the hideout, 2 of which were special construction paths not present in the hideout, and he immediately added them all to the hideout facility management log. As the blueprints vanished, 2 new construction path listings and 2 optimization paths appeared in the hideout facility management log. Ding! Defensive facility construction paths detected. Hideout defense system management log unlocked. Within the survival interface alongside the pages for the hideout facility management log and resource management log, a new page appeared named Hideout Defense System Management Log. Yuan eagerly examined the newly appeared facilities. Escape Passage Special. Quality unknown. Description: this is a magical construction blueprint that can create a special escape passage connecting the hideout to a safe house, facilitating escape or safe transfer in emergencies. It can connect up to 3 safe houses, but it seems there are necessary conditions still lacking for constructing this facility. Construction requirements: escape key 1, safe house 1, 3, locked door 1. Defense: flamethrower. Quality rare. Description: within a 100-meter radius of the hideout, up to 20 sets of flamethrower devices can be constructed to protect the safety of the hideout. Please note that when this facility is activated, it will burn the surrounding area, so ensure to maintain a safe distance from the hideout during construction and prepare for protection. Construction requirements for 1 set. Essential materials: 10 L of fuel, high pressure gas canister, 1 pressure relief valve, 1 steel, 1 spring, 1 9V batteries, 2 resistance wire, 1 metal pipe, 1 metal nozzle, 1 auxiliary materials, rubber gasket, 2 metal latch, 1. This. Yuan could hardly find the words. Incredible. Truly too powerful. The escape passage provided him with an immense sense of security. Once this facility was truly needed, the hideout might already be in a critical situation, and having an opportunity to escape was always a good thing. As for the items required for construction apart from the locked door, he had no clue about the other 2. However, with the construction paths already added, at least he now had a direction and a goal to pursue. As for the defense flamethrower, it confirmed a suspicion Yuan had about the defense level of the hideout. What was the defense level exactly? He had already constructed several facilities in the hideout with safety level, comfort level, hygiene level and energy level all improved, yet the defense level had remained at 0. Previously he had speculated whether he needed to upgrade the wall level, but now he had the answer. Moreover, the defense facilities were actually constructed around the hideout, which excited Yuan immensely. His greatest concern was that once the beginner protection period ended, if other players invaded and discovered the hideout, what would happen if they simply destroyed it? Now this problem was directly resolved. After all, this was a flamethrower. With a construction range extending to 100 meters around the hideout, this provided Yuan with great operational flexibility. Let us not forget that Yuan's hideout was built in an air defense shelter corridor. As long as he designed the positions of the throwers cleverly, these corridors could become a fiery inferno from which intruders could neither escape nor flee. In an instant, 5 suitable locations for constructing flamethrowers flashed through Yuan's mind. This blueprint came at just the right time. There are still more than 20 days until player invasions begin, which is more than enough time for me to turn the air defense shelter into a death furnace. A glint of ruthlessness and coldness flashed in his eyes. The security and wall facilities have added an optimized path. Level 3 security fireproof door excellent. Level 2 wall heat resistant firewall excellent. This was not surprising to Yuan. The burning fortress can produce such a large amount of fuel, and intelligence has mentioned their interest in the offshore oil fields of Luz City. The resources controlled by the burning fortress are as expected either oil refineries or oil field mines. Only by controlling these two locations can one possess abundant fuel resources. Moreover, the Flame Knights have all modified their motorcycles with flamethrowers, and even their individual vehicles favor flames, as their faction name is also related to fire. Obtaining the fire protection blueprints and fire-resistant facility designs from that obviously high-ranking flame priest is quite reasonable. The materials to upgrade these two facilities are not difficult to find, many are common items. However, gathering them all will require some effort. Fortunately, their construction priority is not high, allowing for gradual collection. Lastly, there is the Flame Priest's Crimson Robe. This is the first time Yuan has seen equipment that is highlighted as a high-value resource, and it is of rare quality, which indeed seems very uncommon. Flame Priest's Robe damaged. This is a rare piece of equipment meticulously crafted from the skin of a mutated creature, the Flame Wolf, but unfortunately it is already damaged. Quality rare. Weight 1.8 kilograms. Function: can withstand flames of 800 for 3 seconds, resist piercing energy of 4000 joules but cannot prevent impact damage caused by bullet energy, can resist temperature differences between 65 and 50, keeping the wearer in a constant temperature state. Flame Wolf Skin. Yuan realized in his heart that this might also be a mutated creature similar to that mutated giant rat. Even now, the scene where the mutated giant rat could withstand an FNFAL assault rifle without any damage from a full magazine is still fresh in his mind. It seems that mutated creatures are not uncommon, I just haven't encountered them yet. The danger level of this world needs to be raised. He gazed at the red robe deep in thought. Is this equipment strong? Yes. But it is not suitable for Yuan. Neither the style of the robe nor its exaggerated bright color meets his needs. Yuan examined the robe, searching for the damaged area, and indeed found it. The thread at the first stitching had broken, resulting in a nearly 20-centimeter gash. Seeing this, Yuan's mind began to race. The reason this equipment is of such high quality lies in that flame wolf skin, so why not modify this robe? This robe is quite oversized. With proper cutting, it could be turned into 1 or even 2 pieces of leather armor. Not only can it insulate against extreme temperatures, keeping the body in a state of absolute temperature stability, but it also has an exceptionally strong bulletproof effect, making it the best material for making inner armor. If there are any scraps left, tactical gloves, boots and hats could also be made. If he encounters extremely cold weather in the future, this outfit would be a lifesaver. In an instant, various ideas for modifying the robe flashed through Yuan's mind. However, to realize the above plans, he still needs a tailor. Yuan does not possess tailoring skills. His gaze turned to the facility management log of the hideout. The crafting table. Crafting table level 1, dilapidated workbench. Building materials: screwdriver X1, multi-tool pliers X1, wood X20, screws X5, nuts X5. Construction time 1 minute. This might also be a solution. In the Wasteland world, finding a reliable tailor is as difficult as climbing to the sky. While the daily refreshed newspapers might contain information about tailors, the appearance of such intelligence is random, making the probability of encountering a tailor almost zero. The crafting table needs to be upgraded, and it will also be useful in the future. Regarding the tailor, he can ask Marcel next time she is a craftsman, and even if she doesn't know tailoring, she might know someone in that field. Once Yuan has made a decision, he is not one to hesitate. Aside from wood, Yuan had previously gathered all the other building materials, so he directly spent 100 survival points in Tao Tao Cave to purchase 20 units of wood and began constructing the level 1 crafting table. In just a minute, a 600 by 400 mm square table appeared before Yuan, underneath which was a small drawer somewhat resembling the wooden desks from his school days, with a small stool placed under the table. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help but smile. To be honest, it does evoke that feeling at first glance. Opening the drawer, he found a screwdriver, pliers, screws and nuts inside, but they could no longer be retrieved from the drawer, making reuse impossible. Yuan had not had high expectations for this. The virtual light screen hideout facility management log crafting table displayed a list of items that could be crafted. Wires X8, power cables X4. Circuit board, flathead screwdriver X1, DDD X1. Coupler. Looking through the various crafting projects, none were what Yuan urgently needed, let alone any recipes for making clothing. It was clear that modifying that red robe was unrealistic with the current crafting table, so he would have to ask Marcel later. However, he saw that the requirements for upgrading to level 2 crafting table had also been met, so he immediately chose to upgrade. The multifunctional toolbox, measuring tape, nail gun, adhesive, long nails, jack and small electronic scale all disappeared. The crafting table now displayed a 30-minute countdown for the upgrade. I hope the level 2 crafting table will give me some surprises. Yuan then looked at the remaining items on the ground, all of which were miscellaneous objects obtained from the Flame Priest. A relatively exquisite dagger with red patterns, but Yuan was not interested. A Zippo lighter which showed that the Flame Priest treasured it greatly, radiating a vintage charm and looking very clean and tidy. There was also a pure titanium outdoor survival whistle. Then there was a folded paper note, and Yuan let out a soft eh. Picking up the note, he began to read it carefully. Priest, we tracked down the tire tracks at the broken bridge outside the motel, passing through the unloading area and warehouse to the eastern district of Lu City. However, due to the typhoon, all vehicle traces disappeared. Today we found the vehicles that were washed away by the flood. According to our speculation, the group of raiders who infiltrated the main guest rooms and stole our loot should be in the 8th, 9th, 10th and 15th blocks of the eastern district. I will continue the search. Yuan looked at the note with a glint in his eyes. This note contained a wealth of information. To be honest, he felt quite anxious. He hadn't slept well all night, and the original plan was still for 2 chapters today. After all, he hadn't reached a full 7 days of verification and was worried. But last night Yuan and Mei had a dream where they told him when the brothers come they must be fed well. Thus he enlightened. 3 chapters are presented today, and he hopes everyone loves him. Tomorrow is the debut day, and he will continue to release 4 chapters, not letting the brothers go hungry. To those reading this, please support with bookshelf editions, follows and positive reviews. Your support is my motivation. If there are any flaws, please be gentle with your criticism. Moi. Yuan had not expected it. Someone actually dared to see something from the burning bastion. Not only did they succeed, they fled to Lucin City. No wonder the earlier intelligence made no mention of the Flame Priests taking part in the transaction with the Marauders' prison. The Flame Priests must have been tracking those plunderers and happened upon the exchange with the Marauders' prison, arriving to bolster the scene. Yuan pieced the sequence of events together in his mind. He was keen to know what that group had wrested from the burning bastion. But he was not so desperate as to scour the sprawling districts in search of a few people to hide with. Yuan neatly stowed his firearms and equipment in the storage. He specially wrapped the Flame Priest's robe in a long strip of cloth. He then surveyed the neatly arrayed weapons. The FNFAL assault rifle had been damaged, although he had another during the battle with the mutated giant rat. The 6,251mm rounds had been exhausted. Yuan had to find another weapon. His gaze swept over the MP5 submachine gun and the Remington 870 shotgun, finally settling on the AK-12. His greatest enemy now was that mutated giant rat. Unlike fragile human flesh, to confront such a creature, the power and penetration of ammunition were Yuan's primary concerns. Although the MP5 fires 919mm rounds, caliber larger than the AK-12S5. 4,539mm, the powder charge and overall performance are worlds apart. The penetration unleashed on impact was markedly inferior. Of course, the most important thing was Yuan picked up a 4,539mm round. Seeing the purple-green mottled hue on the tip of the projectile, he narrowed his eyes. 4,539mm 7N10, the PP round. Description: though this was a hand-reloaded cartridge, do not underestimate it. Type: ammunition. Ricochet rate 38. Penetration medium. Jam probability low. Failure retafire probability low. Just a 7N10. Not even a 7N10M, Yuan murmured to himself. Although the 7N10 is an enhanced penetration rifle round, its performance lags somewhat behind the second-generation rounds developed later, namely the 7N10M. Not to mention later variants. Even so, as an enhanced version of the standard steel core round, the 7N10 remained the most penetrative ammunition he possessed. Even the rounds for his previous FNFAL paled in penetration compared to the PP round. Comparing FMJ rounds to PP rounds in penetration is almost unfair. FMJ bullets could not pierce the mutated rat's hide, so Yuan had no choice but to try the 7N10 rounds. He was uneasy. The 7N10 penetrated high-hardness armor like ballistic plates well, but how it would fare against the mutated rat's soft fur was uncertain. There was no other option now. He loaded the 4,539mm 7N10 rounds into the magazine, shouldered the AK-12 and went to the air raid shelter level, entering a passage whose end was sealed by a steel plate. This was the firing range where he had practiced before. He raised the rifle, aimed, held his breath briefly. Bang, bang, bang. Clink, clink, clink. The shots reverberated in the corridor, accompanied by the sound of bullets striking the steel plate. The noise soon stopped. Yuan grimaced and shook his head. No, I must find some noise-canceling headphones. He had noticed this problem when shooting in the sewers before. In the enclosed passage, the gunfire was greatly amplified, the report so loud it made his eardrums ache. Approaching the steel plate and inspecting the obvious dents, Yuan smiled. Not bad. Back at his hideout after readying the AK-12 spare magazines and extra ammunition, his level 2 crafting station had finished upgrading. The enlarged tabletop now supported a reloading press with an electronic scale beside it. Yuan's eyes brightened. He operated the press lever, excitement on his face. Is this for reloading rounds? Sure enough, the crafting station's menu now included a bullets category with gunpowder casings or brass, steel and the like. One could craft the corresponding rounds, although the production rate of 1 round per minute was admittedly slow. Perhaps another upgrade will improve the speed, he thought. But his ammunition reserves were ample, so there was no hurry. Additionally, a hide tanning option appeared in the menu, much to Yuan's pleasure. With that, he finished organizing all the spoils from yesterday's operation. To be honest, he felt mentally exhausted. Sorting the spoils was satisfying yet truly tiring, a weariness tinged with pleasure. He checked the time, nearly 5 o'clock, with just over 2 hours before night fell. Yuan walked to the battered newsstand and checked the freshly updated papers. Seeing no extra intelligence items, he felt a small disappointment. But a headline in the paper made his gaze sharpen. District News, Quality Rock. Danger Level Medium. The Jiguang Animal Assistance Association in District 11 received a report this morning that someone near Yuan Avenue in District 12 witnessed a vagrant gang capturing 2 wolves and killing them. At the chairman's request tonight, a team led by 1 animal trainer accompanied by a veterinarian and 30 armed handlers will sweep all vagrants and scavengers near Yuan Avenue in District 12. This is the Jiguang Animal Assistance Association's notice to all vagrants and survivors in the Eastern City. Every animal in the Eastern City is their private property. Any acts of harming, capturing, imprisoning or keeping animals will be met with the association's absolute retaliation. Neighborhood life, Quality Rock. Danger level low. At 213 a.m. Today, in a residence at No. 78, Sipal Street in District 11, a vagrant was brutally murdered. According to a reporter's investigation, the vagrant had murdered 7 survivors, raped 8 people, 3 women, 5 men, and tortured 3 to death, a catalogue of grievous crimes. When he died, his hand and foot tendons and a 5th limb had been severed. His hands were bound behind his back and his knees forced to kneel in a penitent posture. The killer cut his carotid artery and then drove the weapon into his heart, the scene thick with ritualistic overtones. On the floor before the corpse, a blood-drawn arrow had been painted beneath, which was scrawled, "Sinner, go to hell and repent." Good grief, both news items reeked of blood. He opened his virtual map and quickly located No. 78, Sipal Street in District 11. It was a very secluded street, though not far from Canchino Avenue. District 11 really isn't safe. He trailed off. Regardless of the circumstances, the person who killed the refugees poses a safety hazard. Fortunately, from the last message left by the other party, it seems their target should be the refugees, but one should still exercise caution when heading to District 11 in the future. He scratched his head in frustration. No wonder other players were filled with fear whenever the urban area was mentioned. This place is indeed troublesome. The various factions of thugs are intricately intertwined, dividing the urban blocks, while numerous refugee organizations form gangs, plundering and committing misdeeds, with only scavengers and survivors at the very bottom being the fortunate ones. They are merely reserve members of the refugees, or even thugs likely to turn rogue at any moment. After all, there are no good people in this wasteland. Purely good people do not survive to this day. Recollecting his thoughts, Yuan glanced at the first piece of content. He unconsciously pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, organizing his thoughts. As the smoke curled, Yuan's gaze sharpened, focusing on the time. It is currently 5:13 p.m. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association will clean up District 12 tonight, taking away more than 30 thugs, which means tonight will definitely be the time when the number of thugs at the Jankuzu is at its lowest. It is also the best opportunity to explore the Olais Hotel. The only thing to be cautious about is not to expose Mia Mia's presence or even let others see her. Fortunately, Mia Mia didn't expose herself in front of Carmen yesterday. Yuan felt slightly relieved. The Black Shield Police Department controls the entire Eastern District, yet the Aurora Animal Assistance Association can securely occupy District 11's Jankuzu. Yuan cannot believe that there is no connection between the two. In any case, as he explores the Olais Hotel tonight, he must also be prepared for battle. Regarding the fate cards, Yuan decided to draw them tomorrow. His right wrist also needs to recover. At 7:30 p.m. Yuan was already near the streets surrounding the Jankuzu in District 11. This time he avoided District 15 and entered District 11 via District 12. Tonight's exploration task is crucial, and since his wrist still needs to recover, he will not entangle with the mutated rats. In the pitch-black sewer, the virtual map adjusted by Yuan continued to zoom in and out. He had previously unlocked the manholes closest to the Olais Hotel, a total of 3 leading to the east, north and west streets of the Olais Hotel with a cluster of buildings to the south. He continually confirmed the route for his upcoming actions and the escape route in case of unexpected situations. Through the manhole cover he could see the sun setting in the west and the sky beginning to darken. His position was a necessary route from the zoo to District 12. As long as the people from the Aurora Animal Assistance Association left the zoo, he would know immediately. Yuan understood why Maxwell had previously advised him against exploring this area. It is indeed too dangerous. The Olais Hotel is located to the west of the Jankuzu, separated only by a street with a straight line distance of less than 300 meters. As long as there is any movement at the Olais Hotel, the zoo will notice. Correspondingly, it is easy to observe the situation at the zoo from within the Olais Hotel. When the time reached 7:45 p.m., Yuan heard the roar of an engine coming from the direction of the zoo through the manhole cover. Before long, he heard the sound of a car passing overhead and quickly speeding away, heading towards District 12. After waiting in place for another 2 minutes, confirming that there were no other situations, Yuan finally ran towards the direction of the Olais Hotel. By the time Yuan entered the Olais Hotel, the sky had completely darkened. After finding the staircase, he headed to the 8th floor. He had seen the hotel's logo on the background wall while passing the front desk, which was identical to the symbol on Diao guest room card. Since he had not mistaken the location, Yuan began to look forward to room 0813. I hope it's not a wasted trip. Soon Yuan arrived at the 8th floor, where overturned furniture, broken doors, scattered luggage and several skeletal remains accompanied by a faint stench were everywhere. Yuan glanced over all this, quietly hiding in a corner at the entrance of the floor, curling his body into the shadows. He carefully observed those concealed corners, with his ears straining to catch any faint sounds. After a minute, he slowly took a step forward, moving deeper into the corridor. 0837, 0839, wrong way, it should be this way. Yuan followed the room numbers to find room 0813, but when he saw the violently damaged door, although he had anticipated this situation, he couldn't help but feel somewhat displeased. With a mindset of having come this far, Yuan reluctantly entered the room and began to explore carefully. As usual, he first pulled down the curtains, then took out a flashlight, adjusted to low light mode, and began to examine the entire room. However, looking at the empty wardrobe, the open suitcase and the garbage and black footprints scattered everywhere, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be no need to search here. Ha! What is that? Yuan was suddenly drawn to something behind the bedside table. Shining the flashlight over, his eyes lit up. How is there a safe here? A black safe embedded in the wall appeared before Yuan. Looking at the scratched surface of the safe and the pock dents on it, it was clear that it had not gone unnoticed, but those people simply could not open it or even take it away. In the end, they could only leave it unresolved. Yuan thought of the key that had been with Biaogu along with the room card. He carefully took the key from his backpack, inserting it into the safe. As the key gradually entered and began to engage, a smile crept onto Yuan's lips. I wonder what this safe will yield. I am looking forward to it. Click. With the safe key, unlocking became exceedingly simple. As the door opened, revealing its contents, Yuan frowned slightly. There was a laptop, a USB drive, a mobile phone, and a file bag. Is that all? Although the laptop is relatively valuable, none of these 4 items triggered a prompt, and Yuan felt somewhat disappointed. However, anything that can be placed in his safe should not be of low value. He placed the laptop on the table. After so much time, the battery might be drained and he would have to charge it to see what was inside. The mobile phone and USB drive were packed into his backpack. His gaze turned to the file bag. Whoosh! Yuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sealed strip on the back of the file bag. Without hesitation he tore open the seal and took out the contents. Just at the first glance of the items, Yuan's pupils constricted and his heart seemed to pause for a moment. Holy shit! What the hell? Yuan almost exclaimed. Looking at the photo of the ferocious black rat, he nearly dropped everything he was holding. It truly triggered a psychological response. When he finally reacted, he realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat and his heart was racing. No way. He had to eliminate that creature as soon as possible, otherwise he would be unable to eat or sleep. It was too disturbing. Calming himself down, his gaze towards the document bag in his hand became incredibly sharp. There were a total of 17 photos, all featuring the large black rat. The images were taken from a surreptitious angle, most of them somewhat blurry, with only 7 being relatively clear. The background of the photos was a section of the sewer, and the large black rat appeared to be smaller than it was now, only about a meter long. A dozen police officers in uniform surrounded the large black rat, poised to strike. Each of them held a handgun, and scattered bullet casings could be seen on the ground. There were also flecks of blood on the black rat's fur, but it was evident that the rat had already developed considerable bulletproof capabilities at that time. The last photo depicted the mutated giant rat squeezing into a narrow sewer opening, escaping. The expressions on the faces of the officers watching the fleeing beast were quite remarkable. Fear, terror, pallor, relief. Among them, Yuan also spotted a familiar face, Baldy Friss. He didn't expect Baldy to already be a police officer before the Wasteland. As for why he was certain the background time of the photos was before the Wasteland, it was because Friss' demeanor and appearance showed none of the caution, indifference, and vigilance typical of survivors in the Wasteland. Not just him, but the other officers were the same. Their uniforms were quite clean. Although they had caught the mutated giant rat in the sewer, they had gotten some dirty water on them, but the quality was immediately apparent. Finally, there was their skin condition. Each one had delicate skin, with some clearly in their 20s, likely just having passed the officer's exam, and one could even see a hint of shyness on him. All this proved that the background of the photos was indeed before the Wasteland. Below the photos was an investigation report, and perhaps due to the mutated giant rat, Yuan found this report particularly intriguing. Preliminary Assessment Report on Anomalous Phenomena at Zhangqi Zoo Assessment Unit Zoo Qualification Review Committee Safety Observation Group Evaluator Ningzhou Assessment Target Zhangqi Zoo Assessment Reason Continuous reports from surrounding residents of abnormal animal wails and ground tremors. After 92 days of covert observation and infiltration investigation, we confirmed that the Zhangqi Zoo appeared to operate normally, but in reality animal modification experiments were being conducted in its underground facilities and closed exhibition halls. The core objective of the experiments is animal gigantism, mutation induction, and behavior controllability. The experiments have achieved preliminary results and pose extremely high biological safety risks. Furthermore, behind the animal experiments, a mysterious organization known as the Aurora Animal Assistance Association was discovered. They are financially powerful and operate in secrecy. It is suspected that the Zhangqi Zoo has been infiltrated and controlled by this organization. We found that the animal experiments are mainly divided into 3 directions. Gigantism: animals suspected of being injected with a certain hormone catalyst continuously secrete growth factors, becoming gigantic and uncontrollable. Mutation induction: investigations revealed that after being injected with the hormone catalyst, animals have a chance of having their bodily organs mutate. Controllability: the Zhangqi Zoo attempted to control the behavior of mutated animals by implanting brain chips. Additionally, we also clarified the layout of the zoo's facilities, with the ground camouflage area disguised as a normal zoo operation. The underground testing area B1-B3 is the live animal experiment zone controlled by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. This experimental area has a high risk coefficient, with risks of escape of test subjects, ecological pollution, and the militarization of biological weapons. We recommend the Safety Committee isolate and destroy the Zhangqi Zoo and the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Detailed investigation materials and backups have been saved to a USB drive, which can only be unlocked through the observer's computer. Additionally, thanks to Senior Inspector Loris of the East City Police Department for providing critical evidence. Just as Yuan finished reading the entire assessment report. Ding! Triggered keynote history: the secret behind Green Forest City achievement unlocked, echoes of history. Achievement points gained 200 points. Hideout ranking update: current ranking 93, 49, 150. Looking at the ranking that had jumped 150 spots again, Yuan felt neither the excitement nor the exhilaration he usually experienced. This boost was quite inexplicable. He couldn't see how the investigation report could have any value for him. And this achievement, echoes of history, was also puzzling, yet it directly rewarded him with 200 achievement points. Yuan squinted at the report and photos in his hand. One thing was certain: an achievement that could cause such a ranking jump was definitely not simple. The last time he gained the entire sewer network blueprints of Dongqing, he only received 200 achievement points. The fact that this achievement Echoes of History could also reward him with 200 achievement points indicated something significant. He could not understand the reason. Now there was only one possibility: he was not yet ready to deal with these matters. In other words, this investigation report was too advanced for him. Moreover, in the previous report from the Water Authority, it mentioned that the appearance of the mutated giant rat was related to a religious ritual in a room on 9th Street. How did it get tied to the zoo again? The secret behind Green Forest City. Animal experiments. Religious rituals. Hormone catalysts. Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Mutated giant rat. Loris. Yuan's mind kept recalling all the information he had gathered since entering the Wasteland, and a vague thread was forming in his mind. But no matter how he tried to grasp it, he could not catch hold of that line. However, Yuan had a premonition that this line might have an inexplicable relationship with how Green Forest City became what it is now. If that were the case, it would make sense to gain 200 achievement points. Now what he needed to do was to search for information that could piece all the clues together. The appearance of the mutated black rat was perhaps not as simple as it seemed. Even the fact that the Black Shield Police Department could coexist peacefully with the Aurora Animal Assistance Association in the East District might hold unknown secrets. He put the report and photos back into the file bag and then stuffed it into his backpack. In any case, this exploration of the Elise Hotel was not in vain. Yuan's level of concern regarding the Aurora Animal Assistance Association had risen to the same level as the Black Shield Police Department. He had always thought that this organization posed little threat. After all, they only stayed near the zoo. But now it seemed that what they were conducting was truly dangerous. Just the thought of potentially dozens of mutated rats scurrying through the sewers in the future made Yuan shiver. Temporarily setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Yuan began searching in other rooms. Since room 0813 had a safe, what about the other rooms? Yuan couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. After scouring the entire 8th floor, Yuan had to concede that safes were not a fixture in every room. There were only 5 in total on that level. 3 of them were already open apart from room 0813. The final safe, when Yuan pried it with his expert-level lockpicking skill, was empty. Yuan felt his morale collapse. Fortunately, it was not a complete loss. Scavengers had stripped the hotel's supplies, but the fixtures and installations had been left intact. Among those fixtures were supplies he desperately needed. For example, the 20th. Phew, finally enough. Yuan exhaled and counted 20 neatly arranged fire extinguisher canisters in the scavenging pit, a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. He had only realized their value when he casually noticed the extinguishers in the corridor. Those extinguisher cans were essentially high-pressure gas cylinders, perfect raw material for defensive devices in his hideout, specifically for fabricating a flamethrower, so he set about collecting them throughout the hotel. No one seemed to want the extinguishers, which worked to Yuan's advantage. Once he grasped their utility, his imagination opened to new possibilities. Aole's Jodian was vast and luxurious, its facilities comprehensive. Perhaps here he could find many construction materials that were otherwise hard to come by. He brought up the virtual display to consult construction materials for his hideout. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a volley of gunshots rang out outside the hotel. Yuan shut the display and pressed to the window. Through the panes he saw that a bonfire had been lit in the zoo. A group clustered around the blaze, their purpose unclear. The zoo. He remembered the assessment report he'd seen earlier, drew his binoculars from his pack, hugged the wall and peered toward the fire. At a glance the corners of his mouth tightened. A man was bound to a stake before the bonfire in a tableau reminiscent of Hong Xiuquan's image. He was ringed by candles on the ground. Between them a viscous liquid, its color indistinct red or black, had been poured into strange unsettling sigils. The man's naked torso bore a painted pattern like a black sun. From the crowd stepped a figure in a black hooded robe. Yuan noticed the same black sun motif on the robe. The robed figure held a grotesquely shaped dagger and advanced deliberately toward the bound man. Yuan adjusted the binocular's magnification as he zoomed in. Terror, helplessness and pleading showed plainly on the man's face. It was of no use. As the hooded man slowly drove the dagger into the victim's chest, the man's body convulsed violently. At the same time, another robed figure handed a syringe to the dagger holder. He took it, stepped to the man's temple and plunged the needle straight in. The twitching man suddenly lifted his head to the sky as the needle pierced mouth wide, as if letting out a lament. From the syringe, the robed man drew a filament of phosphorescent fluid from the victim's brain. As the glowing liquid was extracted, the man went utterly still and his face darkened. The robed man placed the syringe into an insulated case that had been prepared nearby. Yuan could even see vapor rising from the container. Watching the scene in the zoo, Yuan exhaled and murmured a religious ritual. So that's what's going on. Some vague threads in his mind snapped into clarity. It seemed that Jiguang Dongguziazui were the ones conducting religious rites in the ninth jietsu. That explained everything. But as he prepared to continue observing, one of the robed figures suddenly looked up toward his direction. Through the binoculars he could not make out the man's face, yet an uncanny certainty rose that he had been seen. A cold prickling ran down his scalp. It was a dangerous sensation. Damn! With no time to think, Yuan stowed the binoculars and spun around. A rough, discordant hoarse cry rose from the darkness outside the hotel window. A massive black shape lunged at the window of Yuan's room. The tempered glass shattered under the impact, spraying shards inward. At the sound, Yuan had already vaulted forward, rolling through the space and out of the room. He slid into the corridor in a single fluid motion. As he turned, he caught a clearer silhouette, a monstrous black bird with a wingspan of 3 to 5 meters. No time to hesitate. Knowing he had been exposed, Yuan sprinted to the stairwell and leapt down. At 3 strides per flight, in under 30 seconds he had reached the ground floor. But as he neared the exit, that low hoarse cry sounded again outside the main doors. A vast shadow swept past the entrance. Yuan's gaze sharpened. That mangy bird is trying to buy them time. I can't stay here, must get out fast. The zoo was close, the enemy would likely encircle the area soon. He had to leave immediately. He produced a stun grenade from his tactical vest, pulled the safety pin and dashed for the hotel exit. Sure enough, as he left the hotel, the giant bird swooped again by the moonlight. Yuan finally made out its form. It was a grotesquely enlarged raven. The instant he recognized it, Yuan hurled the stun grenade toward the bird, then spun away, shut his eyes, ducked, and clasped his ears in one practiced motion. The fuse was short, and Yuan had accounted for that when he threw. Although the raven altered its trajectory when it spotted the incoming object, the stun grenade still detonated almost against its face. A deafening blast was followed by a blinding white flash that lit the surrounding tens of meters as if it were noon. Even prepared Yuan was momentarily stunned by the glare, though it passed in an instant. As he opened his eyes, he heard a massive thud behind him. The giant raven had been rendered immobile by the point-blank blast thrown to the ground and still frantically beating its wings. Caw caw. Yuan looked back at the raven some 10 meters away. A hard, merciless flash crossed his eyes. Damn you! He lobbed 2 F1 little lemon grenades beneath the raven, then turned and ran for the nearest manhole cover. Boom boom! Amid the deafening explosions and the crackle of shrapnel and stones, Yuan had already slipped into the sewer, tightened the latch as the rumble of vehicle engines rolled overhead. He dropped down the ladder and let out a long breath. Without looking back, he ran toward the 12th jietsu. On the 9th day of the Wasteland at 7 a.m., Yuan was roused by the alarm clock. He went to the bathroom and picked up the mirror, noticing that the wound on his face from last night's glass cut had begun to scab. A thought flashed through his mind: I wonder if that bird was blown up last night. Yuan believed the chances of it being blown up were quite high. He had left 2 F1 grenades under the raven's feet with a margin of error of only 2 to 3 meters. At such a close distance, it was definitely within the lethal range of the explosion. Even if its feathers could withstand shrapnel damage, could they also resist the shockwave from the blast? However, this question quickly faded from his mind. After last night's battle, he had elevated the threat level of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society to the highest. After quickly washing up, eating and feeding the sheep, he stepped outside his hideout and looked at the resource recycling bin. A smile spread across his face when he saw a bag of light blue liquid and a small packet of white granules inside. Hey! It turns out that the materials that appear in resource recycling are related to the garbage recycled. He took the plant nutrient solution and compound fertilizer from the recycling bin back to the storage room of his hideout, where he already had a bag of nutrient solution and fertilizer. That was the material he had exchanged yesterday. With today's 2 bags, Yuan now had 2 bags of plant nutrient solution and 2 packets of compound fertilizer. Although he couldn't use them right now as a descendant of Huaxia, the genes for planting vegetables in his body were already stirring. However, for now that thought remained just a thought, mainly because he didn't know how. He scratched his head awkwardly. It seems I need to look for some books on planting. But last night Yuan had already searched the virtual map and found that there were no agricultural schools, planting schools, or research institutes in the East District. However, there were many bookstores. He decided that whenever he had time or passed by, he would look for relevant books in the bookstore. As for seeds, for now Yuan could only think of asking other players to purchase them. But for the time being he still had time to search for these things. After putting today's garbage into the resource recycling bin, Yuan went to the dilapidated newsstand to check today's newspaper. To his surprise, he found a neat stack of blueprints placed next to the newspaper. Would you like to spend 250 survival points to purchase this informational item? As his survival points were deducted, the blueprint in his hand became clearer. The patterns on the blueprint seemed familiar and he was momentarily taken aback. Is this an architectural design blueprint? Green Forest Financial Center Tower Architectural Blueprint Quality Rock. Description: this blueprint records the detailed architectural structure of the Green Forest Financial Center Tower located on Philin Avenue in East District Block 6. Green Forest Financial Center Tower. And it's in Block 6. He immediately purchased the blueprint and scanned it into his positioning watch with relevant information appearing before Yuan. The height of the financial center tower reached an astonishing 530 meters, rivaling that of the Little Waste. Looking at the towering 3D architectural drawing on the virtual blueprint, Yuan's mind began to race. From here can I directly observe the police station in Block 1? He noted this idea for later, then turned to today's newspaper, which still had 2 pieces of news, but the content was quite interesting. District Life News Quality Rock. Danger level low. A member of the Blood Hand Gang, Nick, located at the Green Forest Light Supermarket in Block 10, is currently very troubled. A few days ago, under the leadership of 2 leaders from Mahata, they had seized all the items in the motel rooms during the chaos of 2 gangs fighting, and since then they've been having a string of bad luck. First they encountered a typhoon and a car was swept away by flooding, leaving 3 people missing. Then, while trying to avoid the typhoon, 4 more were injured. They had been hiding here for 3 days, but the leader seemed to be avoiding something, adamantly refusing to let them leave the supermarket's vicinity, and he was nearly going crazy. Woman, I want a woman. Ching Ching, wait for me at Nightingale. Nick looked at the tattoo on his forearm that read "If Heaven Has Eyes" and secretly decided that he must find a way to go to Nightingale tonight to find his Ching Ching. District Life News Quality Rock. Danger level medium. According to reports from the public, there have been consecutive days of missing persons in the wild dog community located in Block 15, with a total of 7 people reported missing so far. According to our reporters' visits to surrounding communities, it is not only the wild dog community, the 2 adjacent communities also have reports of missing persons. A few days ago there were also cases of disappearances, but since yesterday the number has surged with a cumulative total of 17 missing persons. The large number of missing persons in a short time has caused extreme fear and unease among the surrounding survivors, with many starting to flee the vicinity of the wild dog community since dawn. An enthusiastic citizen claimed that last night they heard devilish howls coming from underground, believing it to be a curse from demons. Citizens around the block are advised not to enter Block 15 for the time being. Yuan looked at the 2 news articles, their rich content and complex information truly making his head spin. He took out the note with information from the spoils of the flame priest beside him and suddenly realized. So it was the Blood Hand Gang that stole items from the burning fortress. The things that could make the burning fortress pursue relentlessly must be significant. Moreover, Yuan hadn't expected that the Blood Hand Gang was also familiar with Nightingale and perhaps even had a close relationship with it. Yuan speculated that Nightingale might be a place of pleasure established after the Wasteland in Green Forest City. With the protection of the Black Shield police stations, Friss had indeed had the qualification and reason to exist. It was even possible that Friss, or the labor force behind him, was the mastermind behind Nightingale. After all, it had been 4 or 5 days since Friss was taken out and there had been no news about Nightingale, which was unusual in the Wasteland. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Nightingale had already been taken out by other forces. Everything still needed him to investigate further to know. As for the second piece of news, Yuan could tell at a glance that it must have been the work of that mutated giant rat. To restore its body, it must require a lot of energy and food, which was why it was engaged in a series of attacks on the refugees or survivors. However, from the information inferred from the newspaper, the injuries of the mutated giant rat didn't seem as severe as imagined. The wild dog community, Yuan silently noted down this information. After reading the news, he opened the virtual luminescent screen destiny card. After a day and night of rest aided by high-energy goat milk and the rest area, the injury on his right wrist had nearly healed. Now was the time to choose new destiny gifts and destiny cards. Proverb: all gifts of destiny have long been marked with a price in the dark. 3 seconds later, 3 destiny gifts appeared before Yuan. Choose one of the 3 gifts of fate bestowed upon you. The weapon rack of the arms dealer. Function: a weapon will randomly refresh on the rack every day. Firearms, bows, cold weapons with a chance of appearing as a high-quality weapon. The steam pot of the 3-star chef. Function: after heating for 10 minutes, a dish will randomly appear with a chance of being a high-quality meal. After Yuan glanced at all three options, he hesitated for a moment as he desired all three. The first option goes without saying. As for the second weapon rack, although he did not lack weapons, he was in need of high-quality ones, especially after experiencing combat with the mutated giant rat. The current firearms were no longer sufficient to meet the threat. The food from the third option is also quite appealing, with no usage limit and merely requiring heating to refresh. However, considering the current situation, Yuan ultimately chose the first option. The magician's hat has been placed in the hiding spot. Please check it yourself. This fate card: Conquest. The Conquest card quality: rock level. The player must conquer a powerful creature or an organization of more than 10 people within 2 days, or the player will die. Warm reminder: and if you cannot submit spiritually, then perish physically. Yuan murmured, "If I cannot submit spiritually, then perish physically." The first thing that came to his mind was the mutated giant rat. From any perspective, the mutated giant rat certainly fit the definition of a powerful creature. If the mutated giant rat does not count as powerful, Yuan truly does not know which creature can be considered strong. Even a tiger or a brown bear cannot ignore firearms, but that mutated giant rat navigated effortlessly. A glint of determination flashed in Yuan's eyes. Just in time. I was planning to go to Block 15 to find it today. This Conquest card has come at the right moment. The threat posed by the mutated giant rat kept Yuan on edge. He could not maintain peak condition at all times. Should he ever be injured and encounter this creature again, he would truly have nowhere to escape. Now that the mutated giant rat was severely injured, it was the best opportunity to eliminate it. Taking advantage of its weakness is a principle Yuan has always adhered to. Checking the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. He quickly donned his gear: the enforcer armor, tactical gloves, tactical boots, AK-12 dogleg knife, F1 grenade and flashbang were all equipped. Finally, he transformed the magician's hat into a ring, wearing it on his right middle finger, and its name changed to the magician's ring. He loaded all 4,539mm 7 and 10 rounds into the spare magazine and tucked it into the ring. To be safe, he even placed an AK-74 inside as a backup. He was armed to the teeth. However, before leaving, Yuan still rummaged through the pile of scrap gear and pulled out the enforcer helmet that had been scratched by the mutated beast. "I still feel insecure without a helmet." Fully prepared, he left the hiding spot and rode off towards Block 15 at full speed. When he returned to the place where he had fought the mutated beast last time, remnants of the previous battle still lingered. The walls and floor were riddled with bullet holes and scratches from the mutated giant rat strikes. Looking at the gruesome walls and the dried bloodstains on the floor, one could imagine the intensity of the battle. As one of the main participants, Yuan still felt a twinge of anxiety about that fight. Touching the scratches that were an inch deep in the wall, Yuan took a deep breath. This time the giant rat must die. He also saw the place where the mutated giant rat had ambushed him. It turned out there was also an air raid shelter above this sewer, and the spot of the ambush was not a proper exit. Rather, at some unknown time, the air raid shelter had been breached at a small gap which, due to being in a blind spot, Yuan had never noticed. Following the guidance of the virtual map as he approached Block 15, a distinct stench was already detectable from a distance. Yuan knew he was heading in the right direction. He quickly equipped himself with Mia, and as his physical condition improved, he walked towards the sewers leading to the wild dog community holding the AK-12. Having learned from the previous lesson, this time Yuan paid close attention to the overhead as well as every corner that could conceal a shadow. As he moved closer to the wild dog community, the stench in the air grew increasingly intense. Yuan couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and put on a disposable mask he had from his medical backpack. He didn't expect to use it this time. Before setting off, Yuan had secured a flashlight with tape to the handguard of the AK-12, effectively creating a makeshift tactical flashlight. Thus the light moved in sync with his line of sight and was set to low mode. His enhanced hearing remained attuned to the surrounding sounds, and just as he was about to enter the wild dog community, Yuan's movements suddenly halted. Tilting his head slightly, his ears perked towards the right front. It seemed he heard something. Chomp chomp. Chomp chomp. Yuan's eyes brightened. He had not misheard. It was the sound of something being gnawed. His breathing began to slow as he became more attentive to his footsteps advancing little by little. As he drew closer, the sound became clearer. Combined with the nauseating stench hanging in the air, it was evident. Yuan concluded that the mutated giant rat was just ahead, right at the source of the sound. The mutated giant rat was also quite cautious, pausing its actions every few minutes to observe its surroundings. In those moments Yuan would halt quietly waiting. Only when he heard the sound of it gnawing again would he draw closer. It seems the damage I inflicted on the mutated giant rat has significantly impaired its perception. Yuan thought to himself. Normally the mutated giant rat's perception would undoubtedly surpass his own, yet now that he had approached so closely it still hadn't noticed him, which signified something. When he had blown out one of its eyes it likely also damaged its auditory nerves and it had yet to recover. This presented an opportunity for Yuan. With visual and auditory impairments Yuan was confident he could take it down. He chose not to turn off the flashlight but instead lowered the muzzle of his gun. Turning off the flashlight would produce a slight click sound and he was already very close to the target. Any minor noise could arouse suspicion. He also spotted the creature's location. About 20 meters ahead within a sewer pipe with a diameter of only 1 meter he could see the lower half of the mutated giant rat's body along with its extremely ugly tail. At the junction of the sewer pipe and drainage channel there were several corpses that had been completely devoured. The giant rat seemed to be enjoying its meal, periodically flicking its tail. Yuan's position was directly aligned with that sewer pipe and the mutated giant rat, which had already squeezed into the pipe, could not see him at all. Yuan did not move closer. The AK-12 disappeared from his hand, replaced by an F1 grenade. He glanced towards the mutated giant rat, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In the instant the safety pin was pulled out, the F1 grenade was thrown towards the location of the mutated giant rat. Yuan acted swiftly. As soon as he threw the first grenade, the second was already in his hand, continuing to throw it towards the location of the mutated giant rat. At the same time he threw the second grenade, he had already executed a backward dive. Although the mutated giant rat's perception was greatly affected, the sounds of the pin being pulled and the grenade springing out were remarkably clear in the quiet sewer. Thus at the moment the grenade was thrown, the mutated giant rat immediately stopped its gnawing, tilting its ear to listen, followed by the sound of the grenade hitting the ground and Yuan falling to the ground. He was about to exit the sewer to check the situation when at that moment the grenade exploded. Boom boom, followed by the sounds of shattering stones and flying shrapnel mixed with the shrieks of the mutated giant rat. Taking 2 grenades at close range was no easy feat for the mutated giant rat. The sewer was immediately filled with smoke and dust from the explosion, but Yuan quickly got up after the grenade detonated, disengaged from Mia and held his AK-12 once more, turning on the brightest setting of the flashlight strapped to the foregrip, and began to fire continuously at the sewer. After emptying a magazine there was still no response. He quickly changed the magazine, remaining on high alert. The cold beam of the flashlight illuminated the smoke and dust, making it impossible to see what was inside. Mia was also on standby nearby, ready to provide support at any moment as per Yuan's instructions on the way to the 15th district. Mia was quite clever. Upon appearing she maintained a posture ready to charge, always facing the direction of the smoke, standing to the side and behind Yuan. Indeed, just as Yuan pondered whether to throw another grenade, and a shadow darted through the smoke and dust, followed by the sight of the mutated giant rat's wedge-shaped head. Under the flashlight's illumination its right eye had turned into a black hole and its ear was even damaged. Its fur had also become somewhat mottled, with flames still burning on it, appearing increasingly hideous and grotesque. At this moment it opened its wide mouth, its large front teeth covered in an orange-yellow blaze, charging towards Yuan. Upon recognizing the figure as its enemy from 2 days prior, the mutated giant rat's remaining left eye instantly turned blood red. Squeak squeak, tat tat tat. But Yuan, well prepared, had already pulled the trigger at the sight of the mutated giant rat or the shadow passing through the smoke. The bullets rained down like a storm upon the mutated giant rat, producing continuous popping sounds, prompting the rat to emit its own squeaks. Yuan's eyes sparkled. The 7 and 10 bullets were indeed effective. But the defensive power of the mutated giant rat's fur was indeed somewhat exaggerated. When an entire magazine of 7 and 10 bullets was expended, the attacks were effective, yet the mutated giant rat still charged right up to Yuan. However, Yuan seemed not to notice the giant rat charging towards him, but instead took 2 steps back. A figure had already arrived in front of Yuan in a charging posture, colliding directly with the mutated giant rat. Bang! Squeak squeak! At this moment it felt as if time was rewinding back to that night 2 days ago, as the mutated giant rat was once again knocked back by Mia's charge. By this time Yuan had also changed magazines and the AK-12 once again spat fire, but the mutated giant rat had clearly learned its lesson, as it was knocked away by Mia. It had already turned in midair and was sprinting towards the sewer. The entire battle process lasted less than 5 seconds, yet it was exceptionally thrilling and intense. The bullets followed the mutated giant rat, yet they could not inflict any harm. Seeing the rat's fleeing figure, Yuan immediately reacted. Mia, let's chase. It's trying to escape. As soon as he spoke, Mia had already dashed ahead with Yuan quickly following behind, but it was already too late. When Yuan reached the sewer, he only saw a long tail flashing past at the end of the pipe. Looking at the sewer's diameter of only about 1 meter and 30 or 40 centimeters, Yuan's expression turned frighteningly dark. Such a great opportunity, and it let it escape. However, he couldn't possibly crawl into such a pipe to pursue the mutated giant rat. In the open space, he could still maneuver with Mia against the rat. In this narrow pipe, if attacked by the mutated giant rat, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. This is troublesome. After this attack, that guy will definitely be even harder to find. However, there was nothing to be done. The mutated giant rat had an advantage in the sewer that Yuan could not match. Just as he was thinking about how to find the mutated giant rat next, his gaze suddenly fell on a spot on the ground. This is. He crouched down looking at a fresh pool of blood on the ground, suddenly realizing something. He quickly got up and returned to the place where he had fought the mutated giant rat. As expected, there was also a pool of blood here. However, the penetrating power of the 7 and 10 bullets during the earlier attack did not seem sufficient to deal a fatal blow to the mutated giant rat. Continuously recalling the fragments of the previous battle in his mind, his gaze finally settled on 2 explosion marks near the sewer. Those were the marks left by the explosions of 2 F1 grenades earlier, and he also recalled the burning flames on the mutated giant rat when it first appeared. Yuan's eyes lit up, followed by an expression of regret. Right, why didn't I think of that? He had fallen into a cognitive trap, only thinking about using guns to confront this fur-covered creature. What attack could surpass flames against it? These bloodstains were clearly due to the mutated giant rat taking the full brunt of the explosions from 2 grenades, with the flames scorching its fur. The unexpected discovery of the mutated giant rat's weakness caused the earlier frustration from its escape to dissipate. Since the mutated giant rat had already escaped, Yuan did not intend to linger here. In just this short while, he felt as if he was being pickled in the stench. He quickly mounted Mia and returned. Inside the hiding place, Yuan flipped through the newspapers in his hands, searching for possible opportunities to eliminate the Conquest card. Originally, he had planned to eliminate the mutated giant rat to complete the Conquest card task, but the mutated giant rat's unusual caution and carefulness had declared his hunting plan a failure. Now he needed to find another way to complete the task as soon as possible. His gaze finally landed on 2 news articles about the Blood Hand Gang. There were 2 ways to complete the Conquest card task: either eliminate a powerful creature or eliminate an organization with 10 or more members. After thinking it over, only the Blood Hand Gang seemed like the most suitable target for him now. However, Yuan still needed to confirm one thing: did the Blood Hand Gang have more than 10 members? This detail was not mentioned in the news. That would require him to investigate personally. P.S. Brothers, here are 3 chapters. Deep Night in District 14, Shuimen Street. Nick crept along the shadowed pavement, tightening his grip on the pistol in his hand, his mind already painting vivid scenes of meeting Qingqing, his heart quickening with anticipation. It's been over half a month since I left. Wonder if Qingqing misses me. He patted the hard bulge beneath his jacket and smiled faintly. It was a gift for Qingqing. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, then disdain. The chief really is something. We just pulled off a massive haul, yet we're holed up inside a supermarket, forbidden from stepping outside, and we can't even touch the spoils. What on earth are they so afraid of? Shaking his head in silent exasperation, he muttered, let them worry. Tonight I'm finding Qingqing, no one stops me. She'll love this silver bracelet. He failed to notice the black silhouette that had already locked onto him until... Bang! Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced his right forearm clean through. Aff! Before the cry could fully escape, a hand clamped over his mouth and a razor-sharp blade pressed cold against his throat. A voice, crystal clear, glacial, whispered from behind. Don't move or you die. Nick felt the icy sting at his neck and steeled himself, swallowing the scream, refusing to struggle. Inside the sewer, flashlight beams struck Nick's face. Yuan's gaze narrowed as it fell upon the tattoo on his arm. If heaven has eyes. Nick. Nick. No, I'm not Nick. You've got the wrong man. Yuan's brow furrowed, his crossbow rose steady and lethal. Oh. So you're not Nick. Then you die. No, brother. Don't, please. I am Nick, I made a mistake, I am Nick. Yuan stared, eyes like frozen steel. You claim to be Nick, how do you prove it? What if you're lying again? Brother, what do you even want from me? Tell me, what must I say to prove myself? Nick pleaded, eyes wide with urgency. Yuan let out a chilling laugh. What do I want? You stole our goods and ran, that's what I want. Nick's face drained white, then flushed crimson. Brother, we only took some supplies from the loading zone. It's not worth this. Before he could finish, Yuan fired. Ah. Nick stared, trembling uncontrollably at the bolt embedded deep in his thigh. Yuan drove a boot into Nick's face, swelling bloomed instantly, blood trickling from his split lip. Still playing dumb. Made me chase you all the way from that motel. At the words car motel, Nick's last shred of hope shattered. His eyes snapped to Yuan's. Brother, the motel job wasn't my idea. It was Mahata Brothers' call. I only drove the getaway car, I knew nothing else. Spare me, and I'll tell you everything. Just spare me. It was all Mahata Brothers' plan. I begged them not to go, but they wouldn't listen. They're holed up at St. Sophie Cathedral, everything you lost is there. I swear, I'm telling the truth. Yuan reloaded, then fired again without hesitation. This time the bolt tore into Nick's other leg. Ah! Nick stared, disbelieving, veins pulsing at his temples. A demon, a true devil. Yuan crouched, seized the shaft and twisted, slow, deliberate, listening to Nick's shrieks. After several seconds he released it, a faint cruel smile curling his lips. Say it again, where exactly are they hiding? Is it definitely St. Sophie Cathedral? Nick lay broken, his gaze now pure unvarnished terror. How does he know? How does he know everything? As Yuan cocked the crossbow once more, this time aiming low, Nick's pupils contracted violently. By the way, if I hit here, do you think Ching would ever look at you again? That smile, so light, so serene, was to Nick the grin of a fallen god. His casual tone became the murmur of damnation. Nick shattered. Greenwood Light. They're at Greenwood Light. I'll tell you anything, just stop, please. Nick screamed, his uninjured left hand instinctively shielding his groin. Yuan, satisfied, let the smile fade, replacing it with a gaze of absolute glacial stillness. Tell me how many of you remain. Your daily schedule. Sentry rotations. Weapon inventory. Physical traits of the Mahata brothers. This is your final chance, lie again and you bid Ching farewell, forever. 16 total, but 3 vanished during last week's typhoon. 4 others are wounded. We keep normal hours, that's why I could slip out tonight. Everyone else is asleep. Nick gasped raggedly, then continued. 3 stand watch at night, 1 on the first floor, 2 on the 4th. We have 4 AK-74s, 3 pistols plus bows and crude short blades. The Mahata brothers, 1 fat, 1 lean. The lean one leads, the fat one follows. Both bear crimson palm tattoos on their arms, the origin of our name Bloodhand Gang. I see. One more time, how many of you are there? Yuan asked suddenly. 16. And your weapons again? We have, the fat one's the leader, the lean one's second in command, is that correct? No, forgot again. How many total? 3 missing, 4 injured. Brother. Over 10 minutes later, Yuan withdrew his machete from Nick's body. He now knew the Bloodhand Gang inside out. Through relentless cross-verified questioning, he confirmed the reliability of the information, especially toward the end when blood loss clouded Nick's mind, making deception nearly impossible. His hidden notebook brimmed with meticulous notes. Bloodhand Gang and strength 16, 3 missing, 4 wounded, and armament 4 AK-74s, 3 pistols, 1 homemade shotgun, 3 bows, 12 bladed weapons. Schedule typically asleep by 11 p.m. And sentries 6 by day, 3rd floor, 4th floor, roof 3 by night, main entrance 4th floor. Mahata brothers, 1 obese, 1 gaunt, both marked with crimson palm tattoos on their arms. Yuan checked his watch, 1:00 a.m. There's still time. Clip-clop. Yen the sheep carried Yuan swiftly through the sewer tunnels. Whenever they encountered a sewage channel to cross, she merely leapt, light, effortless and precise. Man and sheep sped across District 15 and entered District 10. Yuan studied the virtual map of Greenwood Light Life supermarkets surrounding streets, his brow faintly furrowed. The good news was that 2 major thoroughfares bordered the supermarket, allowing him direct access from the sewers, and the Bloodhand Gang's numbers met the exact requirement of the Conquest Card mission. But the bad news was equally stark. The supermarket spanned a vast area, and if even a single member escaped, his conquest would remain incomplete. That was precisely why Yuan had eliminated Nick, to fulfill the Conquest Card's mandate of total subjugation, leaving no one behind. Bearing this in mind, he had prioritized the mutated giant rats as his first target earlier that day. What a nuisance. Greenwood Light Supermarket rose 4 stories tall, a comprehensive retail complex. Floors 1 through 3 housed daily necessities while the 4th floor accommodated high-end electronics and corporate offices. According to Nick's intelligence, the Bloodhand gang concentrated primarily in the 4th floor office zone. The Mahata brothers occupied the general manager's office while others were scattered across the finance and procurement departments. Yet Yuan possessed only the external street map, not the internal layout, and that was the gravest complication. Moreover, tonight was his sole opportunity. He had to eliminate the Bloodhand gang before dawn. Otherwise, once the gang noticed Nick's absence by morning, they would likely vanish without a trace, leaving Yuan utterly stranded. He glanced at the magician's ring, a flicker of quiet relief crossing his thoughts. Lucky I exercised caution before setting out, brought the right tools. Soon after, Yuan arrived undetected near Greenwood Light Supermarket. Its main facade faced Qingshui Avenue, a parking plaza, and the grand entrance stood there. One of the 4th floor sentinels was stationed specifically to monitor that very entrance. The other watched the escalator corridor leading up from the ground floor, affording him an unobstructed view of the same doorway. To the west lay Fengwu Street, the street where Yuan now stood, serving as the supermarket's side entrance. Delivery docks, staff access points, and the 3rd nocturnal sentinel were all located here. Mounted on Yan and gripping a crossbow, Yuan edged along the building's outer wall under cover of night, approaching the staff entrance. Nick had departed from this very passage. Tonight's ground floor guard was his childhood brother, precisely why Nick had slipped away unnoticed. As Yuan drew nearer, an almost imperceptible snore drifted into his ears. He paused, momentarily startled. Glancing at the time, 3:00 a.m. Understanding dawned. He crept closer toward the sound source, and sure enough, a figure huddled in the shadowed corner of the staff passage, breathing deeply in slumber. The staff entrance door had long been shattered. Supermarket carts were piled haphazardly as makeshift barricades, leaving only a narrow slit barely wide enough to squeeze through. Yuan slipped silently through the gap, held his breath, rose onto the balls of his feet, and moved like smoke to stand over the sleeping guard, then struck swift, silent, lethal. Only when the guard had fallen utterly still did Yuan lower the body gently to the ground and slip onward deeper into the darkness. Time was slipping away. It was already 3:00 a.m. Dawn would break around 5:30 or 6:00. He had less than 3 hours remaining. From the staff entrance, turn left. After roughly 20 meters, you'll reach the stairwell ascending directly to the 4th floor without alerting the sentinel posted near the escalator. Recalling Nick's description, Yuan turned left without hesitation. He soon spotted the stairwell. Ascending, he emerged onto the 4th floor and faced a fork to the right, the escalator, guarded by one sentinel. To the left, the office zone where all remaining raiders rested, including the one watching the parking plaza. Yuan paused, then decided neutralizing the escalator sentinel first was the wiser course. He veered right down the corridor and quickly located the escalator's position. Nowhere does it say exactly where the sentinel is, only that he's somewhere near this corridor and the escalator, Yuan murmured, frowning. He crouched low in the gloom of a recessed wall, eyes fixed on the escalator. Yet no matter how intently he scanned, no figure revealed itself. Just as Yuan began weighing alternatives, suddenly, a fleeting red dot flashed nearby, arresting his attention. He pivoted instantly, and seconds later it appeared again. A slow, drawn-out exhale followed. The source lay behind a pillar straddling the corridor and escalator. Yuan understood at once. So he's hiding behind the pillar, no wonder I couldn't spot him. He recognized the red dot, now the ember of a cigarette. The sentinel was using it to stave off exhaustion and the creeping lethargy of night watch. Yuan exhaled softly, tension easing. Now that he knew the sentinel's location, everything fell into place. Folding crossbow grip tight, he stalked forward, low, silent, deliberate, toward the pillar. Damn it! Stuck guarding this godforsaken hole, no end in sight. A cigarette butt arced through the air, followed by a weary muttered complaint. Yuan slowed further. His crossbow was already aimed at the pillar's far side. He stood just 5 or 6 meters away, his steps shifting leftward with glacial precision, keeping his body perfectly shielded by the pillar's bulk. Then, footsteps echoed. A silhouette stepped clear of the pillar's shadow, entering Yuan's field of vision. But the man's gaze remained locked on the escalator and the main entrance below, utterly oblivious to the office zone behind him. Yuan flowed noiselessly along the pillar's curve until he stood directly behind the guard. In one fluid motion, the crossbow vanished, replaced by a kukri blade, and a flash of cold ferocity ignited in his eyes. He lunged forward, left foot wedged between the guard's ankles, left hand clamping over mouth and nose, right hand driving the kukri in a brutal horizontal slash across the throat. Ugh! A guttural muffled groan escaped, blood welled from the guard's nostrils and lips as his body convulsed violently. Jaw clenched, Yuan's left arm corded with muscle, his raw strength far surpassing any raider's. Within seconds the spasms ceased. Silence reclaimed the corridor. After several more seconds, Yuan laid the corpse flat and wiped his blood-smeared gloves clean against the dead man's clothing. He collected the guard's rifle, propped upright beside the pillar, as well as all equipment on his person, storing them within the magician's ring. Then he dragged the body behind the pillar and strode resolutely toward the office zone. Only one sentinel remained. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, the deepest phase of human sleep, when vigilance waned and fatigue peaked among night watch personnel. Yuan walked down the office corridor, verifying his location by reading the room plaques. This is Human Resources. Operations Department. Procurement Department, found it. Yuan stared at the door marked Procurement Department, then crouched to peer through the crack. Faint rhythmic snores drifted out. Once procurement was confirmed, finance was quickly located, followed by the general manager's office. These 3 rooms housed all members of the Blood Hand Syndicate. Yet as a precaution, Yuan inspected every other departmental office. Most doors stood ajar, empty, silent. Only then did he exhale, shoulders relaxing slightly. With locations secured, he moved into action. He approached the farthest room down the corridor, the supermarket's conference room. According to Nick, the final sentry usually waited there. The conference room door remained tightly shut. Pressing his ear to the seam, Yuan heard nothing, no breath, no movement. He paused, thoughtful. If the sentry could not be eliminated, and the solid door rendered him unaware of Yuan's presence, there was no reason to alert him prematurely. 2 bundles of custom-made timed explosives appeared in Yuan's hands. He placed them flush against the corridor wall beside the conference room door, checked his chronometer and activated the timers, 5 minutes remaining. Next he planted 2 identical explosive bundles beside the general manager's office, the finance room and the procurement room, each timer calibrated to decrement, sequentially ensuring simultaneous detonation across all targets. As he finished arming the final charge outside procurement, the countdown flickered to 1 minute and 11 seconds. Just as he turned to leave, the finance room door creaked open. Yuan snapped his gaze upward. A figure stood frozen in the doorway, equally stunned, flashlight in hand, locking eyes with Yuan still crouched beside procurement's wall. In that split second of mutual recognition, Yuan's crossbow rose and fired. But the man reacted instantly, understanding flashed across his face the moment the crossbow appeared. He jerked backward, vanishing behind the door just as the bolt grazed his cheek and buried itself deep into the doorframe. Then a raw guttural scream tore through the floor. Enemy. Damn it! Yuan cursed inwardly. Of all moments, someone had chosen now to emerge. He had no choice. With only 60 seconds until detonation, he had to pin down the Blood Hand Syndicate, no matter the cost. A flashbang grenade arced toward the finance room entrance. Seizing the chaos, Yuan pivoted and sprinted toward the rear corridor, the sole evacuation route through the office zone. Hold it for 60 seconds and victory would be his. The scream jolted the rest of the Blood Hand Syndicate from slumber. Weapons were snatched up, combat stances assumed. Then, the flashbang detonated before the finance room. Boom! A searing white light flared, thunderous concussive force followed. The sentry who'd spotted Yuan bore the brunt, hands clamped over his eyes, he collapsed screaming. Behind him, finance's raiders, drawn by their comrade's cry, had already turned their gazes down the corridor. That sudden blinding flash in the darkness struck them all like a physical blow. They crumpled, writhing, rolling, shrieking in unison. Doors burst open simultaneously, the general manager's office, the conference room. Rat-a-tat-tat. Procurement was swifter, no door opened, bullets punched straight through it, cratering the corridor wall with ragged holes. What the hell is going on? Where's the enemy? A furious bellow erupted from the general manager's office. A heavy-set man in bulletproof armor, ammo belt slung across his chest, charged out wielding a heavy machine gun, and froze the instant he saw Yuan rounding the corridor's far corner. There he is. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Flame roared from the barrel. A storm of lead engulfed the spot where Yuan had stood moments before. Concrete walls pocked and pulverized the corridor's sharp corner, worn smooth by sheer ballistic fury. At the last possible instant, Yuan hurled himself behind the corner's protective wall. Watching the hailstorm of bullets pass inches from his face, a bead of cold sweat traced his temple. Shit! His pulse hammered with aftershock. He glanced at his chronometer, 53 seconds left. Another stun grenade materialized in his grip. With that machine gun roaring, advancing was suicide. So only one option remained: delay using thrown ordnance. He pulled the safety pin and hurled the grenade hard against the corridor wall. It ricocheted off the concrete, bouncing across the floor toward the office zone, finally coming to rest before Procurement's shattered doorway. The armored man spotted it instantly. Eyes wide, he lunged sideways into a nearby office. Shit, grenade. And because the machine gun's barrage had already pinned Procurement's raiders inside, the warning struck like lightning. They dropped flat without hesitation. When the stun grenade detonated, blinding flash, deafening blast, every man in its radius fell victim once more. In confined spaces, the concussive power of a flashbang multiplied geometrically. Procurement's raiders bore the full unmitigated impact. The first grenade had at least been muffled by a door. This time, no barrier remained. Hands clutched, heads, bodies convulsed on the floor. Combat effectiveness nullified. The night watchman in the conference room suffered least, so the moment the blast faded, he lunged forward, AK-74U raised, targeting the corridor's escape route. But he was no match for Yuan. The instant the man emerged, Yuan registered the motion, and his sights locked on target. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise shots. One struck the sentry's thigh, another his forearm. He dropped, writhing. Yuan's gaze flicked to his holographic display tracking the countdown. 5 seconds, time to withdraw. With 5 seconds until detonation, he didn't hesitate. He holstered his weapon and sprinted, full speed, toward the stairwell passage. Just as he reached the stairwell threshold, boom, 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 a chain of explosions ripped from behind, shaking the building to its foundations, rattling concrete and steel alike. Then, a wave of scorching pressurized air slammed into his back. Whoosh, he was airborne. Thick smoke and dust swallowed him, or rather the entire corridor. Cough, cough. Gagging, he waved aside the acrid haze, then activated his holographic interface to check the status of his Conquest Card mission. No completion prompt appeared. A silent sigh escaped him. He gripped his AK-12, cold, decisive, and charged back toward the office zone, eyes sharpened to glacial ice. The Bloodhand Syndicate would die tonight. Thick smoke and roaring flames engulfed the office area. To eradicate the Bloodhand gang, Yuan had planted 7 custom-made timed explosives, yielding unprecedented devastation. Debris from shattered walls and bricks littered the floor. Yuan's gaze, sharp and unrelenting, swept across the ruins in search of survivors. His time was running out. The explosion had been deafening. Its thunderous roar would inevitably draw the attention of the entire 10th district and perhaps even neighboring sectors. Moreover, dawn was imminent. Situated at the easternmost fringe of the East City, the 10th district bordered the east suburb where the notorious Brute Penitentiary surely had already taken notice of the conflagration. Yet what troubled Yuan most were the members of the Burning Bastion. They had tracked the Bloodhand gang for days. If they had already closed in on this vicinity, they would now be racing toward the site. Time was slipping away. He had no choice but to act decisively, and that was precisely why he had returned without delay. Failure or hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. His boots crunched over gravel as he moved swiftly toward the procurement room. The wall had vanished entirely, revealing only 3 corpses half buried beneath rubble. Bang! Bang! With no time to verify life signs, Yuan fired point-blank into each corpse's skull, counting silently as he did. 3 bodies lay in the procurement department. He then proceeded to the finance office, another 3 corpses. Just as he finished the final shot and turned to leave, a faint groan emerged from beneath a mound of shattered brick and tile. In seconds, Yuan cleared the debris, uncovering a mangled, blood-soaked figure. Though horrifically disfigured, the body still bore faint vital signs. The man saw Yuan's silhouette. Illuminated by the beam of Yuan's flashlight, he fixed his remaining left eye upon him and whispered a feeble, desperate plea, "Help! Help!" What met him instead was the cold black muzzle of a pistol. Bang! The 7th. Yuan's gaze shifted toward the direction of the general manager's office and the conference room. The Bloodhand gang numbered 16. Excluding 3 missing or confirmed dead, and Nick, whom Yuan had already slain, 12 members had occupied this building. After eliminating 2 sentries, only 10 remained. Yet the notification confirming completion of the Fate Card mission still had not appeared. Clearly the variable lay among the remaining 3. Entering the general manager's office, Yuan's eyes fell first upon the corpse of a heavy-set man, still clutching a machine gun in his lifeless grip. After delivering the finishing shot, Yuan collected the machine gun, its ammunition belt, and every item on the corpse, stowing them all within his magician's ring. The lean man was nowhere to be seen. Yuan scanned the entire room. Only broken bricks and dust greeted him. No trace of another soul. A faint crease appeared between Yuan's brows. He turned and strode into the conference room, dispatching the last night watchman there. His confirmation was grim. Mahata, the elder brother, the lean one, was gone. The worst has happened. Yuan returned once more to the general manager's office, searching it thoroughly again yet finding no sign of the lean man. Instead, tucked halfway beneath hardened concrete near the wall, he spotted a battered parcel. Nick had mentioned it before. Mahada's backpack. All the loot seized from the motor lodge was inside. Yuan stowed the pack into his magician's ring, then seething with frustration emptied several rounds into the floor before cursing under his breath. Damn it. You actually escaped. Impressive. With one last reluctant glance at the inferno-choked office zone, he bolted toward the stairwell. Indeed, the explosion and gunfire at Greenwood Light Supermarket drew the attention of every nearby marauder, refugee, scavenger and survivor. All were drawn by the commotion and the relentless devouring fire. Among them stood Hans of the Burning Bastion, who had hunted the Bloodhand gang relentlessly. Now atop a high-rise rooftop, he watched the distant blaze flicker against the night sky. Boss Hans, the fire's coming from the 10th district. That's where we passed yesterday, one of his men explained. Did we enter that building? No, we merely passed along the adjacent street. Hans withdrew his gaze, pulled out a hand-drawn map, the very chart tracking the raiders' path, and studied the direction of the flames. Cross-referencing it with his route, he reached a decision. He rolled up the map, turned to his team and commanded, voice low and firm, "Let's go see what's burning." Yes, sir. 3 minutes after Yuan's departure, Greenwood Light Supermarket fell silent until then. A gaunt figure climbed through the shattered window of the general manager's office, his face and body streaked with blood and fresh lacerations. Yet he paid them no mind. He rushed to the fat man's corpse, stared at the bullet wound piercing his skull, and his eyes flared with hatred, fury, venom and grief. When he saw his own backpack had vanished, his expression turned glacial. But those emotions vanished in an instant, replaced by cold calculation and veteran instinct. Mahada knew he had to flee immediately. This supermarket had become a beacon in the dark, soon to attract swarms of moths and gnats alike. He had to escape the encirclement before it tightened. Especially before them arrived the pack that had dogged their trail like rabid hounds for days. They would not miss this chance. Drawing his sidearm, Mahada sprinted toward the stairwell. Reaching the landing, he cautiously peered down the passage, confirmed it empty, and a flash of smug triumph lit his eyes. It was inevitable. With such a cataclysmic disturbance, the assailant would never linger, not with the brute penitentiary looming so close. Clearly he had already fled. That in fact had been Mahada's very reason for hiding in the 10th district. As this thought crossed his mind, his ears twitched. An engine's distant growl cut through the silence. No, someone's coming. Without hesitation he plunged down the stairs. But just as he rounded the landing's bend, something snared his foot and a sharp metallic clink rang out. Shink. What? Impossible. Mahada whirled, disbelief twisting his features as he followed the sound, horror dawning in his eyes. He didn't hesitate, he launched himself forward in a diving roll, hurtling headlong down the stairwell. At that very moment, the landing behind him erupted. Boom, crash. Shrapnel sprayed in all directions. Mahada curled into a tight ball, arms shielding his head. The second the blast subsided, he surged upright, only to meet the sight of a black, unwavering pistol barrel, an ice colder than frozen void. No chance to react. A gunshot cracked. Bang. Blood bloomed in vivid contrast against flame and shadow, a grotesque fleeting flower. Thud, Mahada's body crashed onto the floor. Simultaneously, a long-awaited mechanical chime resonated in Yuan's ear. Fate card. Yuan ignored it. In a blur, he stripped Mahada of everything, every item, every scrap of clothing, stowing it all into his magician's ring. He combed through hair, armpits, groin, calves, leaving nothing untouched, then turned and sprinted downward. There was no time to waste. The enemy was closing in. During his retreat, he deftly snagged a black armband on a protruding wire, leaving it behind as he vanished into the buzzing. As the flame motorcycle slowly came to a halt in front of the Green Forest Light Supermarket, Hans gazed at the scattered glass shards beneath his feet and the thick smoke billowing from the 4th floor, his eyes flickering. Other knights soon gathered by his side. 2 of you stay behind to guard, the rest go inside to assess the situation. Move quickly before the rioters and the Black Shield police arrive. We need to leave this place. With Hans' orders, the Flame Knights sprang into action. They split up, some taking the escalator directly to the 4th floor while others used the stairwell, each fully armed. However, as the rioters ascended the escalator to the 4th floor, an explosion erupted and they plummeted to the ground lifeless. Be careful, it's a tripwire. Someone warned. Hans' gaze flashed with ferocity. He disregarded his subordinates' warnings and continued up the escalator. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered a corpse with a slit throat. As he entered the office area and observed the devastation from the explosion, he caught a familiar scent, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Boss, this is our timed bomb. Did our other brothers come here too?" A flame knight approached Hans holding a piece of explosive debris to show him. Hans recognized it at a glance. It was the timer mechanism for the burning fortress timed bomb, combined with the unique smell wafting through the air. He immediately recalled the incident that occurred in Block 9, his eyes flashing with cold light. Everyone search carefully. This was done by the group that previously attacked Priest Hualuo. Leave no trace behind. All the Flame Knights were taken aback by his words, and soon they all displayed a murderous intent. Understood, boss. The search proceeded swiftly, and they soon discovered the body of the fat man Mahata. Hans hurried over to examine it. Noticing the bullet hole in the head and the signs of looting, he realized that this enemy was quite formidable. Cautious, careful, and decisive, he paced to the window. The glass had been shattered by the explosion, providing a clear view of the parking lot of the Green Forest Light Supermarket. His attention was drawn to a half-formed blood handprint on the window's edge. He touched it lightly, then suddenly raised his head. It had just been left there. A vision flashed in his mind of someone hanging from the edge of the window, evading the enemy's search. Good tactic, Hans murmured. Just then someone reported that a corpse had been discovered in the stairwell, and upon comparing characteristics, it was indeed the leader of the Blood Hand gang they were hunting. Hans arrived at the stairwell, where the lingering scent of recently detonated grenades hung in the air. Mahata's blood was still flowing. He had died just before they arrived. Boss, we have checked the exits around here. We found a corpse at the staff passage exit, but the body is already cold and it seems to have been dead for a while. We haven't found any signs of the enemy yet. Just as a Flame Knight finished speaking, another came forward with something in hand, presenting it to Hans. Boss, we've found something. Hans looked over, raising his eyebrows. It was a badge still stained with torn fabric and blood. Gazing at the Black Shield emblem on the badge, Hans instantly recognized it as the insignia of the Black Shield Police. The blood on the fabric was fresh and still vivid. Where was this found? It was on a protruding wire at the corner of the staff passage. It might have gotten caught while fleeing. The Black Shield Police. Hans pondered over the badge. After a moment, he headed to the parking lot, taking out a whistle from his chest and blowing it towards the sky. As the whistle echoed, a hawk swooped down from above, landing on Hans' outstretched arm. A piece of paper and the badge were tied to the hawk's leg. Hans pulled a piece of jerky from his waist pouch and fed it to the hawk, patting its head. Go, my dear. With a cry, the hawk soared into the sky and vanished into the now slightly cool air. As the hawk disappeared, a manhole cover at the roadside 100 meters from the parking lot slowly closed. Yuan put away his binoculars, his mind still replaying the scene he had just witnessed. I didn't expect that whistle could summon that hawk. He recalled the titanium outdoor whistle found on the Flame Priest and suddenly had an epiphany. Looking at the faintly glowing tactic on his virtual panel, diverting calamity eastward, a smile crept onto his lips. I wonder if they have discovered it yet. Tisk tsk. Forget it, let's leave this place for now. Returning to the sewer, he summoned Mia Mia, and together they sprinted towards their hiding place. After Yuan departed, the Burning Fortress members quickly left as well, but the situation in the entire East District became increasingly turbulent. In the eastern suburbs, Baku was reporting to Habarl about the incident with Black Lung Victor when a prison guard walked in. Warden, Deputy Warden, there was a violent explosion reported from Block 10 an hour ago. Our men went to check and a total of 12 people were found dead at the scene. They are suspected to be from the predatory organization Bloodhand, who frequently roamed the wilderness, and the leader Mahata has been killed as well. Habarl glanced over, somewhat impatient. What else? Hurry up and say it. Additionally, it seems there are traces of Flame Knights appearing at the scene. Upon hearing this, both Habarl and Baku were taken aback, exchanging glances before Baku turned to the guard. Are you sure it was the Flame Knights? What's the situation? The guard immediately replied, we found numerous traces of motorcycles at the scene. The tire marks on the ground indicate that the number of vehicles should be around 15 to 20, and there were signs of someone rummaging and searching at the explosion site. Lastly, there's this. The guard produced a bag from behind, inside of which were some charred remnants. These are remnants of explosive materials found at the scene, consistent with the materials previously provided by the Burning Fortress. Thus this explosion, along with their appearance, there may have a significant connection to the Burning Fortress. Baku's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Burning Fortress. The batch of supplies that were stolen from us a few days ago included explosives, right? The guard hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, among our supplies were 25 bundles of timed explosives. He hesitated, looking at Baku. Deputy Warden, are you implying that this explosion was still caused by that group from before? Baku gently pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a contemplative look crossing his face. We'll discuss that later. Right now the priority is those Flame Knights. Find their trail. I need to know what their purpose is for being here. Understood. As the guard left, Habarl turned to Baku. What is going on here? Baku gestured for Habarl to hold his tongue, and seeing this, Habarl promptly fell silent, understanding that Baku was deep in thought. It was not until several minutes later that Baku's eyes lit up and he suddenly looked up at Habarl. I understand now. No wonder a flame priest suddenly appeared during our transaction with the burning fortress last time. It seems that these flame knights are the true purpose of the flame priest's arrival here. In the hiding place of Yuan, after ensuring the safety of the alert trap set at the sewer ladder's entrance, he finally returned to his refuge. He promptly removed the gear from Mia and fed it fresh grass, which Mia eagerly devoured, clearly starving. Yuan then took off his armor, lit some firewood in the fireplace, and boiled a pot of hot water. It was now 6:10 a.m. on the 10th day of the Wasteland. He first collected the resources from the recycling bin, which today included a bundle of wires and tape, then added new trash to the bin and sealed the lid. After unpacking tonight's loot from the magician's ring onto the floor, he stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower. After a night of battle, his body was covered in smoke and dust, all washed away by the shampoo and body wash flowing into the sewer as black water. When he stepped out of the bathroom, much of his fatigue seemed to dissipate, though the only downside was the lack of hot water. However, Yuan was already quite satisfied, and at that moment the water in the fireplace had boiled. After preparing a packet of soy milk powder and having it with biscuits for breakfast, he began to get down to business. He opened the virtual panel, Fate card, and a prompt appeared. Fate card, rock level Conquest card successfully eliminated fate points. 1 detected that the conquest target has valuable options. Do you wish to plunder? Consumes 1 fate point. 3 blood red options appeared below. More valuable options have appeared. Yuan looked at the light screen in surprise. The last time valuable options appeared was when the slaughter card was eliminated, and the unlocking skill had helped him greatly afterward. He wondered what options would emerge this time. 1. Vacant room, excellent. 2. Follower token, excellent. 3. Black market entry permit, excellent. Once the 3 options appeared, Yuan's gaze was already fixated on the first option, and his body involuntarily straightened slightly. It's actually a vacant room. Yuan was somewhat surprised, quickly glossing over the latter 2 options and directly choosing the first one. Fate points. 1 obtained, vacant room, excellent. With the deduction of fate points, a land deed appeared in Yuan's hand. Vacant room, quality rock. Introduction: a safe house can be built outside the hiding place. A safe house. This made Yuan truly anxious. He immediately entered the warehouse and took out the rare item Starry Sky Mirror. The Starry Sky Mirror can construct a rare building requiring 50000 survival points and a vacant room. Since the vacant room allows for the construction of a safe house, it meant that the rare building constructed with the Starry Sky Mirror could also serve as a safe house. On his virtual light screen, the building requirements for the refuge facility escape passage were already displayed. Escape key 1, safe house 1, 3, locked door 1. Now that a safe house was available, finding a locked door would be easy. He only needed to find the last item, the escape key, to construct this escape passage. Yuan's gaze turned toward the pile of resources collected from the Bloodhand gang. However, just as he was about to check the resources, the fate card page experienced a change, surprising Yuan. What's going on? Didn't it already end? I didn't even choose a new fate gift. Yuan observed. The wooden box containing the fate cards began to shake, its lid slightly opening as streams of light emerged from the void and entered the box. These streams of light were in 4 colors: gold, silver, bronze, and earth yellow. When the light disappeared, the box closed again and a line of text appeared on the screen. Slaughterlust, luxury, and conquest each fold the card once the beginner tutorial ends and the free mode begins. Yuan looked at the subtitles on the light screen and couldn't help but swallow. Does this mean that the tasks I experienced with the fate cards were merely part of the beginner tutorial mode? No way. The 4 tasks to eliminate the fate cards, aside from slaughter, which was relatively simpler, weren't the other 3 tasks completed with heart-stopping intensity. To complete the tasks, he constantly took risks between the Black Shield police station, the Storm prison, and the burning fortress, trying every means to acquire resources and weaponry. He either faced off against mutated giant rats or forcefully dismantled the Bloodhand gang. Now it was telling him that everything before was merely beginner tutorial tasks, causing Yuan's heart to feel unsettled. If the beginner tutorial was this outrageous, what kind of challenges would the so-called free mode present? Overthinking was futile. Yuan quickly analyzed the potential effects the fate cards could bring him. Earlier 4 colors of light entered the box, which means the levels of the fate cards are likely these for the lowest being rock followed by bronze, silver and gold. Luckily the ratio of gold and silver in the light just now wasn't high. The highest ratio was still the earth yellow, which is the rock card. This discovery slightly eased Yuan's emotions. There were only 20 days left until the end of the beginner protection period, after which he would face the invasion of veteran players, which was his greatest crisis at present. Additionally, there was the Wasteland Battle Royale that could make even the top 100 players turn pale, which was also a crisis. Although Yuan couldn't obtain detailed information about it from the snippets shared by veteran players, it was clear that it was extremely dangerous, and it was very likely that right after the end of the beginner protection period he would encounter the Wasteland Battle Royale. These crises compelled Yuan to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength, and he absolutely could not miss the aid brought by the fate gifts, including the rewards after completing the fate cards. Yuan let out a long breath, trying to expel the anxiety and restlessness from his mind. In the end he lit a Marlboro, and under the influence of nicotine his mood gradually calmed down. Mia curiously glanced at Yuan, not understanding why he suddenly looked solemn. Meanwhile Yuan's thoughts returned to rationality and calmness. He understood that the enhancement of the fate cards was also a good thing for him. The fate gifts he obtained previously and the rewards after completing the fate cards were all of rock level quality. Now that the difficulty has increased, it meant that he had the possibility of obtaining higher quality rewards. The mere thought of possibly acquiring bronze quality or even silver and gold quality rewards sparked a hint of anticipation in Yuan's heart. All gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. The proverb of the fate cards flashed through his mind. Since he had already chosen to accept the gifts of fate, the principle of you get what you pay for was clear. Yuan understood very well. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, since he has already set foot on this path. Then he might as well continue down it. With that thought, Yuan's gaze became incredibly sharp and resolute. He now only hoped that he wouldn't be so unlucky as to draw a high-level fate card right from the start, and that he would be given a little time to develop. Everything would depend on the next draw of the fate card. Yuan shut the virtual light curtain. His gaze fell upon the pile of spoils on the ground, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. This time, due to the urgency of time, Yuan did not gather much supplies, only 2 AK-74s, several dozen rounds of ammunition, and a PKM machine gun. With over 300 rounds of 7.62 54 mmR ammunition. Just this machine gun alone made Yuan quite happy. He had a bit of a collecting obsession with firearms, perhaps it was a man's nature. After joyfully patting the weapons and ammunition a few times, he neatly placed them in the warehouse. The warehouse needs an upgrade. Looking at the warehouse that was almost filled with firearms and ammunition, Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These were all his spoils. It would be a lie to say he wasn't proud. Then his gaze turned to the backpack found in the general manager's office and the items searched from the thin man Mahata. One small wooden box caught Yuan's attention. The wooden box was about 8 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and less than 2 centimeters thick. It was found in the pocket of Mahata's underwear, hidden closest to his chest. Given that Mahata cherished this item so much, aside from the item that the Burning Fortress had been pursuing, Yuan couldn't think of any other possibilities. With a mix of anticipation and tension, he slowly opened the wooden box. A seemingly ordinary brass key appeared before Yuan, and the key had a tag attached to it: Motel Main Guest Room. A key. A master key. Yuan immediately thought of the escape key mentioned in the construction requirements of the escape passage. Just as he touched the key, a melodious and chilling prompt sounded in Yuan's ears, causing his soul to tremble. Ding! Detected player Yuan hiding place ID. Yuan obtained rare item, escape key rank 4968. Hidden conditions triggered. Obtained rare item with rank 5001. Possess management rights of hiding place. Title path initiator. Player has not exited the novice protection period. Conditions met. Open the rare item long path. Title path reward survival points 5000. Congratulations, Yuan's hiding place has unlocked rare item ranking authority. Obtained title Eye of Insight. Rare achievement unlocked. Rare item collector. Rare achievement points gained 500 points. Information of Yuan's hiding place ranking has changed. Opened ranking assessment. Development potential. Risk resistance coefficient. Achievement bonus. Title rarity. Current hiding place ranking 8599 750 his. Yuan looked at the series of prompt messages appearing on the virtual light curtain, his heart racing. His ranking had actually jumped directly 750 ranks. This. He looked at the ordinary key in his hand. He could never have imagined it held such power. It must be noted that since entering the Wasteland world the total number of ranks he had improved was only 751. Yet because of this key his rank soared by 750. This was no longer a pleasant surprise but rather a shock. This was not the initial rank of 10000, the higher the rank the more difficult it was to improve. Every rank gained thereafter required increasingly difficult resources and achievement points. Taking a series of deep breaths to calm his excited emotions, Yuan looked at the light curtain again. He knew that the reason he could climb so much this time was not largely related to achievement points, as 500 achievement points were not enough to jump so many ranks. The key factor was still the newly opened rare item Long Path Tidal Path and the title of Eye of Insight. The rarity of this tidal path and the potential growth bonus for the hiding place even surpassed that of the City Shadow Tidal Path. He eagerly looked at the newly obtained title Eye of Insight. Title Eye of Insight. Quality Rare. Path Affiliation Rare Item Long Path. Effect unlocks spiritual vision, mental resistance 15, recovery speed from mental trauma 20. When observing a target creature there is a chance to see through its weaknesses. Hiding place facility crafting table adds optimization path. Rare item workshop. Spiritual vision. What is this rare item workshop? Yuan gazed at the information on the light curtain, his eyes deep. Once again there were rare items insight and now a spiritual vision and rare item workshop. In his mind a scene from the Olais Hotel flashed before him. It was the sacrificial ceremony held by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society in the John Keats Zoo. The threat of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society has still been underestimated. The only good news now was that the effect of the Eye of Insight title was quite powerful, with both mental resistance and recovery speed bonuses. Then Yuan looked at the newly obtained achievement Rare Item Collector, which also yielded unexpected gains. Crafting Blueprint for Spiritual Collector. Achievement Rare Item Collector not only provided Yuan with 500 achievement points but also rewarded him with an item crafting blueprint. Yuan opened the facility management log of the hiding place. Indeed, a new optimization path for Rare Item Workshop appeared in the crafting table facility, which only required building a level 3 crafting table for optimization. A glowing red crafting page also appeared in the item crafting list, Spiritual Collector. The red light indicated that the item crafting conditions were not met. Yuan checked the crafting conditions: level 3 crafting table, 100 milliliters of fresh spiritual creature blood, 100 G of spiritual creature drops, CPU 2, portable electronic device 1, white crystal purity 99.53. Good heavens. Yuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. He hadn't even sorted out the previous items. Now another spiritual creature had appeared. Where was he supposed to find one? He was in a wasteland world. But soon he noticed something was off, because in the crafting list for the spiritual collector 2 items appeared in white status. The white status indicated that he already possessed these items, and those 2 items were 100 G of spiritual creature drops and a portable electronic device. Yuan clicked to view details, and for the portable electronic device there were 3 options that met the conditions: a laptop, a mobile phone, and a positioning watch. The laptop was the one found in the Olais Hotel. He had several mobile phones, all of which met the conditions. The positioning watch surprised Yuan. He didn't expect that the item gifted by fate would also count as crafting material. When he saw the item displayed for the spiritual creature drops, a thought of as expected arose in his mind. The Flame Priest Robe. That's right. The Flame Priest Robe was the so-called spiritual creature drop, but Yuan knew that the key here was the Flame Wolf skin needed for crafting the robe. Since the Flame Wolf skin is a spiritual creature drop, then the Flame Wolf must be the so-called spiritual creature. If that's the case, Yuan immediately thought of the mutated giant rat. In the underground mining area hidden within the mossy hut, a twist of space occurred and Xiao Wu appeared inside. Assessing battle performance. Resources consumed by our side. Resources consumed by the enemy. Amount of plundered supplies. Our side's casualties. Enemy casualties. This invasion's battle results bronze. Congratulations, the mossy hut has obtained a bronze chest 1. Ignoring the bronze chest that appeared before him, Xiao Wu glanced at his injured calf and slightly curled his lips. I didn't expect that the blood wolf would set up jungle traps. If I hadn't been careful, I might have fallen into his trap and let him escape. However, a smile quickly appeared on his face, as expected of a player ranked 8,478. The resources in this area are indeed abundant. With this supply I should be able to rise in rank once again. Opening the bronze chest, he found only about 30 arrows, 5 apples, 3 cans, 5 bottles of water, and a blueprint for a rocket furnace. Xiao Wu casually glanced at the rocket furnace blueprint and tossed it aside. It was just an ordinary level kitchen facility, still a level 2 facility which was already outdated for him. Grabbing an apple and taking a bite, he lay on the sofa covered with bear skin, opening the virtual screen to search for the next suitable target. However, in the next moment his body, which had just lain down, sat up straight, the apple being tossed to the ground as the virtual screen rapidly changed, soon arriving at the leaderboard page of the hideout. When he saw the name ranked 8599, a glimmer of unprecedented light flickered in his eyes. Yuan hideout. Impossible, directly jumping 750 places. How is that possible? What on earth happened? Why did he suddenly rise so many ranks? Xiao Wu seemed enchanted, murmuring softly. His gaze flickered with thoughts as countless ideas flashed through his mind, seeking the most appropriate explanation. But Xiao Wu failed. He simply could not think of anything that could allow a newcomer who had just entered the Wasteland world for 10 days to jump directly to rank 8599. Could it be a title path? But the title paths available to newcomers can't be that strong. Wasteland Battle Royale achievement. No, he hasn't passed the novice protection period and doesn't meet the entry conditions at all. Golden chest. That doesn't make sense either. There's still that issue, he is in the novice protection period and hasn't opened invasion permissions. No. What could it be? Xiao Wu's heart felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, restless and eager to know the answer. He had long regarded Yuan hideout as his hunting target, and the series of unusual actions after the opponent entered the game filled Xiao Wu with an overwhelming desire for exploration and destruction. His expression became somewhat frenzied and sickly as he thought. What is it? What could allow a newcomer to suddenly rise so many ranks? It's driving me crazy, I want to know the answer. Ah. Xiao Wu's eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his forehead. Could it be a strange object? His gaze involuntarily turned to the blood-colored pendant on his chest, but he quickly shook his head, a self-deprecating smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a joke! Every strange object's appearance would provoke the plundering and killing of violent factions. Let alone him as a newcomer. Even players ranked in the top 5,000 wouldn't dare to get involved. It's not something a newcomer can access. But what could it be? Finally, he could no longer hold it in, opening the chat channel with an exaggerated smile, typing quickly. Mossy Hut hideout, Yuan hideout, big shot. Have you developed a new title route or acquired rare resources? I offer 1,000 survival points for this information, okay? Mossy Hut hideout, Yuan hideout, big shot. Is there anything you want to ask me? We can share information. And after your novice protection period, someone will definitely invade your area. I can help provide protection. Several messages were sent, but Xiao Wu did not receive any response. His expression first turned extremely ugly but quickly returned to calm, though his gaze became gloomy. Damn it, this guy is indeed not just cautious. Since entering the game, the number of times he has spoken is few and far between. His gaze flickered as he opened his friend list, sending messages to a few people, and soon received their replies. Yes, master. Seeing the replies from a few people, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed within the hideout. What should I do? I'm getting a bit impatient. Just wait a bit longer, hee hee. Ha ha. Just wait a bit longer. Ha 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 ha. Inside Yuan hideout. It seems I still need to find a mutated giant rat to verify if it is a spiritual being. Yuan closed the hideout's facility management log and opened the chat channel, intending to see how other players reacted to his ranking increase. As expected, the significant rise in rank for Yuan hideout exploded the entire chat channel. There were shouts of amazement, envy, congratulations, jealousy, malicious speculation, and a couple of female players flirting. Yuan smiled at all this. How could he care about their comments? He silently noted down the player IDs of those who were jealous of him, maliciously speculated about him, and morally condemned him. However, when he saw a few comments, his movements paused and his expression subtly changed. Mossy Hut. Looking at the other party offering to help him deal with player invasions, Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Is he really foolish or just pretending to be foolish? Yuan did not pay attention to the mention by Mossy Hut, continuing to ignore it as usual. However, he soon noticed that a few more people began to echo Mossy Hut's words, some of whom were familiar IDs that he had long recorded. Just as Yuan was about to close the virtual screen, a new ID caused him to frown. Blood Wolf hideout, Yuan hideout. Yes, big shot, let's do a resource information exchange. I have a lot of tropical fruits here, does that work for you? After the message from Blood Wolf hideout, the few players who had previously supported Mossy Hut also began to echo Blood Wolf hideout. This scene seemed entirely normal and there was nothing wrong with what Blood Wolf hideout said. But Yuan could not fail to see the hidden agenda and noted down the name of Blood Wolf hideout after some thought. After checking for a while longer, Yuan closed the chat channel. He knew he was perhaps being overly cautious and paranoid. But he had no choice. He firmly believed that compared to the street thugs, high-ranking players posed a greater threat. If he couldn't nip the threat in the bud, at the very least he needed to see clearly from which direction the threat was coming. Escape key. Quality rare item. Ranking 4968. Description: the birth of this item was an accident, yet it does not diminish its power. Function. 1. Any room door opened with this key will lead to the main guest room of the Northern Wilderness Motel, allowing a cumulative stay of 3 hours per day. When leaving the room, one will return to the position before entering. 2. After constructing the escape passage, the escape key allows free travel between the safe house and hiding spot. Warning: please pay attention to the time spent in the main guest room of the motel. If the allotted time is exceeded without leaving, one will be permanently trapped inside. Yuan looked at the unremarkable brass key in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Is this the rare item? Before him a virtual screen displayed an alternative ranking list, the rare item ranking. This was the second list to appear on the ranking page, similar to the hiding spot ranking. Each line showcased the name and ranking of a rare item. These rare items covered a wide array of categories, leaving Yuan somewhat dazzled. Medical tools, construction, household items, furniture, weapons, vehicles, valuables. Only what one cannot think of, not what one cannot see. Any item could potentially become a rare item, but once it does, it possesses incredible abilities. Yuan's escape key ranked at 4968, placing it among the lowest in the list. This is because the total number of items in the rare item ranking is only 5,000, distinguishing it from the hiding spot ranking. The ranking only displayed the names of the rare items without revealing the owner's name or specific functions. One could only make guesses based on the names. For example, a plant named Breathing Green Rose led Yuan to speculate that it likely possessed abilities related to air, such as purifying it. With such thoughts, Yuan had already arrived at the entrance of the hiding spot. As the stainless steel waterproof door closed, he took out the escape key and inserted it into the lock of the waterproof door. Click. The security door opened, but what appeared before Yuan was no longer his hiding spot, but a relatively spacious and tidy room. The room was about 20 to 30 square meters, with a double bed and 2 bedside tables at the entrance, along with a double sofa and coffee table. On the wall hung a 27-inch LCD TV and a wall clock. The wall clock showed the time as exactly 9 o'clock. As Yuan entered the room, the warm-colored lighting cast a cozy glow throughout. The window was covered with white curtains, preventing a view of the outside and unable to be lifted. It had a private bathroom, complete with a toilet, shower and sink, along with toiletries, towels, soap, shampoo. At that moment, Yuan felt a sense of disorientation, as if everything in the wasteland was merely a fleeting dream. He was still living as if in a civilized world. Yuan, in disbelief, reached out to touch the comforter of the double bed, soft and comfortable, carefully sitting down before slowly lying back. His entire body was enveloped in a thick white duvet. He could still smell the scent of the bedding, freshly washed and dried by the laundry. How nostalgic. Yuan gazed at the slightly yellowing ceiling, lost in thought. Unknowingly, he had already been in the wasteland for 10 days. Although only 10 days had passed, he felt as if he had been away from the civilized world for a very long time. Lifting his left hand, he set a 5-minute alarm for himself before closing his eyes. He thought of nothing, did nothing, and just lay quietly. His mind was blank, a void. Just consider it a vacation. This was his last thought. Ding, ding, ding. As the alarm rang, Yuan's eyes snapped open. After taking a deep breath, he sat up, tossing the bedding into disarray. He went to the bathroom, picked up the toiletries and tossed them into the magician's ring before leaving the room. As the door closed behind him, he found himself once again outside the security door of the hiding spot. However, the toiletries he had put into the ring had completely vanished. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is it impossible to take items with me? He pondered thoughtfully. Inserting the escape key into the security door again, as the door opened, he re-entered the main guest room of the motel, but the bedding he had disturbed had returned to its original state. The entire room appeared just as it did when he first entered, clean and tidy. As long as I leave the room, everything returns to its original state. His gaze turned toward the bathroom. What if I wash up here? Although he had just bathed, Yuan did not mind doing it again. He immediately walked into the bathroom. After constant testing, Yuan stood once again in front of the security door of the hiding spot, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He summarized the hidden rules of the room aside from the previously mentioned warning. 1. To enter the main guest room of the motel, one must unlock the locked door with the escape key for the effect to take place. 2. The door is a stable two-way passage, so anyone who enters the room before the door closes will also enter the main guest room. Furthermore, even if someone enters the room and closes the door, as long as someone is guarding the door, reopening the main guest room door from inside will allow the outside person to see the main guest room. But the indulgence card was different. This thing was pure torment. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, realizing that thinking about it now was pointless. However, items not belonging to the room will all disappear. 4. The size of the door limits the dimensions of passing objects. Only objects that can fit through the door can enter the room. Now that I have the escape key in a vacant room, the construction of the safe house can be prioritized. Once the safe house is built, I can start on the escape passage. Yuan quickly formulated the next plan in his mind. The first step in constructing the safe house is to build a rare structure, the stargazing observatory, a rare construction of the stellar mirror. However, building the stargazing observatory requires 5,000 survival points and a vacant room, and it can also eliminate a luxury card of no higher quality than bronze. This opportunity was not one Yuan was willing to miss. He also needed to think of a way to gather the 5,000 survival points, though time was still relatively ample. Yuan had a goal for the supplies. He thought of the 3 keys he had found on the enforcer, phrased the bald man. It seems it's time to head to block 14 and check on the Nightingale situation. Of course. His gaze fell on the Mahata backpack at his feet, filled with anticipation. There's also a trophy here. I hope there are good goods inside. Generator level 2, running generator room. Quality rare. Ownership path, generator level 2. Function energy 8, maximum power generation of 6 core, maximum storage capacity of 100 kilowatt hours. Room area 8 square meters. Number of treadmills 3. Construction requirements, generator level 2, automotive energy battery pack 1, onboard charger 3, motor controller 3, motor 3, rollers 3, running belt 3, control motherboard 3, console 3, hydraulic rods 6, fuses 6, wires 20, steel 30, insulating tape 5. Construction time 3 hours. Yuan looked at the newly added optimization path for the generator. Rare quality optimization path. I didn't expect to find such good stuff in my backpack. This is the second time he has seen a rare level optimization path for a hideout facility. The last one was for ventilation level 3, so he naturally understands the preciousness of rare level paths. Upgrading the generator's facility level was already Yuan's next plan. Because most of the subsequent construction facilities in the hideout rely on electricity to operate, including level 3 kitchens, level 2 water collectors, level 4 bathrooms, etc. All require electricity, which is an unavoidable issue. The generator level 2 running generator room comes at just the right time. What Yuan values most is naturally the storage capacity, which is a maximum of 100 kilowatt hours. A storage capacity of 100 kilowatt hour can already allow him to do many things. A normal level 2 generator's storage capacity is only about 10 kilowatt hours. This is simply an irresistible temptation for him. Currently, the storage capacity of the level 1 generator is only 1.8 kilowatt hours, which can barely meet the facility needs for lighting. However, before that he still needs to upgrade the generator to level 2. As long as there are electric vehicles around, I can find automotive energy battery packs, and then I can also take care of the onboard chargers and motor controllers. The motors and running belts are also easy to find. They are basically parts of treadmills, which are commonly found in gyms and star-rated hotels. Yuan frowned and thought, opening the virtual map to search. His gaze swept over a building in block 14 and he paused slightly, then his eyes brightened as he had an idea. After determining the next location to search for construction materials, he looked at the small painting tube in front of him. The painting tube was found in Mahata's backpack. This tube was the only valuable item in the entire backpack, while the other items were just some jewelry and precious valuables. Yuan speculated that the painting tube might also have been found in a motel, but this was just his guess. Because the rare generator room was discovered from this painting tube, and besides that there was also a drawing, or rather half a drawing, inside. He looked at the unclear symbols and lines on the drawing in front of him, frowning slightly. After examining it several times, he still found no information, only instinctively feeling that this drawing was not simple. After contemplating without result, he placed the half drawing back into the painting tube and carefully stored it away. Anything that could be stored alongside a rare level drawing would definitely not be ordinary. With no information available now, perhaps it was only related to having half of the drawing. If there is an opportunity in the future to find the other half of the drawing, perhaps something would be discovered. Of course, this could only be a thought for Yuan. Better than nothing. After digesting all the loot, Yuan felt a bit drowsy. Testing the escape key had consumed quite a bit of time, and now it was already 9 a.m. on the 10th day of the Wasteland. He summoned his energy and approached the dilapidated newsstand, preparing to see if there was anything worth paying attention to before resting. As expected today, there were still only 2 rock-level news articles, but the content inside made Yuan's lips curve up slightly. Neighborhood news section. Quality rock. Danger level medium. Exclusive news from our newspaper. The deputy warden of the thug prison Baku returned to the thug prison from the northern wilderness at 1:12 a.m. today. He was not satisfied with the results of the negotiation with the burning bastion, although he promptly handed over a backup donor to Black Lung Victor, demonstrating the sincerity of the thug prison's cooperation with the burning bastion and mourning the murder of the flame priest Hualuo. He also promptly expressed his suspicions about the Black Shield Police Department, but it was clear that Victor did not fully accept his explanation. Because the murder of Priest Hualuo had already aroused the hostility of the Flame Knights towards the thug prison and no traces of the Black Shield Police Department were found at the scene, Baku's words could not be verified. Therefore, he must find a way to prove the Black Shield Police Department's involvement as the mastermind behind the attack on Priest Hualuo. But little did he know, after he left, Victor also notified the Flame Knights hiding in Green Forest City to investigate the rats while verifying the situation of the Black Shield Police Department. Neighborhood news section. Quality rock. Danger level low. Last night at midnight, a horrifying extermination incident occurred at the Green Forest Light supermarket in Block 10. The Wasteland Raiders organization Blood Hand Gang was attacked, resulting in a fierce gunfight lasting a full minute with ferocious firepower and the use of several high-grade explosives for pinpoint detonation. In the end, all members of the Blood Hand Gang were exterminated. The killers' methods were extremely ruthless, merciless, yet swift, and most importantly cautious beyond ordinary. The battle also attracted the attention of various forces, including the Burning Bastion Thug Prison and the Black Shield Police Department. The Burning Bastion found a bloodstained arm badge of the Black Shield Police Department on the scene and sent it back to the Burning Bastion. I didn't expect that the Thug Prison actually had an organ transplant donor, which resolved their misunderstanding with the Burning Bastion. The arm badge I left in the supermarket was found by people from the Burning Bastion. Yuan looked at the newspaper and reviewed the reactions from the 2 operations and the 3 thug forces. He concluded that because the thug prison reacted quickly and decisively along with the discovery of the arm badge this time, it was highly likely that the 2 forces would direct all their hostility towards the Black Shield Police Department. Although this differed from his previous imagination of the 3 forces being mutually suspicious and fighting among themselves, it was not a wasted effort. However, Yuan still felt that with the recent murder of the Flame Priest, the rift between the thug prison and the Burning Bastion had already been sown, especially among the lower tier thugs. These rifts would not be easily erased. This was evident from the attitude of those Flame Knights from the Burning Bastion towards the thug prison in the news. Even if the leader of the Burning Bastion collaborates again with the thug prison, it will ultimately be those Flame Knights executing the plan. As long as there is a rift and suspicion between them, the final outcome is hard to say. Yuan wrote down all his thoughts, shut off the virtual light, and lay down on the single bed. Stretching tiredly, he felt a bit regretful that the newsstand did not refresh any additional intelligence items today. He could only look again later. I hope to draw a bronze quality luxurious card next time so I can build the Starry Sky Observatory. And the generator. And the nightingale. And the mutated giant rat. With thoughts of future plans for the hideout, Yuan finally fell into a deep sleep after a long night. When Yuan awoke again, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity throughout his body, brimming with energy and mental vigor. He stretched lazily and realized it was already 4 p.m. He quickly got up to wash up and heated a can of sardines and some high-energy goat milk while eating and browsing the virtual screen. During the few hours he rested, another player was invaded and killed by others, a situation Yuan had grown accustomed to. After briefly browsing through Tao Tao Cave and finding nothing worth purchasing, he opened the Fate card page. It was time to see what changes the Fate cards had under the free mode. However, the page was no different from before, still featuring the familiar option of choosing between proverbs and fate gifts. After some contemplation, Yuan decided not to dwell on it further. After all, what was meant to come would eventually come. He resolved to deal with this fate gift selection later. The 3 fate gifts this time were rather interesting. Crazy planting bed. Function greatly accelerates the growth rate of plants in the planting bed with a chance to produce optimized varieties provided there is sufficient water and nutrients. Occasional channeling headphones. Function continuously plays soothing music for the mind but occasionally picks up other conversations. Fashionable shoe cabinet. Function daily produces a pair of shoes in the right size with a chance of high-quality shoes appearing. To be honest, Yuan was particularly interested in the second option. He felt that within those occasional channeling conversations he might hear some unknown secrets. That was his intuition. However, he was also tempted by the crazy planting bed, as he was currently severely lacking in dietary fiber and various vitamins, although he had purchased some fruits from other players through Tao Tao Cave in the past few days. But as a seasoned survival enthusiast with a serious collecting and hoarding tendency, this unstable and unguaranteed mode of survival left him feeling insecure. He had long had the idea of planting, which was also the reason he felt so pleased when he discovered that the resource recycling trash can could convert waste into fertilizer and nutrients. Now this crazy planting bed was like a pillow sent to a sleepy person. After pondering for a few seconds, considering he already had a dilapidated newsstand and that the need for information was not that strong anymore, Yuan decisively chose the crazy planting bed. Immediately a rectangular carbonized solid wood planting bed measuring 1,205,050 centimeters appeared in the corner where he was hiding. Meanwhile, the fate card wooden box had finished shaking, but when Yuan saw the name of the drawn fate card, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He silently shouted in his heart, "What a sin! How could it be this again? Why isn't it the bronze luxury card? This fate card indulgence. Indulgence card quality rock level. The player must indulge in primal desires once within 2 days or the player dies. Note the same target cannot be indulged in twice." Yuan slapped his forehead and sighed heavily. He glanced at Mia, who happened to be looking over, and awkwardly turned his head away. Damn! Do they really want to kill me? Yuan swore that he would rather have drawn the Conquest card or the luxury card. After all, those two cards either consumed resources or involved combat, which he was not opposed to. But the indulgence card was different. This thing was pure torment. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, realizing that thinking about it now was pointless. He should focus on how to complete the task. The same target cannot be indulged in twice. Although he had no intention of doing anything to Mia, this reminder was nonetheless a prompt for Yuan. Fortunately, he was no longer the inexperienced newcomer who had just entered the Wasteland and was clueless about Green Forest City. He finished the last bite of sardines and gulped down the high-energy goat milk. Tonight I just happened to be going to Block 14. It seems I must investigate that nightingale as well. The task of the indulgence card depends on it. Just as he made this decision, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, after drinking high-energy goat milk for 7 consecutive days you have gained the sufficient kidney chi buff stamina 15, gain slight cold resistance. Originally this was something to be happy about, but Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it! Why did it have to be this time? 8:11 p.m. at the intersection of Jingxianglin Avenue and Shuyan Street in Block 14. Outside the Land Hotel, Yuan cautiously lifted the manhole cover and peered outside. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Everything was pitch black. On the street, remnants of Wasteland war vehicles and traces of battles could still be seen from a few days ago when they were blown up by the rioters. It seems everything is safe. The manhole he was at was the same place where he had stolen a corpse before, but the bodies of the rioters in the sewer had already vanished. He didn't care whether the Black Shield Police Department had taken them away or if they had been washed away by rainwater during the typhoon that had made landfall. After confirming that there was no one outside, he quickly climbed up to the street, stealthily making his way to the Land Hotel under the cover of darkness. 6 or 7 days had passed since the last conflict, and after the searches by the Black Shield Police Department and the subsequent typhoon cleansing, it was very safe here. No one would come looking for supplies. Of course, part of the reason might be that the Land Hotel had already been visited by countless vagrants, scavengers, and survivors. Yuan had long suspected this, but his purpose for coming here was certainly not for ordinary supplies. He was looking for a car and a treadmill. Upon entering the hotel, Yuan quickly found the stairwell and made his way down to the underground parking lot. There was a glass wall separating the stairwell from the parking lot, but it had long been shattered. Yuan carefully crossed the scattered glass shards on the ground and entered the parking lot. Although he didn't think there would be any danger here, he still crouched in the corner listening until he confirmed everything was normal. 2 minutes later, which put his mind at ease. He turned on his flashlight and what came into view was a scene of utter chaos. Cars were overturned, others had collided with one another, some had crashed into the pillars of the parking lot, and there were even human corpses, albeit stripped of flesh. The air was heavy and carried a putrid odor. It was faint, but all of this proved that a tragedy had occurred here when the Wasteland descended. Yuan first set up a makeshift barrier at the entrance of the stairwell using the shattered glass, then quickly moved through the wreckage of the vehicles, his flashlight sweeping back and forth as he searched for his target. Before long he arrived in front of a few cars that had suffered minor scrapes. The windows were smashed to bits and the supplies inside had been looted clean. After surveying these cars, a look of delight crossed Yuan's face. These were the ones. He immediately took out the disassembly tools he had prepared from the magician's ring and began the process of dismantling the cars. Yuan was not skilled at disassembling cars, but he enjoyed watching videos about buying and inspecting second-hand vehicles, so he had some basic understanding of their structure. Thus, after some struggles, he managed to disassemble a car and obtained a complete energy battery pack, which took him 5 hours. This was thanks to the listing feature of the Taba cave, where he did not need to figure out how to transport heavy or bulky parts, he just had to disconnect them from other structures to list them directly on Taba cave. He could transfer them later, greatly saving Yuan's time and energy. Finally, having listed the hard-earned automotive energy battery pack on Taba cave, Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. He had been busy with this one item tonight, but it was quite worthwhile. This automotive energy battery pack was the key material for constructing the rare facility, the treadmill generator room, and it was also crucial for the generator room's ability to store 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Spending a few hours on it was not a loss. After that, Yuan disassembled additional onboard chargers and motor controllers from other cars. By the time he finished, it was nearly 4 a.m. Dawn was not far off. Yuan packed up his disassembly tools and left the land hotel, diving back into the sewer to rush toward the opera house. The opera house where the refugee organization Nightingale was located was actually not far from the land hotel. Both were on Jingxianglin Avenue. Yuan speculated that Bald Friss might have walked from Riverside Street to Jingxianglin Avenue, likely to go to the opera house. Soon Yuan arrived near the opera house. He lifted the manhole cover and looked toward the building. Indeed, he noticed that it was different from the rest. Other places were pitch black at night, afraid to emit even a hint of light for fear of being discovered, but here a faint light shone from within the building. Hiss! I've got something here. No one could convince Yuan that there was no connection between this place and the criminal forces. Yuan took out his binoculars to observe the situation of the building. Suddenly his gaze froze. He saw a figure walking out of the opera house. After cautiously glancing around, the person quickly slipped into the darkness, heading towards a side street. Is it a refugee? Thoughts flashed through Yuan's mind. Then he nimbly closed the manhole cover, jumped down the ladder in a few steps, summoned Mia and leaped onto its back. Hurry Mia, go ahead. As Mia moved forward, Yuan also summoned the virtual map, quickly bringing up the street map in the direction the refugee was heading and the location of the sewer manhole, calculating the route and slightly squeezing Mia's abdomen with his right leg. Mia, turn right. Mia immediately turned right at the next corner. A minute later, Yuan arrived at a manhole location, quickly equipped himself with Mia, climbed up the ladder and twisted the internal rotating bolt to unlock the manhole cover. As Yuan slowly lifted the manhole cover, he immediately saw the figure not far down the street, carefully moving along the shadowed edge towards another street. Seeing this, Yuan jumped down the ladder again, summoned Mia and continued to rush toward the direction the refugee was heading. Finally, when Yuan lifted the manhole cover again, he saw the refugee cautiously approaching just a few meters away. He held his breath and waited quietly. When the refugee was less than 2 meters from the manhole cover, Yuan suddenly flung it open with a swift motion, pushing off forcefully with his legs, launching himself out of the sewer. Caught off guard, the refugee's expression was one of shock and confusion as Yuan grabbed him by the collar and easily pulled him toward the manhole. Yuan then lifted the refugee with both hands. Thanks to Mia's attributes, the refugee felt no heavier than a chick in his grip. When he dropped him down, the lower half of the refugee was already shoved into the manhole. At that moment, the refugee reacted, one hand gripping the manhole cover tightly while the other pulled out a dagger from who knows where, angrily shouting as he lunged at Yuan. But before the dagger could strike, a huge palm came crashing down. Slap! The refugee felt a numbing sensation across half his face and then fainted. Seeing the refugee knocked out, Yuan directly tossed him into the sewer, quickly picked up the dagger and dove in, as well locking the manhole cover behind him. The entire process took only a few seconds, swift and decisive. The street immediately fell silent once again. Yuan summoned Mia, tossed the person onto its back and ran toward Jingxianglin Avenue. Slap, slap, slap. With 3 slaps, the refugee slowly regained consciousness. Yuan watched as the other person appeared a bit dazed and, picking up the dagger, stabbed it towards his thigh. A scream immediately echoed in the sewer. Are you awake now? Yuan's indifferent voice rang out, twisting the dagger slowly in his right hand, causing the refugee's face to turn pale instantly. Big brother, spare me. The refugee with half a swollen face spoke with a slurred voice, but his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yuan. Yuan released his grip and looked at him. You answer my questions clearly. I understand. Where did you just come out from? Nightingale. I just came from Nightingale. Oh, it's the opera house. Good, I like cooperative people. What is Nightingale for? Upon hearing this, the man realized Yuan's intention and instantly felt he had run into a disaster. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Being targeted because of Nightingale, and now he was the one suffering. What kind of situation was this? There was no reserve. Yuan asked anything and the man answered. For things Yuan hadn't thought of, he would also explain proactively. However, this person had only been to Nightingale a few times, so his knowledge was limited. After obtaining the information he needed, Yuan did not drag it out and gave the man a quick end. He also got a rough idea of the situation regarding Nightingale. As Carmen said, Nightingale was indeed a refugee organization tacitly approved by the Black Shield Police Department, a fact known to all refugee organizations. Therefore, no one would trouble Nightingale, as they all knew that powerful figures from the Black Shield Police Department were back. For this reason, Nightingale became a unique existence. The 14th District belonged to the Black Shield Police Department during the day, while at night it belonged to Nightingale. Nightingale only opened its doors from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. During this time, it was a place of joy for the entire East City, a safe haven for refugees, scavengers, and marauders. Nightingale ensured safety for those entering. Anyone causing trouble would be executed on the spot. Inside there was everything one could imagine, with a variety of goods and people of all ages and temperaments to choose from, where one could enjoy pleasure. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to bring enough resources to enjoy these services. Murder, venting, and whipping came with various levels of service, naturally corresponding to different prices. This Nightingale is quite interesting. Yuan became intrigued by Nightingale. This time the task to remove the debauchery card had hope. However, Nightingale closed at 5 a.m. every morning and all guests had to leave before then. This was also the reason refugees hurried to leave earlier. They were responsible for the safety inside Nightingale, but once outside no one cared about their lives. Naturally, no one would attack those leaving Nightingale. Everyone knew that those who left Nightingale would not have any resources left on them. There's not enough time today. I can check the situation tomorrow night. While removing the debauchery card, I might also try to gather information about Friss' safe house. I've been thinking about the 3 keys left by Bald Friss for a long time. This Nightingale is related to Friss and he must check it out. Moreover, the most important point is that he suspects the person behind Nightingale is likely not Friss but his brother Loris. Just as Loris wanted to kill him to avenge his brother, Yuan would also send the 2 brothers to reunite whenever he had the chance. A family should be whole and complete. P.S. Brothers Hay Race, the 3rd chapter. On the 11th day in the Wasteland, at Yuan's hiding place, Yuan carefully placed the car energy battery, onboard charger, motor controller, and other supplies in order. Although he had only gathered these supplies after a busy night, he was quite satisfied. He had already obtained the most difficult materials needed to construct the rare level treadmill generator room. Next, he only needed to gather the treadmill parts and wires for optimization and upgrades. However, before that he needed to upgrade the generator from level 1 to level 2, which was a prerequisite for optimization. The upgrade materials had already been collected, and without hesitation Yuan initiated the upgrade. The upgrade would take 30 minutes. After glancing at the generator enveloped in a green light, Yuan approached the old newsstand. Today's newspapers had already appeared and an additional information item had once again been revealed. Information card insight. Quality rock. Function after use grants the effect of enhanced perception for 30 minutes, allowing one to observe subtle traces and increasing the probability of discovering traps, mechanisms, and hidden facilities. Consumption of survival points 500. Having experienced the effect of the information card, Yuan immediately purchased it and the insight card entered the slot of the Book of Fate. The insight card should be suitable for use in specific exploration scenarios. Yuan pondered its application. Although it was also an information card to Yuan, the insight card felt more like a skill. Picking up today's newspaper, he was pleasantly surprised by the 3 clearly printed headlines. There are actually 3 news items today. This was the first time Yuan had encountered such a situation. Previously, there had usually been only 1 or 2 news items. Could this be a change in the free mode? His gaze shifted to the news content and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. District Life News. Quality rock. Danger level low. After the recent attack by Sodar, the Black Shield Police Department's Carmen had secretly begun monitoring Commander Loris' movements. After tracking him for several days, he confirmed that Loris would go to Philin Avenue in District 6 every night before 2 a.m. This discovery excited Carmen, recalling that he had previously seen Friss heading that way. Could it be that Friss' safe house is in District 6? After Friss died, Loris went to District 6 every day. Damn it, why am I growing increasingly fearful of him? Perhaps I should look for the hyena. District Life News. Quality rock. Danger level low. Qingqing from District 14 was extremely anxious. She had been dominated by fear for several days. Not only because she inadvertently saw something she shouldn't have, but more critically, one of her important clients had not contacted her for over half a month. If this continued, she would face elimination. Nick, where the hell have you been? If you don't come, I'm going to die. What am I going to do? Damn Nina, she's stolen several of my clients with her 2 front assets. Qingqing. District News Section. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association in District 11 was spied on by an unknown person 3 days ago, leading to a thorough search of District 11. As a result, a body of a beggar brutally killed and arranged in a heavily ritualistic manner was discovered at 78 Splendor Street. Missionary Miller greatly appreciated the ceremonial and solemn nature displayed by this body. He believed this was an exceptionally rare work. The person who created this work is simply a genius. I see an extraordinary spiritual brilliance in him. He is a born saint. I must find him. He can only become my student. Missionary Miller. Yuan looked at the 3 news reports, each evoking different emotions. Naturally, he was most concerned about the matter of Free's safe house, as he had initially thought its location was with the Nightingale. However, Carmen suspected it was in District 6. There was indeed a high possibility for District 6, as it bordered District 1 and beggars and scavengers would not dare approach that area, making it quite suitable for establishing a safe house. He just didn't know the exact location of the safe house, and this was merely Carmen's speculation. It was a troublesome matter, and Yuan decided to wait for further intelligence. He found Philin Avenue on the virtual map and marked it, realizing it was the main road where the Green Forest Financial Center Tower was located. Additionally, he couldn't overlook the clues from Nightingale. Since Nightingale continued to operate after Free's death, Yuan always believed that the situation regarding Nightingale wouldn't be so simple. Moreover, the possibility of Freeze having a safe house with Nightingale remained high, as he frequently spent the night there. His gaze turned to the newspaper, noticing the news about Qingqing. His eyes narrowed slightly. She saw something she shouldn't have. Perhaps Qingqing could be a good breakthrough point. As for the last piece of news, he tapped the newspaper, a slight smirk on his lips. The sweep by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association in District 11 would surely pose a threat to Marcel. It would be a lie to say Yuan wasn't worried. It's not that he cared so much about Marcel, but he had invested a considerable amount of resources into it, although at the time it was merely a reluctant choice to complete the task for the luxury card. Yet he still held a glimmer of hope for Marcel. What if they developed some special tool? It would be a significant profit. However, worrying about the other party now seemed a bit excessive. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association had already done the sweeping they needed to do, and he couldn't take the risk to go check. The last giant raven and the priest who hosted the sacrificial ceremony had left Yuan under immense pressure. Until he was sure, he did not plan to provoke the Aurora Animal Assistance Association again. Marcel had managed to survive in District 11 for so long, she must have her means of coping. For now, he could only trust her. I hope she can take care of herself. After organizing today's newspaper in past issues, he went to the fireplace to eat the reheated food while opening the Taodao cave to look for opportunities. As a result, an item on the trading top page caught his attention: a mobile phone charger. Priced at 500 survival points, Yuan frowned slightly. He had also searched for phone chargers before, as he was very curious about the content in the phone found in the safe. However, he had only encountered broken ones, either with severed wires or bent plugs. None of them were intact, which was quite frustrating. In fact, he had found several phones but not a single usable charger. Just as he was about to purchase it, he suddenly remembered that the crafting table should be able to create wires, circuit boards and sockets. He hadn't checked it recently, perhaps there was a charger. He immediately went to the crafting area, checked the crafting list, and was soon pleasantly surprised. Hey! There really is one. A smartphone charger. Required materials: 1 damaged charging plug, 2 power cables, 2 fuses, 1 primary filter capacitor. Production time 5 minutes. Ha ha. A smartphone charger. Required materials: 1 damaged charging plug, 2 power cables, 2 fuses, 1 primary filter capacitor. Production time 5 minutes. A smile rose unbidden to Yuan's lips. As the old saying goes, what you save is what you earn. Days before entering the Wasteland, he had gathered a considerable amount of electronic scrap, especially at the Water Services Center, where nearly all his haul consisted of precisely such components. After acquiring the Magician's Ring, his backpack was fully retired from his combat inventory and repurposed solely as a container for these scattered minor items. Inside lay a jumble of small objects, truly a packed bag brimming with everything imaginable. Even Yuan himself could only vaguely recall what he possessed. Yet now unexpectedly this hoard saved him 500 survival points. Clarity, utter radiant clarity. Yuan's current joy bore no resemblance to the exhilaration of battle spoils. It was the quiet instinctive euphoria of a hoarder. The satisfaction of having casually collected mundane seemingly useless scraps, just in case only to forget them entirely over time. Then when most needed those very scraps reappeared not as trash but as indispensable tools solving an urgent problem and delivering profound surprise and deep-seated accomplishment. This sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. As the smartphone charger completed fabrication and materialized upon the workbench, the level 2 generator simultaneously finished its upgrade, both output capacity and storage capacity significantly enhanced. Several electrical sockets now appeared on the walls of his shelter. Yuan retrieved the smartphone he'd found long ago inside the safe at the Aura's hotel and plugged it into the newly crafted charger. Watching the screen light up with the charging icon, he exhaled slowly. Soon I'll know what's on this phone. Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Yuan awoke at 4 in the afternoon. After a brief wash, he discovered the phone was fully charged. He purchased fresh grass from Taodao Cave to feed Mia, then settled onto the boss's chair with a pack of biscuits. The phone powered on seamlessly, the screen remained unlocked and a single swipe unlocked it effortlessly. Only one application appeared on the desktop. Opening it revealed 3 video files already downloaded automatically. Clearly the phone had been deliberately left behind to preserve vital information. Yuan tapped the first video. From the speaker came ragged breathing, frantic footsteps, evasive movements and muffled alarm sirens. Yuan paused mid-bite. Mia, noticing, halted her grazing and tilted her head curiously toward him. The video continued. With a sharp door slam, a middle-aged man drenched in sweat appeared on screen. Appearing 30 to 40 years old, his face was gaunt yet strikingly sharp and composed. He gasped heavily, punctuated by violent coughs, though his eyes flickered with panic. His composure remained intact. I'm Ninja. Listen carefully, facts prove we were all catastrophically wrong. The Jonki Zoo incident is far graver than anyone imagined. His urgent voice echoed through the shelter, causing Yuan to sit upright, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jonki wasn't conducting animal experiments at all. Or rather, animal trials were merely preliminary. Their true project is the Lingxing Initiative. Its experimental subjects are human beings, street vagrants, the homeless, even volunteers lured by monetary reward. All subjected to live experimentation. Pounding gunshots. Abruptly interrupted Ningxia's speech. Just now I witnessed an experimental subject injected with a mysterious compound. His body swelled grotesquely, transforming into a monstrous hybrid, neither man nor beast, distorted bones, cracked skin, truly horrifying. Finally he went berserk, beyond control, and was physically eradicated on site by security forces using heavy ordnance. They've tracked me down. If you're watching this, you found the key I concealed. I don't know who you are, but after viewing this, contact the Animal Qualification Review Committee immediately and report everything. Also, do not contact the Lucin police station. I suspect Aurora Animal Assistance Association operatives have infiltrated its ranks. The entire city of Lucin is compromised. Above all, beware the Black Sun. A piercing explosion, then darkness. 2 seconds later the video automatically advanced to the next clip, the very human experiment Ninja had described. Ninja must have filmed covertly from a confined hiding place. The angle was narrow, the footage slightly shaky, yet the experiment itself was captured with chilling clarity. A vagrant-clad head Toto in a white lab coat lay supine on the examination bed inside the containment chamber. A needle pierced his carotid artery, slowly injecting a pale blue liquid. 1 minute passed. The vagrant, previously unconscious, began convulsing violently. With each spasm the stainless steel bed bolted immovably to the floor, buckled inward, leaving deep indentations. Outside the chamber, over a dozen white-coat researchers operated instruments with practiced urgency. 3 robed figures in black, their chests and backs emblazoned with the Black Sun insignia, observed the transformation in silence. Surrounding them stood dozens of heavily armed security personnel, tactical gear so advanced that Yuan instinctively whistled in awe. Their equipment surpasses even that of the Black Shield police station. Inside the chamber, the vagrant's body writhed as if something monstrous struggled to burst forth from within. Bulging masses surged beneath his skin, racing across his torso and limbs until his epidermis split open with hairline fractures threatening rupture. Then, before the stunned gaze of all present, his body ballooned outward. Within seconds his emaciated frame swelled into grotesque bulk. White bone spurs erupted from his elbows and knees, horrifying, unnatural. Crack! With a thunderous impact, the transformed vagrant slammed against the chamber's reinforced glass, instantly spiderwebbing its surface. The three black-robed figures stepped back calmly. One raised a hand, gesturing sharply backward. Instantly the security force surged forward, forming a protective cordon around them. Subject 17 has lost control. Experiment failed. Irreversible. Initiate eradication protocol. At the researcher's declaration, the chamber's glass shattered instantaneously. Simultaneous with the shattering, dozens of weapons opened fire. When the gunfire ceased, the creature lay motionless on the floor, its form collapsing back into that of the original vagrant, now reduced to pulped flesh. The second video ended. 2 seconds later, the third began. This footage appeared to be shot inside a containment facility, rows of alloyant electrified enclosures housing numerous creatures: ravens, brown bears, king cobras, chimpanzees. All vastly oversized compared to their natural counterparts, each bearing unmistakable signs of mutation. Take the brown bear, its fur had hardened into thick armored plates, dense, resilient, impenetrable. And the raven, its eyes burned with unnatural brilliance. Yuan recognized it instantly. This was the same raven that had attacked him 2 nights earlier at the Aura's hotel. Though in this video its size remained smaller than during that nocturnal assault. When the 3 videos concluded, Yuan's expression turned grave and still. The Lingxing Initiative, Human Experimentation, Mutated Creatures. This is the Aurora Animal Assistance Association's true strength. Human experimentation, mutated creatures. This is the Aurora Animal Assistance Association's true strength. Yuan never expected to see someone mention the term spirituality again just a day later. He was even more surprised that the Aurora Animal Assistance Association had developed experiments on mutated creatures to such a profound degree with a diverse range of mutated species, and that the mutated giant rat from the sewer could not even be considered one of their creations, merely an accidental product. The problem was that he couldn't even deal with the mutated giant rat right now. This was somewhat disheartening. He also understood why he suddenly received the achievement of Echoes of History after seeing that assessment report last time. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association was likely the deepest hidden boss in the eastern district of Lusong City. As for Ningxia's situation, that was not something Yuan needed to worry about. Another thing that Yuan was particularly concerned about was Ningxia's last sentence in the video. If the Aurora Animal Assistance Association really arranged for people to enter the police department system before the Wasteland descended, then the current peaceful coexistence between the two was not just a simple power cooperation. It is highly likely that the Black Shield Police Department is merely a front for the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. If that is the case, then the thug prison becomes quite interesting. They are eager to occupy the eastern district of Lusong City. Do they truly know who the real boss of the eastern district is? Moreover, the Black Shield Police Department has suffered significant losses in recent battles with the thug prison. Will the Aurora Animal Assistance Association intervene directly? All of this is filled with uncertainties. Oh right, there's also the Burning Fortress. Since they are relentlessly pursuing the Blood Hand Gang, they must know the value of the escape key. Additionally, the escape passage blueprint dropped by the Flame Priest is also meant to accompany the escape key. Now that these 2 items are completely lost, all fingers point to the Black Shield Police Department, but within the Flame Knights there are evidently some who harbor even greater animosity towards the thug prison. What choices will they make? One by one, thoughts flashed through Yuan's mind as he pondered whether he could find opportunities to grow amidst the conflicts between these factions. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh and leaned back in his chair. There's still too little information. Much of it is ambiguous speculation and cannot be trusted. In that case, it's best to wait and see. In the end, what matters is strength and information. Fortunately, based on the current situation, Carmen had not revealed his existence. The 3 major factions were unaware of him, which was his greatest advantage. One must be strong to forge iron. No matter how he plans, if he lacks strength, he won't be able to seize the opportunities presented to him. After charging the laptop for Ningxia, Yuan prepared to set off. He still needed to go to Nightingale tonight. This was his last night to eliminate the indulgence card. However, before that he had to collect all the materials needed to create the running power generator room. The current lack of electrical reserves had become the main reason restricting the upgrade of his hideout. It was fine that he hadn't chosen before, but now that the optimization blueprints were laid out before him, he had to gather all the optimization materials today. Tomorrow he would complete the optimization of the generator. Entering the warehouse, he packed the funds he would use tonight into the magician's ring. This time he didn't wear the enforcer suit, he simply donned a set of ordinary vagrant clothing. But just as he was preparing to gear up and leave the hideout with Mia, he glanced at Mia's already thick fleece and was momentarily stunned. He then slapped his forehead, revealing a look of regret. Damn it! I forgot that Mia produces high-quality wool every 7 days. Today marks the 11th day since entering the Wasteland. In fact, he could have harvested wool yesterday, but he completely forgot amidst his busy schedule. But now the problem arose, he hadn't even sheared the sheep. Hiss. How do I do this? Yuan had already found the scissors and looked at Mia, who tilted her head in curiosity, frowning slightly. I think I've seen a video where you lay the sheep down and use clippers and the wool falls off in one piece. If I don't have clippers, scissors should work right. As Yuan recalled, he began to maneuver the scissors on Mia. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, tossed a bundle of grass to Mia, and directly started shearing from the tail area. Let's just shear and see if it works. Mia did not react particularly to Yuan's action, she merely glanced curiously before continuing to munch on the grass. In contrast, Yuan was already sweating profusely. It must be said that as a rare creature, Mia's fur was simply perfect. Even without grooming and despite carrying Yuan around everywhere during this time, it remained clean and smooth with a slight golden sheen upon closer inspection. The fibers of the fur were delicate and soft, approximately 15 centimeters long with natural wavy curls. When he grabbed it, he could feel its fluffiness, warmth, and strong resilience. Yuan initially moved awkwardly, but as he took a few snips, he gradually grasped the technique. His speed increased and the wool he sheared slowly peeled off Mia like a coat. An hour later, as he made the final snip and looked at the heavy wool in his hands, Yuan let out a long sigh. He finally finished. After the wool was sheared, Mia appeared to have slimmed down significantly, her entire body bare and somewhat uneven in spots. She directly transformed from a beautiful sheep into an ugly one. Mia evidently sensed something. First she lowered her head to look at her front hooves, then turned her head to look at her body. After that she stopped eating grass and just stared blankly at Yuan. Mia. Yuan's lips twitched and his expression became somewhat unnatural. He pointed at the wool on the ground and the scissors in his hand, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. The scissors were a bit unwieldy this time. Next time I'll find an electric clipper. Don't worry. Ha ha. It'll be fine. 2 seconds later, Mia finally lowered her head and resumed eating grass, but she turned her back to him, clearly not wanting to see Yuan for the time being. Yuan awkwardly smiled. Next time I really need to get a clipper. These scissors are indeed not convenient. Mia can produce 20 kilograms of high-quality wool every 7 days, which is not a small number. Moreover, since the quality of the wool on Mia is good, Yuan carefully gathered all the scattered wool on the ground, then packed it along with the huge wool blanket into a bag. This finally completed this task. Moreover, the properties of Mia's wool were quite extraordinary, causing Yuan's lips to twitch uncontrollably. High quality wool, quality excellent, fiber fineness exceptional, less than 15. 5 microns, fiber length 1416 centimeters, elasticity excellent, fluffiness excellent, warmth excellent, strength excellent, collection quality very poor. Evaluation is the collector's hand engaged in a left-right duel. Thud thud thud. Mia was sprinting through the sewer with Yuan. Perhaps due to the absence of wool padding, Yuan felt that the road today was particularly bumpy. By the time he arrived back at the Land Hotel, his buttocks were somewhat numb. It was now 7:35 p.m. and there was still some time before Nightingale opened. He planned to gather supplies at the Land Hotel first. This time his goal was clear: the 19th floor of the Land Hotel, where the fitness and entertainment center was located. He had originally intended to go up yesterday, but the disassembly of the car had consumed too much time. When he pushed open the manhole cover, the sky had already fallen into darkness. Yuan felt that the nights were getting darker earlier and the weather seemed to be turning colder. Following the path from yesterday, he quickly entered the Land Hotel and the stairway led him to the fitness and entertainment center on the 19th floor. The fitness and entertainment center had evidently been ransacked. Flower pots, chairs, dumbbells and barbells were strewn all over the ground, shredded clothes and dried blood suggesting the brutality of the situation. Yuan still conducted a rough inspection of the fitness and entertainment center. Gym, entertainment area, esports room, gambling area, confirming that there were no dangers. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the gym, more than 20 treadmills were neatly arranged here. He realized that the view from the Land Hotel was indeed expansive, with the large windows offering a view of the entire night scene of Jinxie Anglin Avenue. Although it was pitch black outside, the moonlight still illuminated the once bustling Jinxianglin Avenue before the Wasteland. Some treadmills had already been damaged, but due to their proximity to the large windows, Yuan did not turn on the flashlight. Instead, he quickly selected the treadmills in good condition using the faint vision of a street rat in some moonlight. He quickly found 3 treadmills and attempted to directly lift one onto the Taotao hole, but as he expected, it was utterly impossible. There was no choice but to disassemble the treadmill before he could lift it. Having had the experience of disassembling a car yesterday, Yuan found the disassembly of the treadmill much smoother today. He first unscrewed the screws on the frame, removed the running board and running belt, followed by the motor, transmission, screw, control panel, electronic controller and display. With each part he disassembled, he lifted it onto the Taotao hole. The disassembly of the first treadmill was very slow, and in the absence of light it took over an hour to completely disassemble. However, the second one was much quicker, taking just over 40 minutes. Just as Yuan was preparing to push through and disassemble the third treadmill, his peripheral vision suddenly caught something happening on the street below. What is that? Yuan turned his head immediately and saw 3 cars approaching from the distant Jinxianglin Avenue. They're coming from the 4th district. The binoculars had already been taken out, and as he zoomed in, Yuan quickly saw the 3 cars make a turn into the opera building. Behind the concealment of the building, the cars vanished. However, Yuan's heart tightened. He opened the virtual map and quickly traced the path of the 3 cars from the 4th district through to the 5th district and finally to the 1st district. The identity of the newcomers was already quite clear. The Black Shield police station. Only they would dare to travel so boldly during the night, especially since the 4th district was not far from the 1st district. But who could these newcomers be? The first name that came to Yuan's mind was Lord Rowley's. He checked the time, 10:05 p.m. I hope they leave soon. Yuan did not want any other factors to interfere with his carefully laid plans. Thinking this, his movements became even quicker while his gaze occasionally darted towards the direction of Nightingale. By the time the third treadmill was disassembled and lifted into the Taotao hole, it was already 10:30 p.m. He took out the binoculars to look towards Nightingale's direction, but still saw no sign of the 3 cars leaving. Yuan felt a bit hesitant. According to the plan, he should be preparing to go to Nightingale now, but with the presence of the Black Shield police station, he was reluctant to take risks. After some contemplation, Yuan had made up his mind. He'll wait for another hour. If those people haven't left by then, I must go to Nightingale to check the situation. With a plan in mind, Yuan no longer hesitated and left the gym to head to the adjacent entertainment center. His target was the esports game room. The generator optimization required some wiring, and other electronic components would come in handy, such as CPU chips for making a spiritual energy collector later. Collecting these supplies was quite simple. The entire esports area was stripped of all power cables and all the computer hosts were dismantled with the electronic components stored in the magician's ring. In less than an hour, Yuan left the Land Hotel. However, this time he did not enter the sewer. Instead, he pretended to be an ordinary refugee carrying a crossbody bag as he walked towards Nightingale. Approaching the opera building, he did not enter directly but instead hid in a corner. Yuan took out his binoculars to observe the situation at the opera building, frowning slightly. Strange, where did they go? Did they enter the underground parking lot? From the outside, there seemed to be no difference in Nightingale's situation tonight compared to yesterday. Just as Yuan was about to tough it out and go in to check, a bright light suddenly appeared at the corner of the opera building. Yuan immediately shrank back behind the wall and saw 3 heavily armed Wasteland vehicles slowly emerging from underground, exiting the opera building and speeding down Jinxianglin Avenue towards the 4th district. They really did go to the underground parking lot. Regardless, the departure of the Black Shield police station relieved Yuan. He no longer delayed. Seeing that the time was nearing midnight, he had to hurry to attend to important matters. He glanced around, crouched down, and quickly walked towards the opera building. Just as he approached the opera building, the light shone from the gap in the door onto Yuan, causing him to tense slightly. He faintly sensed a hint of threat and continued forward nonchalantly while his peripheral vision swept towards the nearby shadowy corners and a few windows on the 2nd floor which should belong to Nightingale's security personnel. Yuan pretended not to notice and walked straight towards the door. Yesterday he had already extracted the details of entering Nightingale from a refugee. So when he pushed open the ajar door and saw 2 women dressed in maid outfits, he deliberately displayed some awkwardness and caution, but his gaze towards the 2 maids betrayed an unmasked desire. The maids were clearly accustomed to such situations. 2 muscular men appeared behind Yuan, one of them sizing him up and raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Hey, I haven't seen you before. Who introduced you here?" "Hey, I've never seen you before." Who introduced you? Yuan glanced at the weapon in the other person's hand, covering his crossbody bag and revealing an awkward smile. It's Nick who introduced me. The burly man looked enlightened, nodded slightly, and turned his gaze to the crossbody bag in Yuan's hand. Since that's the case, do you know the rules? I know a bit. 1 unit of food as the entry ticket. Yuan smiled awkwardly and took out a bag of instant noodles from his crossbody bag, handing it to the burly man. TSK. The burly man nodded slightly, then stepped aside, looking at one of the female attendants. Take him inside and give him a proper introduction to our projects. He then looked at Yuan, his eyes conveying a warning. Since you were introduced by Nick, you should know the rules here. Don't cause trouble, understood? Understood. I understand. Alright, go ahead. Yuan immediately followed the female attendant, his gaze never leaving her alluring figure, occasionally scratching his pants in impatience. Watching Yuan leave, the burly man showed a look of disdain and ignored him. A faint smile crept onto Yuan's lips. But soon he continued to greedily gaze at the female attendant in front of him. The Nightingale organization was indeed formidable. Just the figure of this female attendant was already top-notch. No wonder it could become a place of pleasure in Block 14 and even the entire Eastern District. Do you want to go to the hall or a private room? Or should I accompany you? The female attendant suddenly turned to look at Yuan, a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Yuan's appearance was not bad and his height was above average, far from the refugees and scavengers in the Wasteland. Even though he had deliberately dressed up, it could not hide his looks. The experienced female attendant could easily tell Yuan was different. The hall or a private room? Yuan naturally knew the difference between the two, but he still pretended not to understand. Can you explain the difference? What are the prices? Is Ching here? I want to find Ching. The female attendant pouted, seemingly not surprised that Yuan wanted to find Ching. She shrugged and said, all right, if you want to find Ching, you can only go to a private room. You'll pass through the hall on the way, you can take a look for yourself then. After speaking, she glanced at the crossbody bag in front of Yuan, fell silent and turned to continue leading the way. The two quickly arrived at an exchange counter. The female attendant pointed at Yuan and said, looking for Ching, introduced by Nick. Ching. A man with a beard turned to look. Did you bring supplies? 3 pieces of gold jewelry or 10 portions of food or equivalent other supplies. Yuan took out a few smartphones from his bag which he had collected earlier. Are these smartphones enough? The man took the phones and handed them to someone behind him. Yuan then noticed there was a workbench behind him and a young man immediately began to disassemble the phones. In no time the phones were completely disassembled, revealing their motherboard structures. The young man carefully inspected them and nodded slightly at the man. Worth 7 portions of food. The bearded man looked at Yuan and said, you still need 3 portions of food or equivalent supplies. Yuan thought for a moment, reached into his crossbody bag and took out 2 memory sticks. Is this enough? After inspecting, the young man confirmed the memory sticks were intact but still shook his head, not enough, still 1 portion short. He then took out a hard drive and handed it over. Is this enough? That's enough. The bearded man nodded and handed Yuan a red tag. Hand over all your weapons to me. Weapons cannot be taken inside. When you leave, use the tag to find me to retrieve them. Yuan showed a slight hesitation. The man grew impatient. Hurry up, no one cares about your junk. If you don't want to hand over your weapons, you can't go in and the previous supplies won't be refunded. I'll hand them over. Yuan took out a dagger from his waist and handed it over. The man took the dagger and after checking Yuan again, nodded at the female attendant. Take him inside, I'll notify Ching on my end. Let's go. The female attendant said and walked inside with Yuan closely following behind. The two then entered a hall. Despite Yuan having seen countless scenes and many grand occasions, witnessing it in person was indeed overwhelming. He was transfixed. Wow, what a grand scene. The hall was divided into several areas, each with its own activities. Some were playing with toy trains, some were opening blind boxes, some were squeezing through wall holes, while others sat in small 1 square meter boxes waiting for guests. Not only women, but there were also men. There were various styles, each more stimulating than the last. When they saw the female attendant bringing people in, they all revealed eager gazes, frequently glancing at the crossbody bag on Yuan. The female attendant quickly led Yuan through the hall to the private room area. The private rooms were essentially small rooms about 3 or 4 square meters containing only a single bed. Some rooms were already filled with the sounds of fighting, which were quite intense. Finally, the female attendant pointed to one room and said, "Go in. Qingqing will be here shortly. She's yours tonight." After saying that, she turned and left. As the female attendant left, Yuan's gaze remained greedily fixed on her enchanting form until she disappeared from sight. He then closed the door, his eyes regaining clarity as he listened to the intense sounds of gunfire outside the room, deep in thought. During the walk here, he had seen at least 20 armed personnel protecting the safety of this place, and the number of refugees consuming here far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the number of refugees in the Eastern District was far more than what he had seen before. It was more likely a result of the Black Shield police station's intentional actions. Only in this way could enough people enter the Nightingale using supplies obtained at the risk of their lives to exchange for a moment of pleasure. In other words, the Nightingale had become a den of vice in the Eastern District under the deliberate crafting of the Black Shield police station. With the deterrence of the Black Shield police station and sufficient armed protection inside, the overwhelming majority of people's concerns were dispelled. Moreover, with numerous men and women providing sensual services, the scattered supplies found in the Eastern District and even other blocks would be funneled to the Nightingale in this manner. What a clever strategy! Yuan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed outside the private room. Creak, the door was pushed open and a somewhat attractive woman reeking of cheap perfume walked into the room and closed the door. The woman wore a noticeably worn short skirt, the color having faded somewhat, yet it was still very alluring. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, her expression revealing a hint of urgency and secrecy, but the moment she saw Yuan, her eyes brightened and she quickly displayed a professional smile. "Big brother," a voice sweet enough to melt bones came from the woman, causing Yuan to shiver involuntarily. "Big brother, is this your first time here? How do you want to play? I'll accompany you tonight." Yuan looked at the woman in front of him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you Qingqing?" The woman's expression stiffened slightly, but she quickly displayed her professional smile again, now leaning against Yuan like a serpentine creature. "Big brother who accompanies you is still the same, right? Tonight." But before she could finish her sentence, a pair of hurried footsteps approached the door, was suddenly pushed open, and a petite woman walked in. Looking at the woman sitting next to Yuan, her expression turned extremely ugly and she pointed directly, cursing, "You filthy bitch. Nina, you wretched hag, stealing my client again. Get out!" And hearing this, the woman who had entered moments earlier stiffened and sneered with dismissive contempt, thrusting her ample chest forward as she turned her gaze toward him. "TCH. Qingqing, remember, the client chooses. Shall we ask him what he prefers?" And as she spoke, the woman cast another sultry, seductive glance at Yuan. Qingqing also turned her eyes to Yuan, her furious expression softened into anxious uncertainty. Yuan met their gazes and smiled. "You're Qingqing," he confirmed, looking directly at her. "And yes, I am. And do you recall when Nick last visited?" Her expression froze, clearly unprepared for the question, but she quickly recovered and replied urgently, "I don't remember the exact date, roughly half a month ago." Having received the answer he sought, Yuan pointed at Qingqing and declared, "You'll stay in humph." The flirtatious woman scoffed coldly and strode toward the door, only to have Yuan seize her wrist before she'd taken 2 steps. "What do you want?" A flash of icy coldness flickered in Yuan's eyes as he gestured toward her waist. "And you may leave, but leave my belongings behind." At those words her face paled drastically. She wrenched her arm free and spun to flee, only to be met mid-turn with a thunderous slap. Slap, and the sharp resonant crack echoed through the room. Qingqing's palm struck the woman's cheek, one hand gripped her hair and yanked upward while the other already probed urgently at the woman's waist. A memory stick appeared in her grasp. "And filthy thief, you dared steal from a client." "You're finished," Qingqing said, her voice edged with exhilaration. "I didn't. Qingqing, you're dead. How dare you strike me?" the woman shrieked hysterically. And thud. The door burst open violently. 2 men with grim, hostile expressions stormed in. "And damn it, what's going on? Trouble." One raised his weapon, aiming straight at Yuan. Yuan nearly swore aloud. He'd mistaken this for a post-apocalyptic con barging in without a word, weapons drawn. Unfortunately, Qingqing waved the memory stick before the newcomers. "Brother Wu, Nina not only poached my client, she stole from him, caught red-handed." Nat that the man called Brother Wu snatched the memory stick from Qingqing's hand, glanced at it, then tossed it back to Yuan. He shot Nina a glacial stare. "And she broke the rules, take her away." Ni's companion seized Nina instantly and dragged her out. She screamed desperate pleas all the way. Only after her cries faded did Qingqing exhale sharply, turning to Yuan. And anxiety and fear were etched plainly across her face. After brief hesitation, she slipped a half-smoked cigarette from the seam of her undergarment. She lit it, took one delicate drag, and then with visible reluctance offered it to Yuan. And here, thank you for choosing me. If I don't land another client soon, I'll be in serious trouble. Yuan gazed at the half-cigarette and shook his head gently. And I don't smoke. So tonight, you're mine. And though surprised, he rarely encountered someone who refused such a rare luxury, she nodded quietly. Yes, until closing time I'm yours. She paused, then added softly, I can offer thrilling services, but nothing excessive. Those require extra payment and must remain discreet. Yuan checked the time. 4 hours remained until 5 a.m. Closure. Best to complete the lust card quest first. He turned to Qingqing, palm upturned. And then let's begin. Show me your standard of service and absolutely, I won't disappoint you. Qingqing slipped into character, batting her lashes but as she lifted Yuan's shirt she instinctively recoiled 2 steps, pointing trembling fingers at the lifelike ramshed tattoo emblazoned across his chest, her eyes wide with terror. In that instant she felt seen, especially by those 2 crimson unblinking eyes upon his chest, a sudden irrational wave of panic surging through her. What is this? Yuan's lips twitched, his expression tightened. Shit, I forgot about that, and he pulled his shirt down at once. It's fine, we won't undress further. Let's continue. Oh right. Qingqing instantly re-engaged her professional composure and resumed her practiced allure. Indeed, Qingqing's skill was exceptional. Yuan experienced a thrill unlike any before. Once more he heard the exotic haunting BGM and the crisp snapping sound of a fate card breaking. A cold mechanical voice chimed in his ear, and destiny card rocked. Her lust card successfully nullified. Fate points 1. Lust target passion 1. And no valuable options detected in lust target. Passion. And what passion? Yuan opened his eyes, immediately summoning the holographic interface to review the data. N. Passion description: the lust target is profoundly satisfied with your performance and eagerly invites prolonged meaningful interaction. Function: increases the lust target's favor, trust, and desire for dialogue. And this, Yuan scanned the interface. A cascade of thoughts surged through his mind, his eyes gleamed faintly. His gaze locked onto that line, and the lust target is profoundly satisfied with your performance and eagerly invites prolonged meaningful interaction. So it can work like this. His emotions churned. Was this even possible? Yet Qingqing's emphatic double use of profoundly spoke volumes. He was equally astonished by his own stamina, already 230 a.m. And his end time had slipped away unnoticed. A status name flashed in his mind: kidney chi abundant. And that was why. And truly terrifying. And he could clearly sense Qingqing's gaze upon him had transformed, warmer, far more intimate. His excitement ebbed, rationality and calm reasserted control. He recognized this shift stemmed solely from the passion effect, not genuine affection. This was transactional, nothing more. Yuan's narrowed gaze swept over Qingqing, his thoughts churning. And now that the lust card had been nullified, he would seize these final hours to fulfill his second objective. Soon a plan crystallized. He rose and approached his satchel, his right hand slipping inside his cover, drawing forth a silver bracelet from the magician's ring. Before Qingqing's bewildered eyes, he fastened it around her wrist. And this? Yuan pressed a finger to her lips, his voice low and resonant. The moment you entered I sensed something off, your anxiety or fear. As if you were terrified of something. Consider this bracelet a gift. And Qingqing studied it, brows furrowing slightly, her gaze now sharpened with quiet scrutiny. Yuan smiled. Why not tell me what troubles you? It might bring relief, even clarity. Wouldn't it? Silence settled over the room. He neither pressed nor spoke. And they simply held each other's gaze until Qingqing suddenly let out a dry, mirthless laugh. Fine. I knew you weren't ordinary. Your motives are none of my concern, but since you helped me today. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, then with a soft sigh she met his eyes. And hold me in. Confused but compliant, Yuan stepped forward. Qingqing nestled her head against his neck, whispering so only he could hear, and have you ever seen a snake 30 meters long? Yuan's heart lurched violently within his chest. Have you ever seen a snake 20 or 30 meters long? Qingqing's voice was barely above a whisper, yet to Yuan it crashed like thunder. If this had been any day before today, those words might have meant nothing to him. He had just watched a video on Ning's phone of a king cobra over 10 meters long. Hearing Qingqing now carried a different weight. He tightened his hold on Qingqing and bowed his head. Where did you see it? Yuan's voice remained steady and resolute. Xingqing had not expected this man to take her seriously or to think she was babbling. The realization left her momentarily stunned. She lifted her eyes to Yuan when she met the solemn and composed look, and as she too felt a slight surprise. This man now felt entirely unlike the one she had known before. For reasons she could not explain, an odd sense of calm settled in her chest. If that's the case. Xingqing could not say why, but this man inspired a flicker of trust. After a brief hesitation, she finally spilled the secret she had held inside for days. It was inside this very building. That day when I went to the restroom, I accidentally heard something crawling along the corridor. I peered through the crack in the door and her voice began to tremble. I saw a very thick, enormous snake crawling across the corridor. That snake. It was incredibly long. I don't know the exact length, but it was at least 20 to 30 meters absolutely. She looked up at Yuan and brushed his cheek with her hand. I'm telling the truth. I was terrified and couldn't make a sound. I stayed in the restroom for a long time before I dared to come out, and by then there was nothing in the corridor. Originally I thought it was a hallucination, but the corridor carried a distinct sickly metallic stench, and when I went back I found a clear scratch on the wall. I could not have been mistaken. Because before I went into the restroom there were no scratches there. Yuan's brow lifted. Why are you so certain the scratch appeared after you entered the restroom? Because I habitually keep a hand on the wall as I walk, tracing its line. It reassures me that I'm still alive. Xingqing's tone grew heavy and grave. So I'm certain that scratch was absolutely not there before I entered the restroom. At that, Yuan fell silent and the two of them simply held each other. After a long moment, Yuan finally spoke softly. Have you ever seen a black sun pattern? A black sun. What is that? Xingqing asked, surprised. A black circle, it gives the immediate impression of a black sun, like a total eclipse. Have you ever seen that mark on anyone else? Xingqing thought for a long while before gently shaking her head. No, I didn't notice such a mark. I'm usually confined to the dormitory and cubicle area. I can't go elsewhere and each zone is guarded. Yuan did not press further. Discovering a clue about a mutated creature was enough of a lead. Then keep an eye out for that mark. It may be linked to the snake you saw. Xingqing nodded slightly at his words. Having drawn out Xingqing's fear, Yuan began to ask about the matter that concerned him most. You mean the Fulisai enforcer? Xingqing glanced at Yuan with puzzlement, as if she could not fathom why he cared. Yes. And before I came today I saw people from the Heidun police precinct. Do you know who they are? Xingqing released Yuan and frowned. What are you after? Aren't you one of the refugees? Why are you prying into this? Yuan shook his head. Some things are dangerous to know. As he spoke, Yuan took a gold ring from his satchel, loot he had found in Mahada's pack, something he had never imagined would be used here. He handed the ring to Xingqing. Consider this a trade. Use supplies to get yourself out of your predicament. Once I have the information, you act as if you never knew anything. Xingqing eyed the gold ring, pondered for a few seconds, then bit her lip. She snatched the ring and slid it into the fold of her undergarment. She shot Yuan a disdainful look, leaned in and gave him a fierce pinch. Enough, what do you want to know? Ask quickly. Yuan forced a grimace, thinking formidable woman. Having secured Xingqing's cooperation and knowing time was tight, he asked directly, I heard Fulisai was close to your leader. Where do they usually meet? Nonsense. Who said Fulisai and Lilisa's mother are lovers? Pure rubbish. Xingqing scoffed. That bald man. He only handles security. But Sister May and him do seem to have something going on. The people who came tonight look like big shots from Heidun. I don't really know who they were. Sister May. Who is she? And who is Lilisai? Yuan pressed on. He sensed there was a misunderstanding worth clearing up. Lilisa's mother is the leader of our Ying. Though we call her mother, she's only in her 30s. We rarely see her. Sister May is one of the elder sisters who help Lilisa's mother manage us. I've seen her cozying up to that bald man more than once. That guy gropes us whenever he can. If it weren't for Lilisa's mother keeping him in check. She trailed off with a huff. Suddenly everything clicked for Yuan, but he quickly moved on to another question. You said Fulisai is in charge of your security. But he's an enforcer from the Heidun police precinct. How could he be responsible for a refugee group's safety? And aren't the Ying secretly supported by Heidun? Then why would Lilisa's mother make even Fulisai behave cautiously? Xingxing looked at Yuan with surprise at his line of questioning. In getting more curious about who you are. But you're right, I know too much. Fine, one last question. After I answer you leave and pretend none of this happened. Yuan nodded. No problem. Everything I told you was deliberately spread by us. This is not a refugee organization. Heidan merely oversees our security. We all answer to Lilisa's mother. Beyond that I don't know. Alright, I've told you enough for today. Don't say I told you. Go now, I need to rest you pest. Yuan knew she was right, it was time for him to leave. Okay. Keep an eye out for who came from Heidan tonight and whether Fulisai has any residence nearby. Next time I'll trade supplies, I'll make it worth your while. Xingxing rolled her eyes but after a moment's thought gave a slight nod. I'll do my best. No guarantees. Understood. Use your judgment. By the time Yuan retrieved his weapon from the exchange it was nearly 4 o'clock. Someone else was preparing to leave at the same time. The instant they saw Yuan they adopted a guarded stance and stopped in their tracks, clearly they did not intend to leave together. Yuan gave the other a cool glance and under the watchful eye of a burly man departed from the opera building. After orienting himself for a moment he melted into the darkness. What he did not notice was a pair of eyes fixated on him the moment he appeared, locking onto his figure and following him until he vanished, staring with a depth that betrayed something unreadable. Only when a new silhouette emerged from the opera building did that gaze finally withdraw. The hiding place of Yuan. The optimization of the level 2 generator, treadmill generator room is underway with an optimization time of 3 hours. Yuan looked at the rare generator that had finally started optimizing, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's not easy. After 2 nights of hustle I've finally gathered everything. Only he had a positioning watch and a virtual map allowing him to directly locate the resources he needed on the map and gather them accordingly. Otherwise finding the necessary building materials in this vast area would depend on luck, which significantly increases the danger. Opening the Tao Tao cave, Yuan spent 10 survival points to purchase 6 kilograms of fresh grass for Meow Meow and then sat in front of the fireplace to prepare breakfast for himself. After several days players began to either thrive or perish and the price of grass in the Tao Tao cave had stabilized at 5 survival points for 3 kilograms. Everyone seemed to have accepted this price. Although he had been busy all night his spirit and physical strength remained good and he did not feel particularly fatigued. With the food heating in the fireplace he also opened the virtual screen. He began planning the next steps. First he would check the facility management log of the hiding place. As the optimization and upgrade of the level 2 generator, treadmill generator room began, other facilities in the hiding place could also upgrade to electrical facilities. Kitchen, water collection, lighting, bathroom. Yuan checked the construction materials for these facilities one by one and discovered that he had unknowingly gathered a substantial amount of resources, with nearly half of the total upgrade materials already in his possession. This was undoubtedly good news. Yuan estimated that if he fully focused on gathering materials he could upgrade all existing facilities within 2 to 3 days. Additionally, he needed to construct the flamethrower for defense. The high-pressure gas cylinders and metal nozzles required for this defense facility had already been collected during his exploration of the Olais Hotel. Now he only needed to gather 20 sets of pressure relief valve springs, metal pipes, 9V batteries and resistance wires to complete the construction. However, he only planned to build 10 sets of flamethrowers for the anti-air shelter's defense traps, which would be sufficient to turn the anti-air shelter into a deadly furnace, leaving the remaining 10 sets as backups. He also needed to select the locked door for constructing the escape route in advance. Once the astronomical observatory was completed he could start the construction directly. As for the fire door and firewall, Yuan looked at the construction list. Perlite boards, galvanized steel plates, fireproof ceiling strips, closers and rebar could be collected gradually. Yuan listed all the materials needed for upgrading the facilities, which would be his main task going forward. His gaze swept across the crazy planting troughs in the corner and his eyes brightened slightly. Right, he could also start planting vegetables. Although the quantity in the planting trough was relatively small, if they grew quickly he could ensure fresh vegetables every few days. Now that the planting trough and fertilizer are ready, I just need to find suitable soil and vegetable seeds. Thinking of vegetable seeds, Yuan searched for them in the Tao Tao cave. However, Yuan found that none of the vegetable seeds were cheap. The prices are acceptable, but I should look for them in the city first. Yuan continuously organized the content of his plan in the hiding places memo and noted down the intelligence regarding Nightingale. The large snake that Qingqing mentioned, about 20 to 30 meters long, was only reminiscent to Yuan of the one in the underground laboratory of the John Kirk Zoo. But that was a mutated creature controlled by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association, and now it appeared in Nightingale. Although Yuan couldn't be sure it was the same one, the likelihood of two giant snakes existing in one city was extremely low. Furthermore, with the complex relationship between the leader of Nightingale Lilith and the Black Shield Police Department, it was difficult for Yuan not to connect Lilith with the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Could it be that Nightingale is actually an organization established by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association and the Black Shield Police Department? This thought flashed through Yuan's mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Everything still depended on the news from Qingqing. Speaking of Qingqing, Yuan had also wondered if she would betray him, as the things he had inquired about earlier were clearly driven by ulterior motives. He admitted that it was a bit risky, but to clarify the internal situation of Nightingale, Qingqing was the most suitable candidate. Additionally, influenced by the passion, the danger level remained within a controllable range. Of course, there was also the most important leverage: interests. Qingqing was not living well within Nightingale, and he could provide her with resources and enhance her value. As long as she wasn't incredibly foolish, she wouldn't choose to betray him. However, anything could go wrong. Therefore, he didn't plan to take any risks in that area for the next few days. After eating, the time was 5:45 a.m. and Yuan felt he still had energy. He opened the fate card, preparing to check the new fate gifts. As the strength of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association came to light, Yuan felt that the East City was increasingly unfathomable. A few thug groups were already troublesome, and now there was another organization linked to both the Aurora Animal Assistance Association and the Black Shield Police Department, Nightingale. He increasingly felt that the East District was a den of dragons and tigers. The more he understood, the more terrifying it became. He also began to understand why those veteran players looked troubled whenever they mentioned the urban areas. If it weren't for the fate card, he might have already died. The fate gifts were undoubtedly the fastest way for him to enhance his strength. As the fate proverbs appeared and then dissipated, 3 options emerged on the screen. Choose one of the 3 fate gifts below as a gift from fate. Upgrade old newsstand magazine display rack. Function: receive 1 to 3 free newspapers daily, which may contain some intelligence and have a chance to include additional items that require survival points. Chucha's homemade soil spray. Function: automatically loads 2 rounds of ammunition daily. When launching an attack from behind, the first bullet stuns the enemy and triggers a tonback effect, while the second bullet triggers a fatal attack effect. The protagonist's sound system. Function: a unique BGM will play daily, granting you a special status boost while the music is playing, lasting 3 minutes and 24 seconds. The old newsstand can actually be upgraded. Surprise flashed in Yuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he ignored options 2 and 3, directly selecting the first option. The old newsstand has been upgraded to a magazine display rack and is now placed in the hiding place. Please check it yourself. As the prompt ended, Yuan didn't even bother to check the fate card draw and directly looked towards the old newsstand. A 5-tier wooden display rack was already standing there. This is the magazine display rack. Yuan looked at the walnut-colored magazine rack, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Intelligence, yes, intelligence. He immediately glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes until 6 o'clock, but his heart was already impatient. I wonder what kind of intelligence today will bring me. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he turned his gaze to the virtual light screen, having neglected to check the fate cards he had drawn earlier. But when he opened the fate card page again, a hint of green caught his eye. This fate card: luxury card, quality bronze level. Players must complete a non-survival related luxurious act within 7 days, consuming resources 150000, or the player will die. Friendly reminder: why don't you expand the area of your hideout? Just 450000 survival points. The bronze luxury card has arrived. Yuan looked at the introduction of the fate card, feeling extremely fortunate to have a third method to eliminate the luxury card. Is this the difficulty of a bronze level fate card? This is truly outrageous. If the task difficulty of the bronze luxury card is this high, then the task difficulties of other cards must be astronomical. He muttered a few complaints in his heart. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a rare item, the Starry Sky Mirror. He only needed to collect 50000 survival points to build the Starry Sky Observatory, which would just eliminate this bronze luxury card. This task has a week to complete. If that's the case, he still needs to find a safe house for Freeze, but he can also take a dual approach. With such a long time, even scavenging for trash could net him 5,000 survival points. However, the choice of resources must be carefully considered. While he was thinking, it was already 6 in the morning. When Yuan came back to his senses, 2 newspapers and a notebook had appeared on the magazine display rack. New items have come out. He stood up and approached the magazine display rack, first picking up the notebook, and a piece of information popped up on the virtual light screen. Would you like to spend 1,000 survival points to purchase this intelligence item? Hiss. Even though Yuan was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. So expensive. But then he showed a smile. Expensive is good. It's expensive because it's good. After several previous purchases, Yuan had a lot of trust in the items gifted by fate. Whether it was the initial map of the eastern district of Green Forest City or the later insider card and thought card, they had been immensely beneficial, with the value received far exceeding the cost by several times or even dozens of times. This notebook is a no-brainer purchase. He immediately chose to pay. As 1,000 survival points were deducted, a line of text appeared on the notebook: Sniper Training Notebook. Sniper Training Notebook, quality bronze, author more introduction. This is a sniper textbook published by the legendary Sniper Moore, compiled from his training notes over the years. Readers of this book can acquire sniper shooting knowledge with a small probability of comprehending the skill Precision Shooting Normal and a very small probability of comprehending the skill Deadly Sniper Excellent. Wow! A skill book. Can it really be like this? Yuan quickly flipped through the notebook, wondering if he could directly comprehend an excellent level skill like the legendary protagonist. Unfortunately, after flipping through the book twice, there was no response at all, clearly a bit of wishful thinking. However, even so, Yuan was very satisfied. For 1,000 survival points, even if he only learns some sniper techniques and methods through reading this notebook, it would still be worth it. I knew that the gifts from fate are definitely of high value. Closing the notebook, he turned his gaze to the 2 newspapers. One of the newspapers was still the Green Forest City Daily, while the other was titled Agricultural Knowledge Report. Yuan picked up the Agricultural Knowledge Report. In people's traditional impression, farms raise pigs, cows, and chickens. But in many modern agricultural bases today, rows of neatly arranged plastic trays hold thousands of golden yellow. In people's traditional impression, farms raise pigs, cows, and chickens. But in many modern agricultural bases today, rows of neatly arranged plastic trays hold thousands of golden yellow larvae wriggling in wheat bran. These are mealworms. As a highly promising super sustainable protein source, their nutritional value exceeds anyone's imagination. Little bugs, big nutrition. Mealworms, scientifically known as yellow mealworms, have been shown to contain over 50 protein in their dry matter rich in. They also contain abundant healthy fats, primarily unsaturated fatty acids with a dry matter fat content of 2,535, various vitamins such as B vitamins, as well as iron, zinc, and other minerals, with a comprehensive and balanced nutritional structure comparable to a nutritional concentrate. The low-carbon model of animal husbandry, mealworms produce almost no methane or other greenhouse gases during the farming process. Moreover, they only require agricultural waste such as wheat bran, vegetable peels, and dried leaves as food to produce a large amount of high-quality protein. The area required for breeding is minimal, and a multi-layered rack farming method can be used, consuming almost no drinking water, making it highly cost-effective. Mealworms also have a relatively fast growth cycle, generally growing from larvae to edible stage in just 1 to 4 weeks, with great economic benefits. Emerging food for humans, roasted or fried mealworms have a crispy texture. Alternatively, they can be ground into powder, mealworm powder, and added to various food preparations. This greatly enhances the nutritional value of the products. The renowned agricultural scholar Professor Dale stated the mealworm revolution has painted a greener, more efficient, and nutritious future for us. Mealworms. Yuan looked at the newspaper thoughtfully. To develop the hideout, planting and breeding are necessary stages. Just like now, although he relies on the resources of looters and refugees to be temporarily free from worry about food and clothing, he always feels a sense of crisis. He can manage this for a month or two, but what about a year or two? Resources will eventually be exhausted. Only true self-sufficiency is the real solution for survival. He had previously planned to try planting vegetables, precisely considering this aspect. As for the livestock, he originally planned to find a time to bring back a group of Kelly Mountain sheep. As long as he separated a space in the air raid shelter, breeding should not be a problem. But now the emergence of this mealworm news has given him a new idea. Compared to sheep, there is no doubt that mealworms are easier to raise, requiring less food, growing faster, taking up less space, and making almost no noise. Moreover, their nutritional value far surpasses that of mutton. They are simply the ideal breeding organism. However, there are obvious drawbacks compared to mutton. The taste and psychological barriers of mealworms differ significantly. The magazine display rack delivered an unexpected revelation to Yuan. Whether the sniper training notebook or the agricultural knowledge bulletin both opened new avenues for intelligence acquisition. He set the agricultural knowledge bulletin aside. Upgrading the dilapidated newspaper rack, what a brilliant upgrade! He murmured appreciatively, then picked up the final publication, the Lucin City Daily. I wonder what surprise this upgraded City Daily will bring me. As he unfolded the paper, Yuan's brows lifted faintly. Astoundingly, 4 news items appeared in crisp legible print, the highest count yet recorded. Lucin City Daily. Date: Wasteland calendar day 12. Weather: sunny turning partly cloudy, wind force 3. Temperature 17°C 24°C. Publisher: Wasteland Destiny Press. Neighborhood news section. Quality: rock tier. Hazard level medium. At 0113 m. Today a vicious assault occurred near the city's southern coastline, claiming 4 lives and leaving 3 critically injured. According to a reporter's investigation, the victims were thugs from the Iron Anchor Maritime Company. Having just completed a cargo vessel escort mission, the 7-man crew was returning to their base for rest when they were ambushed by a monstrous fish that erupted from the sea. Survivors described the creature as colossal, bearing a lantern-like organ on its head, rows of razor-sharp fangs, and chameleonic camouflage abilities in water. In the blink of an eye, it slaughtered 2 of their comrades. Only with timely assistance from patrolling officers was the beast driven off. Further details about the creature remain unconfirmed. Our press will continue tracking developments. Neighborhood life news. Quality: rock tier. Hazard level low. At 0414 m. Today a vagrant was brutally murdered at No. 34 Huaxi Alley East District Block 14. Our reporter's investigation revealed that the deceased had previously killed 3 survivors, abducted and raped 4 women before selling them to the Nightingale organization, and betrayed his own allies 3 times, a record of unforgivable depravity. This marks the second such case of a vagrant's torture murder within recent days. At the time of death, the victim's tendons, both hands and feet, had been severed along with his 5th limb. His wrists were bound behind his back, knees bent in a posture of penitence. His carotid artery was slit and the weapon was embedded deep into his heart. A line of text was inscribed on the floor before his body. Repent in hell. Neighborhood life news. Quality: rock tier. Hazard level low. At 0241 m. Today 7 scavengers were brutally slain near Moonpool Square East District Block 8. Our reporter's investigation confirmed that these 7 individuals were in fact members of a covert slave hunting squad operating undercover for the thug prison, tasked with abducting local survivors and supplying intelligence to the prison. The perpetrator's identity and motive remain under investigation. However, involvement by rival factions cannot be ruled out. Readers are advised to await further updates. Yuan scanned the headlines and his lips twitched. This was no ordinary city daily, it was fast becoming a death ledger. And what kind of night was last night? A festival of fatalities. Upon reflection, homicides had occurred across the eastern, southern and western sectors of Block 13, as if circling him like vultures. Was it truly necessary to be so unnerving? Yet. Yuan turned his attention to the second report. Block 14, Huaxi Alley 0414. He pulled up the virtual map and searched, recalling faintly having seen that alley name before. Indeed, Huaxi Alley appeared among several narrow lanes adjacent to Jingshanlin Avenue, and No. 34 Huaxi Alley lay precisely in the direction facing Jingshanlin Avenue. What unsettled Yuan most, however, was Huaxi Alley's proximity, less than 500 meters, to the Opera Tower headquarters of the Nightingale organization. His mind flashed back to the vagrant he'd encountered 2 hours earlier exiting the tower. I left the Opera Tower around 0400. That man followed closely behind me, meaning he departed after 0400. A chilling intuition took root. The vagrant slain in the report might well have been the very man who trailed him. The moment the thought surfaced, Yuan's heart sank. Still, how had this man traveled all the way from Block 11 to Block 14? Come to think of it, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society seemed deeply interested in him. The notion flickered and vanished. Of the remaining reports, what intrigued Yuan most was the one concerning the Iron Anchor Maritime Company on the western coast. It mentions an escort mission, so the company must control the port docks and southern coastline of Lucin City. This unlocks access to new urban zones. Could that monstrous fish also be linked to the Aurora Animal Assistance Society's underground experiments? Yuan speculated, piecing together the fragments. It was only the first day with the magazine display rack. Several more days of observation would be needed to discern any underlying pattern, yet even now the intelligence gleaned far exceeded Yuan's expectations. He logged the intel into his shelter's memo system, stowed the newspaper away, and retrieved the laptop. Its battery was fully charged as the startup chime played. The interface swiftly loaded. A prompt appeared on screen. Please verify identity. Yuan. No. What in the world did verify identity mean? How was he supposed to verify it? Ninja hadn't mentioned a word. Frowning, Yuan studied the laptop, his gaze finally settling on the lower right corner of the keyboard where a small sensor gleamed. A biometric sensor. If Ninja had left safeguards, he wouldn't have overlooked this. Yuan recalled something and immediately rose to fetch Ninja's mobile phone. He pried off the phone case. Sure enough, a thumbnail-sized chip was embedded on the phone's rear. As he brought it near the laptop's sensor, the screen unlocked instantly and a line of text materialized at its center. Welcome, Observer Ninja. Yuan inserted the USB drive retrieved from the safe and a new folder appeared promptly. As the file opened, a mechanical voice chimed beside him. Ding. High-value asset detected. Ding. Critical node triggered. Read the John K. Zoo assessment report. Acquired underground experiment data from John K. Zoo. Observed or witnessed human vivisection in the underground lab. Engaged in combat with mutated animals or directly witnessed a religious ritual. Regional event, condition fulfilled. Unlocked regional event, the mysterious religious ritual. Reward 2,000 survival points. Unlocked regional event access. Achievement unlocked, special event initiator. Achievement points awarded 300. Shelter rank updated 8499-100. Yuan skimmed the rank update briefly, focusing instead on the regional event details. Under survival, the regional event tab glowed faintly. He tapped it and the full event dossier unfolded before him.